And we want to say good morning once again. Welcome to the KTLA 5 Morning News at 9 o'clock now. We are now in day 3 of this fire emergency across LA County. 5 active fires still burning this morning.
We received an update from authorities just moments ago. Crews are making progress on the Eaton, Sunset, Hearst, and Lydia fires. Firefight, though, still difficult in Pacific Palisades, and a big reason for that, winds have not died down just yet, although where we were seeing Eric looked calm and still, but firefighters, they're still dealing with extreme fire conditions this morning. They're saying wind gusts expected to reach up to 60 miles an hour throughout the day today. Palisades fire has burned thousands of structures, making it the most destructive fire Los Angeles has ever seen. Flames broke out Tuesday morning, and unprecedented winds fanned those flames across Pacific Palisades and Malibu. 17,234 acres have burned, and as of this morning, there is no containment.
Crews have made significant progress stopping the growth of the Eaton fire. That's in the Altadena, Pasadena area. It's still 10,600 acres in size, which is what it was around this time yesterday. 5 people, though, have died in this fire. There were several injuries reported. LA County officials now say more than 1,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed in this fire. Customers of Pasadena Water and Power being told not to drink or cook with the tap water. The water system there may have debris that's not healthy to consume. They are advising people to only use bottled water right now. The cause of this Eaton fire remains under investigation.
As for the Hearst fire in Sylmar, it has burned 855 acres with 10% containment. It is unclear whether that fire has damaged any homes. The fire broke out late Tuesday night near where the 5 freeway meets the 14 and the 210 freeways. Some areas of Sylmar still remain under evacuation orders. And just north of the Hearst fire is the Lydia fire, which is now 40% contained. Crews worked quickly yesterday to stop the forward progress in that fire. It has burned more than 300 acres. Soledad Canyon Road between Agua Dulce Canyon Road and Crown Valley Road remain closed this morning.
And then last night we had the Sunset fire. All evacuation orders have been lifted for the Hollywood Hills near Runyon Canyon. The fire burned nearly 43 acres. Water-dropping aircraft worked aggressively overnight to stop the forward movement of those flames. Fire crews still on the scene within the perimeter to put out any remaining hot spots.
And a fire in Studio City last night destroyed a 4-story home on Sunswept Drive. Flames spread to nearby brush due to high winds. Crews jumped on the so-called Sunswept fire quickly, keeping it from growing past 1 acre. The cause of that fire is still under investigation. We also learned last hour that 20 people have been arrested for looting. This morning, we're getting a better look at the devastating path of destruction left by the deadly Eaton fire.
Even as local officials were briefing us on the Eaton fire, we were seeing active flame in Altadena. KTLA's Carlos Herrera on the ground there with the very latest for us. Carlos, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, good morning. We're on Harriet Street here near Glen Rose Avenue, a residential neighborhood right off of Fair Oaks Avenue. Here this morning, we're still seeing some homes on fire. Take a look behind me here. Firefighters have been working this fire for about an hour already, putting water on the roof there, but you're still seeing some smoke and some active flames as well. It really is hard to believe that this house survived 2 days of intense flames, strong wind gusts of up to 60 miles an hour, embers flying horizontally. It was still standing, and then this morning it went up in flames. We did see a few neighbors here running with buckets trying to help firefighters to put the fire out, but again, it's just too late. This home here on Glen Rose and Harriet Street will be yet another house that is destroyed in Altadena. And in this particular neighborhood, just take a look. You can just see all the homes here, they're practically gone, burned to the ground. Vehicles as well, the memories, only chimneys standing. Everywhere you look, every direction, there is no house left standing. There are dozens here that have been destroyed. And again, this is just one of many neighborhoods here in Altadena that have suffered, and it's just heartbreaking to see that all these residents, all these homeowners have worked towards, getting these houses for years. This is their livelihoods, and they have nothing to come back to. And again, we're not out of the woods just yet. As Frank and Jessica just told you, the Eaton fire has been burning since Tuesday at around 6:20 p.m. Crews were able to hold it at about 10,600 acres overnight. There was no growth, but also no containment. There are about 879 firefighters on the ground there, but also in the air. And that's the encouraging news out of all this, because the wind has subsided significantly. You can just remember how things were here yesterday morning at this hour, where we had powerful wind gusts sending embers flying everywhere and sparking spot fires. That's just not the case today. The winds have allowed those water drops on the foothills. Several structures and homes in the area, over 1,000 of those structures have been destroyed according to officials. But again, damage assessment teams will continue their work later today. Now you see the pictures here this morning, and you see the winds have subsided, and yes, not many active flames in the area, but we know, again, the damage has been done, and we're not out of the woods just yet. The destruction, of course, unimaginable. Altadena has lost pretty much everything here. There are grocery stores, schools, churches, beauty salons, barber shops, gas station. Remember, this is a community that is just so huge on nature, on camaraderie, supporting their local businesses, and now it's been leveled.
Altadena is a resilient community. They have seen some significant battles before, but the scale of the impact today is larger than anything that I have seen in my career.
Yeah, well, it'll be a tough road to rebuilding here, but elected officials and many of the residents that we've heard so far, they said they're thankful to be alive, and yes, they've lost their homes. This is just material, they said, and they'll find a way to rebuild, although, of course, they're heartbroken. Now, in terms of the conditions here, winds are expected to shift to the north at about 10 to 20 mile an hour wind gusts, up to 45 miles an hour in some areas. We expect the flames to continue shifting north, but again, crews are going to be hoping to hold it far away from the 210 freeway so it doesn't hop to the other side of the highway. Conditions will remain dry, windy through at least Friday, and fire officials know that they're in for a long firefighting effort.
The National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday.
And we know resources have been very limited here. Crews being stretched very thin. They tried their best to save as many structures and homes as they could. We know California is mobilizing more than 100 2,500-gallon water tenders to help out here in the Eaton fire. They're going to be serving as additional water supplies. They've arrived, some of them at 7 a.m. Others are still on the way. They're expecting them sometime this morning, and that definitely will help out. The cause still under investigation. Again, over 1,000 structures have been destroyed. That's according to officials. But damage assessment teams, remember, Frank and Jessica, they're in the very early stages of all this. They're still inspecting, looking around, find out how many homes and structures, buildings have been destroyed. We can only imagine that number will go even higher based on what we've seen here driving around. We know it's going to be more than that, unfortunately, and it really is heartbreaking to see. Again, going back to the point that we mentioned earlier, we've seen fires burning homes, damaging homes, but when you drive by and you see blocks and blocks and blocks of businesses being destroyed, that's new, at least to me, and that's exactly what's happened here in Altadena. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and in the coming days, Carlos, all the people that live in that community, it's the now what and how do we move forward, which will be the next phase of all this. Carlos, thank you.
Let's get to Ginger Chan. Ginger, obviously folks wanting to get into these communities to see their homes, many road closures to deal with. We'll let you take it away from there.
Yeah, I mean, it is such a tough situation, but some of those areas not even accessible to residents. In fact, we want to start you off with the closures for the Palisades and a lot of the streets there in Altadena, whether it's Woodbury, New York Drive, obviously a major thoroughfare in Altadena, all those still closed. Now, in terms of the closure here, so PCH, I mean, obviously it's both directions. We've been talking about how it starts just coming off that 10 freeway, right about Lincoln Boulevard, and then you continue to the northwest, and then you can't access PCH all the way until you get to about Malibu Canyon Road, and the same for the east. But before we move to anything else, you see that purple line going up and down. That's Topanga Canyon Boulevard. That has actually been closed ahead of all these other closures. I believe that started on Monday, and the closure starts at Mulholland and all the way down to PCH and vice versa. But what it sounds to me like is maybe some people are breaking through that closure a little bit south of Mulholland, because now the request is coming in by the CHP to provide traffic control there. So it looks like it starts right at about Fernwood Pacific Drive. That's where people are breaking through that closure and then heading south or maybe even northbound side. Remember, Topanga Canyon Boulevard is still closed, and I believe that they said that they know that they want to keep it closed until tomorrow. That may change. So that is something new that is starting to pop up on Topanga Canyon Boulevard as people try to make their way through an area that they should not. And again, that continues to be closed. This is also an interesting situation that has developed. They will not reopen this stretch of the 210 West, the connector to that 15 freeway heading south, until about 10 o'clock. Northbound side, excuse me, so west to the north, and that's because of all these toppled big rigs. The big rigs toppled yesterday when we had those strong winds, and they were so strong, those winds, that they couldn't upright any of those big rigs and clear them. So they're all there on their sides, these big rigs, and now that we have this lull in some of these strong winds, this is the time to upright those big rigs, clear them before those winds make a return, as Henry's been talking about. We'll check in with him in a second here. The last thing we want to mention to you, and this is something we've been waiting and watching to get the information, so now we have it. We know that yesterday the Metro fares, they were suspended because all those tap cards, you weren't able to access them because, you know, the power outages. So now what they've done is they've extended that into today. So basically, you can get onto those Metro buses and trains, fare suspension, so for free, which is really good and helpful, especially for people who aren't able to get in their cars. Whatever is the case, feel safer taking public transportation, or the only way you can get into your areas is utilizing public transportation. They did have to divert some areas in Hollywood because of the Sunset Fire. It looks like that's back to normal, but obviously in areas like Altadena and the Palisades, some of those streets will still be off limits even for public transportation. But at least fare suspension that continues today from yesterday, and we'll see if that will be the case for tomorrow. So that is something that is helpful. You talked about how there is this lull in the weather, which is good news, or the winds, Henry, but they will start to come back, and we'll check in with Henry in a little bit. I'll send it back to you too.
Yeah, well, let's do that. And Henry, we're looking right now at this fire that is burning behind us. This is from our Mount Wilson cam, and we're looking at the Eaton fire. We've been talking about the winds, we're talking about the fact that this is not yet over, and this is a perfect illustration. This is a live look at what's happening right now in the hills above Altadena.
Yeah, and you can see off to Jessica's shoulder, you know, the leaves, the limbs are definitely going. So we know we have some windy conditions, and this is what we've been talking about through the morning. You know, we have this massive wind event, one that we have not seen on record, or certainly not in the past couple of decades. So now we're seeing this almost false sense of security, like, oh, okay, it's not as bad out there, and we're going to get some windy conditions. But this is what we need to know about the next 24 to 48 hours. For one, we still have a red flag warnings in place. So we are still concerned about the dry conditions, the windy conditions. And even though the winds will not be as strong, we are still looking at a moderate to strong Santa Ana wind event developing once again through the afternoon hours. Also shifting some of the stronger wind gusts, 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts, into San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange County, San Diego County. So the concerns from Santa Barbara to San Diego are still with us. We still anticipate those winds to pick up moderately through the morning and then get more aggressive through the afternoon. So this still will be very challenging for our active fires, and unfortunately for the threat of future fires as we continue to see the winds pick up. We have the red flag warnings in place, as I mentioned, through tomorrow evening. We will see the winds at least in some areas, not as widespread, meaning they won't at one time affect a large area, but throughout the afternoon into the evenings, we will have isolated areas where the winds will pick up 20, 30, 40 miles per hour, wind gusts a little bit stronger, and it will make things challenging and also very dangerous for our active fires. Now let's take a look at our sustained winds. Again, this is that lull during the morning hours. We're seeing calm conditions in through parts of Orange County. We're seeing a lot of single digits, and this is good news. However, as the day progresses, we will see those winds pick up. We could see it's a big difference as we move into the areas I mentioned, the Inland Empire and Orange County. We're already seeing double-digit sustained readings. So those are sustained winds, not taking into effect, the gusts that will be with us through the afternoon. We could see gusts of 40, 50, 60. Some reports could have some of our mountaintops in San Diego, close to Temecula, Murrieta, some of the higher elevation areas with wind gusts of 70 to 80 miles per hour. So we're shifting the stronger winds off into the Inland Empire and Orange County, but we're still very windy with fire weather warnings in place from Ventura County all the way through San Diego County. Now, maybe the fires aren't in your immediate area, but we do know that the atmosphere, the winds is blowing a lot of that smoke and soot, so we have air quality alerts. So you do need to be aware that the air quality is suffering. Now, what we do need to pay attention to is the future winds. We're going to pick this up 2 o'clock this afternoon. Look what happens. We can see the stronger winds, 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts, that will be with us through our local mountains and foothill areas. That does include LA County. By tomorrow, we'll start to see the winds relax a little bit, but we do get a little windy overnight Friday into Saturday. There is a chance we could be looking at another stronger Santa Ana wind developing for early next week. I don't want to go there just yet. I want to get through this weekend, get through the next 24 to 48 hours. But I'm watching something for Tuesday and Wednesday that does suggest we could be talking about more Santa Anas. I think the main takeaway is I leave you with very nice numbers for the San Fernando Valley, temperature-wise, is we do not have a storm in sight. We do not have any rain in sight. After a little bit of a break this weekend, could be looking at another Santa Ana round coming up Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. I'll toss it back over to you.
Henry, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Joining us on the phone this morning, Captain Adam Van Gerpen on the phone with us from LA City Fire. Good morning, Captain. We spoke to you earlier this morning. And just as we are looking at images from across Southern California, behind us here, the Eaton fire burning. This is the look from Mount Wilson. Then we're looking now at the Palisades fire. Give us an update on what the challenges will be for your team today as you continue to fight this Palisades fire.
Well, so our challenges, as you've been discussing, is we're still in a red flag warning until 6 o'clock on Friday. So right now that is still a challenge for us. We're still at a critical fire conditions throughout the next couple of days. So our firefighters are going to remain vigilant. We're staying on scene. We're keeping an eye on the top of Topanga right now. We still have our helicopters providing support for us. So we have firefighters are pre-staged throughout this the entire Pacific Palisades area. They're looking for embers. They're looking for spot fires, and that we're going to be just making sure that we don't have any flare-ups and that we don't have an increase in our wind conditions, which are going to create any further spread.
Captain, one of the areas that I have wondered about in the Palisades fire is the highlands. Do you know if that, and for folks who don't know, there's essentially one road to egress from that area, and it was the road that became very crowded. I believe it's Palisades Drive when at the height of this fire. The fate of those homes, those condos, those townhomes up at the top of that hill, do you have any information on how that area fared?
I was up there late last night, and there was still several active homes on fire up there. I do know there was just some devastating destruction up there. So there was they were able to clear some of the vehicles out. So there was access and egress, but there was a large number of homes that unfortunately were burnt down to the foundation up there.
There will be plenty there will be plenty of time, obviously, to assess whether or not there was enough of an evacuation route and the plans in place to make sure that people could get out and that you folks could get in that situation. But in terms of the immediate situation, clearly it did not work the way that it was intended. Is there something that can be done in the future to make sure that there isn't a gridlock situation like that?
Well, that's one of the reasons that we put out the no parking restrictions and the red flag warnings, is so that we can give people early warning, early notification of this. So people really need to listen to our WIA, the emergency alerts, and when they're given evacuation orders, they can't wait until they see smoke or fire, because that fire could be raging just on the other side of the ridge, and they may not even be able to see it. So as soon as you receive that alert on your phone, on your watch, you hear it on your radio or your local news, you need to heed that warning and evacuate immediately. So in this case, yes, there was some gridlock. People abandoned their vehicles. They left them in the middle of the road, and the keys were not left in them. So that's hindering our firefighters getting up to fight the fire, and it's blocking evacuation routes as well.
Captain, wondering if you have any information on this. We know that there have been injuries when it comes to the Pacific Palisades fire. Any word on any possible casualties due to the fire?
We do not have any word on that. We are going to be doing a thorough assessment once we start getting the assessment teams out. That's why we'll start to get accurate numbers on the number of structures that are destroyed. As they go out and do those assessments, they will be bringing out dogs that will be looking for remains. And if we receive any phone calls, then that's something that we will investigate. But as of right now, we don't have any. But we do know that plans are in place to bring in dogs to search for remains.
And we're looking at live pictures, Captain, of the devastation left behind in some of the neighborhoods there in the Pacific Palisades area, the businesses, the homes destroyed. Is there an active front right now that you are most concerned about in the Palisades fire?
Right now, I know our air assets are looking at Topanga Canyon, the top of Topanga. They want to make sure that it doesn't crest and continue to spread. And like you said, also in the area that you had just previously mentioned, up in the Heights area, we want to make sure that's where we had some of the most fire activity last night. So that's another area that we're keeping an eye on. But as you were mentioning, talking about the weather, we've had a little bit of a lull right now, but we can't back off. We have to remain vigilant, and we're keeping our companies in place. So we have 2,371 firefighters on scene at the Pacific Palisades right now, and we're holding at 17,234 acres. So with the over 2,300 firefighters on scene, we are remaining vigilant, and we are standing by. We have roaming teams of our strike teams, and as well as our brush patrols. They are out looking for hot spots and monitoring to see if we have any flare-ups, so we can dispatch all those resources there. If we do get another flare-up, we can knock it out quickly.
Speaking of that, I don't know if Rich Prickett, our helicopter, is able to go back to what they were just showing. You're talking about these hot spots, and it was a row of homes that looked to be intact and fine, but then you see some smoke right there, coming out of this neighborhood. You see trees all lining this street, and I would imagine that is something of great concern for firefighters.
Yeah, anytime we have these embers, all it takes is a heavy wind, and it can reactivate those smoldering fires that are in the low-lying brush or the vegetation surrounding the home. That's why we have to, as our firefighters remain on scene, we have a large number of them here, and they're going to be looking for those hot spots and getting extinguishment and working on improving our containment numbers.
We've heard about the water issues that some of your firefighters faced during the height of this fire. Have they been resolved? Do your firefighters have access to the water and water pressure required as they continue to work these hot spots?
So that's still unknown. I know at the peak of it is when we were using the maximum water capacity. So I have not been out there. I don't have accurate information on that for you. I do know that, as firefighters, whenever we arrive on scene, we expect and depend on that fire hydrant to be working. So if it's not, then we have to take measures to improvise. So we have to utilize our water tenders, which is we have some 4,000-gallon water tankers up here. We have to do relays. We have to do water shuttles. So if, when we have these large, with a massive amount of water being used, sometimes that water gets depleted. So I can't really speak on where it's at, what the pressure of the hydrants is right now. Sometimes even these pipes get damaged, during firefighting operations. So, I can't really speak on that. We don't have any current information on it.
As we're looking kind of at the skyline, I haven't seen much in the way of helicopter droppings in the area that we're seeing more of the smoke. Is that something that's going to be used today? Any aerial assets?
So we do have, I know we do have aerial assets up. We've been monitoring the radio on that, and it looks like, they are continuing to monitor also. So they're very strategic where they make those water drops. And because we're not having fast-moving, wind-driven fire right now, they're just monitoring it and trying to keep in check where it's needed. So you may not be seeing it, or you may not have a visual of it, but they are out there actively looking for flame where they could do some water drops.
For residents who are looking at these pictures and wondering if their home survived, if there's any way to get in, should residents try to walk in, cycle in, go in any way, or is that still a hindrance to your efforts?
No, that is still a hindrance. Like we said, right now we are at a lull, but this could change in a moment's notice. If we get another influx in our wind conditions, we are still in a red flag warning, and we still have, we're still having critical fire weather conditions. And that's going to remain at least until Friday night. So, but we still don't want people to come into the burn area because there still is a large number of hazards there. There's power lines down. There's gas lines that were burning. There's all kinds of sharp objects, and it's not safe for them to come in. And in addition, we don't want them to block our firefighters' ingress or egress. And even if there's not a lot of fire, there can be smoke there. So people riding bicycles or walking through the smoke, that can be hazardous as well, even for visibility.
What advice do you give to people when you're talking about the fact that we're still in a red flag warning, we're still seeing the possibility of having some strong winds throughout today into Friday? For those living in neighboring communities and maybe they're not under the evacuation warning, what do you tell those folks as they kind of wait on pins and needles to see what happens over the next day or two?
Well, they need to be signed up for the LAFD alerts. That's a great way. You can get a notification. You can check where the current conditions are. Also, have your phone set up so you can receive WIA alerts. That'll if you're in that evacuation area, that you'll get pinged. We're posting continuous information on LAFD.org/news, as well as now we have CAL FIRE Incident Management Team that came in here. They're updating their website at calfire.gov. So people just need to remain vigilant. They need to listen to their news channels, listen to their talk radio, monitor social media, and then be signed up for those alerts so they can get the most up-to-date current information.
And to that point, Captain, I think a lot of people, they go through the initial shock of experiencing something like that, like this. They take care of their immediate needs. Maybe they're in a motel room right now and now thinking, okay, now what do I do? Answer that question. What is the first stop for that person who has experienced a disaster, a fire at their home, is there a first website to go to, a first phone call to make? What should that person do?
Well, in the coming days and weeks, that we're going to be starting to set up some community resource centers. They're going to be having additional information. They're going to need to contact their insurance adjusters. There's a large number of things. I mean, once we get these community resource centers set up, then there have representatives from the DMV, things you don't think about. Hey, you don't have your license, you don't have your credit card. So, once these as we move into the recovery phase, then a lot of those resources start getting set up. So right now we're still in the active firefighting phase, though. So it still is not safe for residents to enter in there. But we understand people have lost everything, and our firefighters, this is their hometown. A lot of our firefighters live in this community. They're responding on people's homes they may know. They're checking on people's homes and now we're having to let people know that their home is no longer there. So people are going to need some emotional support as well. They're going to need to reach out if they need some behavioral health assistance. We do have our shelters and evacuations. All the information for the shelters, where they can seek assistance. We're all going to be placing that on our website at the lasd.org/news.
And as you were talking, Captain, we were just showing all of the devastating damage that we're seeing, row after row of homes, and then we see businesses and large structures that it's hard to even wrap your head around how much has been lost with this fire. Is there any advice you can give? And I think in a moment like this, everyone's saying, we know that our resources are strapped at this moment with all of the fires that we've experienced around Southern California the last couple of days. What can people do that aren't in any immediate danger, that aren't in a fire zone? What can they do to help firefighters, to help keep their property safe during these red flag events?
Well, we always tell people whenever there's a red flag conditions, we always tell them to harden their home. There's things that you can do to help to protect your home. You can have adequate brush clearance around your house. You can make sure that your vegetation is trimmed. You can make sure that your eaves into your attic vents are protected. A lot of these homes that have gone up, they had exposed attic vents. If embers, we had sometimes 1, 2, even 3 mile ember casting, and those embers, it was even blown into our base camp at this fire. So the ember casting is it can spot miles away, and even if you're not in an area that you think is in danger, you can find yourself in danger within minutes and need to evacuate. So if people can harden their homes, if they can just make sure that they have evacuation routes in place, that they have a bag pack, and that they follow ready, set, go. And you need to have a plan in place, and you need to do whatever you can to always be vigilant, especially living in Southern California, whether it's wildfires or earthquakes. You have to always be ready.
Well, Captain, once again, we appreciate your knowledge of what to do and what has happened. You've been a great source of information for all of us, and we hope you will pass along over and over to the firefighters who've put their lives on the line for us, that we are grateful for their efforts.
Thank you. I will do that.
Thank you, Captain. Want to go now to Omar Lewis on Harriet Street and Glen Rose Avenue in Altadena.
Firefighters trying to put out the flames from the Eaton fire. Right now, we can see the smoke behind us in our monitor. Omar, these are live pictures from Mount Wilson looking down into the area where you are, and we can see that there is an active firefight right behind you.
That's right, and I wanted to provide an update as officials say they are now mobilizing resources to help in what they're calling a regional crisis. We've seen firefighters from all across our state and surrounding states helping in this firefight as we were driving into Altadena this morning. This is the scene in this community here right now. We know also that there's a dedicated recovery website that's been set up at recovery
www.lacounty.gov to guide impacted residents through what will be a long and challenging rebuilding process. We could take you to the video here this morning and tell you we learned that CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 will be on site here in Altadena to assist with victim search operations and disaster recovery efforts. We know that so far 5 people were killed in the Eaton fire. In addition here, Federal Assistance Team 5 will be in Southern California working under a federal disaster declaration, providing much needed resources to all those impacted. Officials say their immediate focus is on assessing the extent of all the damage, helping those displaced find temporary housing, and connecting families with critical support services. Take a listen.
President Biden's disaster declaration includes the promise of public assistance and individual assistance. We will begin the process of rebuilding. We will have critical resources available to ensure the residents of our communities are not fighting these battles alone.
People from all over the nation are asking how they can help. So here are 2 essential ways. First of all, support the California Community Foundation Wildlife Recovery Fund at calfund.org, and support the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation at supportlafd.org.
So FEMA has announced federal disaster assistance, including grants for temporary housing, home repairs, low-cost loans for uninsured property losses, and support for business owners. Residents can apply for that at disasterassistance.gov. The American Red Cross is also on the ground providing shelter and meals, while Airbnb has partnered with 211 LA to offer free temporary housing to those displaced. For more information on that, you can call 211 or visit 211la.org. Back out here live in Altadena, we learned that 879 firefighters from all across the state are continuing to battle this fire. You know, this neighborhood is very eerie because there's not many people walking around. No one is allowed to enter this area at this point. But just outside of this zone here in Altadena, this neighborhood that we're at this morning, we can tell you that folks are trying to take those measures to secure their homes. They're watering their rooftops. They're clearing out any brush as well. We learned during that news conference this morning that the LA County Board of Supervisors plans to go in and ratify their emergency proclamations to help provide even more assistance as well. That is the latest for now here live in Altadena this morning. I'm Omar Lewis. Frank and Jessica will send it back to you.
All right, Omar, and we're going to have some information momentarily in just a few moments about how to access some of the resources if you have experienced this fire. But we're going to move right now to what we're seeing behind us. That is the devastation. Live images right now from Sky 5 HD of the Palisades fire. It has burned more than 17,000 acres, and as you can see, many, many homes.
And the structures lost in this fire now believed to be in the thousands. KTLA's Eric Spillman live in the Pacific Palisades with a look at the destruction. Eric, good morning.
Good morning, Jessica. Good morning, Frank. We're on Ocampo Drive, the 600 block of it, and there is a lot of devastation on the street, a lot of homes that were destroyed, but some people are coming back here, some residents this morning, to find that their homes survived, and one of them is Dan here. Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning.
How lucky are you? Your house is over across the way there. It's a 2-story home, and it's still standing.
Yeah, somehow by the grace of God and the firefighters, on early Tuesday morning, they were able to save it. There was the hedge on the back of the property, along with my neighbor's pool structure. Those were completely engulfed. They were able to get back there, knock that down, and somehow save the house.
You look around right across the street here, many of the homes are gone. I mean, what do you think distinguished between the ones that were able to withstand this fire and the ones that just didn't? You think it was just luck?
I do. I think it was just luck and maybe where the wind was blowing. And Chapala behind Ocampo on this side of the street was completely engulfed. And I think the houses that backed up to Chapala got hit harder. And it's just unfortunate. My heart is crushed with our neighbors, our community, the alphabet streets, the entire Palisades is really hurting right now.
Do you think everyone will come back and rebuild? You think everyone wants to do that?
You know, the Palisades is such a family-oriented community, and it's going to be dependent upon, hopefully, our leaders and our politicians will actually do something to get our schools up and running, to create a sense of community, and our leaders will gather and make the rebuilding process truly expedited. And I think if we have a chance at that, we can regrow this community. It's the best community in Southern California. There's deep-rooted fourth, fifth generation residents in this community, and I know that they're going to rebuild.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope so.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. And we showed a lot of these buildings here that are demolished by the fire, just incinerated. And then you look over here across the street at one of the buildings that survived is this one that's under construction over here to the right. It's all wood. It's being framed. Somehow that thing survived this massive fire. Not quite sure why, but that shows you just kind of how haphazard it was in the way of which ones made it and which ones did not. Just remarkable. We'll send it back to you.
It truly is, and one wonders how it skipped from one to the other, but thankfully for those folks at least, their home survived. Right now what we're looking at is the Hollywood Hills, and of course there was a fire that broke out last night. The evacuation order for the Hollywood Hills near Runyon Canyon, that order has been lifted.
But flames erupted last night with the Sunset Fire burning nearly 43 acres. KTLA's Megan Tellis live now in the Hollywood Hills, where folks were able to get back into their homes at about, I think it was at 7:30 this morning, but you have the latest from there. Megan, good morning.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly right, Jess. Good morning to you. You see this gentleman behind me going on a hike with his dog. That's sort of been the vibe out here this morning. People getting back to their new reality. For some people, it's a burned down home. For other people, it's just relief that they are back inside of their home. You see more people coming this way, getting ready to go to the entrance of Runyon Canyon, which is behind us beyond our live truck where the white gates are. Now, the story this morning, I think for a lot of people, when evacuating yesterday on that fire, the Sunset Fire, it broke out at around 5:30. But for them, at least this one woman's account, it was so interesting. She came up this morning before the sun came up, and she said, this is one thing people aren't talking about. She had a couple of things she says people aren't talking about, one of them being the looters. She said, as I was getting my whole family out, all you have in your mind is just you're in survival mode at that point. I saw men coming into our neighborhoods. Police confirmed it. She had this to say. Take a listen.
It was wild. We just started seeing all these cars pull up, doors open, and groups of men running up our street, going up to the doors of these houses. And we weren't sure what was going on. I'm thinking, are these people here to help my neighbors? I hope so. And I left, and then my husband talked to the police and said, what are those guys doing? These guys don't live here. Get them out. My next door neighbor said, his quote, there were like 100 people that came up on scooters and were trying to get into any and all houses on the street.
And did you physically see police officers stopping them?
I didn't, but it's not to say that they weren't. It was so incredibly chaotic, and I was so worried about my big family and getting them out of our old tinderbox of a house that I was just focused on them first.
Went on to say that it was her neighbors getting confirmation from them, those who decided to stay, that told her, hey, we were able to essentially shoo those looters away. But she said she physically saw them with her own eyes and could not believe it. Now, this fire, you're taking a look at aerial shots now, started around 5:30 in the Hollywood Hills on the west side last night near Solar and Astral Drive. That is west of Runyon Canyon Park. It looks like along the upper Wattles Crest Trail, and looking at a map all morning today. Initially, it burned 10 acres. It grew to 20 acres very quickly within the hour, and then more than 40 acres, which is where it is at now. And thanks to the Hollywood Reservoir, helicopters were able to quickly replenish water for aerial drops, which allowed firefighters to get a handle on the fire. And speaking with plenty of other viewers and people who live up in the Hollywood Hills, at least on the west side, who were witnessing everything from the rooftop last night, they said they saw those water drops. They could not believe how great they were working, at least for the Sunset Fire. Traffic, though, when it came to the evacuation orders and people getting out and getting out fast, traffic was bumper to bumper as people tried to get to safety. The police department was deployed to help manage the traffic. I spoke with officers this morning. They said up until about 9 o'clock last night, it was chaos. And, you know, we've been speaking to a lot of people this morning. Evacuation center is at the Pan Pacific Recreation Center off of Beverly Boulevard. But again, people are able to come back home this morning in the entire area. And we're talking along Franklin. And this is here up to Sierra Bonita on the west side. So pretty quiet out here. I don't know if you can see it or make it out in the camera. There is still ash that is falling from the sky. It's the smell, I will say, I still have the mask handy. But now that we're live, you may be able to see the ash that is coming down, just white pieces, white flakes coming. But the mask is still necessary because it does smell, and the smell can get to your head and gives you a headache. I mean, for any reporter who's been out here, forget about us. Think about the first responders. Think about the people who were out there fighting their own fire to their homes to save their home. I mean, just talking about the inhalation of the smoke really, quite literally, Frank and Jess, gets to your head and gives you that headache. So, of course, these are still necessary this morning. This gentleman's pointing to me now. I think he has something to say. A lot of people wanting to speak out this morning. That's what I'm really noticing, a difference and a shift from yesterday. I was in Sierra Madre. People devastated by their burned down homes. In this community, that's not quite the story. They're more concerned. They want to know what happened. They have concerns about the winds picking up. Henry was mentioning this weekend, Friday into Saturday, winds will be picking up again. Do they come back to their home? Do they get their safety bag ready again? So they need to move out to safety. But that is to be determined. So all of that to say this morning here in Hollywood, things seem to be okay in this moment. We'll wait to see what happens as we go into a windy weekend. I'm Megan Tellis. Frank and Jess, take it away.
Megan, thank you. And let's hope that if you live in the Hollywood Hills and you have a Ring camera or some sort of surveillance camera, and you have video of these people for whom there is a special place in jail.
Yes.
Let's just say.
And other places.
Who would try to loot fire damaged homes or people who are running for their lives. Please contact the Hollywood Division of LAPD and let them know you have this video of these people because they can be prosecuted.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine you're trying to get out of your home quickly. You want to get your family to safety, and then you see throngs of people coming up your street to try to take advantage of a situation like that is incredibly disheartening and frustrating for those residents.
And I will speak from experience, having been evacuated a couple times in Yorba Linda. When you're in the midst of fire, if you haven't experienced it, you really cannot explain.
I'm sure.
Everything that's going on, and even though you may feel, okay, if this happens, I'm going to be somewhat calm. I mean, it's a very chaotic situation. So when you see other people, you really don't know. Maybe it's somebody that's called and said, hey.
Knocking on doors and trying to help people.
Trying to help people. Maybe it's your neighbor's friend, relative that they're saying, hey, can you help me? I'm trying to get out. You don't know that. So people that do this, I mean, it's one of the lowest things. And to your point, anyone who's participated in that, hopefully in due time, when the time comes, justice will be served. Listen, we still have fire concerns. I do want to mention I am in for Mark Kriske this morning, and we're seeing some really at least promising conditions out there in many of those spots. But as I've been saying all morning long, I caution all of you, do not think by any means that this is over. Is the worst of it over in a sense of the strongest gusty winds? Yes, I am comfortable saying that. But if we did not have that fresh on our memory, 70, 80, 90 mile per hour winds, we would be very concerned about the winds that we could potentially have later today, 30, 40, 50 mile per hour winds. Under normal circumstances, we would be looking at this and we would be saying, hey, we have strong gusty winds anticipated. We have red flag warnings still in effect. And we could see 30, 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts. That would have our attention. And I want it to have your attention, not to create panic, but in areas where we have active fires. And right now, firefighters are getting a break with the winds. There are still some areas where the gusts are out there and noticeable. And as we get to the afternoon, the winds are forecasted to increase. Remember, we still have a red flag warning in effect. It's not just about the winds, it's about the extremely dry conditions. And those wind gusts that may not be as strong are still going to be coming out of the northeast. It will still be driving fire conditions and it will still make things extremely difficult. The system overall may be relaxing just a tad bit. I mean, the setup from this area of low pressures, the two of them that created this cold blast of air and ignited this windstorm, it may be dissipating to a point, but it's still out there. And what it's doing, it's starting to make its way slowly. And that's another issue with this windstorm that we had. It was just such a slow mover. We know that it was relentless, and now it's moving into places like Orange County, the Inland Empire. And I talked about this yesterday. So we're getting a break in these areas. Yes, we have some strong winds in through Orange County and the IE, but eventually these stronger winds will shift into these areas. So today, obviously, we're concerned about our current fire situation and the wind gusts in through LA County, parts of Ventura County. But our stronger gusts are now starting to develop. And we also have the relative humidity that started to rebound a little bit yesterday, but it's starting to come down. Palm Springs, single digits. Riverside, close to single digits. Chino, Ontario. Now, downtown, a little bit better at 25%. I show you the relative humidity because this will drop throughout the afternoon. We will get drier conditions. Air quality was good to moderate, really suffering, obviously, the smoke and all of the haze that's out there from the soot and the haze, and the fire is creating an issue for air quality. But I want to talk about the future winds, because even though things are somewhat quiet right now, as we look ahead to 2 o'clock this afternoon, if you look at the color shading, we're still talking 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts. As we get to the evening hours, we'll really see these winds expand and get really strong in through the Inland Empire in Orange County. San Diego County could see 80 to 85 mile per hour wind gusts, so we know neighboring communities, places like Temecula, Murrieta, you will have extremely strong winds. The Coachella Valley, extremely strong winds, and then we get into the foothills of Riverside and San Bernardino, which of course will flow into sections of Orange County, areas that are prone to windy conditions, Mission Viejo, the hills in Laguna Beach. We're also talking about the inland areas, Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, Orange Park Acres. These will be areas of concern into the afternoon and the evening. Not that LA and Ventura counties won't be a concern, but the stronger winds will start to develop. Notice as we get to Friday, they do relax in the afternoon, but we get a little peak on Saturday morning. Then we'll get a break through Sunday and maybe another go-round of Santa Ana winds coming back late Monday, so perhaps Tuesday, Wednesday. So my overall theme for all this is, yes, things are improving, but we still have very strong, dangerous conditions that will continue for firefighters and neighborhoods, not only this afternoon, but overnight, tonight through tomorrow. And at times, early next week, we could be seeing a repeat, not of those strong winds of a couple of nights ago, but at least some moderate to strong Santa Anas redeveloping early next week. We do have 70s today. We are warmer, we are dry, we are windy, still have fire concerns. If it weren't for the winds, we would be talking about an absolutely fantastic tail end of the week, into the weekend, with temperatures staying above the average. But we know that the winds and the fire concerns really are going to be top notice for us as far as weather is concerned. Santa Clarita Valley, 50. Notice your winds tomorrow. They increase, 65. So again, the theme here is, yes, we're getting a break, but we still anticipate the windy conditions where you're seeing the stronger gust in the Santa Clarita Valley. For tomorrow, that's more during the morning hours. As we get to the afternoon, they'll start to relax, and we can feel a little bit better heading into the weekend with maybe some higher humidity as well. Looks calm out there right now, looks great, but we do know things will change, and we all need to be on notice for that. All right, Jessica and Frank, we'll send it back over to you.
Okay, Henry, we thank you for that this morning. Joining us now is the executive director of the nonprofit United Policyholders, Amy Bach.
Amy and her team provide tools and resources for navigating insurance after a disaster like these devastating wildfires. Amy, good morning.
Good morning.
So we've been asking this question to some of the firefighters, and I'm glad we got you on the line here, because people don't know what to do sometimes. There's a state of shock and grief, and I've lost my home, or maybe I don't know if I've lost my home. What do I do? Give us a step-by-step. If I'm in that position, what's the first thing I do?
Well, what we tell people is to understand you're not alone. You're not going to have to navigate this all on your own. We've had wildfires in California since people have been living here. Our organization has 3 decades of program experience to give people tools, resources, empathy, and information. We tell people get your hands on a notebook, any kind of notebook, so you can start keeping track of who you talk to when, phone numbers and all that. Keep a journal, because one of the constants here is that people are overwhelmed, traumatized, displaced, and they just need to help stay on track. If you know your home's down, then you do want to notify your insurance company and get your hands on a current and complete copy of your policy as soon as you can.
And then you say there are a lot of rules and regulations here in California to make it easier for residents. Can you tell us about those?
Yes. So if you've lost your home, you're entitled to get an advance, a cash advance from your insurance company of up to 30% of the amount of coverage you have on your house. They are supposed to advance that to you in the early weeks so that you've got some cash to work with. They're also, if you have additional living expense coverage in your policy, which most people should have unless they're with the FAIR plan, which doesn't provide that, that bucket of coverage that covers your temporary rent, your meals, and all that, they also do need to give you a 4-month advance on those funds early on, so you get some cash in hand.
What about those people, though, Amy, who are, we're looking at the Palisades right now, and there are entire neighborhoods that have burned. Some homes are damaged, some are destroyed, some are intact, and unfortunately, residents cannot get in yet to even assess. Can I reach out to my insurance company and say, look, I don't know, and do I just go and get an Airbnb or a hotel and then get reimbursed for it? Or how do I handle this if I don't even know?
Right. So evacuation expenses are covered in most policies, a certain amount of it. So for those people who are evacuated and don't know, it's perfectly fine to call your insurance company, because insurance companies actually have all kinds of data, drone images, and so they may know already about your home before you do. So there's no problem calling them and letting them know. Certainly, it's not going to hurt you. Normally we'll say don't file a claim unless you're sure that it's going to be covered. But in this situation, you want to get information from whatever source you can.
What advice do you have for renters?
So save receipts. Of course, just like homeowners, you want to focus on finding a comfortable temporary place where you can live and be safe. And then, again, get a copy of your policy. For renters, you can start doing an inventory of your stuff. So on our website, uphelp.org, you will find all kinds of free resources, such as a sample of a home inventory spreadsheet that you can use to jog your memory about all the things that you had and lost, and you can start working on that. Or you can just straight up ask your insurance company, will you cash me out on my contents coverage without me having to do the inventory? No harm in asking. Lots of precedent for insurers to do that.
Many people will be unsure of what their coverages are, and then once they are lucky enough to get an adjuster who comes and assesses their home, they might get an offer right on the spot. Should they accept that? And if you're suggesting a second opinion, how do I get that?
Right. So what we tell people is, as long as there's no strings attached to the check, as long as it doesn't say full and final payment, you can take that check, you can cash it, but make sure you create something in writing, an email that says, I just want to be clear that I don't believe this is the full amount that I'm entitled to, but I need this money. And as long as we agree that this is a partial payment, great. However, whatever words you want to use to that effect.
Do they have to respond to that email? In other words, it's one thing if I send it. It's another thing if they don't respond.
No, as long as there's that written confirmation that your understanding is that this is a partial payment, that's fine, right?
Okay.
And then you want to look at the check, if there's a check on both sides, and make sure that there's not language that says full and final. And do not sign a release. In California, your insurance company cannot make you sign a release to pay you insurance funds that they owe you. So as far as getting a second opinion, we absolutely recommend that. We know, look, there are rules up the wazoo here in California for how many days, and how quickly an insurer has to assign adjusters, and, how quickly they have to pay or deny. In a situation like this, The reality is there's going to be delays, and we do encourage people to be very patient if they can. Be firm, but recognize the reality that adjusters are going to be in short supply. There's going to be people coming in from out of state that don't know the rules here. So the best thing you can do for yourself is be informed. And that is why United Policyholders has already created a library for these fires. It's free. We're a consumer group. We don't sell anything. So, our advice is really oriented for the consumer. People are going to be hit from every side by solicitations. I can help you. I have a magic wand. Right. This is not a good time to be signing away your rights, right? This is a good time to be catching your breath and getting oriented. And that's really what we recommend. You are definitely going to want to get second opinions about how much the value of your stuff is and what's covered. And there may be some people that just feel like, I cannot handle this on my own, and that's fine. There are professionals that are available to help you. There are public adjusters that are available. But before you sign on the dotted line and give away a portion of your funds, you really want to give your insurance company a chance to do the right thing. There are great professionals, but you really need to check references because people can be very persuasive and vulnerable. People are vulnerable when they've gone through a disaster. We just really encourage people to pace themselves and don't jump too fast in the first couple of weeks.
Amy, some really great advice for people this morning. Thank you so much for being with us. Again, Amy's nonprofit is called United Policyholders. For more information, you can go to uphelp.org. Thanks again. And if you're just joining us, good morning and welcome to the KTLA 5 Morning News at 10 a.m. Firefighters continuing to battle a series of devastating wildfires across Los Angeles County. 5 active fires still burning, charring more than 28,000 acres combined. 2 of the largest fires, the Eaton fire and the Palisades fires, still have 0% containment. And winds still blowing this hour, fueling the flames of the Palisades fire, burning in the Pacific Palisades and Malibu areas. Wind gusts are expected to reach up to 60 miles an hour throughout the day today. And new this morning, we're learning that the Palisades fire has burned thousands of structures. It is now considered to be the most destructive fire Los Angeles has ever seen. 17,234 acres have burned, and as we said, no containment on that fire. And more breaking news related to the Palisades fire. The Malibu Lost Hills Sheriff's Department is investigating reports of possible human remains in the Malibu Topanga area. The station started receiving calls about sometime last night asking for deputies to conduct a welfare check. Callers indicated they had not heard from their loved ones since the fire broke out. The department's watch commander did not confirm, but implied that human remains were found. So we're now contacting homicide detectives to get more information on that. Crews have made significant progress stopping the growth of the Eaton fire. It is still at 10,600 acres in size. That's what it was around this time yesterday. 5 people have been confirmed killed in this fire. There were several injuries reported. LA County officials now say more than 1,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed. Customers of Pasadena Water and Power being told not to drink or cook with the tap water. The water system there may have debris that's not healthy to consume. They're advising people to use only bottled water. Evacuation orders for Glen Oaks and Chevy Chase Canyons are being lifted by Glendale city officials after being imposed earlier due to the fire. The cause of this Eaton fire remains under investigation. As for the Hearst fire in Sylmar, it has burned 855 acres with 10% containment. It is unclear whether that fire has damaged any homes. The fire broke out late Tuesday night near where the 5 freeway meets the 14 and the 210. Some areas of Sylmar still remain under evacuation orders. And just north of the Hearst fire is the Lydia fire, which is 40% contained. Crews worked quickly yesterday to stop the forward progress of that fire. It has burned more than 300 acres. Soledad Canyon Road between Agua Dulce Canyon Road and Crown Valley Road remain closed this morning. And of course, last night we had the Sunset fire here in the Hollywood Hills. All evacuation orders have been lifted for the Hollywood Hills near Runyon Canyon. The fire burned nearly 43 acres. Water-dropping aircraft worked aggressively into the night to stop the forward movement of those flames. Fire crews are still on the scene within the perimeter to put out any remaining hotspots. And a fire in Studio City last night destroyed a 4-story home on Sunswept Drive. Flames spread to nearby brush due to high winds. Crews jumped on the so-called Sunswept fire quickly, keeping it from growing past 1 acre. But the cause of that fire is still under investigation. And this morning, we are getting a better look at the devastating path of destruction left by the deadly Eaton fire.
KTLA's Carlos Herrera live on the ground in Altadena with the latest for us. Carlos, good morning.
Good morning, and you know what? The fire really devastating. One thing is to see the destruction with your own eyes. You drive by these neighborhoods, you see home after home destroyed. You see several businesses also damaged, leveled, crumbled to the ground. Another thing is to see those residents, those homeowners, those community members coming back to this area and realizing that there's nothing left. That is tougher. It's heartbreaking. We've seen a lot of folks driving by in their cars, on their bikes, walking into this area, sitting on the sidewalk, crying, realizing that they're lost their homes. This is one of many properties that was destroyed here in Altadena. We're off of Harriet Street near Fair Oaks Avenue. You can see, as far as the eye can see, it's destroyed. Vehicles as well, chimneys standing. There's a home there that only has the stairs still up. Firefighters are out here as well, putting out hot spots. There was a home further down here on Glen Rose Avenue on Harriet Street that caught flames just about 2 hours ago. Imagine that. You survived 2 days of these active flames and strong wind gusts, and then on day 3 when the winds were supposedly tapering off, and then you're up in flames. So definitely heartbreaking and devastating to see. The fire still about 10,600 acres. Crews were able to hold that in terms of the acreage, but there is still no containment. So definitely that's still a concern. More than 1,000 structures have been destroyed so far, but of course officials are going to be getting a better idea of the destruction later today. Many of those structures are homes here in Altadena. We spoke with a homeowner just a short time ago.
It's hard seeing, it's the material stuff, but all the memories we had here, just like this guy right here in front of us, we grew up here, we played ball here together, and now everything's gone. I'm out here still today with hope. Maybe we found a picture or something, but everything seems to be gone.
And I know you have to process this, but what now? What happens?
I don't know. We never lived through anything like this, so I'm just trying to figure out day by day what happens next.
That was Frumencio Quiroz. His house burned here on Harriet Street. His family has lived here since 2000. He has 2 daughters, a son, and his wife. They evacuated with their parents as well. And he decided to come back this morning hoping to find something. And he said the only thing left in his property was a pool. He was heartbroken. He was on his way now to check on his aunt's house, who he believes and hopes is still standing. But again, many homes here on Harriet Street have been destroyed. Vehicles as well. It really is tough to watch this. The destruction is unimaginable. Altadena losing pretty much everything here. We're talking grocery stores, schools, churches, gas stations. Over on Fair Oaks Avenue, we saw the destruction earlier. That is known for its businesses. Many local business owners there. And we can only imagine they've lost their businesses, and many of them possibly lost their homes. So it is quite tough to see that. Now we know the community will be trying to rebuild, and elected officials have pledged their support. In terms of the conditions here, yes, we're expecting the winds to shift to the north at about 10 to 20 miles an hour. Wind gusts significantly different than what we saw at this hour yesterday. We remember we saw active flames here causing a lot of destruction, but officials reminding us that we're not out of the woods yet.
The National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday.
The state of California has mobilized water tenders, about 140 of them. They're capable of carrying about 2,500 gallons of water to the areas that are impacted. So water supply, we know, was an issue yesterday, especially at this hour. So California also waiting on that, and other resources arriving from neighboring states like Arizona. Frank and Jessica, you can see the devastation. And this is only what we've seen so far. Damage assessment teams will be out here later today, again, assessing the damage and getting an official count of how many properties will have been damaged, have been destroyed. We spoke with a woman just a short time ago as well. She owns an arts studio on Fair Oaks Avenue. She's worked here for several years. She says she's fortunate enough that her building is still standing, but unfortunately there are not many others who have been able to save their properties, and we feel heartbroken for them. We'll send it back to you.
We do. We know some of them personally, Carlos. It is a difficult time for them. We thank you for your reporting. I want to move on now to the Palisades fire. Live pictures behind us from Pacific Palisades. It has burned more than 17,000 acres. The number of destroyed structures in the thousands.
KTLA's Eric Spillman live now in the Pacific Palisades with more on the loss there. Eric, good morning.
Good morning, and it is a huge loss, and this is one of the thousands of structures that was destroyed in this fire. We're on the 600 block of Ocampo Drive in the Huntington Palisades, maybe the nicest section of this community. And this thing, all that you have left is some steel framing and just piles of drywall and stucco where it caved in when it was hit by this firestorm. Other things to show you around here, this, believe it or not, was a car. It's hard to imagine, but yeah, that was a car. And take a look at what happened here. There's chrome, or there was, on the bumper, and that chrome melted. You can see how it melted here. This was a very, obviously, it must have got to some incredible temperature. And then over here, look what fire does to tires. You can actually see the tire treads there. That's what fire does to tires. Let's take a walk across the street. Another very large home over here that is destroyed, and again, pile of rubble. And you can see a little bit about the life that the people had here. If you look through the back of this property, you can see they had an outdoor patio back there, maybe next to a pool with a nice barbecue. They'd sit outside. They had heaters out there. That life is gone because the home was destroyed, and until they can rebuild, they're not going to have that. Not for a while. We're seeing and meeting people who live in this area who are coming home to check on their homes to see whether they're still intact. We spoke to one woman who owns a business in Pacific Palisades, and she drove by and she was checking on some of her neighbors' homes.
It's hard to put it into words. I mean, it's just absolutely devastating. And our community is such a tight, wonderful community, and it's just very sad.
Do you think people will rebuild?
Well, I think they will, because it's a resilient community, but it's going to take a minute. It's definitely going to take a minute. You know, there's so much thought to go into it, and whether people could possibly go through this again. I think that everything, the trees need to be cleared. There needs to be maintenance on this area where we live, and I think there hasn't been in years, and that's part of the problem.
Back here live looking at yet another home here that was incinerated by this fire, and that woman we just heard from, she wasn't sure whether her home was intact or not, but we're seeing some people coming here, and they're finding that their homes did not make it through the fire, and those are the ones who obviously don't want to talk to us. They are very emotional, they're very upset, and who can blame them? We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, we can certainly understand that, Eric. Thank you very much for your reporting on the ground. Rich Prickett is live over Pacific Palisades. And he's going to show us what some of these areas, we're looking at them now, Rich, as they've been burned out. You have some technology that can show us what these neighborhoods look like before this happened.
Yeah, Frank and Jessica, we're just now in a position where we can show just how bad this fire really is and why they're calling this the most destructive fire in Los Angeles history. And we do have the capability of using our map to give somewhat of a satellite view of a before and after image here. Now, based on our positioning here and the elevation and our restrictions with the airspace, we'll do the best we can to utilize that tool, and hopefully it will translate. But you can see just how many structures were here in this section here, right in the center of Pacific Palisades, Sunset Boulevard, and Via de la Paz. We had a Gelson's that once stood right here. This is a shopping center where there was some markets here, and then we go back to the live shot, and you can see that most of these buildings have been burned completely through. There is a gas station here on the corner that also caught fire, and it frankly is I'm seeing more destruction here in Pacific Palisades than buildings that are standing. And it's awful to see. I couldn't imagine, what we were prepared to see once we got over here on this side of the hill. Over the past couple of days, we really have only been able to see the fire from the north, basically looking from the San Fernando Valley towards the fire. But now we're in a position where there's enough clearing with the smoke that we're able to get on the Pacific Coast Highway side, and it's absolutely devastating what we're seeing here in Pacific Palisades. There's another neighborhood there. We'll switch over here to the satellite view, and those were all homes at one time, and they're just completely destroyed. One neighborhood after the other, street after street after street. Nearly the entire community of Pacific Palisades has been destroyed here over the past couple of days, and we're it's unbelievable. These are the hills in the main portion of Pacific Palisades. The fire, which started up along Palisades Drive, raced down towards Sunset, and these homes in the lower elevations were the ones that got hit the hardest from that ember cast that was blazing over the top of this community. And then there was no stopping it. It just ripped through the entire community here, and it's crazy to see how much devastation we have here in Pacific Palisades. We'll get a little closer to the coast, and I mean it burned up to the ocean. I'm seeing a lifeguard tower, building or tower station that was destroyed as well. Now let me widen out here and for just a second here. I know we want to see the satellite view. It's just sometimes it doesn't translate quite as well as we want to based on the position that we are given. But this is the town of Pacific Palisades, the city of Pacific Palisades, and it's decimated. It's crazy to see here as we pan towards Pacific Coast Highway. These were communities right here along, I believe that's Temescal Canyon and Pacific Coast Highway. These people, the fire just rushed right down the hill, took every single one of them out. And, we can just imagine all these people that were frantically trying to get out in time, before the fire could race over these hills. And we're so fortunate that so many people were able to get out in time, because it could have been so tragic, if any more people had been stuck in these communities. And we'll go a little further over here towards the Getty Villa, or this right here. Okay, this would be an example here. So this is, I believe, this is going to be Sunset Pacific Coast Highway. So a lot of people were funneling down here. This is at Sunset Boulevard, as we know, where all the cars were abandoned or stuck on Sunset Boulevard, and then Palisades Drive. So that's a look at Pacific Coast Highway and Sunset Boulevard. And then you go right over here towards the Getty Villa. The Getty Villa does show some signs of where it had burned right around. It looks like the building itself is standing, but then you look right over here and the entire hillside has been taken out. Only a couple of homes, a few homes in between still remain. I'm sure they have some sort of damage one way or another, but that entire hillside has been taken out. So again, just it's awful to see what has been left in the path of this Palisades fire. We will stay overhead.
Yeah,
Palisades fire.
Rich, we're losing the signal, but it takes your breath away, and that technology that he's able to use really gives you a sense of what was there before, what it looks like now, and the challenges ahead for the community, the folks who live in the Palisades.
I mean, the only thing we can liken it to are images we've seen from a war zone.
Yeah.
It's just, and it really is hard to put into words when you see row after row of homes and you know, Rich bringing up the point that the loss of life, that could have been, and thankfully, as of now, that is not the case. We just had, you know, the possibility that they found some human remains, and they are, according to the LA City Fire Captain, there will be cadaver dogs at some point going around those neighborhoods. But
yeah, the reality is we don't know the full scale yet, and that assessment will take place over days. But in the immediate future, we are still at fire risk, and this weather event is not over. It is not at the extent that it was, but we are still in a red flag warning situation. Henry, do we expect gusts today, or do we just not know?
We anticipate gusts today, and the tricky part will be they will be a little more isolated as opposed to widespread. Now, isolated gusts obviously better than widespread, meaning it won't affect as many areas, but pinpointing where those areas are, always a challenge, and we know we have existing fires right now that our firefighters are trying to get a firm, just any type of hand on. So when we start talking about wind gusts, it's very interesting. I think Eric also said it so well this morning when he talked about it. We've covered fires. I mean, this is nothing new. To this extent, yes, it is. Generally, we will see neighborhoods where you'll see a couple of houses, and you might see, you know, a number of houses. I mean, that neighborhood completely destroyed. To your point, Jessica, about a war zone, I mean, that's really what it looks like in many of these areas, and it's so hard to see. And when we watch this and we feel a little sense of calm because the wind, at least at this point, appears to not be an issue, but we don't want to lose sight on the fact that this is not over. Now, the strongest of winds are over, but we still have strong winds that in ordinary circumstances, we would be up here, I would be up here, saying we have a red flag warning in effect. We have strong gusty winds. We have a heightened sense of fire concern today. And that's still going to be the case. Now, we will see the winds progressively get stronger through the afternoon. We'll have winds from Ventura County all the way down into San Diego County. So now we have these existing fires, and we are anticipating winds, gusty winds. Still gusty winds of 25, 35 miles per hour. Those are strong winds, challenging winds. So we still have challenging times ahead in surrounding areas. You do need to make sure that you're paying attention, whether it's your local news here on KTLA or any type of app. You want to be able to be out in front of this because we still anticipate strong winds. Now, as we get into the afternoon hours, the winds, the stronger winds, are already starting to shift off towards the east. Notice as we look at the sustained winds, we're looking at double digits in Riverside, Palm Springs. Last check, it was 20. Now it's up to 26. So the stronger winds are really anticipated today in through Orange County, the Inland Empire. We've already had really strong winds. Now we're going to amp them up even more. So we will be really concerned about these areas along with the areas where we already have these active fires. So notice we have fire weather warnings. We have red flag warnings in effect through tomorrow evening. So yes, the winds aren't perhaps as extensive in area and the wind gusts aren't as strong. This is still a Santa Ana wind event. It still means dry, warm conditions, and it still means aggressive wind gusts that will be very challenging. When do things get better for us? It's this high and low pressure. High pressure spins clockwise, low pressure counterclockwise. And it's not just any old area of low pressure. This was an extremely cold pocket of air that dropped in. These two systems, so close to each other, basically just created a funnel of hurricane-strength winds trying to find relief. Where was the relief? The relief is out over the ocean. This is where we had a void in the lower portions of the atmosphere. So all of this upper level wind, cold air, rushed down our mountainsides and continues to do that. It warms as it moves through the local mountains and canyons. We call it compressional heating. And thermodynamics will tell us that descending air warms and dries out. So we had this perfect storm. Notice by the time we get to the weekend, the low moves off towards the east. So it starts to relax. The winds start to relax. The sea breeze begins to come back in. Temperatures cool down. So by the weekend, improvement. We'll see less winds, higher humidity, and we'll see much better fire conditions for firefighters. So that tells us today and tomorrow, still reason to be concerned. I'm not trying to alarm anyone. I'm just trying to inform you. If you live in foothill areas, areas prone to fires, Orange County, the Inland Empire, where we've managed to be okay, that could change rather quickly today. So it's the old ready, set, go. Listen, I do it too. I live in an area I'm ready and set. I'm ready to go if I need to. It's an inconvenience. I understand it. But you never know where these fires are going to pop up, if they pop up. So just do whatever you can to think for the next day or two, because we still have fire conditions that are going to be heightened for us all the way in through Friday evening. Got to get to the weekend, and then we'll get some relief in here. Frank and Jess, we'll send it back over to you.
All right, Henry, thank you for that. Want to get to Omar Lewis now on Harriet Street and Glen Rose Avenue in Altadena.
As we look at some of the aircraft moving into place, live pictures here of the scoopers that are moving in to continue the attack on the fire. Omar, what are you seeing on the ground there in Altadena?
Well, I can tell you that families are trying to get back into this community to see their homes for the first time, and this is what they're returning to. Some of these homes still smoldering, like the one here behind us on Glen Rose Avenue here in Altadena this morning. You know, many of these families are asking what's next. Officials this morning saying they're trying to mobilize resources for what they're calling a regional crisis. And they set up a website, recovery.lacounty.gov, to guide impacted residents through what will be a long and challenging rebuilding process. We can take you to the video this morning and tell you as fire crews try to make progress containing the flames here at the Eaton fire. These wildfires come with devastating losses, with thousands of homes destroyed, businesses burned, and entire neighborhoods displaced. We learned that CAL FIRE's Incident Management Team 3 will be on site here in Altadena to assist with victim search operations and disaster recovery efforts. We know that 5 people were killed in the Eaton fire at this point. In addition, Federal Assistance Team 5 will be in Southern California working under a federal disaster declaration, providing some much needed resources to all of those impacted. Officials say their immediate focus is on assessing the extent of the damage, helping those displaced find temporary housing, and connecting families with those critical support services.
FEMA has been activated. President Biden declared a national emergency in this area, and the FEMA administrator is coming today to visit the sites. But there are so many resources from FEMA. In fact, I want to tell you that they opened up their website for applications for disaster victims just late yesterday.
Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. I am confident that we will rebuild.
As you heard there, that FEMA has announced federal disaster assistance. All of that information can be found at disasterassistance.gov. Back out here live, we can tell you the American Red Cross is also on the ground providing shelter and meals, and Airbnb is partnering with the organization 211 LA to provide resources. You can find that information at 211la.org or by simply dialing 211 if you're one of those families needing immediate assistance with a place to stay right now. That's the latest for now here live in Altadena this morning. I'm Omar Lewis. Frank and Jessica will send it back to you.
Omar, thank you. If you are a homeowner and you've tried to purchase homeowners insurance, fire insurance specifically in the past year, you know it has been a challenge, and now these devastating wildfires are expected to make that even harder.
Yeah, KTLA's David Lazarus is here now with more on that. I think many of our viewers have a lot of questions in regards to insurance.
And they should, because this is really a moving target at the moment. Now, what's interesting is the damage estimates, which are starting to come out. They are all over the place. I've seen estimates out this morning ranging from $8 billion in damages to more than $50 billion in damages. I'm leaning towards the high side on this, especially as we know more about the commercial losses and their inventories. This is the kind of thing that just keeps insurance agents up at night. So we still don't know the scope of what's coming for the insurance industry, but here's something really interesting that you probably don't even know about, and that's a couple of weeks ago, California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara cut a deal with the insurance industry. We're talking about State Farm, Allstate Farmers, to try to get them to write more policies in fire-prone areas. And to do that, the quid pro quo was two key concessions to the industry. One of them is they no longer have to rely simply on historical data in setting premiums. Now they can bring in future risk, and that brings in climate change, and that brings in all sorts of variables. The other thing is, unlike most other states, California prevented home insurers from passing along their reinsurance costs. And if you don't know what reinsurance is, that's insurance for insurers. Now, this is a routine thing, especially for large stake things. Now, the insurers offering policies here in California can pass along their own reinsurance costs to homeowners. So what does that mean in terms of rates? Well, consumer advocates say that could cause rates to go up by as much as 50%. I'm not sure if that is a decent number, but that's certainly something. It's definitely going to be in the double digits, because obviously these risks are now going to be passed along to you and me, and that's going to change the equation entirely. Now, if it gets more insurance out there, more coverage, well, that's on the plus side. But at what cost is the question. At the moment, we have our California FAIR Plan, which is the insurer of last resort. They're not designed to carry as much policies as they are now. This is bare bones coverage. It's very expensive, and according to estimates I've seen out there, they are now exposed to home values of as much as $500 billion. And that's something that they simply could not handle, even though the FAIR Plan says they will be able to cover all claims that are out there, but we're not sure about that yet.
So your point is that whether you're in a fire-prone area or not, chances are your premiums are going to go up.
Unless they're able to parse this down a little bit and find some way of having specifically high claims in high-risk areas, chances are, though, it's going to be all homeowners. Everyone in California is going to feel the pinch from that, and that's obviously going to be a big concern for a lot of people, even if you're not in a high-risk area, and that's something as well. Now, we're going to talk later today about the simple fact that insurance is simply the art of risk management. And that means you need to spread the risk as far as you can. Having lots of for-profit insurers having their own little nuggets of risk doesn't accomplish that. How do we address that?
Okay, well, we'll look forward to hearing more from you later, David. Thank you so much. Well, the smoke that is blanketing us here in Southern California from the wildfires is creating unhealthy air for people across the region and beyond.
Joining us with what we need to know to protect our families, to protect yourself, is a pediatrician, Dr. Tanya Altman. Dr. Altman, good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. Dr. Altman, can you hear me?
Hi, good morning. Good
okay,
morning.
great. I guess you're
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Your shot was frozen there, so it looked like you couldn't hear us, but I guess you can. You just step outside, wherever you are in Southern California, and you can certainly smell the smoke. What is that doing to the air quality that we're actually breathing?
So the air quality is really poor in all areas of Southern California right now, even if you're not directly affected by the fires. It's a combination of the smoke, the soot, the particulate matter. Also, there's toxins and chemicals. So there really isn't any area where it's totally safe right now. I recommend that everyone pulls up airqualitynow.com on their website or their app, and they can see what the exact air quality is in their area. If you do need to be outside, I recommend using a KN95 mask We have many of them available from the pandemic, but I saw people walking out and about this morning without a mask. And to me, that's not safe, not only for those who have highly sensitive lungs, but really for everyone of all ages.
Well, doctor, what are some of those long and short-term health effects that wildfire smoke can have on our respiratory system?
Definitely. So for the very young and the elderly, they are more sensitive to inhalation from the particulate matter, but anyone with underlying asthma, lung issues, heart issues as well. And it can not only cause immediate trouble breathing, but it can also cause more long-term inflammation and effects that you may not see for a few days to a week. So really, it's best if everybody stays inside, keeps your windows and doors closed. If you can recirculate air in your car, in your house, that is recommended. As well, run a HEPA filter if you have one in the room that you're in to also help filter out as much of that particulate damage and matter as you can.
You're a pediatrician. Talk to us about how vulnerable the kids are, and are there specific measures that we could take with children?
So the kids are particularly vulnerable. Their lungs are more sensitive when they have viruses, colds, when they're breathing in bad air quality, to wheezing and inflammation that can affect them both short-term and long-term. I also want to make sure that everybody, if you've needed any inhalers or medication to help your kids breathe or protect their lungs, that you go ahead and make sure that you have it right now. I talked to many families that were evacuated during the fires that forgot their inhalers or other medications that the kids or family members needed. And they said, should we go back and get it? And I said, never go back if you've been evacuated. Find a pharmacy near where you're staying and we will send it to you. Make sure you have everything that you may need on hand, always with you in your emergency pack.
And doctor, I'm just wondering, it's also cold and flu season. A lot of people are having, upper respiratory issues to begin with. Then you factor this kind of thing on top. When is it time to maybe seek a doctor?
So you're right, Jessica, that all plays a role. If you already have a cough or cold and then you're inhaling some air outside that isn't as healthy, that all can combine and cause inflammation, infection, and irritation in your lungs. So if you or anyone in your family or your kids are having wheezing, trouble breathing, coughing that won't stop, or they're really just not feeling well, looking pale, blue lips, anything that doesn't seem right, then please call your doctor or go to an urgent care or emergency room. We are seeing an overwhelming number of people now with trouble breathing. I talked to pediatric hospitalists at local hospitals this morning, and they said they are admitting more kids with trouble breathing that do need assistance.
All right, Dr. Tanya Altman, we always appreciate your input. Thank you very much. For more on Dr. Tanya Altman and her practice, Calabasas Pediatrics Wellness Center, you can go to drtanya.com, calabasasPeds.com, or of course you can follow her on social media.
All right, I want to check in with Henry once more. Even I noticed here in our studio, when I walked out into the hallway, it's overwhelming.
You can smell it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was just such great information there. And it also speaks to maybe you're not in an immediate fire area, but you are affected by all of the air quality because of the smoke. The air quality today is suffering, and this will continue to be the case as long as these fires are out there. A couple things of note. Take it easy out there if you're doing any strenuous exercising because the air quality is very poor. I do also want to mention, keep in mind, we are still under a red flag warning until tomorrow evening. So even though things right now in many places look much better, we do anticipate wind gusts. Look at the coast, could see up to 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, mainly in through parts of Orange County coastal areas, but also in through LA County as well. So even though the winds will not be as strong, we still anticipate extremely strong gusty winds. This would, any other circumstances, we would consider this a strong Santa event that will set up later today and through the evening. So the winds are coming back, maybe not as ferocious, but strong enough for concern. We're still talking 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts in some of our mountain communities, so that will pose a threat to our fires that are currently active. And we are looking for the strongest of winds to start shifting a little bit off towards the east into Orange County, the Inland Empire. So those will be areas we will be really focused on this afternoon and this evening, and are at risk for future fires because we could see some extremely strong wind gusts. This will continue all the way through tomorrow. Before I go, I do want to mention this. This was a great story that we had on our website. The Pasadena Humane so many animals came in yesterday and more anticipated today. A lot of them with burn injuries, displaced, things of that nature. They are asking for donations. Very simple. They have a donation box right there in their parking lot. They are looking for food, water bowls, extra large crates, blankets, anything that can help them out. And if you do have an animal, you do need some help. We are still under the understanding that the SPCA LA is accepting animals. And Andy, who's here, did a great job yesterday. I know you were at the equestrian center for the large animals. They, to my understanding, still accepting large animals as well.
I think there is still some room there. I know that they had more than 300 horses there yesterday from all over.
Yeah.
I saw them coming in from Silmar, from Altadena, from the Palisades as well. And they were saying, yeah, they really won't turn anybody away at this point. So if you have a large animal, and not just horses, there were donkeys, there were pigs, sheep as well. They are there to help. And it's really amazing because not only is there the space, there's veterinarians.
Yeah.
There are people who are there who are just helping with the feed and cleaning
love our
out the-
animals.
I mean, it's just it's amazing. So, the devastating wildfires, of course, though, here in LA and the surrounding areas, has had an immeasurable impact on Hollywood as well. From productions being shut down to events being canceled to award season postponements. Here to speak on it with us is Variety's senior culture and events editor, Mark Malkin. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Of course.
We've been talking a lot about this. You know, Hollywood, I think, has a major capacity to help. And I think that what is encouraging is that even when many of these celebrities that we've seen have been evacuated or their homes have been destroyed in the Palisades or Altadena, they're also saying, here are ways that we can band together to help. I want to get to that in a minute. Before we do, though, Gene Smart shared an idea on Instagram saying networks should just scrap award ceremonies this year and instead donate all that money being used to put on the events to relief efforts instead. Do you think this is a good idea? I mean, I know people really are not in the mood to celebrate, and quite frankly, I don't know that I really want to see a lot of celebrities giving themselves awards right now.
Yeah, listen, I agree with, Gene's sentiment that right now priorities have to shift. Hollywood has to pivot. Hollywood knows how to pivot, whether it's 9/11, whether it's war, COVID, they know how to pivot to help. I think we have to discuss this a little more in detail because it's a little nuanced. Because what I really just keep thinking about right now is Hollywood is a gig economy. All of those award shows, hairstylists, makeup artists, drivers, waiters, thinking about all of the celebrities are going to be fine. They don't need an award show money-wise. But all of this gig economy, all those people, it's a day rate. They're all going to lose work. And I'm sure they're thinking about that right now. Listen, I spent yesterday sort of detailing every event premiere that was canceled or postponed. And I got a lot of, blowback of like, who cares? This isn't important. And sure, in the scheme of things, a red carpet doesn't compare to this. But there are people who rely on this to feed their kids, to pay their rent. You can't just ignore that.
And I think it's a good point in a city where obviously everyone was impacted by the pandemic for a while. There were the shutdowns related to the strikes. What do you think we will see as far as postponements and cancellations? I mean, what are we looking at?
I think right now, through the weekend, everything has been either canceled or postponed. Critics' Choice Awards, a BAFTA Tea Party, all of these events, premieres, the last showgirl, Pamela Anderson, we all know, she's made this incredible comeback. It's going to be interesting to see what happens afterwards when the fires are under control, where it's not 24/7 news coverage of it. Then it's like, okay, you're walking on a red carpet. What do you talk about? How celebratory could you get? Found it interesting tonight in New York was supposed to be the premiere of Back in Action, which is Jamie Foxx and Cameron Diaz's new movie. Everyone was very excited about it. It's Cameron Diaz's return to movies.
Right.
In New York, they canceled the premiere because they said, how do you walk a carpet and be like, I'm so happy to be back in acting when literally your neighbor's house is burning down. So it's not only California now, it's going wide.
Yeah, and I said we were going to talk about how people are starting to help. Yep. We know that the EIF is putting together a fund to help get money to first responders, to frontline workers, to families who have been displaced. They raised more than $60 million for the victims of the Maui fires in 2023 with the help of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and also Oprah. That is now, I believe, being queued up. And then also there's the SAG Foundation for people who are in the community. What other things do you want to see people using their platforms to do?
I think there's someone like Jamie Lee Curtis. She uses her platform perfectly. You know, she talked about it last night on The Tonight Show to give a human face to it. And then today she announced on Instagram, I'm donating $1 million. But she also said, but I'm working with Newsom, I'm working with Mayor Bass to say, what is the best use of that money? I think that's what's really important here, where it's just not donating to just willy-nilly, really trying to figure that out. I think you're going to have a lot more celebrities, studio executives, media moguls making those donations. And I think everyone's just trying to figure out what is the best use of those donations and where should they go? Because you don't want to just throw money at a GoFundMe. I'm getting emails from the GoFundMe PR saying, hey, these are legitimate GoFundMes, because unfortunately in this day and age, people do shady stuff, and all of a sudden you're sending a GoFundMe to someone who's not even in California and hasn't been affected by the fires. So I think that's what's really important. I do think we're going to be seeing a lot of donations being made in the next week, 2 weeks, months. I mean, obviously this is going to take forever to rebuild.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck with everything. We'll, of course, be following to try to see where we can help and where everybody, I mean, that's the number one thing that I've really been talking to about. Everybody who's not immediately impacted by this is saying, where can I help? How can I help? What can I do? And I think that, while I've struggled with this a little bit, I don't know if you have, but I see a lot of the celebrities who are posting, and I feel for them because they are victims of a lot of this. But like you said, especially many of them that will be able to rebuild, I think, okay, I get it. But then at the same time, I realize that they have the visibility and that they have the ability to help somebody maybe who doesn't have that platform.
Well, and let's just say, look at the other side. I think a lot of help is happening that is not visible. I think a lot of people in Hollywood are stepping up and saying, come stay at my house.
Yeah.
Come, what can I do for you? There's a lot of that going on that isn't in Variety or on KTLA, but it is happening. So I think that, to your point, yes, there's help, and there's, hey, look at me.
Yeah.
And hopefully there's more, how can I help going on.
Yeah, well, we will, of course, have more of that for you at KTLA.com. We'll share those links where if you would like to help.
Yeah.
Mark Malkin, thank you so much for being
Mark.
here. It's great to see you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in.
Hope you and your family are well.
Yeah,
back to you guys.
Thanks, Mark. Want to get to Megan Tellis now. She's gone up into the Hollywood Hills, where the Sunset Fire sparked last night, forcing people to evacuate.
Those evacuations, they have been lifted. Megan, you have residents who've made their way back there this morning. What are you hearing from them?
Yeah, it's interesting because all morning we've been saying where the fire started last night around 5:30 and erupted to 10 acres, then 20 acres, and then now it's reported.
It looks like we lost the signal there from Megan. We'll give it a second. Sometimes these things reestablish within a second or two. We'll give it maybe 3 seconds. Okay, not going to happen.
Okay, so we'll check in with you, Henry. Give us a look at what we're dealing with today when it comes to weather and winds.
I think it's really important to know that we're not out of this yet. So I think the good news would be, and obviously we're seeing this in many spots, the winds are not nearly as strong or forecasted to be as strong, but we still have strong winds, especially as we get to the afternoon. And those winds are going to be shifty. Now, right now in Pacific Palisades, winds are at 4 miles per hour. Not a big deal. But as we get into the afternoon, we will start to see the winds, especially through some of our mountain and foothill areas, start to pick up a little bit. A lot of single digits in through LA and Ventura County. Thank goodness for that. But as we look back towards the east, and that would be on the right-hand side of your screen, we are starting to find some stronger wind gusts out towards Riverside, Riverside County, and in through San Bernardino County and parts of Orange County. And this is something I talked about yesterday. I said, look, our initial concern obviously is in through LA and Ventura County. We're having the strongest winds, but these winds effectively will slowly taper off, but they're going to shift off towards the east. And so now the problem areas today will continue to be where we have our current fires, but also in through Riverside. Look at that big gash of air that comes through Riverside and then spills in through parts of Orange County. And that would be right over the Santa Ana Mountains, where we get the names for the Santa Ana winds, this offshore wind event. So this is an area that's prone to Santa Ana conditions. Those of you in through Orange Park Acres, Villa Park, stretching in through Mission Viejo, Laguna Hills. I mean, these winds are going to be very ferocious once again, especially tonight, where Palm Springs, areas around San Diego County could see some of the higher wind gusts of 80 miles per hour. So we do anticipate winds picking up. We're all the way into Friday morning with our wind map, and we still have winds from Santa Clarita all the way through Riverside and stretching into the foothill areas. So although winds are at least effectively to some degree getting better, they're not going away. They may not come back as strong, but we do have stronger winds for Orange County, Riverside, San Bernardino County than what we've had. That'll be through tonight. And look at Saturday morning, we're still holding on to what will be isolated gusts. So then it gets tricky. Maybe a lot of areas aren't affected by even a breeze, but we still could see some gusts in the mountain communities in the foothills, and that still poses a threat. Even though we lose the red flag warning on Friday evening, we still could see some gusty conditions through Friday night into Saturday morning. Temperatures are taking a back seat. Otherwise, this would be the big story. I mean, here we are in January talking about mid-70s and beach days, right around 70 degrees for Newport Beach. But we know the winds and the fire, obviously the main concern, and we would give all of this up to just get back to 55 degrees and some higher humidity, even some rain. But right now we're dealing with strong offshore winds that will once again be out there, Ventura County, anticipating 45 to 50. And again, any other day, we would be talking about a major Santa Ana wind event. But we're looking at these conditions and thinking, oh, it looks much better than what we've seen. Yes, it does, but it's still dangerous and it's still rough, even for the Santa Clarita Valley tomorrow at 65-mile-per-hour winds. So even though we're getting this pause, do not be thinking that this is over by any means, at least the threat, not to cause alarm in folks, but you do need to be aware that we still anticipate really strong winds. The IE, you are one of those spots. So Rancho Cucamonga, Fontana, Ontario, Chino, Eastvale, look for strong gusty winds, fire concerns to be elevated all the way down into San Diego County. Looks peaceful here at LAX, but we still have some rough times coming up over the next 36 hours. With that, Frank and Jess, I'll send it back over to you.
Henry, thank you. The catastrophic Palisades fire has destroyed, as we've now reported, thousands of homes and businesses. And before and after satellite images show how flames swept across a stretch of beachside homes along PCH. We want to show you Tuna Canyon Road in Malibu, some local landmarks damaged there. This is what it looked like before the fire on the left, and obviously what it looks like on the right. Among them, the Real Inn, located in the 18,600 block of PCH. Before and after images show what's left of that well-known seafood restaurant. It was a staple in the Palisades for 36 years.
The iconic eatery Moon Shadows is gone. Before and after images shows that there's nothing left. Where the celebrity favorite used to stand, flames engulfed the structure, causing it to collapse into the ocean. And the ranch house that movie star Will Rogers owned until his death in 1935 has been reduced to rubble. Several structures that were standing before the fire are no more. During the 1920s, Rogers bought land in Santa Monica, developing what is now Pacific Palisades.
And we want to show you the Theater Palisades, what it looked like before and after the fire. The community theater, founded by 3 television writers in the 1960s, fully engulfed in flames on Tuesday. Officials say all operations have obviously been suspended until further notice. And then one of the great treasures of Southern California, the Getty Villa. Some trees and vegetation at the Getty Villa did burn, but the museum's buildings and artwork were not impacted. The museum had water stored on site. They took steps to protect their structures, including sealing off the galleries to protect the pieces from smoke damage. The Getty Villa will remain closed, however, through at least next week.
And luxury hotels throughout Beverly Hills are said to have hit capacity. According to TMZ, the Peninsula Hotel, the Beverly Hills Hotel, Waldorf Astoria, Four Seasons, and SLS are all booked solid. With Palisades residents, now the Queen Mary in Long Beach is offering discounted rooms to evacuees. They're also waiving the tourist attraction fee, and for more information on that, you can check their website at queenmary.com.
Airbnb is offering free temporary housing to residents impacted by the fires. The company is partnering with 211 LA. That's a nonprofit. It serves the Los Angeles County for things like food and shelter. In a statement, Airbnb said it is specifically focused on residents who have either lost their home or been forced to evacuate. Affected residents can find more information on airbnb.org and request assistance. If you're an evacuee who needs a ride to get around, you can take the Metro today free of cost. Some bus lines have been suspended or rerouted in areas impacted by the fires, but there are other buses that are in operation. Also, rideshare companies like Lyft and Uber are offering at least discounts to people needing to get to evacuation shelters. For Lyft, use the code CA Fire Relief 25. for a free ride worth up to $25. Each user can use the code for a maximum of 2 rides. Uber is offering free rides of up to $40 to designated shelter locations in Pasadena, Woodland Hills, Pacoima, and Westwood. Just add the promo code WILDFIRE25 in the wallet section of the app before you request a ride. Like Lyft, you can use that code twice.
The American Red Cross is one of the many organizations helping those affected by the fires across Southern California, and they desperately need your help to continue their efforts.
Joining us live with details on how they're assisting the community and ways to help is Diana Pineda. She's the Red Cross executive for the Greater San Gabriel and Pomona Valleys. Diana, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
Of course. Tell us what some of the services are that Red Cross is providing to those affected by the fires.
Yes, our current immediate assistance is our shelters. We have 7 shelters across the Los Angeles region. 5 are Red Cross shelters. 2 are in collaboration with our partners. And we're feeding, we're providing blankets, comfort kits. If you are in need and need a place to stay, please visit redcross.org and find a shelter near you. And if you're not staying in our shelter and you still need these resources, please feel free to go to a shelter and you will also be a recipient. And we're more than happy to help your families.
Diana, our viewers who are watching this morning, if they want to help, how can they? And is there anything that the Red Cross is in desperate need of at this moment?
Yes, financial donation is the best way to help those in need. It allows us to help people immediately. If you would like to donate your time and volunteer, if you would like to donate blood, as there is also a blood need during this time, please visit redcross.org, call 1-800-RED-CROSS, and be active, be prepared, and help your community.
And is there a way for me to physically volunteer? That is to be someone who helps you at a relief site to hand out food or clothing or that sort of thing? Do you need those kinds of volunteers?
So our shelter associates and our mass feeding volunteers do go through training. So please, if you would like to start volunteering, as this is going to be a long-term recovery process, please visit redcross.org and ensure that you get the training needed, and then you can come out and help support these communities in need.
Diana, really useful information this morning. Thank you so much for being with us and for all the Red Cross does each and every day. For more information on the Red Cross and to help those affected by the fires, you can go to redcross.org/donate. You can also scan the QR code that you see there on the screen. Thanks again.
Just a bit of housekeeping. One more thing, that if you were planning to go to the Lakers game tonight at Crypto.com Arena, it has been postponed. So that game is not going to be happening tonight here locally in Southern California.
Rich Prickett, we know in Sky 5 HD, has been all morning long making his way towards the Eaton fire in Altadena. This is a look at that. Rich, give us the latest if you would.
Frank and Jessica, this is a live look of the Eaton fire. Still continuing to burn up in the mountains above Pasadena and the Altadena area. Now, we were trying to get in position to try and give you a look at the areas that had burned in Altadena, but unfortunately, just due to the smoke, it's just really difficult to see for right now. But still, I would say the most active portion of the fire right now is going to be at the higher elevations. That's actually Mount Wilson, tucked somewhere in that smoke, and we're still seeing a little bit of active fire that's right there on the ridge line. This is up in the higher elevations, up above again, Altadena and Pasadena. So again, we're still have that amber cast that we're going to be concerned with as it makes its way down the mountain. Now, as we were trying to make our way up into the Angeles National Forest, we were actually getting quite a bit of turbulence. So we're not seeing as much wind down at the ground level, but at the higher elevation, which is where the most active portion of the fire is, there's certainly some wind gusts up there. So we're certainly some dangers as far as blowing ambers over the communities, but Altadena was another area that was heavily impacted by these wildfires over the last couple of days. We're at 10,600 acres here in Pasadena. 5 people unfortunately have lost their life, and hundreds, if not thousands, of structures are now lost. That's the latest from the Eden fire. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Rich, thank you.
All right, Rich, can you give us just an overview of exactly where we are right now?
Yes, we are over the La Cañada area right now, looking to the east towards Mount Wilson and the Eden fire that is burning right at the top of the ridge line near Mount Wilson. Mount Wilson has a lot of large antennas. It's a repeater site. It's a very important site, actually, for the city of Los Angeles. We have repeaters, antennas. Being an impact in their coverage or their TV signal, then there's a possibility.
All right, good morning. It is just short of 11 a.m. You're watching KTLA 5's continuing breaking news coverage of the wildfire emergency. Here in Southern California, I'm Glenn Walker.
And I'm Lou Parker. Thanks for joining us this morning. If you are just joining us, this is a look at how widespread the fire emergency is across our area. The winds, of course, here dying down slightly this morning, but a red flag warning remains in effect for all of LA County until at least 6 p.m. tomorrow. That is tomorrow, Friday. 5 fires are still actively burning this morning.
The Palisades fire has now grown to over 17,200 acres, and thousands of structures have burned, of course, most of those homes. Meantime, crews have made significant progress stopping the growth of the Eden fire. It is still 10,600 acres in size, which is what it was around this time yesterday. 5 people have died and more than 1,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed. The Hearst fire in Sylmar has burned 855 acres. That one is 10% contained. The Lydia fire in Acton has burned more than 300 acres and is 40% contained. That one starting yesterday, and all evacuation orders have now been lifted for the Sunset fire in the Hollywood Hills near Runyon Canyon. That was quite a scene last night, that fire burning nearly 43 acres. All forward progress on that fire has now been stopped.
That is the good news about the Sunset fire for sure. We were here all day yesterday. You heard Kai Goldberg talk about these winds, talk about the conditions, and we are going to get an update from him right now. Hi, Kai.
Yes, hello, Glenn and Lou. Greetings, everybody. First and foremost, the atmosphere here in Southern California, extremely dangerous. I've been up since about 4 o'clock this morning myself and outside through the San Gabriel Valley. Well, it's just very difficult to breathe, very difficult to do quite as much of anything, especially physical activity. That's something you just want to keep out of your plans for much of the day today. And the air quality, especially as we make our way into the fire lines there in the Pacific Palisades, you can see these red dots. They're popping up here and there, also out towards Altadena. Again, definitely some very unhealthy air, hazardous air quality throughout much of Southern California today. So if you can stay indoors through the remainder of the day today, if you don't have to go to work, I know school canceled for a lot of kids throughout much of Southern California, keep them indoors, keep yourselves healthy. Winds, well, we continue to see the winds making their way down those typical corridors, coming down out of the Antelope Valley into the Simi Valley, the Santa Clarita Valley, the San Fernando Valley, out to the Ventura County coastline. You could still see Camarillo picking up sustained winds at 25 miles per hour. Breezy conditions throughout much of downtown Los Angeles, Orange County, and those winds starting to shift a little bit more out towards the Inland Empire. Corona picking up 20-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Red flag warning for the remainder of the day today, for the remainder of the day tomorrow on Friday as well. All of Southern California continues to stay under dangerous fire weather conditions, extremely dry air, and once again, bursts of Santa Ana winds that will continue to take us through the next 24 to 48 hours. And back to the subject of dry air, look at the relative humidity values right now. out to Burbank at 12%, 11% for Van Nuys, and the all-important high wind warning until tomorrow morning for much of the Inland Empire. High wind watches will continue to stay in place all the way through Friday afternoon, and the high wind warnings will continue to make their way through the fire lines, the Palisades fire, the Altadena communities. So things are continuing to stay dangerous on this Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon. We will see a little bit of some better conditions, Glenn and Lou, but unfortunately, when I come back, I'm going to report on another major Santa Ana wind event for next week. Back to you.
All right. Unfortunately, that is not what we want to hear right now. Let's go up to Sky 5 and Rich Prickett. Rich, you're above the Eaton fire, and we hear there's improvement, but doesn't look that way from your vantage point.
Well, you know, as far as the improvement, I would say it's good news for residents, just considering that the fire is essentially moved up into the Angeles National Forest. So it's not necessarily an urban fire where it's taking out, you know, we're not seeing an episode once again where it's taking out entire neighborhoods. It's up in the wildfire area. So this will be something that they will need to attack from the air, in the air. So right now what you're looking at is towards Mount Wilson, which is actually just behind the smoke, essentially in the smoke at this point. Large repeater sites up there for TV and broadcasting. And we'll widen out here and show you just how much smoke it is putting out over the Altadena, Pasadena areas. The smoke actually going all the way into downtown LA. So this is what is where basically the poor air quality and all the smoke that we're seeing over downtown LA right now is coming from. So we were trying to give you a perspective of Altadena, where the most impact was over the past couple of days, especially Tuesday night into Wednesday. And unfortunately, we just don't have a vantage point due to the heavy smoke that is blanketing that area. We're actually looking from, I would say, the Sunland area, and we're looking east into La Cañada and Altadena area. But that's basically the view that we are able to offer as of right now. The 210 freeway is actually tucked in down there, which does remain open. Just a heads up for anybody that needs to make it through the area. However, it's just a lot of heavy smoke. As we were trying to fly up towards Mount Wilson to get a view of what the site looked like, we were actually hitting quite a bit of turbulence. So, you know, as far as the winds here, it's gusting somewhere around 30 knots, or 30 miles an hour is what we're indicating up here in Sky 5. So as far as the winds, it's definitely a certain different situation compared to what we saw over the Palisades fire. And there's going to be some ambers that are still kicked up. And take a look there. Just in the last couple of minutes, we're starting to see some darker smoke. That's the latest from over the Eaton fire. And Rich Prickett, I'll send it back to you in Hollywood.
Rich, real quick, could you tell us what direction that smoke is blowing right now?
The direction is blowing south, so it's going to be blowing towards back into Pasadena and into downtown. So most of the smoke that we're seeing over Southern California and the Los Angeles area is coming from this peak right here, from the Eaton fire. I know that the fire over Palisades is also putting out quite a bit of fire, but a lot of that is actually going offshore, and this is likely where most of the smoke and the poor air quality is coming from here. So again, we are seeing some black smoke up there, so hopefully we're not losing any structures up there at Mount Wilson. I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Rich Prickett. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Meantime, we're going to hit the ground and check in with Chip Yost. He's also following the Eaton fire. He's in San Gabriel Valley. Where exactly are you, Chip? Good morning.
The flower store was there. Yeah.
Good morning, Chip.
Yeah, hey there, guys. We're here on Lake Avenue in Altadena, and we've been hearing a lot about not only the destruction to the homes and the difficulties for the people there, but the businesses throughout Altadena. There are so many businesses destroyed, including some of the ones here. This one, we understand, I think on this side used to be a thrift shop. Over here somewhere, there's a flower store. There's actually, you see a stump there. It was Altadena Florist. We were to some of the folks who own that. They didn't want to be on camera early, but they were telling us, yeah, that it's been in the family for years. That is gone, but up and down the street, it's just all kinds of destruction to the businesses here. Let's show you some video right now that we took driving up Lake Avenue. This video you're looking at is going up Lake Avenue, and it's just on both sides of the street. Business after business has been destroyed. A little bit later in this video, you're going to see we're going to turn on to Mendocino Street here, and there, when you go down that street, houses on both sides of the street just gone, and it's almost every block, every other block you go to, you see scenes like that. I think we heard this morning that the count of structures destroyed in this fire so far is more than 1,000. That could go up just based on us driving around. It's just it's hard to describe the amount of destruction we're seeing. We just suddenly switched. What are your folks' names? We're talking to them. What's your name?
My name's Alan Parks.
I'm Chip with KTLA.
Dottie Parks.
Dottie Parks. Chip with KTLA. This is Andre, with our photographer. You were telling us, we saw you walking down the street, just kind of, you're doing what we were doing, just looking on both sides, and I saw the looks on your faces. You're saying, tell me, you've lived here for a long time. Your house is okay, right?
Yes, we've lived here for 43 years, and our house, by the grace of God, survived, and there's not any damage to it. So this morning we could walk through. We had to stop by the CHP, and they said you could walk through with ID. So we came back just to kind of look at the damage, and it's just heartbreaking.
Carry something out. There's no water. There's no power.
And tell me about you were telling me too that this was a thrift store here. Somebody was it a UPS or a post office store?
That was Altadena's prime post office up there, and right next to it was Pizza Joe's, which was a standard in the neighborhood, and it's just heartbreaking to see because it feels like just the heart of Altadena has just been destroyed.
And I think I saw, was it the Foxy? Is it called
Fox's
the
Restaurant?
Fox's
yeah,
Restaurant?
That was a really well-known breakfast place.
And living here so long and seeing all the destruction. And tell me about your street too, because you've seen it, and I'm trying to describe it to the viewers. Every street, it seems, houses gone on your street. Are there houses on your street?
We live on a cul-de-sac near Christmas Tree Lane, and all our cul-de-sac is safe.
Oh wow! But there's a house 500 feet away that just burned to the ground. So it's just no pattern. It's just random, but
just chimneys and things smoldering, and then the next door there's a house that's still intact. It's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, and it's hard to wrap your head around. What do you see going forward? I mean, kind of, you think that they'll be able to rebuild, and what do you think?
Well, we were talking to a resident up here by Steve's Hardware, the hardware store that burned down, and her house was okay. So she was saying the ones that survived this have to help the ones that didn't. And she's going around to some of the people in the neighborhood and kind of working out how to clean the lot or do anything we can. And so we agreed with her. So we're going to start doing that.
It's just how do you get rid of all of this? Where does it go? How do you start? It's just I can't even imagine people having to live through a tornado or a hurricane and having to put up with something like this. It's just to help everyone. Everyone has to just pick up something and help.
All right, well, thank you very much, and I'm so sorry for what you're going through with your community, but thanks for stopping and talking to us. A lot to deal with and try to figure out here in Altadena. That's the latest from here. We'll send it back to you.
Chip, thank you.
All right, now joining us via Zoom is LA Fire Department Chief Kristen Crowley. Can you hear us okay? Chief Crowley? Okay, you're there. Yes. So can you give us the latest on the firefight, which I guess really for the city of Los Angeles, with things under control in Studio City, is basically the Palisades fire. What's the latest?
Right. So thank you so much for the opportunity to address this and share the most recent information that we've got. So we have a number of active fires that are still burning within the city of Los Angeles. We've got the Palisades fire, and I just wanted to make sure that we're sharing the most recent, updated, and vetted information. With the Palisades fire, we're at 17,234 acres. We're unified command with LAFD, CAL FIRE, LA County, LAPD, as well as the sheriffs. It's 0% contained. Also, we are still dealing with high gusts of winds, even up to 60 miles per hour, which is very, very challenging for our resources. But we do have resources on the ground and in the air actively fighting fire as we speak in the Palisades. And also, one really important factor is to understand that I believe that it is safe to say that the Palisades fire is one of the most destructive disasters, natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. There's a number of other fires too, if you want me to share that information.
Yes, we would. Thank you.
Okay, so the next one up is the Hearst fire, and that one did start on January 7th. Right now, current acreage is 855 acres. We are in unified command with LAFD. We've got the United States Forest Service, the Angeles National Forest, as well as LAPD. That one is also 0% contained. Actually, I have a correction there. It's just handed to me. It's 10% contained. With that, we are utilizing dozers, we're utilizing air assets and also ground assets. Next fire is the Woodley fire. We've got good news on this one. This one is fully contained, and we're using fire patrols to make sure that they're monitoring the area for any types of flare-ups. Interesting enough, last night we had an additional brush fire that broke out. That was last night on the 8th. It's at 42.8 acres. That one specifically, right now, the forward progress has been stopped. Crews are working to put out spot fires. And in fact, at 7:30 this morning, we did lift all of the evacuation orders. So that is very, very good news for that impacted community. We did have another interesting and very dynamic incident that occurred almost simultaneously with our Sunset Fire, where we did have a very large structure that was encompassing 2 hillside homes with heavy fire exposing. Now, there was a small little spot fire that we were able to put out right away. We were able to extinguish those fires as well as a small brush that did get started. So that was a very successful effort in regard to our resources that were assigned to that fire. So that's the latest information that I can share with you on the active incidents.
Go back to the Palisades fire. Can you give us, I mean, yesterday was concerned it was kind of advancing in 2 directions. What can you tell us about that now? What's your concern about where the Palisades fire is going next as it looks for fuel?
Yeah, so in Unified Command, we're working with common objectives. So with that, we are focusing our efforts on where is this fire going? And just as important is where can it continue to grow? Now, the good news is we have air assets as we are speaking that are coordinating with our ground level attacks. So with that, that's the information that I can share with you. We are in unified command. So with that, we're working on common ground to make sure we're doing everything that we can to suppress this fire and save lives.
Chief, we understand it may not be in your jurisdiction, but there is a fire, the Eaton fire, that is burning. And for our understanding right now that there's a possibility that Mount Wilson is burning now. Do you have any information about that?
I do not have any information for you.
Okay. We will try to figure that out from our news desk. Also, in terms of the Sunset fire that broke out in Hollywood last night, you guys immediately sent out the evacuation information for folks. And do you feel that people heeded that information properly? I know there were traffic jams. It was a lot of confusion, a lot of fear. But do you feel like that was properly done?
I absolutely do. The evacuation orders went out very, very quickly. That area specifically, as many people in these communities live in these very high fire hazard severity zone, they did absolutely heed the warning. We had a very quick evacuation efforts with the community, which then allowed our resources on the ground to get up to the areas that we needed to go to protect their structures, as well as a coordinated attack from the air.
I know that you said Mount Wilson's not in your jurisdiction, but that is a big communications hub. Will that have any effect on your fire department's communications?
Not that I'm aware of, but we're watching and working very, very, very closely with our allied and close partners here in the region. So we're watching that as we speak, and we're going to be communicating with our local partners as well.
And before we let you go, we are not out of the woods today. Kai has said these winds are going to continue. For residents all across your jurisdiction in Southern California in general, any last minute advice before we let you go?
Yes, thank you for that. You are spot on. We're not out of any type of threat in any means at this point. We really need the community to stay on top of what's happening, where they live. The winds are so dynamic, even this is day 3 of this windstorm. So with that, we need our community to make sure they're paying attention to any type of evacuation order, that they are ready. they're set, and they're ready to go when we ask them to go. That's a very, very important takeaway today.
I know I said I was going to let you go, but in terms of Mount Wilson, I know you don't have any specifics, but we are looking at live images here of fire at the base of some of these antennas up there. As a firefighter and a chief of the fire department, what does that even mean that could happen here?
Right. So you see the dynamic situation. I can see the video right now. It's very dynamic. You can see the winds. You can see the smoke pushing up. That's a very, very important infrastructure. So I know from the LA County side, that is an important infrastructure site. So with that, they're very well aware of that. And I'm sure that is, they're going to address that as soon as they are capable to do so.
All right, LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, we appreciate the update on the fires that you were battling with within the LA City limits. The biggest, of course, being the Palisades fire.
Yeah, great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Kai, this is a major problem.
Just when you think you've seen it all, we continue to see more devastation, more destruction. This is really dangerous. We're seeing, again, the flames at the bottom of your screen. It's tough to make out, a little obscured by a lot of that dark smoke, but they are licking, definitely, at a lot of these repeater towers. And this is very dangerous in terms of safety and emergency safety throughout much of Southern California. These are repeater towers. So these are towers that not only news stations, radio stations use here in Southern California, but emergency events. This is very important. The way the police, the fire, this is the way that they communicate as well. And that's why you've been seeing some of our live shots. They've been going in and out. These are repeater stations. So the signals come off of the transponders down in the lower elevations. They hit these towers and they're able to communicate with areas that are miles and miles away. And they could lose these towers. We could lose emergency capabilities and ways to discuss and talk to other folks. And there is an outbuilding right there that is on fire. There's no doubt about it. It is at the bottom of your screen. I'm going to ask the booth, can we take away that lower third? Because you can see it much better. There you go. Now you can really see it. Look at that fire. It is definitely making its way up into Mount Wilson right now. It is hitting those outbuildings. These are transponders. These are ways of communicating throughout Southern California. So that could be jeopardized as the afternoon moves on, and that could make firefighting capabilities a lot more difficult. But all in all, there's so much fuel up in there, Glenn and Lou. You can see these trees, the brush, everything is just being chewed up by this fire. The conditions just extremely dry right now. We continue to have very, very low relative humidity values, and the winds are not going to cease today. We're looking at sporadic Santa Ana winds that continue to make their way through the mountains, valleys, passes, as well as canyons. And of course, for our mountain communities, we're looking at some of these gusts right now up to 60, 70 miles per hour. And the fire creates its own winds. It creates its own weather. And look at that. That's just incredible. We are right now witnessing the fire just really making its way into Mount Wilson at this very moment. And with all that flame, with all that fuel that is burning, the smoke is just unbelievable right now, and it is definitely making its way throughout much of the basin here in Los Angeles County, of course, the San Gabriel Valley, and eventually more so into Orange County and the Inland Empire as the afternoon moves on. And unfortunately, and we will talk about this later on in the forecast, we're going to see another pretty moderate to strong Santa Ana wind event for next Monday and next Tuesday. So we're only going to see a break in the action from late Saturday afternoon, Saturday night into Sunday before we see another round of very strong Santa Ana winds returning to Southern California.
Well, and also too, this Mount Wilson is way high up there. It's going to take firefighters a minute to get there.
If they can get there at all. The roads could be compromised.
There's a vehicle on the road right now.
But that's not a firefighting vehicle.
So it's at the peak of the San Gabriel Mountains
Yes.
of Los Angeles County,
Very
and
top.
obviously the home of the observatory. Wow, that vehicle being there, right there, that's super dangerous.
Well, they could be employees up there, or they could be national park members, and they're making their way up there to see how things are going. But there's a vehicle right now. That's an emergency vehicle. We don't know. I just saw the lights just a moment ago, and they probably turned the lights off because they came out of the smoke. But again, these are forest rangers, these are forest workers that are probably making their way up there to check on the status, to check on how things are going. But if I were those folks, I would probably evacuate that area very shortly. They could be evacuating right now.
That's true.
There
Yeah.
could be other folks up there in those buildings that we just saw going up in flame, starting to evacuate.
It looks like it's nearly a 6,000-foot peak
Yes.
up on San Gabriel Mountain.
And that building now completely obscured. You can't see anything anymore.
And it was founded in 1904, so it has been there for a very long time and so important to Los Angeles and LA County in general.
Yeah, and I've just been corrected. I stand corrected, not transmitters. They're transmitters, not transponders. So similar words, different meanings, but transmitters. So
Yeah.
again, transmitting all of the radio and television signals throughout Southern California, as well as emergency information.
Yeah, that's not the only one we have here in Southern California, but it is the main one, and it's the one that's closest to greater Los Angeles. Let's get to Omar Lewis. He's covering this same fire. He is down on the ground in the San Gabriel Valley. Omar, where exactly are you?
Yeah, we are located on Mendocino Street here in Altadena this morning, and families are returning to their homes, and this is what they're returning to. Street after street looks just like this, complete devastation, like the Castellan family here. They were talking to us. You've lived here for more than 3 decades. Stephanie, thanks so much for joining us. Take us back to Tuesday. What happened?
What started, I got from work at 4, and then at 5, we got the power outage. And then we got an alert that the fire was starting way over there, going in that direction. So, usually they keep it under control. But as the time progressed, it started growing gradually, moving to the left side. It was like a neon orange color, and it just moved rapidly. And it kept growing, it got bigger and bigger up to the sky. And by 3 in the morning, it got closer. And I said, you know what, it's going to go away. I started praying with my kids. And then I noticed that the house got on fire first, and then the next one, and then started shooting this way. And then I told my dad, we got to get out.
Yeah.
We got to get out. The neighbor's house are on fire. And I just got the hose, water that tree over there. I got everybody on the car, my dogs, my kids, and it keeps the fire. He was shooting at us. Yeah. And we just took off and drive off in the pitch dark. We couldn't see anything whatsoever. And I was so scared driving through the dark because I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know if I was going to hit a car. I didn't know. So I just kept going. And eventually I made it down Woodbury, which was a little bit clearing out. And we made it out of here.
You were able to go to a friend's place, you were telling me, in Pasadena, so not too far away. But you're coming back now with your family. You've lived here for 3 decades. What's it like to see your home like this? You were telling me about your chickens as well. Tell me about that.
I had birds on the back, and I couldn't save the birds. As I walked through the back, the birds are cooked. So it's very devastating because, I worked very hard to accomplish this and help my parents pay the mortgage. And now, it's very difficult because as I see my mom, who's an 84-year-old lady with a heart condition, I'm trying to stay positive and strong for her because she needs me on her rock. And I've had to push through no matter what, plus my kids. So I don't know. I'm just taking one day at a time because I'm saying I'm okay, but I'm not okay. I'm just, I'm trying to be strong for them because they need me.
Yeah. Have you been able to connect with any of those resources at this point that are out there to try to get, the process started to rebuild? I know you're just starting this.
Yes, one of my brother's sister-in-law opened a GoFundMe page for me to help me out, things that I need. So she just opened the page yesterday under my mom's name, and people are sending me texts like where to go get assistance and so forth. But it's coming so fast that I'm trying to do everything that I can so I can have a place for my kids and my parents just to go and rest and feel like, they have a home again. So many people out there want to help out right now and don't know the proper place to do that. What is your mom's name and what's the name of that GoFundMe in case they want to help? Yeah, the GoFundMe is under my mom's name is Rosa Castellon.
Okay.
From Altadena, California.
Yeah. Tell me about this neighborhood a little bit. This community it's been tight knit. You've lived here forever. A lot of these people have lived in these homes for decades as well.
Yes. So I grew up here in Altadena.
Yeah.
people buy and sell, but people that I know, the senior citizens who live across the street from me, my neighbor, the other neighbor, and this neighbor, we kept in touch. We say hi and bye, the basics, but it was a very, very quiet community, very respectful of everybody, so never had an issue with any individuals. But as I see my neighbor call me and ask me did my house made it, I said I didn't know what to say, because I was like, no, I'm sorry, but your car did. Try to be positive. Your 2 cars are left behind, so you can, at least you have some hope. But I don't want to be, I'm dealing, I don't even know. But it's hard, because they're asking me since they know I'm coming out here, and I said, no, I'm sorry, your house didn't make it, but no one else did.
Well, thank you so much, Stephanie, for sharing your story with us. I hope that you all get the help that you need so quickly. Thank you again. Really appreciate that. And as you heard, so many people out there are in desperate need of help just like this. We heard from officials earlier talking about those ways that folks can give. As you heard, the GoFundMe there, as well as the website calfund.org for those folks looking for services right now. The website for them, recovery.lacounty.gov. Officials are setting up a list of all the different places that you can head to right now for folks that are in this exact same situation. Just devastating to hear, as you can see and hear out here today. But that is the latest for now. Live from Altadena, I'm Omar Lewis. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Oh, that was a tough one, Omar. Thank you for bringing us that information.
And again, you're looking at Mount Wilson, which is now threatened by the Eaton fire as it moves up into the mountains. And, from what I understand, we can't even do water drops at the moment.
Apparently, we are doing water drops. That was said that there's a possibility not, but we can do water drops per our desk right now, which will actually help a lot. But you can see active flames there on the far right as they pan over there. Good news is white smoke better than black, and so at least there's a lot of white dense smoke right there, but hopefully, just like they did with the Sunset Fire last night, they'll be able to get in there and do some quick water drops.
Yeah, we did see two trucks up there a couple of minutes ago. They were not fire trucks. They probably park rangers, and maybe trying to get some people that are working up there to get them out of there, evacuated. But as you can see, looking out, and apparently this smoke is all blowing to the south toward Pasadena and downtown Los Angeles. And the smoke quality yesterday, the air quality, it was bad yesterday, but it's even worse today.
Yeah.
I mean, from our parking garage here in Hollywood, you can't even see downtown Los Angeles.
Well, and ironically, we can smell the smoke inside the studio. Obviously, the Sunset Fire was just north of us last night, which was huge, but it just is fascinating driving in as well. I drive through on Sunset, and like huge chunks of ash fell onto my windshield. It's just it's so scary, and you never think it's going to be kind of in your neighborhood, in your area, but you forget. We've all covered wildfires. We forget how bad the air quality is. And my mom, in her 80s as well, and she's staying home today, but I told her, if you go outside, wear a mask.
Yeah,
very important. This is just one of the fires obviously burning in our area. We possibly need to check in now with Kimberly. She's in the Palisades, where we know 17,230 acres have burned.
Lou, Glenn, hi. Really quickly, if we can look up in the air right now. Can you see that? I believe that is the Canadian Super Scooper. I just wanted to show you because you were talking about whether or not there's another one coming right here. The aerial assets are up in the air. I have not seen them do a water drop in this neighborhood over us here, but I can tell you every few minutes, those two planes, firefighting planes, have been coming by, so they are actively in the air right now. The air quality that you spoke about, it's horrible today. We definitely need these masks. But as for the wind, I can tell you today is a lot better than it was yesterday. Now, just to give you a lay of the land, we are here on Chautauqua Boulevard near Carey Street. This is north of Sunset. And if you take a look at the neighborhood here around us, you can just see more of that devastation that we have been showing you, just home after home that has been destroyed. On this street on Chautauqua, just around me, I can see maybe 5 homes that are burned to the ground, but we do do see some that are still standing. We're going to turn around here so you can see one in the distance there that is still up. Now, there are some people who are here in the area walking around. Many have come up here on foot, maybe by bicycle, to kind of take a look at their properties. We just saw some people walking up. We're giving them a little bit of space because it looks like they have just come up here for the first time to look at the damage to their home. Now, the size of the Palisades fire at more than 17,000 acres, and although it could be some time before an assessment is done, officials said earlier today that thousands of homes or properties have been destroyed. Containment at 0. Now, you can definitely feel the difference in the wind conditions. As I mentioned, they were expected to subside, and this will allow firefighters to increase containment lines. However, the wind, as you heard the chief say, is dynamic. The threat is not over. Extreme fire behavior still possible. Now, we know yesterday the state mobilized up to 140 2,500-gallon water tenders to assist. Late yesterday, some of the water trucks ordered up by CAL FIRE were already traveling to the fire incident command post. Additional trucks were expected to be deployed through the night. The water tanker trucks joined, some 23 already on the ground, and more than 7,500 firefighting and emergency personnel. That's according to the governor's office. People remain under evacuation orders. It is quiet up here, mostly fire crews, law enforcement, and media. There are road closures and checkpoints to get up to this neighborhood where we are. However, as I mentioned, there are people that we're seeing coming up here on foot, on bicycle, like Judy Amos, who owns a property up here that did not survive the Palisades fire. Take a listen.
I'm okay. Other people are okay. Most people are okay. So, you know, we just have to get on and get the ball rolling.
Judy, you said you walked up here.
Yes, I walked from Santa Monica, from 20th and Washington. It was difficult.
Why did you decide to walk up here today?
I wanted to document the damage and contact my insurance company as soon as I could, and just begin the process of everything. Because, you know, I have a dirt lot and a chimney.
Now, we were here yesterday and I spoke with several homeowners, property owners, and they were telling me that there is a concern about looting, burglary in the area. What I can tell you is that we have seen so far this morning a lot of law enforcement patrolling. Yesterday, I spoke with the LA County District Attorney, Nathan Hochman, when he was here because his sister's home burned down. And he told me that there will be law enforcement here from outside of our area. Patrol is being beefed up to prevent looters, burglars, and scammers. Earlier today, that's something city and county leaders talked about. They gave an update. Take a listen.
In the midst of the emergency, we've all seen individuals who are targeting vulnerable communities by burglarizing and looting homes. This is simply unacceptable. Shame on those who are preying on our residents during this time of crisis. The emergency order will be strictly enforced by the Sheriff's Department, who are proactively patrolling to protect these communities from looting and any criminal activity.
If you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law.
LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, who you just heard, said 20 arrests have been made so far. Again, officials are saying that looting, burglaries, that is a problem. That's something that they are aware of and they are taking action right now. A lot of law enforcement, we have seen it. We have seen patrol units all around this neighborhood driving around. I just want to give you another look because yesterday when we were out here, after we wrapped up our live shots, I was getting messages and reception spotty up here, but people were just asking, what does it look like in my neighborhood? Can you drive down this street? And they really just wanted to see, because they haven't been able to come back up here. A lot of people have not been able to come back up here yet. They're still on evacuation orders, but you can take a look around here again, Chautauqua Boulevard and Carey Street right there. What looks like two homes here destroyed. And then when we spin around You can see another one here behind the gates, another home destroyed here, and we can't completely walk down the street because we're tethered, but several homes I can see just within my view right here destroyed. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
You know, I got to tell you, if we didn't know she was in Pacific Palisades, I would never guess that's where she is.
I agree. And those images from the helicopter, yesterday we saw some stuff on social media of the flattened homes in certain areas of the Palisades, and we were like, is that real? Like, we didn't want to accept. We literally were like, that could be fake, you know, and it's not. And that is, I think that's what's so overwhelming.
Even more disturbing, somebody posted that picture next to a picture of Tokyo after the atomic bomb.
Yeah.
Looked exactly the same.
I was going to say that some of those historical pictures of Hiroshima, those areas, it looks just like that.
All right, David Lazarus is joining us, and you know, we've been talking a lot about insurance. You know, people and a lot of people have had their fire insurance canceled. That was a big story, about 4 months ago. But another big concern here is with the rebuild is the infrastructure. And we're talking about your water lines, your power lines. I mean, all of that's got to be replaced now.
Yeah, I mean, the utilities are going to be a big factor. And in the past couple of days, we've been watching a lot of, for instance, utility poles catching fire, which obviously means then the wires are endangered. Now, someone has to pay for that. And ultimately, if you're running Edison, for example, or PG&E for that matter, it's going to be, are our shareholders going to swallow that cost, or will we pass that cost along to ratepayers? And we know from PG&E's example up north, especially after the Paradise Fire, that it's not going to be the shareholders' problem. They're going to try and pass that along to ratepayers, providing they get the Public Utilities Commission to play along, which up until now, at least, it has done. So that's something that's going to be coming down the pike at some point, is Edison customers will probably ask to be shouldering at least a portion of the costs of rebuilding and reinforcing our utility infrastructure. And so as if all of the other concerns about rising premiums, rising deductibles, and all that sort of thing wasn't enough of a headache right now for homeowners and for renters, well, now for ratepayers as well, there is that element to be considering. And that's something that's going to be coming down the pike. And that's not all there is as well, because a lot of people might not know this, but in the past few weeks, Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara had to cut a deal with home insurers to get them back into the market and to get them to start offering more coverage in fire-prone areas. And that deal included allowing the insurers to not just take historical data when setting rates, but to also bring in future risk. And that suddenly puts climate change on the table, and that's going to be a key factor here because it's a lot of variables there. And obviously when these insurers go before the PUC to get permission for these rate hikes, when they point to future risk, well, a lot of that's just guessing, but the empirical evidence is mounting. Another element to this as well is reinsurance. And if you don't know what that is, that's insurance for insurers. And up until now, California is one of the very few states that did not allow property insurers to pass along their reinsurance costs to homeowners. That has now changed. They can now pass along their reinsurance costs, and that obviously helps them to take on their own risks. But what that means is higher premiums. How much higher? Consumer advocates say premiums could go up by as much as 50%. Now that strikes me as a little bit high in terms of estimates, but nevertheless, that's something else coming down the pike now.
All right.
Thank you, David.
All right, joining us now via Zoom, California U.S. Senator Alex Padilla. Senator, can you hear us okay?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi.
Good afternoon. So can you give us information on the latest as far as the federal response to support Los Angeles and LA County, especially for the residents?
No, absolutely. And I think the good news at the sobering time is President Biden's very quick approval of California's request for a major disaster declaration. So when he approved that yesterday during his visit here in Los Angeles, that unlocked a tremendous amount of resources, not just for the firefighting and emergency operations personnel and to small businesses as well, but to the residents most importantly. We're talking, not just the short-term assistance that's going to be necessary for shelter and everything else in the meantime, but the beginning of resources for the eventual rebuilding and recovery for so many families and communities.
Senator, you likely just heard us talking about the insurance crisis here in California. Our David Lazarus mentioning that premiums could go up by 50%. Can we talk about the red tape and how you guys are helping us through that currently?
Absolutely. And I'll echo what you've heard from him and from Insurance Commissioner Lada and so many others. Anybody who's gone through the process of buying a home in the last couple of years has probably experienced how difficult it had been already to get home insurance because of fire risk and other risk for disasters. So I think these fires, not just in the Palisades, not just in Eaton Canyon and some of the others, are going to make it even more difficult. So it is one of the policy challenges that we have going forward. How can the federal government support state efforts to tackle insurance? Because without insurance, you can't get a mortgage. And the housing market, the home ownership challenge is already difficult in California. The models to look at and build on are things like what we do in other parts of the country for flood risk, for example, right? Is there a way for the federal government to support states and the private sector to ensure that insurance is affordable and is meaningful for homeowners because climate change is real. Some of the weather events that we're experiencing seem to be growing both in frequency and intensity. And it's not just fires in the West, not just California, but throughout the West. It's hurricanes in other parts of the country. It's tornadoes in other parts of the country. It's floods in other parts of the country. So as a nation, we're all in it together.
All right, you recently visited some neighborhoods in Altadena, and while we were on yesterday, we literally watched the business district of Altadena burned to the ground. And as far as the residents, pretty much the same situation. I mean, is there much left in Altadena?
It's tough. I had an opportunity to visit there myself yesterday, along with Governor Newsom, the business community, the residents. It's truly devastating and heartbreaking. So I want to take a moment to make sure that anybody who's watching, who's been impacted, who's been displaced, our heart goes out to you, and we're going to do everything possible to help you, not just in the short term, but in the long term. One of the things that's heartbreaking is, you have one property that's literally nothing but ashes and rubble right next to a property that looks completely untouched, right next to another property that was still, burning in the process. So it's very hit and miss, both on the home front and on the business front, and we're not out of the woods. The weather forecasters keep telling us the winds may be dying down today, but they could be kicking back up on Monday. So firefighters are going to stay on the scenes to make sure that we catch embers before they start new fires. It's a little bit of whack-a-mole out there, but we want to try to begin to bring these fires to an end as soon as possible.
Senator, we know that you've been extremely busy as well. Hopefully your family and friends are okay as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Some folks evacuated, a lot of phone trees, very active right now, but friends and family, everybody accounted for at the time. So we're counting our blessings and praying for everybody.
Yes. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you both.
All right. We're going to move on now to Corrine Winter. Again, this is real quick. This is Mount Wilson again, under threat here. And of course, this is a big communications hub for a lot of law enforcement, fire departments, as well as every radio and television station in the Los Angeles area. This is a key communications point.
All right, let's check in with Corrine Winter. Corrine, you're in the Palisades area at an evacuation center, correct?
Hi there, Lou and Glenn. Yes, we've been here all morning. The Westwood Recreation Center, it's on South Sepulveda Boulevard. And there is so much heartbreak, so much devastation here with families arriving all morning long. Many of them arrived overnight. This is where those displaced from the Pacific Palisades fire have been staying. And there have been like truckloads of people, shipments of goods arriving here all morning. Need is so great. They're devastated. That's what they've been telling me. There's uncertainty. They don't know what they'll be returning home. Their homes just burned to the ground, but they are getting some help here. The Salvation Army's here, the Red Cross, tons of workers with those organizations on site. And there's food and water and other emergency supplies that have been delivered. They're inside right now. Zero containment, though, with the Pacific Palisades fire. So there are so many families that They've been displaced and they need help right now. The exact numbers are unknown, but there are about 1,000 structures that we've been reporting that have been destroyed. And one of the most destructive natural disasters in LA's history. And the sad part is it's not over yet. This is just the beginning for so many people, for so many of those who have been impacted. More than 17,000 acres burned. I believe that's the last report, the numbers that we've been reporting. The winds have subsided today. That's a good thing, but those red flag warnings are still in effect. Wind gusts expected to be up to 60 miles per hour, continuing throughout the day. So a lot of families here saying that they're hoping that the end is near with the whole destruction being over, the fires, some containment, but right now the outlook just doesn't seem to be favorable. And during this unimaginable time, so many all across the community, though, this is a good part of what we see like this. They're stepping up. Some businesses at this recreation center earlier today, they're trying to donate items, anything they can to help those in need. One company we spoke with, they tried to protein yogurt smoothies to residents. Listen to what they told us.
I wanted to donate today, and so he came out with his girlfriend. We're just donating some good natural food to the clients in there that have been evacuated and need shelter.
When you think of the scope of what's happened, right? A majority of Pacific Palisades is gone. So many other neighborhoods impacted, but the people from Pacific Palisades are here.
Yeah.
1,000 structures just burned to the ground. Like, this is the most heartbreaking thing that we've seen in decades here.
Yeah, I mean, we went in there, we were giving some of our healthy products to them, and we talked to a lady named Diane, and she doesn't know if her home's still there. And she has questions, and she's scared, but, we're trying to give the LA loving embrace to make them feel better,
And you said this is just beyond. You can't even describe it, what people are going through right now.
Yeah, just as an Angelonian, just feel for the people. So like I said, we wanted to pop out, we're both local brands and wanted to come out and just show our support. Some of these people are going to be here, it sounds like, for a week. It went from 40 yesterday to 235 today. So we just feel for them and, just want to give them some healthy options for recovery and just whatever they need.
Giving back, that feeling, it does so much to those who've lost so much right now.
Yeah. We are hearing every day that there's more people, finding out that they don't have homes, they've lost everything. So if we could give back just a little bit, that's what we're here for.
And as you can imagine, the families arriving here, they're enduring so much. They've asked for their privacy at this time, and we, of course, respect that. They're not comfortable talking and sharing what they're going through, but, you don't need words at this time. You can just see the look on their faces. They're scared. They're devastated. They have no idea when they'll be able to return to their community, what they'll find when they go back there with so much of the Pacific Palisades just demolished from this fire. But again, lots of cars continue to come in throughout the morning, and you see people pull up. They come out with their luggage, their suitcase, their bags. Some have pets, and they're just desperate for a place to stay, desperate for food and shelter. And the good news is that they are finding it here. We have tried connecting with the American Red Cross. They graciously spoke with us yesterday, but they have so many people arriving here right now. They're swamped, and of course that's their priority. But we're trying to get an idea of how many people are here right now, how many people the shelter can actually hold, and most importantly, what they need. The business owners you just heard from in my report said that they tried giving food items, but they were told, again, by staff inside that they just need money, that they've been inundated with the generosity of the community, with water, with food, with other emergency supplies, and that right now they just need money. So we're going to try to connect with them, Lou and Glenn, hear what they need, and just get an idea of what's going on inside, and perhaps even go in there just to give you a better picture of what the community is dealing with. And on the bright side, the help that they are receiving, we'd love to showcase that. So we'll hopefully have that for you in our next update. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Corrine Winter, thank you for that. Just a lot of wheels turning in different directions here. It's amazing how everybody tries to come together.
One place that is affected here and is typically affected is Topanga Canyon, just a beautiful location of Los Angeles. Rich Prickett, hi.
Hello, Glenn and Lou. Yeah, a quick shot here of the Super Scoopers as they make their way down the Mandeville Canyon area, which is the direction that we are showing you right now. Now we'll give you a wider perspective of the Palisades fire. That is the eastern section of the Palisades fire, again, towards the Mandeville Canyon. Now we're going to make a pan towards the west here and show you an area that is of concern right now, and that is the Topanga Canyon area, the old Topanga Canyon area, and the Fernwood area. And this is a look at what we can see from up here in Sky 5 right now. It's a lot of smoke in the area, so it's difficult to make out any specific locators as far as where the most active fire is, but there's certainly some fire that's here in the ridge lines. There's a lot of homes that are tucked in here, some concerned residents that are worried about the fire that is starting to surround the Fernwood area. Topanga Canyon right now is closed to anybody other than people that live in this area that need to evacuate from this area. So if there is an evacuation warning or order here, I would advise that you do so, as there's lots of fire in this area as well as lots of smoke. So the visibility is going to be close to zero, at least in that area. Pacific Coast Highway is going to be closed, so you may want to make your way towards the San Fernando Valley if need be. But we'll push in. We'll show a neighborhood here. This is going to be just east of Old Topanga Canyon Road, or where Old Topanga Canyon meet. And a lot of these homes, from what we can see through the smoke, appear to be untouched by the fire. So some good news for the residents here, at least in this area of the fire. As far as on the other side of the ridgeline, it's difficult for me to make out and whether there's how many homes maybe on that in that area, but there is certainly a lot of smoke coming from the I guess you would say that the south side or southwest side of Fernwood in that stretch. Here's Topanga, downtown Old Topanga, right in this area here. Looks to be pretty well intact. We haven't heard of any structures being lost in Old Topanga, at least at this point. But again, we just want to update residents as far as what we are seeing from up here in Sky 5 over Topanga and the Fernwood area. In Sky 5, Rich Prickett. Send it back to you.
Rich, could you give us an idea if the flames are actually advancing toward the little downtown area there of Topanga? And how far away do you think that would be right now?
Well, let me bring up the map here. We'll give you kind of a perspective. So there's Topanga Canyon Boulevard, straight down the center of the shot, and then there's a lot of smoke that's covering this stretch. So there's certainly some fire. How much fire is in here is a little difficult to see. You can see, well, that might just be a reflection there, but again, it's just really difficult to make out if any homes have been lost in the smoke or exactly where the active fire. If there's any good news here is that we're seeing mostly white smoke, not a lot of dark black smoke, which would basically be a sign that it's in heavy fuel or a structure is burning. You can see the aircraft, the water dropping helicopters that are making their way through the area. That's a LA County Firehawk. We just saw the AC-130 make their way through here just moments ago. That's one of the largest planes that we'll see in this area, likely the largest plane we'll see fly through this area, and drop those FOS check lines. And we'll pan over here just a little bit more. Let's see if we can bring up any of the small streets here. Let's see if that translates. And you can see some of the active fire that's there on a ridge line. Some homes that are tucked in there. There's a Augusta there from LA City Fire that's getting ready to drop likely some water over this stretch. But there's a couple of streets here. Some of the active fire, but again, it's too difficult to make out right now if any structures have been lost in this area. I'll send it back to you.
I hate to see that.
Yeah.
Oh.
There is a little bit of a burn scar right up above Pacific Palisades from a fire that took place about 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that can maybe slow it down a little bit from advancing from the west to the east. But again, Glenn and Lou, these Santa Ana winds, they are sticking around, and we're going to see Mount Wilson in one moment and show you that as well.
Yeah, we brought this to you earlier in the 11 o'clock. Mount Wilson actively on fire, a structure there just below the transmitters. Mount Wilson's about nearly 6,000 feet atop of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Of course, that's a huge communication hub, not just for the government, local and state government, but also, as we've said, every radio and television station.
Yeah.
Yep.
In Los Angeles, this is very important.
It is, and there's also a little bit of a coffee shop, a little bit of a rest area up there that's famous, and a lot of folks kind of stop there as they're driving up the Angeles Crest Highway to take a look at the views, which are magnificent. You can see off into the backside towards the Antelope Valley. You can, of course, see the ocean as you take a look on the other side. And Lou and I, just our hearts break about this as well. There's so much wildlife up in that particular area as well. I bike and hike in that area. I see frequently mountain cats, a lot of deer, hundreds and hundreds of deer that are up there. And that's also unfortunate in the Santa Monica Mountains as well. There's a great deal of wildlife in the Santa Monica Mountains, of course, cougars as well. So we've been seeing a lot of that is a sad portion of this story. But again, back to the fact that the Santa Ana winds, they're going to continue to be quite sporadic throughout the remainder of the day today, sort of off and on. But fortunately, nothing like the widespread event that took place from much of the day on Tuesday into Wednesday morning. And look at the smoke as you look down into the San Gabriel Valley all the way out towards that Altadena fire. The air quality is very dangerous today, quite hazardous.
And Kai, it's interesting because, we always talk about the embers flying 1 to 5 miles depending on wind gust. And this is up near 6,000 feet up the top of a mountain where the fire wasn't. It's near the Eden fire, but unless this was set, that was an ember, likely.
Yeah, well, the Eaton Canyon area is close, actually, to Mount Wilson. If you, of course, you've got to go a little bit lower to about that 1,000-foot level. But with the fire that sort of burns uphill, it creates, and I've said this quite often over the last few days, it creates its own winds. And sometimes within those winds, within that circulation, these embers will go even higher up into the atmosphere rather than lower into the atmosphere. And unfortunately, this could be a cause of that taking place. We don't know, and we might never know. But nonetheless, we are seeing the fire now burning at this 5,900 to 6,000 foot level, and the transmitters, as you can see, well, they are in danger right now. And there's the observatory. You can see that on the right-hand side of your screen. That's a very popular place where lots of research is done. So we hopefully can get this fire sort of limited and mitigated to just these particular areas before it can take out any of these transmitters. But am I seeing a little bit of fuzz check right there at the bottom, Glenn Ludy? It looks a little orange, a little red. It could be the sun's reflection off of some of that cloud cover, but
that would be fantastic.
It would be great. Yeah, if we could get some of the fixed wings up there to sort of set a line across that area, that would be tremendous. But they are stretched so thin right now.
Yes.
Yeah, they're working on the Palisades fire. They're working on the fire in all over the San Gabriel Valley. And for them to get up there, I'm sure they're working on it. And of course, the spotter planes are moving all across Southern California. But that would be
look at the one structure there you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Where we removed the lower third, so you could see that it's fully engulfed in flames now.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah, a little trivia. The first television antenna actually on Mount Wilson was erected in '47, and it was for KTLA. Channel 5 years ago, and then they just built more and more, and including for radio, KFI, KCBS. And you don't. I think in this business it's so high, you never really think that would be affected. Mount Wilson, you never think that the fire is going to happen up there.
Yeah.
And so there are a lot of questions people are asking us, like, well, what does that mean if the transmitters go down? Does that mean we're going to have to go solely streaming? Like, we don't know that. Engineers know that. Hopefully, it won't get to that point. But last night when the Sunset Fire broke out, I was so relieved that they were able to attack it from the air. If not, we would have been in a lot of trouble. And I think that's what happened prior to with the Palisades fire, and those wind gusts were so high that air operations were not able to fly it. And so it was like the firefighters were on the ground scrambling.
They were, and you know, of course the traffic was amazing, bumper to bumper.
Yes.
And this again, I continue to say this, have a plan. Everybody listening, watching us here on KTLA, have a plan. We saw perfect example of why you need to do that. You don't have to be in the mountains. You don't have to be in some of the foothills. You don't have to be near the beaches. Downtown Hollywood last night was just threatened by fire, and that fire really raced through that area, above downtown Hollywood. And folks, I think, got a good dose of reality yesterday.
Well, and also too, we talk about it all the time, but we're stuck here in the studio. But personally, sometimes for earthquakes and things, I'm like, oh, I should get my bag ready. I should, get things, and I have things at my house. But last night, I was only a block south of some of the warnings, and my mom lives here in town. She started freaking out. My neighbors started freaking out, and I felt it for the first time. Where now I'm packing a bag, and just like you did the night before, and what do you pick? I'm like, I took a hoodie and some Uggs and some jeans, and I was like, what do I need? And then it's so for everyone out there, we get it. We know if you're evacuating, if you've had to experience that, it is nerve-wracking, it's stressful, it's overwhelming. And if you are feeling like mentally, like your mental health, if you're struggling with that, don't push it down, reach out. Talk to your friends, talk to your families. Don't fake that you're not okay. It's a very stressful time.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that throughout the afternoon. Mental health. There's a number that people can call and talk to someone, even anonymously. But furthermore, as you just said, start to have that plan of action now while you are not stressed out.
Yes, and not having to figure it out stress.
While you don't have the stress in your life right now, do it while you're sort of calm, cool, and collected. Then when the stress and the anxiety hits you and comes your way, and let's hope it does not, you're able to get out safely with the belongings, the paperwork, the medicines, the pharmaceutical needs that you have without having to scramble and worry if you didn't pack it, if you did pack it. So you get rid of the confusion.
All right, we're gonna move on here, but we're gonna keep our eye on what's going on in Mount Wilson. Again, this is a major communications hub for all of Greater Los Angeles. Again, every radio and television station has a signal coming out of there, as well as a lot of different government agencies. But right now, let's check in with Samantha Cortese in the newsroom. We have some information for us.
Hi, Glenn, Luke. Hi, good morning to you guys. We have some updates on LAUSD, of course, impacting 1,000 schools and 600,000 students and their families as well. We wanted to mention LAUSD has sent a statement saying they are closed tomorrow as well. They say a confluence of factors, wind, fire, smoke. They say it's created an unpredictable, complex situation, making it potentially unsafe for the school communities in the area. Select essential personnel will be contacted by their supervisors regarding potential work duties. The LA region, they say, is responding to this unprecedented crisis, and the health and safety of students and employees are of the utmost importance. And LAUSD acknowledges they know this impacts a lot of families. A lot of parents still have to go to work tomorrow, and they are going to continue their meal distribution for tomorrow. 11 a.m. will be the cutoff. Today, I believe it was 10, so they've extended that by an hour. 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. tomorrow at 16 different sites to provide meals. For information on those 16 specific sites, you can go to LAUSD. They have, for example, Mulholland, Sepulveda, San Fernando, Hollenbeck, Southgate. There's a full list, LAUSD. They will be doing 2 meals, giving away 2 meals per student. LAUSD.org for more information there. And I just wanted to note a few other schools and school districts that have closed. Burbank, Glendale, La Cañada, and Pasadena will be closed for the rest of the week. A few schools did reopen today, Azusa, El Monte, but please keep an eye out on your student's school, because now that this air quality is bad, we're seeing a reflection in school closures. So LAUSD closed tomorrow. Wanted to recommend these evacuation shelters for those still in the path of the Palisades fire. Evacuated residents and families with small animals can go to Westwood Recreation Center. Again, that's open to families and families with small animals. People with animals, I know, have been messaging, wondering, can they take their dog places? Westwood Recreation Center still accepting families and small animals. Large animals, there is an emergency evacuation center at the Hanson Dam. That's at the Horse Park. Again, Orcas Avenue of the Hanson Dam. Those are some evacuation shelters I wanted to mention. One more thing for the San Fernando Valley. The Hearst fire is still burning, more than 800 acres at this time. Evacuated residents and families with small animals can go to the Richie Valens Recreation Park. That's on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Pacoima. There's also an evacuation shelter for large animals. It's the same as the one we just spoke about. That's the Hanson Dam Horse Park on Orcas Avenue. So wanted to mention this Hearst fire because it is still burning, 855 acres. It's meeting up with the Saddle Ridge fire burn scar. An evacuation order was sent wirelessly to the mobile phone users in that area. Anyone requiring anyone who is not non-emergency personnel have been asked to leave in the map you're seeing on your screen here. Again, this is for the Hearst fire as of 10 o'clock this morning. Evacuation orders are in effect for north of the 210 from Roxford to the 514 freeway split. Road closures include westbound 210 to the northbound 5. Northbound Sierra Highway is closed from San Fernando Road. Balboa to the north is closed to Rinaldi. Foothill closed to Glen Oaks. Foothill also closed to Balboa Boulevard. So that is the map you're seeing here for the Hearst fire, which is burning in Sylmar. There are 3 zones that are under evacuation order, multiple zones under evacuation warning. I just wanted to mention this because there are so many fires going on. Of course, we're watching the Eaton fire, the Palisades fire as that moves closer to Topanga. But in the San Fernando Valley, we're seeing a lot of smoke, a lot of ash, and this is the Hearst fire that started a couple days ago in the Sylmar area. It is still burning. Again, 3 zones under evacuation order and multiple zones under evacuation warning. So if you are in the San Fernando Valley, take a look at the westbound 210 to the northbound 5. There are road closures in that area, and I just wanted to emphasize that. And one more thing before I go, red flag parking restrictions are still in effect in LA County, LA City's very high fire hazard severity zones. So that means if you're in an area that has narrow roads, like we've seen in the hills or near fire zones, they're asking you to please park in your driveway or get your car out of that narrow road so emergency responders can get in there. And when they have these red flag parking restrictions, those cars that are still parked can be towed. So we saw what happened in the Palisades when cars were in the way. The earth mover got in there and got those cars out of the way. So red flag parking restrictions are still in effect for a lot of areas in the city. So this is on your screen, the Hearst fire. Just wanted to mention that as we continue to watch Eaton fire, Palisades, and now what's going on near Mount Wilson as well. Glenn, Luke, hi. When I come back, we're going to talk about ways to help. A lot of people looking for ways to help. Kai, I'm gonna out you here. I heard you on the phone today talking to family, telling them to get resources over to Pasadena Humane Society. They're looking for a lot as far as blankets, crates, leashes, anything for pets. We'll talk more about how to help and free things available for those who've been evacuated and first responders.
That is great, Samantha. Thanks for the important information about the evacuations, but so many people in Southern California, just like Kai, people want to help. And so we'll definitely talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah, this fire up in Sylmar, as you can see, there is a reservoir there, which is certainly helped because that's a little bit farther away from any water source, with the exception of that water source right there. So that's good to see that. And, this is like the fire that's not getting as much attention as the Eaton fire, the Palisades fire, but it is a serious problem.
Yeah, it is. And that is unfortunately a target zone for a lot of the Santa Ana winds that come through that area, coming out of the Santa Clarita Valley into Sylmar, San Fernando, all the way into La Cañada, the Sun Valley area. These are areas that do receive a lot of the strong Santa Ana winds. So if you have an evacuation order, if you live up in that Sylmar area and you live in these areas, again, specifically shaded in red that we're showing you, please listen to officials, and if they tell you to leave, you should leave.
Absolutely. All right, by the way, this is the Hearst fire video here we're looking at, and as you can see, those homes are imminent danger. I'm not quite sure how long ago this video was shot. For all we know, those homes don't exist anymore.
All right, let's check in with Omar Lewis. He is covering the Eaton fire. And Omar, last time we were talking with you, we were talking to a young lady who just was on the verge of tears trying to help her parents and had lost her home.
Yeah, absolutely. So many of these families are returning here to Mendocino Street in Altadena to find this. This is all that's left, a shell of a home left behind, and that's it. So it's heartbreaking. It's devastating to see. Many of them were holding out hope that their home would be okay. Joining us now, Nene Lane, thank you so much for talking to us. You were telling me your mom stays in this house here. Tell me about that.
She just moved in 6 months ago. I hope she's okay with me doing this, but she actually just came back. She just turned 60, so it was her hope of coming back and making a new chapter for herself. And she had so many collectibles and arts and everything. It's all gone. My childhood's gone. It's just devastating. But she got out and she's safe. Her animals are safe. And I mean, I guess that's all we can kind of wish for. So,
was she here when the fire happened?
They evacuated her around, I believe, 4:30, and she said that her whole house was covered in smoke. She couldn't see, and it was something where we're all like, why didn't you grab this? Why didn't you get this? She didn't have the time. She grabbed her dogs, she grabbed her cats, and it was, pray to God. So,
you know, we were talking about the fact that you all were holding out hope that possibly the house could be saved.
Oh, yeah.
What's it like to see this now?
I mean, you always look at this on TV and you don't think it's real. And then you walk the street, you realize all these homes are gone, and this is people's lives and things and memorabilia. And we just spent the most amazing Christmas in this house, and it's just, it's hard, but yeah.
You know, so many people out there are asking, wondering how they can help you. People are watching this from all over the country, wondering how they can help. How can people help you all right now?
I don't know. Prayers, anything, any help through any of the organizations that are helping with the wildfire relief, Red Cross, just, I can't even tell you. I don't even know. My brain's not working right now, so. Yeah, anything helps. Any donations, any just even prayers. Just hug your loved ones a little tighter, and just pray to God.
So your husband, soon-to-be husband, and you are looking through the house right now, trying to find anything that's salvageable. Were you able to find anything?
A few things. My mom has a ton of ceramics that somehow made it, and she used to have this amazing little collection of these tiny little houses that are Department 56. They're these cute little art houses, and a few of them made it, which is crazy. They're ceramic. So, and then my aunt has a little tiny baby shoe. It's a little brass baby shoe from when she was a child, and I found
that survived.
So it's kind of amazing, yeah. So the little things count in times like, yeah.
Gonna hold on to those things even tighter now, I'm sure. Nene, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate that. So many people just like this family here, as you heard, just returning for the first time to the street. And it looks like this for blocks, rows and rows of homes like this. Some of them, the flames are still going, smoldering at this point. The trees are all gone. You smell this. The smell here is undescribable. As we're walking around this neighborhood, you know, we were talking to the last family, the Castellan family, an hour ago, and they were telling us that this neighborhood was built in the 1950s, and so many of these families have been here since then. So all those memories, all those collectibles and items that you have in your home, all gone now, as these families try to come back and piece together what they can. That's the latest for now here live from Altadena. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Omar. Geez, just one sad story after another.
Yeah, you know, I'd like to preface this comment with saying that every community, every culture all over is very important to Southern California. That particular section of Altadena, though, there's a lot of Black families, a lot of Latino families that are not wealthy, and they've found a sanctuary in that area. And unfortunately now that sanctuary is gone. And that's going to be a sad thing for a lot of families in Altadena, a lot of families all over Southern California. And this is a historic event. You heard the fire official earlier saying this is the worst destruction in the history of Los Angeles County. In the history, we're witnessing history here. And you look at this devastation on your screen. This is Pacific Palisades. It's gone.
I mean, we've seen fires, like in Malibu, but this is a fire that, started in Palisades, which is more populated, also, a wealthy enclave, and it went up into Topanga and now, also in the parts of Malibu. So the destruction is just, it doesn't even compare.
And this goes back to my point, whether you're rich, whether you're poor, this is affecting us all. And that's just the bottom line. And we all are going to, in the next few days, weeks and months, know somebody who's been affected by this disaster. And we have to do our best to kind of help everybody out.
Let's check in with Corrine Winter. She is with a Red Cross official talking about the Palisades fire. Hi, Corrine.
We are at the Westwood Recreation Center, and you've been hearing about so many people who've lost so much, their homes, memories, those who've been displaced. But one thing that's still so alive in this communities all across the Southland, and that is hope. And these are the people you want to see in a natural disaster. You hope to never have to come face to face with them, but they are here, such an important resource. We're here with Sean Inouye, the executive director with the American Red Cross. You are doing such tremendous work in this community. Sean we pulled him outside. He's been so busy. He's been inside this recreation center. We were waiting at the door for him, and we saw these two men rush up, and they said, "We're from Papa John's. We have 50 boxes of pizza we want to deliver." And that's what we've been seeing over and over again. Cars have been arriving, not with those displaced, not just with those looking for help, but residents in the community, business owners. What can I do? Tell me about the community spirit that you're seeing right now.
Yeah, it's incredible. The turnout is what we expect from Los Angelinos, right? They're showing up for their neighbors, and it's been profound. So we want to tell folks, thank you for all of your support. The best way to help is to give a financial contribution by visiting redcross.org. To sign up to become a volunteer, we're doing rapid intake of volunteers right now, getting them all the training that they need for the fundamental principles of disaster management, their background checks to make sure they're safe, our residents that are in our shelters are safe, and making sure they have the skills and the resources to support the folks that are here.
Residents from the Pacific Palisades fire, those who've been impacted, they've been coming here. What are those numbers like? How many people can you hold here? And tell us about what's going on inside this recreation center.
Yeah, so our priority remains on emergency shelter, food, water, and comfort, both physical and emotional. There are some medical needs that we're addressing with our disaster health services teams, and otherwise we're referring them to our medical professional partners. Really, we have about 250 people inside here, another 25 pets or so, small animals that are either in crates or service animals. Otherwise, we're directing people with large animals to the large shelters up in the valley, in the West Valley, and then throughout the valley itself.
Salvation Army's also here. You're seeing their truck in the distance. How much can you help, though? This fire's at 0% containment, not the number that we're hoping for right now. The winds have died down. We want it to get even weaker. What if this fire spreads? Is that your concern? Making sure everyone out there who needs assistance will get it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be there, right? So we're poised and prepared to scale. One of the great things about Red Crossers is they're your neighbors, right? They're here. They've been training. They're ready to deploy. So if more folks want to join those workforces to help us scale appropriately in the next few weeks, we welcome it. We need it. redcross.org, sign up to become a volunteer.
You can only imagine. Your heart goes out to those affected. You can just imagine what they're feeling. We can't, but we're here to support them. We've been trying to talk to families arriving, and they're just so devastated by what has happened. What are you hearing inside the building?
Same thing. Folks are not sure if their homes are still standing. They're not sure what their next steps are going to look like. The most we can make sure that the most we can offer is that they're taken care of, that there's hope. Once we step away from the recovery part of this operation, the response phase, and the fire's been extinguished, we'll go into recovery where we'll set up local assistance centers with our community partners, our local officials. City, state, national partners have been fantastic. The coordination between your emergency management departments, the county's teams, the governor's teams, FEMA coming in, support's going to be there, but right now we're really focused on reducing loss of life, making sure folks have immediate emergency shelter, food, water, and comfort.
You don't have to live in the Pacific Palisades or all the impacted communities to feel what these people are going through. On a personal note, this is what you do. You move in, you help those in need, you respond. But your heart breaks, you said, at this time, because even though you've covered and been able to respond to so many natural disasters, this is unlike anything we've seen in decades. It is catastrophic here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I think I heard Mayor Best say that this is the most catastrophic disaster the city has ever seen, and I can understand why, right? We don't even know the destruction until the fire is going to be put out, and we're talking thousands of homes, thousands of lives that are going to need to transition into mid and long-term solutions, and we don't know what that's going to look like yet.
And it's great. It's not just a roof over their head, but just underscore again what you just mentioned. There are other resources for those who are just grappling with this and just devastated and can't make sense of it. There are people who are just reeling inside right now.
Absolutely, and folks, you're not alone. Right? No matter what, if you have another place to stay and you still need services, you don't have to stay at one of our shelters to receive any of our services like meals, casework, any kind of our family reunification. We've had a couple folks come in looking for loved ones who were evacuated from those areas. They may be elderly and not have cell phones, and we've been able to help reunify some of those folks. So please stop by if you just want to receive services or look for a family member.
John, before we leave, people who are watching at home, business owners, those who want to come out, because they're coming, they're arriving by the minute to bring supplies, they want to help, what should they do instead?
It's, first of all, thank you. It is the reason why we can do what we do. It's the generosity of our donors and our volunteers. Want them to hold off for now, right? There is a ton of stuff here that's starting dropped off already. These needs are evolving, and the best way for us to meet those just immediately is to go out and purchase those items or bring them from our warehouse, right? So money is the best way to support the operation. Go and donate blood. We've got blood drives throughout the Southland right now and across the nation. And of course, give time. Sign up to be a Red Cross volunteer.
Sean, in a way, the American Red Cross, one of the heroes on the front lines. We thank you so much for all that you're doing. We're going to let you head back inside, but before you leave, stick around, because we're going to try to go in and capture a little bit of what's going on and maybe even talk to those who've been impacted. But you heard it from Sean, all that organizations like the American Red Cross and neighbors, people are walking here. Some are driving, some are bringing a bag with food. This one woman showed up at the door saying, I have an extra room. Does anyone need a room? It's unlike anything that we've seen in a long time. It's a glimmer of hope in what is an absolutely tragic event that words can't even fully describe or encompass. And so it's good that we're able to give you a glimpse of what's happening here in this neighborhood and perhaps pockets, other neighborhoods across the Southland where other residents and other community members are stepping up to do their part in their own way. It feels good. Lou and Glenn.
All right, thank you, Corrine. If you're with us regularly, it was I think it was a week ago today, Kai warned us. He said, we're going to have a wind event next week, and it's not going to be ordinary Santa Ana winds. This is going to be epic.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, this one, it was really glaring, the fact that we will and would be seeing some really amazingly strong Santa Ana winds here in Southern California. And unfortunately, well, my forecast, I usually pride myself on that forecast, but I did not want that to happen, but it did. It came to fruition, and now we're seeing the results. And we're still seeing sporadic Santa Ana wind gusts making their way around Southern California this Thursday afternoon, folks. You can see that as we pull up the current wind speeds up into Ventura County, especially Camarillo, Oxnard, sustained wind speeds between 21 to 29 miles per hour. That puts the gusts into the 30s, and we're seeing winds sort of relaxing a little bit for LA County, but that does not mean we're not still seeing little bursts, little gusts of Santa Anas here and there through LA County, Orange County, and then the winds pick back up once again as we make our way into the Corona area. You can see sustained winds between about 22 to 25 miles per hour, and we're looking forward to, unfortunately, extreme fire weather conditions sticking around through the rest of the day today, tonight, Friday morning, Friday afternoon, and by Friday evening, you can see that information at the top of your screen by the 6 o'clock hour. Much of Southern California hopefully can get that red flag warning to expire. Unfortunately, though, we will most likely see either a fire weather watch or another red flag warning once we make our way into Monday and Tuesday of next week, because we have another moderate to possibly strong Santa Ana wind on tap for next Monday and Tuesday. I'll talk about that in the extended forecast. Bone dry here in Southern California. Chino, 9% relative humidity values, 9% for Riverside, 8% as we make our way out towards the Coachella Valley. So again, very dangerous dangerous dry weather sticking around here in Southern California. The high warning in place until early tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Then the high wind watch takes over and takes us into the 2 o'clock hour. The exceptions being the LA County Basin, some of the San Fernando Valley areas. A lot of this energy now switching into Riverside and San Bernardino County this afternoon. And of course, we've got an air quality alert. It's in place until early tomorrow morning, and I can almost guarantee you that that also will be extended. The Los Angeles County, the LA downtown forecast, the 7-day, looking at breezy conditions through Saturday. We'll see the wind starting to return Sunday night into Monday as well as Tuesday. For the San Fernando Valley, we'll see Friday, tomorrow bringing some more opportunities of strong gusty Santa Ana winds, breezy Saturday. Then we'll make our way into Sunday. We'll take a little bit of a pause, but there you go. Next Monday, next Tuesday, the San Fernando Valley will look forward to gusts between 35 to 40 miles per hour. And we could see gusts a little bit stronger than that once you make your way towards the Santa Clarita Valley. Inland Empire, another windy day tomorrow. Today, of course, also looking at sporadic Santa Ana winds, breezy Saturday. There's that little bit of a pause on Sunday. Then we start to see the 35 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts taking place late Monday into Tuesday. Mountain communities windy again tomorrow, breezy Saturday, an opportunity to take a little bit of a breather on Sunday. And then Monday and Tuesday, well, we're looking at those gusts between 45 to 55 miles per hour. That continues into Tuesday afternoon and Tuesday night. And then next Wednesday and Thursday, our mountain communities get the temperatures anywhere between about 45 to 47 degrees. And fortunately, by that opportunity, that time, we'll see those winds begin to relax just a little bit. So again, stay safe for the rest of the day today, folks. We'll send it back to you, Glenn.
All right. Thank you, Kai. Let's check in with Chip Yost. He's been covering the Eaton fire for the last couple of days. And again, as we toss to Chip, we continue to monitor the situation up at Mount Wilson. The Eaton fire has moved up. And of course, that's a major telecommunications hub for every radio and television station here in Greater Los Angeles, as well as several government agencies. But let's get down to the flatlands and Chip. Chip.
Yeah, hey there, Glenn. We've been trying to document all the destruction around, and like we've been saying, every street, and at least every other street it seems you go to, you find scenarios like this. We're on Alpine Drive here, and this is just another street where house after house has been destroyed by this fire. You see this side of the street. If we could, let's kind of go over here and show you the other side of the street. See the other side of the street? It's the same situation, and it's not just residences, homes that have been destroyed in this fire, as we've been talking about. It's businesses too. Take a look at this fire yesterday. This was the Bank of America on Lake Avenue, basically one of the central hubs in town where a lot of the businesses are located. The Bank of America going up in flames last night as we watched and saw firefighters dealing with a lot of other fires in the area at the same time. Let's take a look at some other video of Lake Avenue. This is a driving shot just to give you an idea of all the businesses lost. As you see that shot down the street, this is up Lake Avenue. You see all the businesses there. They include a flower shop, a restaurant on Lake Avenue, completely burned down. After that, you're going to see it go on to Mendocino Residential Street, where it is the same situation. Both sides of the street have homes completely destroyed. We're trying to get a grip on the number of homes. I think the latest number we had were more than 1,000 structures here in this Eaton fire. They're still trying to go through and figure that out. They're also trying to figure out how many people may have lost their lives. Yesterday, we got information that 5 people had lost their lives in this fire. This morning at a news conference, though, the sheriff kind of was a little cautious about putting out any updated numbers, saying they're still going out there with cadaver dogs and deputies trying to figure out what might be out there. If any other lives were lost, he didn't want to put out a number out this morning, but that's something they're still trying to figure out as probably as well. They're probably trying to figure out the number of structures destroyed. Now we're back to a live shot here in Altadena. Like I said, we are on Alpine Drive here in Altadena, where more homes have been destroyed. We'll try to show you some more video of the destruction. We've been driving around and trying to video and document kind of all these different streets, and there's no way we'd be able to put every street, every house into the newscast because there's just so many. But we've been driving up and down some of the streets here. We'll try to share some of that video with you a little later. Just show you the street and kind of just show you the video. You'll see just like kind of it's just hard to describe the amount of destruction in Altadena right now. For now, reporting live here in Altadena, I'm Chip Yost. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Chip. And again, it's not just homes that burn. I mean, we watched the business district in Altadena pretty much burn to the ground yesterday.
It was a church,
Yeah.
a video place, a restaurant, grocery store. It just was never ending. Chip, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate it. We're going to check back in now with Samantha Cortese. She's got some information on free things, and also a lot of folks are wanting to help, and she's got that information for us. Hi.
Hi, Lou. Hi, Glenn and Kai. We are following so many different organizations that have been reaching out saying, hey, we're doing this to help. We're looking for volunteers. We're looking for food. So here's just a list of how to help those impacted by the wildfires. Also, want to thank our KTLA digital team for monitoring all of this and compiling a list at ktla.com with direct links to all of these organizations and their pleas for help, really, to help those in the community. We know Baby to Baby is an organization. They support children, so they are accepting donations to help children impacted by wildfires. GoFundMe has compiled a list of verified fundraisers for people who have been impacted by ongoing wildfire. SPCA LA, they have a disaster animal response team. They're looking for temporary animal shelters, frontline veterinary care. They're looking for donations to support their emergency services. The LA Fire Department Foundation is also accepting donations, monetary donations, as well as wildland brush tools, hydration backpacks, emergency fire shelters. So that is a critical organization looking for help. Of course, we're all familiar with the Salvation Army. They are looking for monetary donations as well as items to support those affected by wildfires. You just think of so many people who lost their clothes, lost their shoes. World Central Kitchen, that of course spearheaded by Chef Jose Andres. They have a relief team here in Southern California that's assisting first responders and families. They are accepting donations to support the ongoing relief effort. Those are just a handful of the dozens of organizations looking for help. KTLA works closely with Project Angel Food. They're also asking for volunteers to come help. And this is what I mentioned earlier. Pasadena Humane Society is in desperate need of things like blankets, leashes, food, crates. They took in dozens of animals who had to flee in a moment's notice, whether they were found or they came in with their owners. They are in need of help. They are asking people to also foster dogs or cats. They also have other animals there. If you can help, please drop off your donations with the Pasadena Humane Society. Give.pasadenahumane.org for more information. I mentioned Project Angel Food. They say due to the Los Angeles fires, they are looking for volunteers immediately. They need people to deliver the food. They have a big kitchen. We've seen the makeover of that here on KTLA over the years. They have several days of food, preparing food they need help with to get out to the community. There's a phone number on your screen, 323-845-1816, or you can email them. That's volunteers@angelfood.org if you'd like to volunteer your time. So those are just there are so many organizations, you guys, willing to help right now. Those are just a couple. Wanted to also mention some free assistance being offered to those affected by the wildfires, whether you're a first responder or you've had to leave your home. U-Haul has offered 30 days of storage for people who have nowhere to bring their things. That's at different store locations across Southern California. Just to list off a few: Agora Hills, Chatsworth, Lompoc, even Northridge, North Hills, Oxnard, Panorama City, all the way up to Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, Simi Valley, and here closer to, for example, the Hearst Fire, Van Nuys and Ventura as well, offering 30 days of free self-storage. So please contact U-Haul if you need that assistance. We mentioned this yesterday, Planet Fitness in LA County, no membership required. They're opening their doors to residents who've been displaced, as well as first responders who need somewhere to take a shower. They have Wi-Fi, they have chargers available. They're really just offering a comfortable environment, they say, to rest and refuel for those who need it. Sweetfin is offering free meals this month for first responders. Just provide an ID card for that. Dogtopia, they're in East Pasadena. I verified with them this morning because I know they mentioned this yesterday, wanted to make sure they weren't full. They are helping by offering 3 free overnight stays for animals, for people who've had their dogs who need maybe to just get their dogs somewhere for the night so they can get things figured out. They're also offering 50% discount on nights beyond 3 free nights. You can go to dogtopia.com for more information. Free rental cars are available for fire-affected Californians through Culver City Toyota. Culver City Toyota is giving free vehicle rentals on a first-come, first-served basis while their supply of rental cars lasts. Also, I just quickly wanted to mention 211 was working with Airbnb to offer free nights for people who had nowhere to go. They were offering vouchers. Those vouchers were quickly accepted, but they said if you would like to apply in the event more space opens up, you can do so on their website. Again, that's 211 working with Airbnb. And here locally, Metro fares have been suspended. We heard from Metro Chair Janice Hahn today saying that they have suspended fares again. Last night, Metro used buses and allowed the LAPD to use buses for evacuations from the Sunset Fire. As you know, evacuation orders have been lifted for the Sunset Fire, but Metro working to help in emergency response as well. So that's just a few of the many ways you can help in LA County. Glenn, Luke, hi. It is heartwarming to see so many organizations offering up their services. I got a message from a chef at Italy, Chef Manco, a wonderful friend of KTLA. He said they've been prepping food in their kitchens, dropping them off at Red Cross shelters. Chef Dominic Crisp over at Lonely Oyster in Echo Park has been working nonstop. I believe they made 800 servings of soup to hand out last night. He called on all his chef friends to come together to help hand out food. We're talking thousands of homes in the Palisades fire, now thousands of homes in the Eaton fire. These are families, these are elderly, these are parents, all in need of assistance. And to begin the list of things they need, everything from shoes and socks, underwear, everything's gone for these people. So many people in LA County and beyond. Even Orange County, Chef Andrew Gruel said, hey, if you can get down to Calico Fish on PCH in Huntington, we're making food, we're passing out water, we're passing out diapers. It's both heartwarming and sad, of course, to see the response for those who'd like to help.
Well, I think if you're lucky enough that your home was not burned in the fire, you just feel like there's an obligation, you got to help out.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Samantha, thank you for bringing us all that information. So powerful to see Southern California residents and companies and nonprofits and shelters wanting to give back and stepping up. That's what we're made of here in California.
We do have some sad news to report. I actually kind of expected. LA County Sheriff's Department is telling us that there have been multiple deaths in these two major fires. We know about at least 5 people have died in the Eaton fire. They're now telling us that they don't have a number for us yet, but they do say that there have been multiple people who have died in the Palisades fire. And when you see the devastation and the destruction, it's really not a surprise. I'm sure that probably some people trying to save their homes or stick around as long as possible, and they were just trapped and they couldn't get out.
Yeah. We were also talking about the elderly, people who maybe have the use of wheelchairs or don't have the function and the ability to move quickly, and that's the sad part about
and
this.
And also not having family members and people to be able to help them. It all happens so fast. Also, LA County officials are issuing a warning today. Looters will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. At a news conference this morning, Sheriff Robert Luna said that 20 people actually have already been arrested for looting and burglary, if you can believe that. He says that number is, of course, expected to increase as this emergency continues. And then District Attorney Nathan Hochman, he delivered a message this morning to people looking to take advantage of this situation.
These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment. So I want to make sure that message is received loud and clear.
And there were 20 people that have been arrested. They did not receive that message. And as the DA said, they will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Joining us on the phone now, Pat Ashley. He is a Pacific Palisades resident, also the husband of one of our fellow employees here at KTLA, Anna Ashley. Pat, I know you live on what's called the Alphabet Streets in Pacific Palisades, and I saw the video of your son trying to save your home. It's pretty heartbreaking.
Oh, my God. Well, let me just say this. I was there as well, and our other son, Patrick Jr., was there. And I got to tell you that I am so incredibly proud of my boys for sticking it out. We had hours to get out of there. They just said, Dad, we need to do what we need to do in order to preserve or try to preserve our house and all of the precious memories that we have living here. And we fought it to the bitter end. With the flames running at our backs, we had to get out of there. But, man, this is just unbelievable.
Pat, Lou Parker here. Hi. So sorry to hear this. Have you gone back into the neighborhood?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. First of all, let me just say another quick thing. All is good. I've got Anna, and I know you know her, Glenn. I've got a lovely wife, and I've got those beautiful children of mine, and we are all happy, healthy, and safe. And that is the bottom line to this, is that nothing else matters except that to me. So, but yes, Lou, I went in there. I went back twice yesterday, and I was a little hesitant. I was just scared to see what I was going to see, and it was just apocalyptic.
So it's pretty much the entire neighborhood?
Oh, everything. Completely gone. The entire ABC Streets is gone.
Wow.
There might be a house here and there, but I just wouldn't even want to live in it after that. It's just destroyed.
Pat, have you thought about what you guys do next?
We're working with our insurance company and, that strategy, which obviously is going to be pretty gnarly, but it is part of the process, and, we're going to fight to, get what is ours. That's what we do. It's part of the process.
Pat, how long have you lived there?
Well, I grew up there, so I've been there since 1966. I've lived other places throughout the city, and after college, but, Anna and I have lived there for 30 years.
Did you go into the village area that a lot of people are familiar with? And if so, can you kind of describe what happened there?
Well, yeah, we drove up Chautauqua Boulevard yesterday morning, which is one of three arteries into the Palisades. And once we reached Sunset Boulevard and made a left turn, every single house on both sides of Sunset was gone. And then we got into the retail area of the village, not the Caruso Village, which is still standing and it's beautiful and we love that. But, the older structures that have been there since I was a kid, long gone.
You mean like the structures across from the Caruso building where Erewhon is?
Yeah. That's the old, I believe it's the old LADWP building. There's a Starbucks there, and there was a Bank of America. On the other side is Cafe Vita, I think, and things like that. I think that building is gone. The walls are standing, but in terms of the structure inside, no.
Having spent most of your life living there, and fires are a part of life in Southern California, but did you ever imagine that this would happen in Pacific Palisades?
I was completely aware that it could. I do remember it coming through in 1979 when I was a kid. It was called the Mandeville Fire, and we made it through that, and that was pretty devastating then, and that was a long time ago, but nonetheless, like everybody else, I thought that we were kind of exempt with the way the wind was blowing when that fire first started. And I thought it was just going to push its way down the highlands, to the coast, and then we'd be done with it. But to my surprise, it completely changed directions, and before we knew it, there it was. So, I was aware of the brush fires for sure. We took care of what we had to do to protect the house and be current with our policy and all that stuff way before this ever happened. But it happened.
Pat, you mentioned your sons. One thing I've been thinking about these last couple of days are the kids. Adults, we can handle this stuff sometimes just in our own way, but the kids, I know they don't look super young. They maybe teenagers, but how are they holding up, first of all, and how are you guys having discussions around it as a family?
Well, we've always been a very tight-knit family, and the kids are identical to both Anna and I in terms of, the way we act and, our thought processes and this and that. So they are completely on board with it. 3 of them are adults, in their 20s, and then Patrick is, almost 18. But, they understand everything. They're not fearful. They know that we will pull together as a unit and prevail.
Are you, you mentioned you expect maybe a bit of a fight with your insurance company. You said you couldn't imagine living there again. But I mean, so it's kind of conflicting message. Do you want to rebuild, and do you plan to rebuild?
Yes, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
Did your youngest son go to school in the area?
All of the kids did. Yes. They went to, the furthest they went was USC, or
But the 17-year-old's not at the high school, didn't the Palisades High burned? Is that where he was? Was he going there?
He did not, no.
Okay. Yeah, because that, I'm not clear. We had heard for a while, a couple of days ago, but everything was so chaotic that the high school was on fire at one point.
Yeah, it was. I saw it yesterday. And, they just let it burn. I didn't really see anybody really trying to, put it out.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, there were a lot of problems with, water running out for the firefighters, and because of the wind, they couldn't fight the fire from the sky. So it was a tough situation. It was basically just trying to get everybody out safe, like you and your family.
Correct.
Yeah.
Pat, thank you so much for sharing your story and honest story and your kids, and we're sorry for your loss and your neighbor's loss, and hopefully you guys can figure everything out, and we're just going to have to all hold hands through all this.
Yes, we will, and we'll be fine, and I really appreciate it, and it's my pleasure to speak with you guys, and I think we're all going to be okay on the road.
All right.
Thank
you. All right, Pat Ashby, appreciate your time, and best of luck to you and your family.
Well, the winds have lied down a little bit, but Chip's going to talk about that in the San Gabriel Valley as well.
Yeah, let's go to Chip. Chip?
Okay. Hey there, guys. We're back here on Altapine Drive, and when we got here, we noticed there were some deputies here. We had heard a report that somebody had possibly lost their life on this street. Unfortunately, it's been confirmed. I'm going to talk to Kamiko Nickerson. This was your family home. You grew up here, and it was your father, you said. You lost him during the fire.
Yes, my dad, Rodney Nickerson, he passed away in his bed.
Tell me what happened. You said you had someone come check on him because you hadn't heard from him.
Yeah, my son had been here. I had actually heard from him all day, and my son had been here with him and all my neighbors, and he was gathering some things, packing up his car a bit, and he said that he was going to gather up his stuff, but he said he was going to stay here too. He said that he felt this was going to pass over and that he would be here, and he did position himself, but he didn't want to leave.
He's 82 years old. Tell us a little bit about him.
82 years old. He bought this house in 1968, and he put $5 down on the house, is what he told me. And he came right back with his paperwork from Lockheed Martin, which is where he retired from in Palmdale. He'd been there for 45 plus years. And he's been an Altadenian as long as I've been living. My whole life. I came here home as a child. I was born at Kaiser Permanente in Sunset, and they brought me here to this house, and I've been here my whole life with him.
Do you happen to have a picture of him on your phone? You might be able to pull up fairly quickly.
I don't have
your phone's in the car.
Yeah,
That's okay. That's okay.
I don't
That's
have
okay.
my
And it tells you when you when the fire was going on, I understand you were trying to call them, trying to contact them.
The phone, well, for a while, like I said, I was talking with him, and he was like, I'll be here, Kim, I'm going to be fine. Everything's going to be cool, is what he said. And at about 11 p.m. all the way until the next day at 3, his phone just kept going to voicemail first, and then no voicemail. The house phone, the landline, nor his cell phone, they weren't doing anything. They weren't allowing voice messages or anything, just a blank, and then would go to dun-dun, like it was just dead, the phone.
And tell me about, obviously you grew up here, the memories, how hard was it to come and see this?
It was very hard. He put that pool in the backyard. It wasn't there. It was just all grass, and it's just devastating to see that it's down to the ground. And it was even more devastating. I knew he was there, but to see him there was another thing. And he's there. He's still there.
And you said your son was here with him?
Yeah, my son Chase was here, and he tried to convince him to leave with him. And Chase gathered his stuff and stayed with him as long as he could. And then the breathing situation became pretty bad. They both had their mask on, and he was like, Chase, I'll be here. Papa, I'll be here when you come back.
He was convinced it wasn't going to be that bad.
He was convinced it wasn't. So were we.
What are you guys' next steps? Do you even, have you even had time to consider with all this?
Well, the next steps, the places we did try to go, the post office, everything in Altadena and Pasadena, the post offices are all closed, the banks are all closed. They have signs on the door saying because of the Eaton Canyon fire that they're closed right now. So any business you try to do, you can't do because everything is closed for now.
Yeah, tell us your dad's name one more time, and what's your favorite memory, your best memory?
His name was Rodney Kit Nickerson, and just his humor. Like how he said, everything's going to be cool. I'll be here when you come back. Just his confidence and his humor.
That's what he told your son? He was just...
Everything will be cool, and I'll be here when you guys come back.
I'm so sorry for your loss, but thanks for talking to us, and best of luck with what happens next.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
So unfortunately, like I said, we did hear yesterday that there were 5 deaths. We don't know if that number's going to grow, if this was one of them that they were talking about, but unfortunately for this family, that's something they're going to have to deal with going forward. For now, reporting live here in Altadena, I'm Chip Yost, KTLA 5 News.
All right, thank you, Chip. Again, you're looking live at Mount Wilson. There's that one building.
Outbuilding there, yeah.
Outbuilding that's
the bottom.
Obviously a total loss at this point, but really that seems to be the only problem up there, which is good.
Yeah, well, it looks like, and this has been what we've been seeing actually, that the fire has sort of skipped around a little bit, if you will, and sort of moved horizontally rather than vertically. And that's been fortunate for this Mount Wilson area in terms of all the transmitters that are up there. It looks like it just sort of stayed right there below, and it's continuing to move in a bit of an easterly direction above cities like Sierra Madre, Duarte, of course Altadena as well. And that outhouse is a complete and total loss. You're just seeing the remnants of that burn right now, and of course a great deal of smoke.
Yeah, well, smoke going straight up, that's a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's switch over to Kimberly. Kimberly's in the Palisades. Hi, Kimberly.
Lou Glenn, hi. We're in this neighborhood which residents refer to as the ABC Streets. This is Chautauqua Boulevard near Carey Street. What we've been noticing is people have been coming up here to sift through the rubble. This group right here, they're doing just that. The homeowner did not want to talk on camera, which is understandable, but they are trying to go through, look for some of their things, salvage what they can. If we pan around, you can see just up the street here, some of the other homes that have been burned to the ground here. Just in this area, we can see several houses destroyed. But when we turn around, you will notice that there are a few homes that are still standing. Just a short while ago, there was a couple that was down the street here. They came and spoke with me. They said that they went to their property. They walked up here from Santa Monica on foot because they had to see it for themselves. They were sifting through the rubble, trying to just find any recognizable items, but they said everything was gone. And it was really just part of that process of acceptance for them. They just wanted to see it for themselves. The size of the Palisades fire is now at more than 17,000 acres, and although it could be some time before an assessment is done, officials said today that thousands of homes or properties were destroyed. Containment is at 0. And you can really feel the difference in the wind conditions today. They were expected to subside, and this will allow firefighters the opportunity to increase those containment lines. However, the wind is dynamic. The threat is not over. Now, earlier we did see some firefighting planes going over this neighborhood every few minutes. We didn't see them doing water drops here in this neighborhood, but they were going back and forth multiple times. Now, people remain under evacuation orders in this neighborhood. It is quiet up here, mostly fire crews, law enforcement, and media. There are road closures and checkpoints coming up here. However, we have seen some people up here, as I mentioned, on foot or bicycle. Earlier, I spoke with Judy Amos, who owns a property here that did not make it through the fire. She, like many others, walked in from Santa Monica.
It's sort of mind-boggling and numbing, and it's like what you see on TV, and now you're in the middle of it.
It's really just tragic. Seeing all my friends' places, the memories that we had there, and friends, when I get service, friends are texting me like, "Can you check on my house?" And I'm trying to, but it's there's a lot of damage around, so it's hard to get around. But it's just really gut-wrenching. Feels like the world is stopping right now.
And that gentleman I just spoke with there, he said that his family's home was under construction. So fortunately for them, they had moved all of their possessions into storage, and that part was burned down, but they had an ADU in the back which survived the fire. So he's grateful for that. But again, he's going through the neighborhood and seeing his friend's home, his childhood friend's home, burned to the ground, sending back those pictures to his friend. And he just said it's just devastating. There's a loss of words here. And what I can tell you is that we have seen a lot of law enforcement today patrolling the area. Yesterday, I did speak with the LA County District Attorney, Nathan Hochman. He was here because his sister's house burned down. He told me that there is going to be law enforcement here from outside of our area. Patrol is being beefed up to prevent looters, burglars, and scammers. Earlier today, city and county leaders gave an update. Take a listen.
In the midst of the emergency, we've all seen individuals who are targeting vulnerable communities by burglarizing and looting homes. This is simply unacceptable. Shame on those who are preying on our residents during this time of crisis. The emergency order will be strictly enforced by the Sheriff's Department, who are proactively patrolling to protect these communities from looting and any criminal activity.
If you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law.
And they were saying at that news conference that already 20 people have been arrested for crimes. Again, they are saying for people to avoid this area and that they will prosecute to the fullest extent of the law for anyone who's committing crimes here. Again, back here live, you can just see behind us what we've been showing you throughout the day, just the devastation here. We took a drive around since yesterday. This is not too far from the village. We did notice that a lot of the retail stores, I noticed the Ralphs, what looked like the Gelsons, the Chase Bank there, had been destroyed. Reporting live here in Pacific Palisades, I'm Kimberly Chang. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Kimberly. That, of course, the same neighborhood that Pat Ashby lived in and his family.
The Alphabet.
The Alphabet
right.
Streets,
Yes.
and he was talking about the devastation, and then Kimberly in the same neighborhood, so you can actually see firsthand what he was talking about.
Yeah. And
go ahead.
No. I was just going to remark really quickly. First, you can see the smoke, not just here in the Santa Monica Palisades area, but all across Southern California. So, folks, please be careful today. There is, of course, an air quality alert for all of Southern California through the rest of the day today. Of course, extremely dangerous conditions out there. If you have a mask, any kind of a respirator, I highly suggest you keep it handy. Use it if you have to go out today. Even a mask, a light mask, is better than nothing.
Yep.
And yeah, if you can stay in your home, maybe run the recycled air in your house or something that's a good way to sort of help your lungs today. And I just took 2 aspirin. Because, the headaches are coming fast and furious. Asthma, those of us who do suffer with respiratory issues, this is going to be a big issue today as well. And fortunately, as you can see, the winds taking a little bit of a break here and there, but I have to reiterate, we're not done with these Santa Ana winds. They're still going to be sporadic. We're still going to see gusts here and there, off and on in the 25, 30 mile per hour range. This includes Riverside, San Bernardino, Orange counties. I know we, of course, haven't been focusing on those 3 counties in particular because, fortunately, they have not had fire issues down there. But again, those are our neighbors and friends, and we still want you to be safe. And the winds are definitely down there in Orange County, Riverside, and San Bernardino County this afternoon as well. So again, stay safe, everybody. Please be careful.
You know, Kai, we had spoken just a little while ago about LA Sheriff's Department mentioning that we know that 5 people have died in the Eaton fire, and they had mentioned that there are multiple deaths from the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. And basically, they can't give us a number because they're still assessing it. The problem is the homicide detectives and officials are having a hard time fully assessing situations due to, as you can imagine, access to these properties because of down power lines and hot spots and wires. And so we are monitoring that and we'll bring you any additional information like once that comes in. But it's something that we suspected, even like when Chip was speaking with that woman who her dad died, you know, he stayed back. But there are stories like that all over Southern California and LA County because people did stay back. And even if they didn't stay back, they may have been trapped or, as you mentioned, Kai, elderly and in a wheelchair and didn't have family to help them get out or stayed too late or whatever the situation was. So unfortunately, we don't want to report that information eventually, but unfortunately, that's probably those numbers are gonna rise.
Yeah, the woman that Chip was talking to, her dad, Rodney Nickerson, was 82 years old, didn't want to leave, and you know, at his age, if it came to the time where he didn't have a choice, he was not going to be able to get out.
And again, I'm going to go back to Altadena. That's a great story she told. He was at Lockheed Martin his whole career. He retired. He put $5 down on that house in the 1950s.
That's awesome.
Raised a family. Generations grew up there in that neighborhood. And he's not the only one. There's everybody in that neighborhood has a similar story. And there's a lot of folks who live in Altadena who work for the city of Pasadena, the city of Altadena. There's great folks out there. And, you know, our hearts go out to their loss and that community there in the San Gabriel Valley.
All right, right now, let's get back to Rich Prickett in Sky 5. And I got to tell you, Rich, this view you're giving us, the contrast between looking at Santa Monica and looking at the Palisades, I mean, it's literally like night and day.
Yeah, PCH is certainly not going to look the same for years to come here, unfortunately. As you drive through the Pacific Palisades, the fire burning right up to Pacific Coast Highway, and just up above Pacific Coast Highway is what is left of many homes, many communities here in the Pacific Palisades. Here's just one area here right along PCH. There's Temescal Canyon Road. Right there, that intersection there, Pacific Coast Highway and Temescal Canyon. Now we'll pan up here into more into the city of Pacific Palisades, and here's another neighborhood that has been completely decimated. Just about every home has been either leveled or has some sort of damage to it. This neighborhood essentially is just going to be uninhabitable for a long time. And we'll keep doing a tour here through the city. There's the high school. That's going to be Pacific the Palisades Charter High School. We didn't see a whole lot of damage to the high school itself. I know that was something that people were concerned about while the fire was making its way through here. That section seems to be okay. We'll make our way over towards the downtown area where a lot of the commerce is here in downtown. That's going to be Sunset and Via de la Paz, and the gas station there has been destroyed. Some homes up above the gas station. Of course, the Gelson's, as we had mentioned, is right here. That is completely gutted. You just see about 3/4 of the wall that is that remains. Other than that, it has been completely destroyed. And this is just in the central portion of Pacific Palisades. Sunset Boulevard, as many of us know, run right down the center. It's where a lot of the shops are, but there's also homes, and that's what we're seeing here, and just both sides of Sunset Boulevard completely destroyed. Everywhere you look here, essentially between, let's see, Temescal Canyon, all the way towards Palisades Road, I mean, majority of that is seeing damaged home or just completely destroyed homes. There's more homes that we can't even see because of the flight restriction and the smoke. So what we're seeing here is just the majority of what has been destroyed, but there's still more we still have not seen. We still haven't seen what has happened up along Palisades Road, other sections of PCH. There's sections of, there's structures over by the Getty Villa that have been completely destroyed. So both sides of Palisades Road, which is where that fire originally started, have been destroyed. But overall, everything you're seeing here is in the flatlands of Pacific Palisades below the hill. So when that fire started up above, all the amber cast, everything just started pouring down into the city, and there was really nothing you could do with those high winds. Unfortunately, this is a live view of Pacific Palisades. We'll stay overhead. We'll continue to give you these live images. But for now, I'm Rich Prickett in the Sky 5, and I'll send it back to you in Hollywood.
Thank you, Rich. Again, quite a contrast from the Palisades going down to the lower part of the picture where Santa Monica starts, where, you know, there was an evacuation in Santa Monica, but I guess fortunately they dodged a bullet.
Yeah, from Chautauqua, also West Channel, to the west of there is Santa Monica, and that's pretty much the line of demarcation, if you will. Everything off to the west of there, to the east rather, of those streets that I just named, that's safe into Santa Monica, but then to the west, and that's what we're looking at. It's just devastation. And you know what's terrible too is some of the structures of the homes that are still standing, their gas is off, their water's been shut down. It's probably very dangerous. There's lots of chemicals in the atmosphere. The water has been compromised. Even in my neighborhood in the San Gabriel Valley in Pasadena, they've told us to not drink the water because a lot of the filtration systems in these areas have been compromised. So the water is not safe to drink. That's something we haven't heard here in the Pacific Palisades, but that could be happening because of, again, the devastation. Everything turned off, water. You can see some of the electric companies, some of the service folks that are out there trying to make sure that the lines are safe now and maybe de-energized. Because there's still winds out there, and if those power lines are swaying or swinging, and if they hold that energy, there's still opportunities for, more disaster to happen. So of course we're hoping that they're de-energizing those lines, and you could still see hot spots down there in some of the bowls, some of the canyons. There's some smoke right there in the center of your screen. So there's still a lot of hot spots. It's just feels so dangerous, and with all that debris, again, this is another reason to stay out of these areas, folks, because there's nails, there's sharp objects everywhere.
Down power lines.
There's down power lines, there's concrete, things that are still falling, things that are not propped up properly that could fall on you and kill you in a second. So these are just very dangerous neighborhoods to be in. Only experts, only officials should be in these areas. And even if you are or a resident of these areas, please call ahead, try and speak to somebody who can, give you information on how to safely navigate through a lot of these neighborhoods.
Yeah, I know another big problem is like natural gas still, burning in a lot of these houses, and you've got to somehow get in there and turn that off.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be. I think the gas company at some point they could maybe turn off a major central valve and
they can
cut it down.
Yeah, and also yesterday, I mean, Glenn, Lou, we heard how many propane tanks did we hear explode
on
yesterday?
live TV.
On live TV.
Yeah.
There are everybody's got a barbecue in their backyard, and whether the propane tanks have popped off already or whether they're still there and have not popped off, that's a dangerous thing to be around as well.
Kai, you had talked about these winds and the gusts, and we saw them destroy so many lives and homes. It's also happening in the San Bernardino Mountains apparently now, and so those winds can happen there as well.
Well, yeah, that's what Henry spoke about this morning. I've been talking to everybody. The fact that the energy is shifting a little bit more to Riverside, San Bernardino, and Orange County, and I think we can have Shelby explain that a little bit.
Yeah, Shelby Nelson is actually up there experiencing those winds. Shelby?
Hi there. Yeah, and as you both said, or as all three of you said, we're diverting our coverage from the west just for a second because we want to kind of show you what it looks like up here in the San Bernardino Mountains. Remember, parts of these areas are still under a red flag warning and a high wind warning. And the reason that we're at this gas station right here in Twin Peaks, this Shell, I mean, you could see how many cars are coming out here. Apparently, a lot of the mountain areas do not have power right now. Wind gusts are pretty strong. Right now it seems a little bit calm, but on the way up here, those winds were pretty strong. I mean, you had to have a firm grip on the steering wheel in order to, drive safely up here. But you see this group of people. I think this is the first time I'm seeing that there's not a line out there of people waiting to get gas, but that's been the case all morning. Greg, I wanted to come over to you. This is your dad, right, Keish? Hi, you guys. So you guys are the owners of this gas station. I mean, tell me about what's going on this morning, because you guys have had so many customers up here, and it's because of the power outages, because of the wind. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, we started our morning off very, very weird. We started off no power in the store. We didn't realize anything until we came in for our morning shift. And we had our employee check some of the inside equipment. We went into the back and started our diesel generator to get our pumps going at least. And we found out later on that most of the rest of the mountain didn't have fuel. So we sent out a notice on Instagram, Facebook to let people know. And we've been busy nonstop since 7 in the morning, nonstop.
And so most of the gas stations you're saying don't have gas right now because there's hardly any power?
They do, but they don't have the power. They don't either have generators. Some of the generators today, from what I've been hearing, have been faulty. They haven't been working. So people are just having a hard time today.
And this has really been a coordinated effort with you guys, because I see you guys kind of mitigating traffic out here. There's been so many people lining up. I mean, it was backed up along that street when we were arriving here. And people have been posting it on social media too, saying that this is the only location where they can get gas right now. And this is where they're coming. I mean, for you guys, what has that effort looked like?
It's just helping the community, get them moving so nobody,
I mean, we're a tight-knit community. We don't have a lot of space. So if we're not out here directing traffic or helping people out, there's a lot more trouble that comes out of it. So right now people are happy that we're out here trying to help everybody out. So it's been a team effort since the morning, nonstop. It's been cold, but we're trying to push through.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. And I'm sure a lot of the community members up here appreciate that too. I'm going to head past you guys and see if maybe there's someone who might want to talk to us who's filling up on gas. Hi, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I see that you're getting gas right now. I mean, what has this morning/afternoon looked like for you? What prompted you to come here?
I just, like normal every day, I needed some fuel, so.
And do you live up here in the mountains?
Yeah, I've been here since 1990.
And did you know that this was probably the only gas station that had gas right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We just deal with it. We live in the mountains and the power goes out. So for me, it's not that big of a deal. It's just kind of part of living up here. I've been through it before.
And I assume that you don't have power at your own home?
No, we have a generator to run the essentials, but I haven't even fired it up because sometimes it's just nice to not have your electronics.
Yeah. It seems like a lot of mountain folks kind of know how to deal with this because you guys had Snowmageddon just a couple years ago, and then power outages don't seem that crazy. However, we do have a red flag warning right now, high wind warning. Is there any way you approach things like this when we've got these crazy winds?
Yeah, we have diesel for my work trucks and gas for my wife's cars. We have fire hoses and stuff at our house that we can string out through the property to make sure that we can do stuff on our own if we need to. Food, we always have food and water. Yeah, we just try and not stress out about it. And I think the more that you can be prepared, the less stress you'll be, you know, because anything can happen. And right now, you know, there might be a lot of people complaining that the power is shut off. One of the things people don't think about a lot is there's a lot of resources being used up right now west of here. So to me, it's good to take the extra precaution to shut the power off, because if something starts on the north side of the mountain right now with the wind blowing south, we may or may not have the resources we would have if those other fires weren't already going. So it could be frustrating for some people that aren't used to it or not prepared, but I think it's the right decision.
Sir, what's your name?
Wesley.
Wesley, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and good luck with getting your gas. And it seems like you've got everything handled. So,
thank you.
All right, thanks, Wesley. Appreciate it. You too. All right, guys. So, yeah, you're seeing the situation out here. Several vehicles. So there's one backing into here. So we'll get out of their way. But if we come over here, I just want to show you. So for a second, we saw a lull in the line, and then here again, we've got another line of cars waiting to get their gas. I have reached out to SoCal Edison. I'm waiting to get a response from them. What they did say right now is that in Lake Arrowhead, they don't have power, and that's not because of a public safety power shutoff, but it's because of wind damage to some of their equipment. So if people don't have power up here, it could be a number of things. It could be wind damage to equipment, or it could be because of a public safety power shutoff. And you know, as you heard from Wesley right now, I think some people are kind of understanding why those public safety power shutoffs are so important, because if there were a fire to break out, I mean, resources could be stretched thin. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Shelby, thank you so much for that information.
All right, joining us out via Zoom is Annette Ramirez. She's the interim general manager of LA Animal Services. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
So what is the status right now of the shelters since these fires started at the beginning of the week?
So we've actually, the largest impact that we've had has been with equines. So we've taken horses in between both Hampson Dam and LA Equestrian Center. We have taken a number of animals, small pets, dogs and cats, at our other shelters, and then we are support to evacuation centers so that evacuees can be co-housed with their pets.
I just saw a post a little while ago that you guys are in desperate need of adoptees and fosters.
Yes, we absolutely need Angelinos who are not in the evacuation zones, who are able to foster, to come in and foster. And if anyone has been considering adoption, right now is the perfect time to adopt. We absolutely need to make sure that we have the space in our facilities for the incoming animals as we continue to see this event unfolding over the next few days. We don't think that it's going to end, anytime soon. So we want to make sure that we are ready and prepared to take on those animals that need to be in the shelter.
All right. Fortunately, not everybody's going to have to take their animals to a shelter. So what are some of the emergency preparedness tips you can give people to keep their pets safe at home?
Yeah, so especially right now with the air quality, if you could bring your pet indoors, you absolutely should, especially with the winds. You need to make sure that any fencing is secure. If you're letting a dog outside, we're seeing a lot of fences being are wearing good identification tags. If you have a dog, that you have a license tag on your dog. And for dogs, cats, rabbits, and even horses, make sure that they are microchipped and that you update your contact information with the microchip company to ensure that they have your current name, address, phone number, and email address. You should also prepare an emergency kit or a go bag for your pet, just like you would for your family members. Make sure you have a crate, litter, food, water, bowls, toys, medication, and especially vet records, and have a plan for your pet. So if you can think of a friend or a neighbor, not within the immediate area that may be able to take you in with your pet, make sure that you have that lined up ahead of the any evacuation orders that are issued.
Annette, those are great tips. I have a large dog, and what I've noticed in the last couple of days, they feel our anxiety, and mine's terrified of the winds. Also, he seems to be drinking more water, so it's just be attuned to their stress as well, and maybe keep them in a separate room or quieted down, almost like when fireworks are happening during July 4th, I would assume. But more importantly, let's talk about the evacuation centers that are accepting pets and those large animals.
Yeah, so the evacuation centers that are accepting pets right now are the Westwood Rec Center, which is servicing the Palisades Fire, and Ritchie Valens Recreation Center, which is servicing the Hearst Fire evacuation area. And then for large animals, we have actually maxed out the number of horses that we can take at the LA Equestrian Center. So all large animals are now being diverted to Hansen Dam.
All right, of course, you are LA Animal Service. You're providing supplies like bowls, pet food, blankets. Obviously, you need some help with that. If somebody wants to make a donation, what should they do?
Yeah, so donations can be made at any of our 6 shelters. We are accepting blankets, crates, food, bowls. Food, we do ask that they are unopened packages of food. And then people can also donate online via our website. Mailing in a check to LA Animal Services, and you could actually earmark your donation to be for emergency operations. So it's to provide supplies in the event of an emergency.
And that website is laanimalservices.com, and also they have great information on their social media channels as well. But laanimalservices.com has the locations of all 6 city shelters and also places that you can donate, foster, and adopt. I know you guys are overwhelmed aside from a natural disaster like this, so I can't imagine how overwhelming it is right now for you. And just pleading to folks, if you have space in your home and you're not in the affected areas, fostering an animal 100% will save lives. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it, and when we get back to normal life, we of course have our segment every Thursday at 1 o'clock for our Pet of the Week. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Okay, while we were conducting the interview, I just couldn't believe, we kept from Sky 5 showing the coast here. This is that famous area where you've got all of these beach houses that are on PCH. They straddle that strip of land between PCH and the ocean. And
that is Topanga Canyon.
That's unbelievable.
At the top of your screen. We all know this area quite well. Yeah. And we all know the Real Inn that was right there. That is gone. And once you head to the beach side, well, Glenn and Lou, we can see what happened. I actually saw a video that a couple of young kids posted last night. They drove north from Topanga into Malibu during the fire. And it looks to me like what happened is right around this area, the fire hit one of the homes, and then the windstorm took that fire and just drove it all the way to Malibu.
Yeah, tornado.
And you see that one structure, that house is still there, and
it's concrete.
The ones all around them are gone.
Well, those are all very old. Most of these houses, they're bungalows, they're little beach cabanas and houses, and they were built in the 50s and 60s, and they were built of wood, and these were just sanctuaries for so many people who would go out to the coast. It started as that, where you'd go to the beach on the weekend, and you'd have your little beach house. And then the further up you go, you get closer into Malibu, you get to Moon Shadows, that's gone. You get up towards Dukes. Fortunately, Dukes a little bit further to the south, but Dukes is there. We've heard reports that it might have been damaged, but it's still standing.
Mastro's still standing.
Yep, and then you keep going north and you get in towards Billionaires Beach. That's the area where there's huge properties. Some of those were destroyed as well. So this fire does not pick and choose. There's no way.
And I'm hoping that everyone who are in these homes, I hope that they had evacuated in time.
Yeah, and one quick last point, a lot of the water that they used to try to get these houses put out, these flames put out, and a lot of the materials are now in the ocean.
Yeah, I was thinking that because, you know, there's so many surfers, including you, that are going to want to get in the water eventually. But
yeah, my friends who surf and who love to go in the ocean, please do not do that right now. There's a lot of debris. There's hazardous waste and material that's in this water right now. And a lot of the water is making its way towards Santa Monica proper. It's a little bit of a small west swell, but the current will take a lot of the debris towards Santa Monica, towards Will Rogers Beach, some of those areas, and just in general, just please be careful. The logs, the debris in the water, it's just very, very dangerous.
All right, right now let's check in with Corrine Winter. She is at one of the evacuation centers set up in Westwood. Corrine?
And it's been extremely busy here at the Westwood Recreation Center all day long. This is where those who've been displaced by the Pacific Palisades fire, those who've lost absolutely everything, have been coming. More than 250 individuals now inside. Let's show you some video to capture the scene, what's going on here. It's not just those in need of assistance who've been arriving here, but community members who've been so generous, and they're bringing anything that they can, everything from food to water to clothing. They say they want to do their part to help. The American Red Cross and the Salvation Army also here on scene, and they've just been doing tremendous work. And what's important, they wanted us to point out, I know you heard from representatives earlier, it's not just items that are being donated, it's not just beds that are being provided to those in need, but also emotional support. We've seen people in the parking lot here consoling each other, others crying, the whole community, not just those impacted. They're trying to make sense of it all. How can this just happen in really an instant? You know, the fires broke out, and the next thing you know, it's ravaging communities. People are displaced. You see homes on fire. So it's been absolutely traumatic for those who are involved. And what's amazing in all this, you know, because there are multiple fires, it's not just the Pacific Palisades fire, but for example, the fire in the Hollywood Hills last night, we had a family come out and they were so close to losing their home, and you would think that, you know, they would be inside their property or with loved ones. No, they drove out here. They had a wagon full of food. You're going to hear from them in a second, but they said this is what they need to really get through what they're experiencing, being kind and generous and helping others who are in such a worse situation than they are. Take a listen to what this family told us. This is coming from the Beverly Hills community. If we can just show everyone, I mean, you packed everything you could.
Over 200 bottles of water. Yeah, we're doing great so far.
And food.
Food, bagels, cream cheese, coffee. We're trying to do as much as we can. We evacuated last night also from our home. So amidst all of this chaos, we're just trying to give back and do whatever we can. We're lucky that our home is still standing, but...
And which community is that?
We're up in Truesdale in the Hollywood Hills. Beverly Hills, Hollywood Hills.
So surreal for those impacted, for those who are watching, for those who have friends and family who've lost everything.
It's absolutely devastating to see what's happening to our town, to see our friends that have lost their homes and lost everything, that ran out with just, I mean, thank God they're okay, which is the most important thing. The loss of life is very low, so that's the most important thing. But losing your home and your spirit is just, but we will come together as a community and we will make sure that we rebuild and come out of this stronger than before. I have no doubt in my mind.
And the ability to see beyond what's going on in your own world. I mean, you came so close to losing everything, but yet you showed up today, a wagon full of food and water.
Well, it's these two girls that inspired me, honestly. They are like, Mom, we have to do something. We can't just sit here and watch our community go down in flames.
I can see how emotional it is for you.
Yes, I'm so moved by them, and I'm just so inspired by everyone coming together. But to watch everyone lose their homes, it's just devastating. It really is. So we'll do whatever we can.
You girls good? You girls okay?
Yeah, we're okay. Just if anyone needs help, we're here. The Beverly Hills community is here to help everyone. We're all coming together to pick everyone else up and just hopefully do things for the better. There's the pain and the loss is unimaginable right now. So
you guys are so amazing. I think Mom needs a hug. And we can't thank families like the one you just heard from enough, who are doing their part in such a big way in helping. So thank you. I want to bring in now, this is another big component to what's happening here, and it really shows the magnitude of what people are dealing with. You have assembly members who arrived here at this recreation center earlier today. This center is in your district. It's in your adjacent district. Yep. Give me your names, please, and tell me what you've been hearing from your constituents.
So my name is Rick Chavez-Zabur. I represent the 51st District, which runs roughly from Griffith Park and picks up the Hollywood Hills and runs all the way out to Santa Monica. So this is the main evacuation center that is in my district, but serving not only the folks that are in Pacific Palisades, but folks that were displaced in the Hollywood Hills, and then predominantly folks that are displaced in Santa Monica. A big chunk of the city was evacuated yesterday, was subject to mandatory evacuations, and so many of those folks didn't have places to go. They either couldn't find hotels or couldn't afford them. We actually have people that were living in facilities that needed services, and a lot of those people are actually being housed here and being provided with services now that they actually don't have a place to go. Some of the folks from Santa Monica, hopefully over the course of the next day, the weather patterns are going to be such that their homes won't be at risk. But today they're still subject to potential risk, and so they have been evacuated and they need a place to go. We're hoping that many of the folks actually, when the evacuation orders are lifted, can go back home. But it's tens of thousands of people. I think there were 88,000 people as of last night that had been displaced from the Palisades fire, and that doesn't include the displacement from the Runyon Canyon fire from yesterday. But that 88,000 people have all been displaced from their houses, and this is only 250 beds. So, there's a big need, and obviously it's just heartening to see the community come together. The Red Cross is doing an amazing job. We've been inundated with offers of both of our offices with offers of support.
And Isaac Bryan, Assembly Member, what have you been hearing from state and local officials regarding funding? This is what people are really impacted by, those who have nothing to go back to. We've been talking a lot about insurance. How will you help the community get back on their feet?
Well, absolutely. Speaker Rivas of the California State Assembly mentioned today that we're going to introduce legislation to expedite insurance claims. There was over $4 billion in the governor's budget that he introduced just a week ago. There was a $1.5 billion climate bond, Proposition 4 on voters' ballots, that Assemblymember Zabur and I worked tirelessly last year to get before the voters. All of that money is what we need, but this is an unprecedented climate emergency. I chair the Assembly Natural Resources Committee. There was no way to prepare for something like this that was so unprecedented. So we all have to show up. My constituents want to support. My constituents want to step up to the plate. Angelinos want to make this all of our problem. We are all impacted by this. That's why there's 8,000 frontline responders. That's why the largest firefighting air force in the country is in the air. That's why there's 50 dozers on the ground and so much more at stake. We're turning that corner. We're going to make this change, and then we're going to rebuild.
We're not just focusing on Pacific Palisades because there's so many communities impacted by fires, but Pacific Palisades, where you have a majority of the community just gone, wiped out. How do you begin to pick up the pieces? And that's what people are thinking about. What's the future going to be like in that community with so much gone?
Well, obviously, luckily the president has declared an emergency. The governor has as well. This is something that the community is going to need federal and state help on. Speaker Rivas has been very focused, as Assemblymember Bryan has mentioned, on making sure that we are actually standing up for all these communities impacted. This is sort of just the first step. Both Assemblymember Bryan and I were just talking to the folks from the Red Cross about the plans they have for the folks that are permanently displaced from this fire. And so, today this is providing temporary housing, but they're going to need support in terms of where they go next. It may be staying in hotels for a number of months, but they're going to need help rebuilding. And obviously, there are lots of other support in place. Insurance Commissioner Lotta, who is the state insurance commissioner, is going to be coming out on site in the next few days trying to help people with insurance claims and expediting those. But it really is sort of all hands on deck. And I think the thing I can say is, as Assemblymember Bryan has said, is that the state government is committed to helping folks. This is an unprecedented disaster. It's one that I have not seen in the 30 years I've lived in Los Angeles, and it's something that we need to sort of step up for all members of our community to make sure that people are able to get back on their feet.
And we hope this is something that never happens again for a long time, if so, but residents are frustrated. They're looking and they're saying our firefighters don't have the resources or aren't enough boots on the ground, our water supply. There's so many questions that if you didn't hear inside, you're going to be hearing from the community. They're not happy. What happened here?
In terms of the
not enough resources for something like this, preparing.
So, I don't know that you can ever prepare for something of this magnitude, but I've got to say that the state government, the governor and the state government stepped up immediately with almost hourly briefings with the Office of Emergency Services. We actually have teams coming in from Oregon and Washington and Nevada. There are trucks that are sort of on their way and are sort of getting here today. They're ramping up the response for the Palisades fire and the others in the other parts of the state. So I think the governor has done an incredibly good job responding to this.
All right, we thank you so much for your time. We know you're headed to a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
We
Take
appreciate
care.
it. And you're hearing from some state leaders here just about the work that's currently underway and what residents and impacted communities can expect. So we're going to keep on top of that. There is so much need here and a lot of answers, a lot of questions still unanswered. So a snapshot of what's going on here behind the scenes as those assembly members talk to constituents and those impacted by the fire inside this recreation center. Lou and Glenn.
Corrine, thank you for that important information. And right now, the Red Cross has all the physical items needed to support those displaced by the fires. The first priority of the Red Cross is to provide shelter and immediate support to those affected, and financial donations, of course, the quickest and best way to help those in need. It's mainly those financial donations. They can be used right away to directly help those affected, such as replacing lost items like prescription medications or reading glasses. You can help people affected in our area by supporting our KTLA Cares campaign and donating to the Red Cross Disaster Relief. All you need to really do is scan that QR code on your screen, and it's got all your information. Also, there's the 1-800 number. It's really easy, 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcross.org/donate.
All right, let's get back up to Rich Prickett. He is in Sky 5.
Glenn and Lou, another look here of Pacific Palisades. Right there is Via de la Paz and Sunset Boulevard, so right in the center of the Palisades Village area, and you can just see just how much damage was sustained here during the fire. I know we have a lot of shops and supermarkets and other businesses right here in this area that were destroyed, but just countless homes as well right in this area. And as we slowly kind of widen out here, and it's just about every building you see here has some sort of damage or has been completely destroyed. Now we'll also go over towards the east here and up above the village and show you some of those areas that have been completely destroyed as well. I believe we call this the Alphabet neighborhood, and all these streets here, just every block, every home, with the exception of a few, has been leveled, has been completely destroyed. There you can see that looks like to be a fire department right there in the middle. So just to kind of give you an idea as to where we are looking here, and we'll just continue to pan east along Sunset Boulevard and north of Sunset. It's awful to see how many buildings and homes have been damaged here, have been destroyed. We're still seeing some active hot spots that are burning in this area, so there's the potential for some more buildings to be lost here in the Pacific Palisades. We're going to make a pan over here to the left, and which would be to the west, and here's another section that was destroyed. Temescal Canyon and Pacific Coast Highway, that entire community has been taken out. Now, moments ago, we took a ride up Pacific Coast Highway, and we were looking at the beachfront homes, essentially from Topanga Canyon all the way to Los Flores. That's where we were able to make it as far as to the north. And every single beachfront home, with the exception of a couple, were completely destroyed. So the coastline was no exception here as far as the beachfront homes. That fire, the Palisades fire, burned all the way to the ocean and taken out nearly everything in its path. For now, I'm live over the Pacific Palisades. I'm Rich Prickett. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, boy, what a disaster.
Well, we haven't been able to really see a lot of this because we weren't able to fly it because of the gusts, the winds, and wow, when we were talking with the LA Animal Services woman, I think it hit us when we saw all of those homes along PCH in Malibu, and now we're seeing this destruction. We knew it was bad, but to see this, and just the trees, they're like little twigs.
Yeah, and it's, you'll see a home that, that's not completely torched and damaged, and they just stick out because of all the other damage around them. Obviously, these folks here, fire insurance on the mind of a lot of these people who lost property.
And a lot of times, and David Lazarus is here. A lot of people may assume that, if you have a home like this or a large home, then of course you can afford fire coverage. But no, that's not necessarily the case, or it's not given.
Indeed. Moreover, if you own coastal property like that, beach erosion is the thing that you mostly think about. You don't think about things going up in flames because you're right there on the water. This is a great example, as Kai's been talking about, how the embers travel great distances, and you just never know. They can even jump a fire break like the PCH, and there you go. In fact, my father, who used to live in the Malibu colony, was telling me about how when there was big fires up in Malibu once upon a time, the fire was burning down towards their houses, and he asked the fire department, what are you going to do about this? And they said, we're just going to let it burn. We're just going to let it go. And there's nowhere to go. You've got the ocean behind you, you've got the fire in front of you, and you are stuck. Now, for tens of thousands of SoCal property owners, they have seen their insurance either not renewed by the private insurers like State Farm and Allstate and Farmers, or they simply have been unable to get coverage because they've been deemed to be in a high-risk zone, and as a result, they've gone into the California FAIR Plan. And if you don't know what that is so-called insurance of last resort. In other words, if you can't get insured by anybody else, you can go into this state-run program, and it's not funded by taxpayers. It is funded, in fact, by the insurance industry. To be honest, they don't mind a lot of people getting into it because it's bare bones coverage at a very high price, and so for them, well, it's more bang for their bucks. Now, the problem here is, can the FAIR Plan, again, insurance of last resort, handle this much demand? The FAIR Plan says they will be able to handle all claims that come their way, but it seems like it's an open question unless the insurance industry ponies up more cash. I've seen one estimate that says the FAIR Plan might be looking at $6 billion in claims as a result of these fires, but keep in mind as well, because we've had so much coverage denied to so many homeowners, there is an estimate out there that all of the homes now covered by the FAIR Plan have a combined value of nearly $500 billion. Again, this plan was not designed for that, so it's an open question now whether all of those claims can be filled. It also speaks to the fact that when you have a number of for-profit insurers all carving up the market and taking on risk only unto themselves, well, their first instinct is going to be to protect themselves and to protect their bottom line. Well, the reality is the art of insurance is the art of risk management. And unless you can spread risk as far and wide as possible, like, say, a single-payer healthcare plan, well, then you're going to have a lot of individual providers who are going to have their own specific needs. Clearly, what we've seen, as with healthcare, is that when it comes to property coverage, we don't have a plan right now that's going to be able to handle this level of risk.
David, you're a homeowner. You diligently and on time pay your premium each and every month for the last 30 years.
Indeed.
You make that call to your agent yesterday, this morning, unfortunately. What's the timeline? What happens after this?
Processing a claim in this situation hopefully would handle expeditiously, but obviously with a caseload like this, your insurance agent and the company that employs that person is completely swamped at this point. So it can take a long, long time. And that's another problem for homeowners, because when it comes to rebuilding, well, California's price gouging laws will only go up to about 6 months. In other words, the law in California protects you from a more than 10% increase in the value of whatever you're purchasing. And when it comes to rebuilding, you have a 6-month window. Nobody is going to be rebuilding within 6 months. In other words, the price gouging protections will be expired by then. And now let's look at simple Econ 101. Supply and demand dictates that when there's a ton of demand and very little supply, prices go up. Well, you can be sure contractors are going to be in short supply, lumbers will be in short supply, Concrete will be in short supply, and just simply the logistics of getting a lot of these materials to many of these neighborhoods is going to be an enormous challenge. This is going to push prices ever higher. A lot of coverage out there is not going to be able to accommodate those overages. Now, here's a good tip for people. Ask your broker about a rider that you can have attached to your policy that will accommodate increases in commodity costs. That is available. It will cost you a little more, but at the moment, obviously, that would be a godsend for a lot of these people, because there's going to be a lot of people who thought that they were covered to rebuild and then will discover, uh-oh, we can't cover that anymore. Our insurance policy will only get us so far, and suddenly you're on the hook for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of additional expenditures.
When you say a long time, are you talking 3 months or a year or?
For rebuilding?
Well, to get their attention and get the money that you need.
To process the claim.
Yeah.
I would think that in some cases it could take weeks, because obviously the insurance companies will try to staff up now to handle a situation like this. That said, there's going to be a lot of claims that are going to have question marks attached to them. Is this TV really worth that? Was your home really remodeled, or was it not? There's going to be a lot of back and forth, and I think that's going to run into the months. Also, one other thing, most homeowner policies will cover at least a portion of your evacuation costs, such as if you have to go to a hotel, meals you have to get. Keep your receipts.
That's
yes,
right.
You need to be able to document all of those expenses, especially if you're going to be out of your home for possibly weeks, if not months.
That's a great point, and we've talked about that a little bit with some other disasters. Of when the disaster happens, keep those receipts of the evacuation plan. But it's on my list of things to do at my house, is to take video of everything in my house, specifically when I get a new TV or if I get whatever, and I haven't done it. But that is really important to do, just to have that. So when you do talk to the insurance company and they're like, well, that TV is blah, 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 you can say, no, here's the TV, here's the warranty, and be able to give them those papers.
We've talked about that, and it only takes you 10 minutes to take your phone, walk around the house from room to room, and record all of your things, from your appliances to your electronics to what have you. Also, if you've done a remodel and the value of your home has changed, make sure you have those documents around as well.
Great.
Those are things that should be in your go bag.
And once you get past the insurance process, then you got to deal with building permits, building inspectors. I had some friends of mine in Malibu that lost their home, I guess, about 5 years ago in a fire. It took them 3.5 years, about 3.5 years to get a rebuild.
Right.
Beautiful house now, probably worth 3 times what they had before. But boy, the process and the pain they went through to get that thing built was unbelievable.
I was thinking as well that there's going to be a number of homes that have variances, where they've been able to get exemptions from zoning laws for one reason or another. One wonders whether in rebuilding those variances will still apply. Can they be grandfathered in, or are you starting from scratch, which would change, of course, the whole equation.
All right, we're going to go to President Biden, who's given a briefing on fires out here in Southern California.
That's
at the
also
White
why
House.
I call this group of folks around this table of all relevant federal departments and agencies together to discuss what more we can do, and some of the folks around the screen as well. Before we begin things, here's an update on where things stand right now. First, we focused on helping contain these fires. Over the last 24 hours, the United States Forest Service, working with state and local responders, has suppressed over 50 fire starts. And the fire in the Hollywood Hills has been contained by brave firefighters risking their lives. Right now, 3 major fires are still burning: in the Pacific Palisades, in Pasadena, and in Sylmar. I want to be clear, what I know from talking to the governor, that there are concerns out there that there's also been a water shortage. The fact is, the utilities understandably shut off power because they're worried the lines that they carried energy were going to be blown down and spark additional fires. But the Cal Fire, and when it did that, it cut off the ability to generate pumping the water. That's what caused the lack of water in these hydrants. And so Cal Fire is bringing in generators to get these pumps up and working again, so that there's no longer a shortage of water coming out of these hydrants. I'm also surging all federal resources possible to Southern California, including 400 additional federal firefighters, over 30 over 30 firefighting helicopters and planes, federally supplied firefighting planes and helicopters, and 8 Department of Defense C-130s that are equipped to suppress wildfires. Today, the Secretary of Defense also authorized 500 wildfire ground clearing personnel from the Defense Department. And I've directed the department to continue working with Governor Newsom to identify additional resources that can be provided for public safety and security. And we've secured additional firefighters and firefighting aircraft from our ally in Canada as well. I also want everyone in Southern California to know we're going to keep at it. We're sticking with this. We expect there may be a temporary break in the winds, but in some areas the winds are likely to continue well into next week. And so we're going to continue to sending everything, literally, every resource we can find that's appropriate to help the governor and the first responders. Second, we're focused on helping people who have been displaced or in many cases lost everything. You reported on, you've seen the homes just burned to the ground, whole areas burned to the ground, large areas. They've been displaced and they've lost everything. As I said, since the fire started, FEMA has been working with the state to help residents get shelter, groceries, prescriptions, and other critical goods like baby formula. We're also sent FEMA Director Criswell to Los Angeles to manage our response on the ground. She was supposed to be on this call, but we have the deputy here because she is out in the field with the governor right now, surveying what's going on. Let me close with a message to the people of Southern California. We are with you. We're not going anywhere. To the firefighters and first responders, you are heroes. Many of these firefighters are out there risking their lives, and some, well, I won't go beyond that, but risking their lives, and while their own homes are in danger, their families are in danger. To the firefighters and first responders, you really are, it's not hyperbole, you're heroes. You're genuinely heroes. And the worst, this is the most widespread, devastating fire in California's history. It's amazing. And there's nobody who understands it better than the press has been covering this on a minute-to-minute basis. And you literally have to run into the flames, these firefighters. You know, that old expression, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. Who runs into flames? You know, in doing so, you're leaving your own families and who may be in harm's way as well. So we owe you. And we're going to make sure that you get every resource you need, every possible resource you need. You know, to the families who have been impacted by this disaster, you're living through a nightmare, I know. And I promise you, we're going to help you get through this and eventually recover and rebuild. I'm going to turn it over now to the Vice President before we go on to the folks in the various cabinet positions as well as agencies that control these issues. Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so you fire away. No pun intended.
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. President, and also for the work that everyone around this table has been doing with the appropriate sense of urgency, because this is an urgent matter. What we have seen in California, and in particular in Southern California, is apocalyptic in terms of the nature of it and the unprecedented nature of it as well. And what we are seeing is a situation that is extremely dynamic. It is very much in play, and to some degree unpredictable, because we are literally waiting to see which way the wind blows. And I cannot praise enough the local leaders, most of whom I have talked with, and in particular our firefighters, who, as the President has said, they are working around the clock. They are working 12-hour, even longer shifts, and they are doing it with a sense of optimism, but also with an understanding of how serious this moment is and how important their work is to real lives and real people. Thousands of families have been displaced. Many of those families with young children with nowhere to go. And what we know is that this is a matter of current urgency, but this is also something that is going to have an impact for months and years to come. And on that point, I will also make note of the fact that sadly, many insurance companies have canceled insurance for a lot of the families who have been affected and will be affected, which is only going to delay or place an added burden on their ability to recover. And I think that is an important point that must be raised, and hopefully there can be some way to address that issue, because these families, so many of them, otherwise will not have the resources to recover in any meaningful way. And many of them have lost everything. In the midst, however, of all of the trauma that has occurred, we have seen extraordinary acts of heroism. I am hearing countless stories of strangers helping strangers. People who are opening their homes where they are intact and have not had to evacuate, opening their homes to neighbors, to friends of neighbors, feeding them and providing shelter for them. And I do think that it speaks to the best of who we are as a country, which is in times of crisis, we find the heroes among us who we may not have known before, but act out of a sense of courage, but also a sense of community. And I applaud all those who are approaching this crisis with that spirit. And the bottom line is this: there are incredible heroes every day who are working right now in California on the front lines of this fire. And in particular, I want to thank the firefighters for all they are doing. They are, as the president said, putting themselves in harm's way, and they are doing the work that is about helping people who are perfect strangers to them, and doing it in some of the highest moments of need that anyone could face. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Liz Sherwood-Randall.
Turn it back to me.
Okay, back to the president.
Look, I've had a chance to speak with a lot of elected officials, including the senators, some of the congresspersons in the region, as well as the vice president as well. And I want to be clear that one of the reasons I've asked this larger group to get together is because they control the very agencies that are needed from the federal level to get things done. And you know, we're in a situation where the U.S. Forest Service Chief, Randy Moore, is here. And he's going to provide an update in the fire situation in Los Angeles and discuss how the U.S. Fire Service, the U.S. Forest Service, is assisting Los Angeles and the state of California with fighting the wildfire, including the action his team has taken to suppress new fire starts. So, Chief, why don't you fire away?
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. It's great to see you. I, too, consider California my home.
Yes.
And so it's great to be here to talk about this dramatic situation that we have. So the Forest Service and the Department of Interior are actively engaged in supporting the response to the wildfires in Southern California. And there are 4 major fires that we currently have going on. The Forest Service is in unified command with the LA County as well as other local city agencies. We're looking at the Eaton, the Hearst, and the Lydia. And if you look at that area there, that's the northernmost part of that area where the fires are taking place. The Palisades Fire, which CAL FIRE is in control of. And then we have a new start, which is this Sundown Fire that just started last night. And it also has potential to expand quite significantly just based on the location it's at, but also the winds that are expected to continue. Right now, when I look at the mutual aid system in California, I want you to know that it's second to none in terms of how that system works and how it really moves to activate the federal firefighting community and how it is activated and engaged. You know, every year we prepare for these Santa Ana winds. It's just that what is happening now is happening sooner. It's happening at a time now where we normally are at our lowest point in the fire year. And the fact that these fires are taking place now, it says that there are things that are going on in our climate that is creating truly year-round fire situations, and it's something that we all need to be mindful of, and this is a good indication of that. To give you an example, that if a fire starts from any ignition source during these Santa Ana winds, it has the potential for explosive growth and spread. And when that happens under these wind-driven conditions, it's very difficult to control. Now, in addition to this, when these winds are high, the aviation resources cannot fly. So it limits a lot of the potential area support. As of this morning, there were over 4,000 firefighters that was assigned to these large fires. 600 or so were currently federal work, which means Forest Service and Department of Interior. And it doesn't include many who are assigned to their home units to provide initial attack. To give you an idea of the unsung heroes in these fire attack conditions, in the last 24 hours, we've had 50 starts, and the initial attack success has been wonderful. So we've stopped a potential for 50 additional fires to be added to these 4 significant fires that we currently have. And that's what I mean by having initial attack crews stay put or pre-positioned across the state based on intelligence that we're gathering. And so I wanted to mention that because we talk about the active fire suppression, but there's so much that takes place behind the scenes that limits the amount of fires that our firefighters are having to respond to. The President did an excellent job of mentioning all of the resources that's available and that are assigned to the fire. I won't go over those, but we have a number of equipment that's out there that when the winds allow us, we'll be in the air fighting those fires. We also have a number of private contract crews that we're working with. We're working wonderfully with the state, county, and other federal firefighters, also the tribal firefighters as well in the communities. And we're looking at these MAFs, which we call the Modular Area Firefighting System Air Tankers. There's 8 of them. And there were, like I said, this time of the year, we're not ready for that. But within the next 24 to 48 hours, we'll have all 8 that's available for assistance. These aircrafts require lead planes to lead them into these fires. And so we're having to go through that whole process and ramp up really quick to get the inspections in, the check rides, so that these are qualified and are able to go. We're also working with our Canadian partners to mobilize 2 CL-415. These are water scoopers. They were cleared customs on Monday, and they will be available after they clear federal inspections and the check rides. An important thing to know is that these aviation resources require a lot of support in the form of mechanics, airport space, helicopter managers, area supervisions. And so we're working with our state and local and federal agencies to identify these aviation support resources to be sure that we can respond effectively. Now, I had mentioned the amount of fires that we've responded to in the last 48 hours, and I mentioned the 50 fires in the last 24 hours. We continue to have new starts. We're continuing to monitor the types of activities. We have about 8,000 firefighters on standby to add to this if need be. Right now, we are going to monitor the number of aircraft and firefighters we have in that small space. Because as you can imagine, there's only so much you can put in a space before you create other challenges there. The airspace in that area is pretty tight. You have commercial airports and others in that area. You also, unfortunately, have drones in the air, which is a concern to our pilots and to the safety of the aircraft, and so we have to be mindful of that. I only bring it up to let you know that this is not a very easy environment to operate within. Our firefighters, both federal, state, and local, and tribal, are doing just an outstanding job in what I consider to be some significant challenges in a significant environment. I think, as I look at some of the questions that you may tend to ask, it's typical that the causes of fires isn't known immediately because resources are really focused on response. However, all the fire causes are investigated, and I want to be upfront with that. Each one of these fires will be investigated to see what the cause and origins of them are. And what we know now is that it would be unusual for there to be lightning-caused fires in Southern California at this time of the year. Fire investigations are the responsibility of the jurisdiction of where the fire starts, and we're ready to assist with this if and when needed. Thank you all.
Thank you. Randy, tell me about the conditions that we're dealing with on the ground. What's most concerning for you?
Most concerning right now is the wind. because the wind is limiting our ability to put aircraft in the air. Aircraft will not put that fire out, but it gives our firefighters, our boots on the ground, a really good opportunity to put the fire out with a little help from retardant and water drops. With these Santa Ana winds, what's interesting about this part of California, these Santa Ana winds comes off the ocean usually in the mornings, and then you have the sundowner winds in the afternoon pushing the wind back the other way. And so while you're fighting to stop the fire this way in the morning, you're also fighting to stop the fire from coming back at you in the afternoon. The sundowner winds are not significant as we speak, but those are the challenges we have in that part of California. And so again, our firefighters are doing just an outstanding job of working in that type of environment, which their lives are really at risk pretty significantly under these conditions.
Thank you. I told you Administrator Griswold is off with the governor, and I'm inspecting some of these areas. So we have Bob Fenton. Bob, can you hear me? Hello, Bob.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I hear you.
Fire away.
You hear me, sir? I'm there. So the administrator is with right now the governor, the mayor of LA, county, local officials, getting a briefing on the fire to really understand what the needs are as we move forward, not only with regard to the firefight, which Chief Moore was talking about, but also to regard to support from the population displaced. Over 360,000 under mandatory evacuations, hundreds of thousands more with warnings. And so what we're doing now is ensuring that that we're able to provide any support to provide mass care to individuals, any assistance for the sheltering, any assistance for feeding, and then through the programs that we provide through our individual assistance that you authorize through the declaration, we're able to assist individuals with funding to offset their hotel costs. So applying to FEMA on the 1-800-621-3362 number is important, or disasterassistance.gov. We're sending teams out to the shelters. We know that there'll be a huge need after fires for mental health specialists, and working with HHS on providing that. As the Vice President talked about, insurance is problematic in California, especially with the fires. And so not only do some of the changes in our authorities help now with those that are underinsured, which we see more and more, but we want those that are insured to start seeking assistance to their insurance companies. Our programs can help individuals, especially displaced and who have lost their homes, with rental assistance until they can rebuild, and ultimately provide temporary housing. So we're in discussions with state and local governments on how we will meet those housing needs, both in the interim by using available stockage here, but how can we help rebuild? And then lastly, I would just say that we're really focused on already starting to discuss debris removal and all the hazardous waste that comes from fire and how to remove that safely between local, state, and federal government. We'll rely on federal partners, US EPA, the Corps of Engineers, and others to be part of that technical assistance help to support the safe removal so that ultimately we could rebuild. And one of the things that we will start doing in the next couple of days is starting that discussion on how do we rebuild, and not only rebuild, but rebuild more resilient and bring together state and local and federal agencies to start that discussion in the weeks to months ahead. And so right now we're focused on meeting the immediate needs of those displaced, but already starting to work on recovery and rebuild and bringing all our authorities and the full weight of the federal government and all the resources that you've authorized to help California in that endeavor.
Bob, what do you think the biggest challenge you're
Also,
going to... Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think the biggest challenge is going to be the mental health stress that is put on individuals that have lost everything. Fires are, so drastic. They destroy everything very quickly. Individuals don't have a lot of notice to leave, and so I think there's going to be a significant mental health strain, followed by a need to help individuals recover and rebuild. And the Vice President is exactly right. I suspect that many have insurance, many are underinsured. And insurance is difficult to get, and some might have lost their insurance or been canceled by insurance companies. And I think that's something we need to continue to work on, as a government at all levels, but something where there'll be gaps in assistance that we will need to bring in not only federal agencies, but nonprofits, private sector to help meet those needs.
I think we're going to have to do that. In addition, the fact is that the two declarations I signed, provide for example, the rebuilding of churches and schools and certain, but not businesses, not business centers. And so that's going to be a gigantic cost as well. But the debris removal is a big deal. And that's going to take a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, it will take some time to remove the debris. In California, unfortunately, we've had a lot of experience with fighting fires and removing debris. And so it will take months to a year. This is a very widespread with significant damage to infrastructure. And we want to not only immediately remove the hazards, things like propane tanks, some of the power cells that are there, and other contaminants that may be in households, and make sure that they're safe to re-enter, and we look for personal effects. But then the second part is removing that ash, and what we've done before is help people with the removal so that we could get down on the grade and then immediately start rebuilding.
All right, I appreciate what you're doing, and like you said, 360,000 people have been evacuated so far.
Sure, appreciate.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yes, sir. I just want to let you know I'm on also with the fire administrator from FEMA, who's been working with the local fire chiefs, and I didn't know if you had any questions or she wanted to add anything to this discussion. Chief Lori Moore is on.
Well, I've been talking to them, so Chief, you want to add anything to this?
I will, sir. Thank you very much. And as you might know, I've been here, got here last night. It was important to get here on the ground with the fire chiefs and the firefighters that are here. So I've been with LA County, LA City Fire Chief since last night. We're at the Palisades EOC right now, as Regional Administrator Fenton just said, with the governor, with the FEMA administrator getting the brief. The coordination of resources, it helps for us to be here, U.S. Fire Administration, as part of the response because we're on the ground. We're able to explain ground truth and coordinate resources, streamline the communication between federal. We're also here checking on the firefighters on the front lines, and I really appreciate what you and the Vice President both said about the boots on the ground, because these are their communities, and nobody wants to fight the fire and save these communities more than these firefighters who are boots on the ground from the very moment the ignition began. So we're checking on them, and I will tell you they're exhausted. Obviously, many of them have been more than 6 hours on this now. They are able to take a quick nap sometimes in the truck, but they are on the job. And they keep fighting, and so they need to know that they matter. And so it's important that I show up with them, to see them, to say thank you, and to let them know that we are watching, that we know what they're doing. We want to make sure that we're here when injuries happen. And so we did have an injured firefighter in LA County, fell through a 3-story roof just about 2 hours ago. So several major injuries, but in the hospital. I'll be going to check on him shortly. And it's about the response too, because often while they're in the midst of the response, these chiefs can't explain everything that is happening, and there's a lot of questions, as you might imagine, and are addressing. And so it's important that we're here to help explain why the fire's moving the way it is, the fire dynamics, helping people understand. And when there's questions, as you know, about the response or about the water, to help people understand that it's not over if there's not water in the hydrants. We have tenders, we have tankers, they're doing rescue. So there's a lot of work to be done, and controlling these perimeters. There's so much work that these firefighters are doing beyond the direct suppression on these fires. And so that's why we're here, and to continue to learn, because every one of these tragedies, unfortunately, is a lesson to how to prevent the next. And so it's important that we do that as well. So we're going to remain on the ground here, sir, on your behalf for a couple other days to make sure that we are part of this conversation.
Well, you are part of the conversation. That's why I went out to California yesterday and met with those firefighters and met with those police officers, because there's also worry about looting and a number of other things. So they are really incredible people. They're making such sacrifice. But I think you're right that we have to provide them all that is humanly possible for them to be able to do their job. And there's going to be a need. I want to say it again, and we all know it around this table, there's a need for some help in terms of the psyche of these folks. There's going to be real problems regarding to the mental health issues, and we got to make sure we're prepared to deal with it. All right, now Deputy Secretary of Defense Kate Hicks. Secretary, why don't you tell us what you and I and others have been talking about the Defense Department doing and what they're prepared to do now.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. I'm right here. No worries. Yeah, I surprised you.
Yeah.
We are very much leaning in here at the Defense Department. We, of course, are always looking for how we can support state and local partners and, of course, our interagency partners in the federal sector that you've already heard from. And that includes every tool that we believe we can leverage that causes us to always lean forward to make sure our partners understand what we could bring and be responsive to requests that they're coming forward with. And we have been in receipt of some requests. I will turn, with your permission in a moment, to Chairman Brown, and then we also have on the screen with us the NORTHCOM Commander, General Guillot, who is our focal point for responses here in the United States homeland. Secretary Austin this morning out in Germany already in his opening remarks for the final Ukraine Defense Contact Group spoke explicitly to our intent and efforts underway now to provide surge support. And so I just want to emphasize it's so important to us that he's put that front and center even while he's concluding this important work overseas. You had mentioned some of the efforts we already have underway. We are ready, as I said, to engage with our partners on further efforts. With your permission, I'll turn to Chairman Brown.
Please. Chairman.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, as you highlight, we do have 500 personnel already identified to be able to support. Not so much in firefighting, because it takes some 10 days of training that would be required, and we don't want to pull firefighters away from that, but they can also support with rock clearance capabilities, commodity distribution. We talked about the airlift with their helicopters. There's 10 U.S. Navy helicopters as well as 10 Guard helicopters. The winds have been challenging to get them airborne. They can also help with the ground search and rescue, incident response, awareness, and then medical support. Those Marines will be in place in the next 24 to 48 hours. The California National Guard also has, by tomorrow, they'll have about 1,000 service members that will be available to be able to support as well. About 250 of those actually have some firefighting capability, and they can be trained in the next 24 to 48 hours to also support firefighting. As was mentioned, the C-130s with the modular aerial firefighting system, 2 of those are already at Channel Island.
Explain what that means to the average listener.
Yeah, so what it is, it's a C-130 that's modified. It has a system that's put in a modular system that's put into the back of the C-130, and so it's able to push out either water or the slurry retardant associated with. And as was highlighted, they are usually prepared to do this during the firefighting season. This is several months prior to when they would typically do this. And so there's 2 C-130s that are already at Channel Island. They're in just northwest of Los Angeles. The other 6 will be there within the next 24 hours or so. The first flight will start tomorrow, and then they will continue to be prepared to be able to support. We're also looking at surrounding bases that may have ability to bed down any displaced personnel or families. We've got about 1,000 beds that have been identified at either Edwards, March, or Fort Irwin there in California. In addition, we're using March as reserve base as a incident response area and getting that set up. Mr. President, last thing I would say is what I've, and before I turn to General Guillot, what we really try to do is identify things that we know we could lean forward on before there's even an ask. We want to make sure we cut down the timeline to get provided capability. And we also want to make sure, and I know that General Guillot is communicating that with Ms. Griswold from FEMA, so that we want to make sure we, as I say, provide an a la carte menu of all the things we have available. So even if they don't have time to think about it, we're already looking ahead. Last thing I would say is when I met this afternoon with my staff, the thing we also talked about is there's an immediate response, but there's also, as was highlighted, the longer term response of things that we'd have to be able to look at in recovery. And so we're already thinking ahead of what options DOD may be able to provide to support. Any of your questions, and now I can turn
you
it to
guys
you.
have been immediately responsive. Thank you. I mean, you're right on top of things. But let's turn to General.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman. Northcom, on behalf of the Department of Defense, is aggressively taking action to deliver capabilities to California as soon as they are requested. So in addition to the aircraft and ground forces and the installation support that President Biden and Chairman Brown mentioned, we've identified other capabilities such as helicopter support, search and rescue, both from the ground or from the air, commodity distribution, route clearance, and medical capabilities that we've postured and have leaned forward to make sure that they're able to deploy to California and operate just as quickly as they are requested. And to do that, we're cooperating very closely with FEMA, with the state of California, and the National Guard Bureau to deliver the right capabilities at the right time for the women and men of California.
Well, the Defense Department, I got to say, stepped up immediately. I didn't even, matter of fact, I got a call what you need before I even asked. So thank you all. And you have incredible capacity and capabilities. It's just getting them in place as quickly as possible is the most important thing. You're doing that right now. So I think you're going to see an awful lot of help coming based on what you want to do, what you can do, and the entire department is surging capacities, in my understanding, including the aerial equipment to fight these fires. So thank you very much. Now I'd like to speak to our Department of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. She will brief us on power outages and initial assessments of impacts on the power grid in Los Angeles area. And Madam Secretary, it's all yours, wherever you are.
We're looking to see if she's still on the screen. She had to board a plane, so if she has had to board, the Deputy Secretary, Dave Turk, is sitting at the end of the table.
It looks like she is on her plane, so I'll
Fire away.
I'll give the update, Mr. President. And she's on the way, Mr. President, to Puerto Rico again on official visit, given the island-wide blackout there, and doing everything we can to help on that front per your guidance and the Vice President's direction as well. And of course, again, per your guidance, we're doing everything we can to help, working with partners, including our utility partners, but also other federal partners as well. As of just coming into this meeting, there's about a little over 400,000 customer outages in California. Important to note that these are both actual outages, power that's actually been disrupted because of the fire, but also proactive shut-offs, just as you mentioned as well, to prevent fire ignition and the spread of fire. We've got two main utilities out there, Southern Cal Edison and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and we're in close and continuing contact, including with their CEOs, Pedro and Janice as well, including calls with them just a few hours ago, just to make sure we're doing everything we can to help. We're coordinating with those utilities and with utilities literally across the country to make sure that we've got all the capabilities that we have in the federal government, but our utility partners to provide that. I want to thank you, Mr. President. You joined a call just a couple months ago with Liz and our secretary to thank all of these utility CEOs. We've got this phenomenal partnership with utilities all across the country. It's called mutual assistance. And if any utility in any one region needs help, all the other utilities, and we last unleashed this phenomenal partnership to bring 40,000 utility workers to Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, the affected regions with the two hurricanes back to back. And everybody
Continue to talk to me. I've been deployed so many places.
Well, having been with the utilities out, we were all in Colorado for this meeting. They just appreciated you taking the time to thank them for their personal leadership. And it's the utility CEOs themselves who make the time for these calls going forward. We're working closely with all the utilities. We're also in continuing contact with the transmission operators. The disruption has really been at the distribution level, at the local level, but we want to make sure there's not broader outages and broader concerns. As of now, we're not seeing any issues with stability of the broader transmission system, either in the region or across California or more broadly. So that's a good news part of where we're at now, of course. We're working with the utilities trying to restore power to customers as quickly as we're able, but full restoration, of course, is going to take some time here. In particular, the comprehensive damage assessment will take time and can't begin until it's safe for crews to get in there and actually do the assessments and do the work. So we're working, Madam Vice President, as you said at the outset, with a real sense of urgency here, but also with a sense of we'll do whatever we can over the long haul to do right by our responsibilities.
David, one of the things that everybody's mentioned so far is the mental stress it's going to cause for average Americans who are caught in the middle of all this. And one of the things that, it's not, these aren't everyday, no matter how well educated one is, they're not always certain how power is transmitted, why it's transmitted the way it is, and so on. Could you explain to the folks here, the public is listening, what the impact on some of the utilities have had on the ability to generate the pumping of water? Because there's a lot of accusations going around that it's because that the local leadership didn't care. I mean, explain how this works and why it makes sense what's happening.
So this is an issue, actually. Secretary Granholm was on the phone with the CEO of Southern Cal Edison to talk exactly about this and make sure we were doing everything we can on that front. And it's both the power issue, and you mentioned generators and other ways that we can try to help solve the problem there, but it's also the pressure and making sure that we're thinking of these things holistically. And certainly my experience over the last 4 years under your leadership is it's not one department, it's not one slice of your federal government that is responsible. Energy and water issues overlap in a lot of different ways. So we work with our EPA colleagues and others to make sure that we're bringing all of our expertise and explaining it to our fellow Americans. It's important that we give transparent information and information they can rely upon.
Well, I think it's just people don't know how.
All right, we've been listening to a meeting at the White House with President Biden and his staff. Vice President Kamala Harris, obviously a resident here in Southern California, she described what we've witnessed in the last 4 days as apocalyptic. She also brought up the issue of the insurance companies and the fact that a lot of people's fire insurance has been canceled leading up to what we've seen in the last 4 days. The president, a lot of the conversation here about the infrastructure and trying to get that rebuilt. President talked about a declaration he signed to help rebuild churches and schools. And of course, as we've talked about with David Lazarus, the water lines, the power lines, all of that's going to have to be rebuilt. And you're going to have to do this before you even start trying to rebuild homes.
And he talked about assets, fixed-wing aircraft, more strike forces, more firefighters.
Federal firefighters.
Yeah, coming to Southern California, which we need desperately.
Our firefighters, imagine how tired they are.
Wow.
County and city and Santa Monica and everyone who's just been working,
Altadena.
They've been working around the clock. So bringing in those strike teams from all around the country, including Arizona, and now President Biden issuing where federal firefighters can now come in and help out. It'll really be an amazing asset for us. Another thing that President Biden mentioned that Kai and Glenn and all of us were talking about here on the set, I would say during commercial breaks, but we haven't been doing commercial breaks, but is our mental health and how important mental health is for all of us. If you've lost your home or not lost your home, chances are you know someone who has, or just watching the news and seeing the plight of people, complete strangers. And we just want to and ask you to keep your mind healthy and really focus on your mental health and also the mental health of your friends and family. You know, a lot of times people, including myself, I'm okay, I'm good, but not everyone's always okay. And it's good to communicate.
It is, and it's hard to watch your fellow man, your citizens in your city, your family, people that you don't know go through such a historic crisis and utter devastation that has happened here in Southern California at historic proportions. So because of that, you can see on your screen, this is a 24/7 hotline for the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health. It's a helpline, and you can see it's at 1-800-854-7771. Also the suicide and crisis hotline. You can call or text at 988, and then Cal Hope is the line for support. And these are trained coordinators. These are people who are experts who can really help you if you're depressed, if you're having issues, if you're sad. There's nothing wrong with talking to someone, and you can do it anonymously.
Yes, that's the beautiful thing. These numbers are here on the screen. I've also posted them on one of my stories on Instagram. If you don't get these numbers or if you want to share them later, it's going to be a tough few months moving forward. And on that note, Kai, the winds seem to have died down a little bit, but not totally.
No, as a matter of fact, unfortunately, we're going to talk about the fact that the high wind warning will continue on, Glenn and Lou, not just today, but for tomorrow on Friday as well. And with this shot, we've been remarking at how beautiful it is there in Huntington Beach, and it's really difficult to remember when you look at a shot like this, how sad everybody is, and the treacherous conditions that are taking place across Southern California, and light winds at the coast, just a little bit of a sea breeze at the very most, and it's an offshore flow, so glassy conditions on the water surface. But look at what's continuing to take place through the Palisades area. They're seeing little bursts, little hits of winds gusting up to 15, 20 miles per hour. You could see Camarillo, Oxnard, 29 mile per hour, sustained wind speeds. And also Orange County, the Inland Empire, they too are seeing some stronger gusty winds this afternoon. A lot of that energy switching to the southeast here in Southern California. And once again, here's what I was just telling you. The high wind warning now extended into tomorrow morning at about 8 a.m. We're still in, especially the mountain communities, picking up gusts of up to 65, 70 miles per hour. Yes, indeed. And of course, the air quality is very poor for much of Southern California, especially the LA basin, also the Arcadia area, much of the San Gabriel Valley, extremely unhealthy and hazardous air quality in some of those fire-prone communities right now. And here is the all-important red flag warning, which will continue for the rest of the day, much of tomorrow on Friday afternoon, and hopefully we can get that to expire by tomorrow evening. The exceptions being the LA Orange County coastlines, those areas not experiencing that severe fire weather danger, but inland we certainly are, and this is playing a huge part. It's the dry air, and today is just extremely hazardous. Look at Van Nuys. There's just no moisture in the atmosphere at all, and that's why the fires are able to ignite so rapidly. Van Nuys, 5% relative humidity value, Chino at about 6%. And again, here's a good look at that air quality alert, which stretches into Orange County, as well as much as the Inland Empire. These funnels, these areas where we see the targeted Santa Ana winds being out of the Antelope Valley into the Santa Clarita, San Fernando, Simi valleys, they're still picking up wind gusts this afternoon. Also the Cajon Pass into much of the Inland Empire, Orange County, and you can see by early tomorrow morning, well, we're going to continue to see gusts of up to 30, 35, 40 miles per hour. Here's a little bit of good news. Tomorrow afternoon, we take a bit of a break in the action, but once we make our way into Saturday morning, well, we start to see a little bit of some southeasterly winds coming into Southern California. Those are not perfect Santa Ana winds, fortunately, but by the time we head into Sunday night, early Sunday morning rather, and late Saturday night, well, here comes another little burst of Santa Ana winds, and those continue to make their way through those funneled corridors. Now, Sunday's a little bit of a different story. Once we make our way into the lunch hour on Sunday, we've got a little hit of an onshore flow, especially out along the coastal sections. That's very good for the Palisades area. However, once we make our way into Monday afternoon, here we go. Another Santa Ana wind event begins to move into Southern California by Monday evening during the 8, 9 o'clock hours. Look at the Santa Clarita Valley, the Antelope Valley, all the way up along the Grapevine. We can see some of the inland areas of Orange County, the Chino Hills area, Temecula, Hemet, Lake Elsinore. They too will start to pick up some strong gusty winds by the lunch hour on Tuesday. This takes us into Tuesday night, and this time, rather than a widespread Santa Ana wind event, it looks a little bit more isolated to strictly the mountains, valleys, passes, canyons, as well as some of the high desert and low desert regions as well. On the left-hand side of your screen is the Santa Monica Mountain Range. The results of the Palisades fire now continuing to eat up a lot of that beautiful Santa Monica mountain range area, headed towards the Topanga Canyon area. They continue to see dangerous conditions in Topanga Canyon as well. Fire weather continues as we look at your weather headlines on the right side of your screen through Friday. Once again, we'll continue to see Santa Ana's, bursts of Santa Ana's all the way through Saturday evening. Then we'll take a break Sunday. The next Santa Ana wind event comes Monday and Tuesday. Not nearly as strong, fortunately, as what we have been going through over the last few days, but nonetheless a Santa Ana wind event. And of course, we continue to urge you to take steps to prepare yourselves, your families from these dangerous conditions here in Southern California. Continue to have that go bag ready. Continue to keep your documents, your paperwork, your prescriptions at the ready in case you have to leave. And as we look at the weather setup, the ridge off of the California shoreline combined with the area of low pressure continues to give us that compressed air until we get into tomorrow evening. And once again, ridging just continues to take over through the weekend, and we won't see a great deal of strong gusty winds. But late Sunday into Monday, well, we'll have another cold core low that brings that cold air into much of Southern California and gives us another round of those Santa Ana winds, which again will not be as strong, but we still have to always be ready for the Santa Anas when they come to Southern California, no matter how strong or weak they may be. Downtown LA on the 7-day, we will see breezy conditions as we make our way through downtown tomorrow. It will also be quite a smoky environment, and that will continue all the way into at least Saturday. Also breezy conditions, and then Sunday we'll see some windy conditions picking up for the LA Basin into Monday. And for the San Fernando Valley, windier conditions once we head into next Monday and Tuesday with that next Santa Ana wind event. Again, these gusts pretty strong, but nothing like 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts, but 35 to 40 and 45 mile per hour wind gusts will be in the offering for next Monday and Tuesday. Of course, the Inland Empire also, that's in the cards for you folks as well. Once we head into next Monday and Tuesday, that next Santa Ana wind event is coming your way. Temperature-wise, well, you see much of Southern California, upper 60s, low and mid 70s. So we've got a rather mild forecast for the region for the next 7 days. Of course, up in the mountains, a little bit cooler. And next Monday and Tuesday, once again, the mountains will see those Santa Ana winds roaring through the higher elevations. The San Gabriel Valley, breezy once again today, tomorrow. Boy, that's a good news for Altadena, Pasadena. They take a good and a well-needed break for Saturday, Sunday, but they will see some lighter wind gusts moving through the San Gabriel Valley. That'll happen once again as we make our way into Monday and Tuesday, gusts between about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So again, nothing too significant, which is good news there. And for the beaches, mid-60s, breezy conditions tomorrow, a beautiful weekend, 62 Saturday, 66 Sunday, and by Monday and Tuesday, the beaches will start to see some of those Santa Ana winds invading some of the coastal regions as well, but gusts of up to 15, 18 miles per hour, nothing damaging, which once again, Glenn and Lou, is some good news there.
All right, Kai, thank you for that. Well, it's feels like we're just beginning again, you know? It's like it's never ending.
Yeah.
All right, joining us via Zoom now is Dr. El Hassan with Kaiser Permanente. He is a leading asthma and lung expert here in Southern California and somebody we need to talk to today.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for joining us. We're talking about the smoke blanketing Southern California from the wildfires. It's obviously creating unhealthy air for people across our region and beyond. Can we talk about the health effects that the smoke and poor air quality can have on our health at any age?
Absolutely. And you're absolutely right. The smoke that we're seeing and all the ash can affect anyone of any age, and whether they're healthy or if they have heart or lung problems. So it can affect the upper airways, the nose, the back of the throat, can cause coughing and runny nose and can cause difficulty breathing when those particles, when the ash goes down into the lungs.
So what are the long as well as the short-term health effects this wildfire smoke can have on your respiratory system?
The short-term effects, everyone's already feeling it who's in that area, is the runny nose, cough, the irritation, and sometimes difficulty breathing. And if you have lung disease or heart disease, you may be feeling short of breath. You might have asthma that may flare. Or you may have difficulty breathing from other health conditions as well. Long term, we are concerned the more and more people are exposed to this kind of pollution, it can cause long-term inflammation and long-term issues. And once again, not just for people who have lung disease or heart disease currently, but also healthy people as well. And I also worry about the elderly and the very young.
Yes. I know we were talking about encouraging elderly people to, no matter what, wear those masks, but maybe we all should until a lot of this clears up. We've seen ash, doctor, in the air. Like I saw one that was like a fourth of a dime size land on my windshield this morning, and just wondering, like, how does it really affect our respiratory system if in fact it does go in there? Is it eventually flushed out with exercise, or does it stay in there? How does that work?
Over time, the body will hopefully naturally get rid of these particles. So we're dealing with the ash, like you mentioned. Some of it can affect the upper airways. Some of the smaller particles can actually get down into the lungs and even the lower lungs. Now, there's another problem that we have to deal with because man-made objects are also getting burned as well. So it's not just vegetation causing ash and the chemicals from that. These fires are also burning plastics and metals that are found in houses. So people are also inhaling chemicals as well. And those can go down further into the lungs and even into the bloodstream. So there are effects from the ash, the irritation, and from the chemicals that we are inhaling as well.
How much more vulnerable are children compared to adults to the effects of this wildfire smoke?
Children breathe more air per cubic foot of their body. So they actually are breathing more overall compared to adults if you take their size into account. They are also subject to other issues because their lungs are developing. They also are very likely to have colds, runny noses. They're at school all day and are more susceptible to viruses as well. Children who grow up in areas where there's a lot of pollution and they're constantly exposed to it will have lungs that are less developed when they become adults than children who are growing up in healthy air. So that's a concern of ours as well.
So what can we do to protect ourselves, also our family, from this? A mask?
You'd mentioned the mask. It's a great idea. The ones that have a little valve so you can breathe out easily are great. The N95 masks. Stay indoors when you can. Exercise when you can. And I'm a big fan of air filters in the house. I think those help quite a bit, especially in these fires, to keep the air inside the house clean. I also want to emphasize to everyone, if you have lung disease or heart disease, if you need an inhaler or other type of medication to control your illness, please make sure you have it on hand, make sure it's not expired, make sure your inhalers are working properly. That way, if you need them, you don't find that it's not working and you have to rush out and get that medication.
All right, Doctor, thank you so much. Dr. El Hassan with Kaiser Permanente, we really appreciate your time. I'm sure you're just as busy as all of us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, let's get an update now on the Eaton fire. I believe, though, what we're looking at here is the Palisades fire, but Chip Yost is in covering the Eaton fire on the ground in the last couple of days. Chip, what do you have for us, and where are you?
Yeah, hey there, Glenn. We're on Altapine Drive. This is a small little section of street we're on right now. There are around a dozen homes, and from my count, from what we've seen, every one of the homes on this section of street, except for one that's going to be right over here as he pans around. There's one we can see still standing on the corner, but on both sides of the street. There's this one still standing, but on both sides of the street, all the rest of them look like this. And unfortunately, we also learned of a death on this street. Remember, we heard that there were at least 5 deaths yesterday from officials. Today, they wouldn't talk about numbers. They said they're still trying to confirm and get some better data on how many people may have passed away in this fire. But we know of one victim now. He actually lived in this house. We just talked to his daughter a little bit ago. Let's show you a picture of the man who passed away here. He was 82-year-old Rodney Nickerson, lived here for decades, according to his daughter. According to his daughter, he was here with his grandson when the fire started, knew about the evacuations, but was convinced that he'd be okay here, did not think that the fire would reach where his home is. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. She said she hadn't heard from him, wasn't able to get in touch with him, so had her boyfriend come over yesterday morning to check on him. He went to his bedroom, or where his bedroom used to be, and her boyfriend told her that he had found him in his bed, so it appears he may have died in his sleep during the fire. Here is more from his daughter.
He was gathering some things, packing up his car a bit, and he said that he was going to gather up his stuff, but he said he was going to stay here too. He said that he felt this was going to pass over and that he would be here, and he did position himself, but he didn't want to leave.
82 years old. Tell us a little bit about him.
82 years old. He bought this house in 1968, and he put $5 down on the house, is what he told me. And he came right back with his paperwork from Lockheed Martin, which is where he retired from in Palmdale. He'd been there for 45 plus years. And he's been an Altadenian as long as I've been living. My whole life. I came here home as a child. I was born at Kaiser Permanente in Sunset, and they brought me here to this house, and I've been here my whole life with him.
So Rodney Nickerson was 82 years old. Here's a look at some more homes here on this street that were lost during this fire. As far as number of homes lost, number of businesses lost, we expect updates on that. They've been able to but everywhere you go around Altadena, streets like this, homes on both sides of the street gone, and even on Lake Avenue, one of the main thoroughfares where all the businesses are, businesses on both sides of the street gone, including the U.S. Post Office here. So a lot to rebuild here in Altadena. For now, reporting live in Altadena, I'm Chip Yost, KTLA 5 News.
All right, Chip, thank you so much for some of that information. We do have a couple of updates. Gil is over a new fire here. Gil, where are you?
Well, Lou and Glenn, you're looking at this brush fire. It's actually a grass fire that just broke out. This is close to Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle, just west of that area. As I come out wide, you saw one helicopter dropping. They have a couple of water-dropping helicopters out here. You see the homes there on the edge of the hillside there, and as I come out wide, you can see the area it's burning in right now. Mostly light grasses, maybe a little bit of a heavy grass, but the smoke is blowing into this area here. As I zoom in, I'll give you a couple of streets here. In fact, I'll bring in our map system so you can see that. Shady Grove Place would be one of the first streets that may encounter some of that fire, but it is pushing that direction right now. This is happening north of the 101 freeway. This is close to Bell Canyon, if not in it, but let me come back in and zoom in to show you the flame lengths. It is, like I said, mostly a grass fire, but wind-driven through this area. It's unclear how it broke out. It just started, though. My pilot Anton spotted, and we flew over here real quick to see what's going on. But you can see several acres, at least for now, on fire and continuing to spread out of control. And at this point, it's an aerial attack only. They have units that are responding to it as we speak, but at this point, the fire is burning unchecked, other than those aircraft that are dropping water on it.
Well, the great thing is there is water being dropped on it, because in the last few days we have not been able to see that, and I think that's why a lot of these fires were out of control, because the gusts were so strong. The helicopters and air operations weren't able to fly it, but hopefully they'll be able to get over there and drop some phos-check and prevent this fire from spreading.
Yeah, also, Gil, is this that one of those areas where when you get the Santa Ana winds, it will actually... We've seen fires in the past that have gone through here into Calabasas and all the way down to the ocean?
Yes. In fact, Glenn and Lou, this was the area that burned in that fire. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Started up near Sylmar, I believe. It made its way across Ode Mountain and then burned down the hills here all the way into Malibu. But that explains some of the terrain here and some of the light grasses. It's been a while since that fire, but at this point it looks like mostly grass that's burning here. As I zoom in, you can get a better look. I did see a tanker just out of our shot. It should be coming in to drop some fire retardant as you speak. There goes the lead plane dropping a line of smoke. That's for the tanker to hone in on that line of smoke, and it should be coming right behind that lead plane here. There's the tanker. So it took a look at that smoke line. It's going to come back around and be targeting that side of the fire when it makes its orbit back around. But at this point, you see all the homes there on the top of the screen. That is east of the fire, and in the hills here as it continues to grow. Several acres and growing at this point.
Yeah, Gil, looking across the San Fernando Valley, can you see anything else going on? Because I'm getting messages from people, maybe some other smaller fires or spot fires, and I'm specifically looking not to the north but to the east, like maybe along Ventura Boulevard. Around
this is. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is up near Big Tonga Canyon. We heard of a possible fire breaking out there. Here's a look towards the 101 freeway and Ventura Boulevard. Whereabouts did you say it was? In Encino?
Maybe Encino area, possibly. Maybe at the top where the mountains.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's the Encino Reservoir there. Don't see any smoke there, although if I pan to the right, that's the Palisades fire that's burning up there. Maybe that's what people are seeing. Again, it's not really, it's making a slow approach to the valley. We looked at it yesterday, and it looks like it's burning basically in the same area. They have fire retardant drops going on that northern flank of the fire. So that's probably what people are seeing in the valley near Encino. In the meantime, back to this fire, I did see the tanker coming around. We should see that drop soon if it hasn't dropped already coming in through this area. But that's a look to the south and up. If I tilt up here, that's looking out towards, I believe that's Las Virgenes there that goes through the mountains there. But again, at this point, several acres of grass burning here, and the wind is definitely driving that fire.
Yeah.
You see the tanker?
And Gil, hi, this is Kai. You know, you've talked a lot about Topanga Canyon, and we know that they're seeing some flames down there in some of the residential areas near Fernwood. But as you put up the map, you showed, and of course, let's take a look at the tanker drop before we talk about that any further. But here we go. Gil, I'll let you describe this.
Yeah, he's coming in for his approach. This time it looks like he's going to drop. He followed that lead plane. He's got a good eye on the line of fire and should be hitting the button any second here to drop that. There it goes. Drop that fire retardant right along that line. It's a great drop. Again, the fire retardant doesn't necessarily put out the fire, but it will slow the fire enough for the helicopters to come in and drop water on the line of fire there. So it does suppress it. It does slow the rate of spread down, but it doesn't necessarily put the fire out. What we'll see next, once the tankers are done, we'll see those helicopters come back in and start hitting those lines of fire and dousing it. So it's a great 1-2 punch on the fire itself, hitting that fire retardant, and then the water dropping helicopters to come in and douse the flames.
And Gil, if you wouldn't mind, if you could pan back up towards the Malibu Canyon, Las Virgenes Road area. At the top of the mountain, there's some smoke there, right there. Some smoke coming up over that mountaintop right there.
Yeah.
Could you talk about how close that might be towards the Malibu Canyon area?
Yeah, it's fairly close, although I think one of the areas that we are really concerned about is over here. If I'm going to pan the camera over to this area here, and that's Topanga State Park, and there's homes right in this area. We were just looking at that when we saw the fire break out over here north of the 101 freeway. So you can see all the homes kind of peppered there in the hillside, a lot of brush around those homes. It doesn't look like there's a lot of brush clearance around those properties, but quite a few there. This is off of the Topanga Canyon Boulevard, and one of the streets is Green Bluff. So they're definitely, Kai, there's definitely an urgency there to protect those homes.
Yeah, and that Topanga Canyon Park area is beautiful. You've got Eagle Rock up there, Gil, and then you make your way down the other side and towards the Pacific Palisades. But Gil, describe to folks, that's a difficult area for fixed-wing aircraft to fight a fire like that, isn't it? It's just rugged.
It's very rugged. You're not going to see a lot of camp crews up there, although in those homes they're going to send some strike teams definitely, and they'll definitely have structure protection, fire trucks up there in those neighborhoods to protect. But the concern, as I was saying, the brush clearance in that neighborhood is not very good. There's a lot of brush there around those homes. As I zoom in here, you can see those homes right there on the line of fire, and hopefully they're able to protect them. Doesn't look like we've seen any fire retardant drops there yet, but we might in the coming moments.
All right, just to reiterate, where exactly is this? Because you zoom from what was going on in the West Hills, and it's, you know, are we looking at the hills above the south end of the San Fernando Valley or beyond that?
So this is going to be the Topanga State Park area. This is south of the 101 freeway. It's going to be, it's basically south of Calabasas and very close to Topanga Canyon. Yeah, so it's, in fact, I'll pull out wide and bring it back in the map here to show you. There's Topanga Canyon there on the right-hand side of the smoke. We pulled away from the other fire north of the 101 freeway to show you this, but a lot of fire, active fire up here in the hills. And if I may swing back to the other fire, Anton, make a right turn, please. All the way across, you see the fire line out into Malibu on some Palisades, and then the new fire breaking out here just just west of Valley Boulevard and, I'm sorry, Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle.
Yeah, and Gil, talk to our viewers at home watching, and Glenn alluded to this. This is an area where, of course, and you know it well, it's more like a funnel for these northeasterly rather, these Santa Ana winds to come out of the high deserts. They go up over the Santa Clarita Valley, they hit this area, and then they just sort of take off.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, the Newhall Pass is nearby, and that's always a funnel. You have a heavy wind events through there all the time when we get the Santa Ana winds, and this is part of it. The winds just carry this direction and hit the west end of the valley here, the San Fernando Valley. And so that's where we're getting, you can see the smoke just laying down across the ground there. So that's a sign of some heavier winds, at least in this area for now. For us, we're up higher. We're about 7,400 feet. And it's not too bumpy up here at this altitude, but down low it looks like it's pretty windy.
Yeah, at the surface, and we talk about this a lot, Glenn Lou Gill, you know, the winds are a little stronger, and he's up there at about 7,500 feet. They're getting some gusts up there in the helicopter, however, the gusts are stronger on the ground.
And Kai, as the evening comes, do the winds get stronger tonight? Are the gusts sustained? How does that work?
Well, what we're going to see, we call them sundowner winds. So as day changes to night, the winds will get stronger. They will pick up. We'll continue to see sporadic wind gusts through the rest of the day today. In this area in particular, like I'm looking at the sustained winds in that area right now, probably at about 21 to 23, 25 miles per hour. So that puts the gusts anywhere between 26 up to 30 miles per hour. There could be a few gusts, but this is not that consistent and widespread wind event like we saw taking place from late Monday into Tuesday and Wednesday. This is a little bit more isolated to strictly these funnel areas, and not just coming out of the Newhall Pass, as Gil just mentioned, but also out into the Cajon Pass as you head into San Bernardino, Riverside County. And the high wind warning, Lou, to answer your question, yeah, it's going to continue in these areas through the night tonight, should expire by tomorrow morning during the 8 o'clock hour. But I say should because we're still looking at the dangerous conditions and the Santa Anas. There will be bursts here and there. And as you look at that smoke, well, that's what's giving us, of course, this hazardous air quality here in Southern California. And again, the high wind warning until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The red flag warning continues until tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, and that's because of the extremely dry air that's all over Southern California. What we're seeing is that quick ignition, and even this is a little bit of a low grass fire. It's so dry out there, and Gil, I'll let him actually describe this a little bit more in a moment, but that's how the fire spreads so rapidly. And Gil, if you could talk to that, talk about just how dry this grass is, talk about how dry the air is.
Yeah, it's very dry out here. It's been that way for quite a while. You can see the rolling hills here, the trails that lead up in through this area, and just absolutely dry. Of course, the Chatsworth Reservoir, nothing in it right now. So locally, any kind of reservoir it's lacking water in this area. It's unknown where the LA City Fire is getting their water for their helicopters. They likely set up a helibase in the foothills here close by, and that's where they're going to get water from a water tender that will fill up the aircraft, and then they'll take off again. So we're just trying to get the lay of the land out here for the people that live in this area. With the map in, you can see the different streets. Dry grass out here, and a lot of it.
Right, and then Gil, also if you could talk to the viewers at home about the ember spread. I know that we've seen a lot of these fires popping off from embers that fly up to 2, 3, and 5 miles in distance. Can you kind of talk to that subject?
Yeah, absolutely, Kai. There's the 101 freeway there. It's
He's going to come back in a second, but I'm certain what he's going to say is you're looking at the topography out there, Glenn and Lou, and yes, some of the fires that we are looking at and what Gil is describing, when you go from the Pacific Palisades all the way to Topanga Canyon, the fire just didn't race that far. This is amber spread.
Yes.
Yeah, and the thing is, the direction this fire is going, there's a neighborhood, so that means the embers are blowing toward that neighborhood on that side of the 101. But as we've seen before, these could jump the 101. It can actually end up connecting to the Palisades fire down the road here.
Yeah, and of course not even jumping the 101, but look at the neighborhood right there at the bottom of your screen. It's getting closer and closer to that neighborhood. So if you're here in this area near the Valley Circle, just to the north of the 101, you want to be prepared. Again, we talk about this. Have a plan. Be ready. Have your prescriptions, your clothing. Do it now while you have a calm, cool, and collected mind before you get anxious, stressed, and desperate. And this is a good time. And again, not just the folks in this particular neighborhood, but for the time being, all across Southern California, this can happen anywhere. And you can see the smoke, it is laying down. So that means that we are still looking at gusts of up to 35 and 40 miles per hour.
Well, and that's a great point, Kai. I love to see the air operations coming in. But you never know where this is going to pop. It hasn't been in the Valley, right? It's only been in the Palisades and moving into Topanga. It was in Hollywood. But it can literally pop up anywhere, and that's why you've got to be prepared. So many people have been prepared, and this is the first time they've ever experienced something like this. And just...
Yeah, and then the other thing about that's scary is folks in Hollywood last night, they live in apartment buildings surrounded by concrete, and they're being evacuated. They never thought that would happen.
Exactly.
But it hit them hard, and they realized it could happen because we're watching communities like Altadena, the Pacific Palisades, surrounded by concrete going up in flames.
And by the way, we saw footage last night too, is when that happened, basically... Okay, so we're going to leave this now. Officials are holding a press conference to update us on the Eaton fire. Let's listen in.
Town council members who have all expressed concerns over the criminal activity in the fire-impacted areas. The sheriff announced this morning that 20 people have been arrested by deputies for looting. We cannot, and let me make it clear, we will not allow this to continue to happen. Those who have evacuated have faced imaginable devastation, displacement, and loss. We must stand up against opportunists who want to prey on these victims. I will not stand by and allow an already traumatic experience to be further compounded. I stand here today with the sheriff as he makes an important announcement that will amplify our ability to protect our vulnerable communities in their time of need. My deepest thanks to our first responders who have been battling this blaze, and to the law enforcement officers who have been standing up against criminal activity to the best of their ability. I am confident that these steps we are taking today will give us extra leverage and support needed to really crack down on this important issue. To our residents, we stand with you and will continue to stand up for you. It's frustrating to me when we ask people to evacuate. Their greatest fear is, am I going to come back not only to a home that's standing, but if it is standing, have people come in and burglarize my home. They shouldn't have to make that choice. So with that, I would like to introduce our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just so all of you know, her leadership's amazing. And we've been on the phone consistently with a lot of the challenges that we're facing, but we remind each other we're facing them together, and we have a lot of good things going on. So as we're working through this, I want everyone to know that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has officially requested the support of the California National Guard for both fires, at least in LA County, both the Palisades and Eaton fire. We are in the process and will coordinate deployments for any additional requests through the county. And just so everybody's aware, in order to request mutual aid, at least for law enforcement, in Los Angeles County, I'm the primary regional coordinator for that. So the request was made through our department, but we are working in collaboration with the Los Angeles Police Department, Chief Jim McDonald, Chief Gene Harris, who joined here to the left, and then the Chief Ramon Bautista from the Santa Monica Police Department, and then any other chiefs of police who may need additional resources as a result of these fires. We'll make sure that we do that. So for the last 24 hours or so, we have had approximately 400 National Guard members throughout the state ready to support us, and as I just stated, they will be coming in. We expect that they may be on site as soon as tonight. That may change a little bit, but they will be assisting us with traffic control and critical infrastructure protection. They will be staged throughout the Los Angeles region, and our Emergency Operations Bureau is currently working on specific missions that they will fulfill both in these affected county fire areas, the city of Pasadena, the city of Santa Monica, and the city of Los Angeles. This wouldn't be possible without the assistance of Governor Newsom, who approved this request. He's been consistently on the phone with our leadership asking what that we need, and we're very grateful for that. This effort will allow law enforcement to free up our resources and move personnel to other critical areas throughout the county, in a sense becoming a force multiplier. I'm going to switch gears a little bit now. Earlier there was a lot of questions, as there should be, about the death toll here in Los Angeles County as it specifically relates to the fire. Anytime I talk about numbers, whether they are fatalities or we're talking about potential looting arrest, I'm going to tell you something. The number just continuously fluctuates, and it's because we're still in a very chaotic scenario. And just to give you an idea, and I'm surrounded by a lot of firefighters, and the fire chief will come up and talk next, we're still working in a very fluid and active environment, meaning that there are still spot fires going on in areas, there's gas leaks. So when people are asking us for numbers of fatalities, we want to give them to you, but we have to wait until it's safe for our personnel to be able to go in there and do this right, because to some people, the death toll may just be a number. To us, on our side of the fence and public safety, each one of those numbers is a family member. We're going to have to make notifications with our partners at the coroner's office to let them know that they're not going to see their family members anymore. So just again, it's preliminary and it's absolutely going to change. But as of right now, and we stated this yesterday, we do have a confirmed 5 deaths between Palisades and the Eaton fire. But that number, again, is going to change as more information comes in and when we start to get into the damaged area. The homicide detectives for the LA County Sheriff's Department are trying to get into the locations to process the scenes, but they've been delayed for the dangerous conditions that I just spoke about. But once homicide is able to get in there, they'll do the death investigations, and then we'll have more complete information that a lot of people are asking us for. I also want to mention that our team has been working on a curfew. Our goal is to attempt to implement a curfew within the specific impacted areas around the 2 fire areas, both for Palisades and Eaton. As we work through the legal process to get that done, the goal is to try and implement it tonight. If we're not able to do that, that may happen maybe by tomorrow night. That curfew looks like it'll be from 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. Again, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That will be the goal. We will be enforcing that. I think if most of you heard our press conference earlier today, we had a number of looting arrests throughout the entire county region. That is unacceptable behavior. Having additional resources, having the National Guard with us, which will augment those resources, will help send a stronger message, keep people out of the impacted areas so we don't continuously victimize the people who have already been victimized, who have lost their homes. So we'll continue to work on the evacuation orders as soon as we can. We'll give you more specific information, because a big legal part of that is that we have to notify our community of what it is and how that works. And just to wrap up for us, we have increased resources for our burglary and looting suppression. Unfortunately, there have been crimes out there that have been reported to us by residents who have evacuated their homes. Our deputies continue to do an amazing job of conducting humanitarian missions, and they've had many, many rescues. And I do want to stress that the majority of the people they are having to rescue out of homes and vehicles are individuals that chose not to evacuate, not only putting themselves in danger, but putting the first responders in more significant danger. So please, you hear this over and over, when somebody tells you to mandatory evacuate, please evacuate. Preliminarily, I know we're talking about 20 arrests. Preliminarily, we have about 12 arrests related to looting. And again, that number hasn't been confirmed. We're checking that. We're also getting the number of about 16, and that's at the multiple impacted areas throughout the county of Los Angeles. But we'll continue to collaborate. And as I stated earlier, I'm in constant contact with the California Office of Emergency Services. That's where we made the official request for the California National Guard. I've been in communication with the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. He's offered his assistance, and we've deployed with his partnership or collaboration multiple CHP officers for traffic control around the area. My last item is this. If you have any questions about current evacuation orders or warnings, or the many street closures that we have here in Los Angeles County, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. And with that, I am going to now introduce the fire chief for Los Angeles County, best looking fire chief, Tony Maroney.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna and Supervisor Barger, Chair of the Board. So I'm going to limit my comments to an update for the Eaton fire here in Los Angeles County that's affecting the unincorporated community of Altadena, in addition to the cities of Pasadena, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre. We remain in unified command. However, we have added one unified command partner. CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 has been assigned to the incident to assist with recovery operations. Recovery operations consists of trying to coordinate all of our human remain detection teams that will be going house to house to make sure that we can account for anybody who's been killed in the fire. Also setting up community recovery centers. They're also going to be doing damage inspection coordination for us. So the Eaton fire is now estimated to be 13,690 acres. It's grown since our morning press conference because the fire is making a run towards the historic Mount Wilson area. We are still at 0% containment, but we now have a better estimation of the number of fire personnel assigned to the incident. We're now at 1,527 personnel assigned, and like this morning, additional mutual aid resources to continue to arrive to assist in the firefight. This morning we did have a firefighter suffer a significant injury in a fall. That firefighter is resting comfortably at an area hospital. He's in stable condition, and he is expected to make a full recovery. We now have a confirmation that we have a potential for over 4,000 to 5,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The definition of a structure could be a single-family residence, a multifamily residence, a commercial occupancy, an outbuilding, or a vehicle. So this morning I reported 1,000. We are now reporting 4,000 to 5,000 of those types of structures. The cause of the fire remains unknown and under investigation by the Sheriff's Department along with the LA County Fire Department and the U.S. Forest Service. The reason that the sheriff is going to be reporting fatality information, because the cause of the fire is unknown at this time, if it turns out that this was an arson fire, any death that relates from an arson fire is considered a murder, and the LASD investigates those types of crimes. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege has increased significantly, and we are in a much better posture than we were on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in LA County, and we're appreciative of to all of our firefighters from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning condition, as I stated this morning, it's going to continue for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County through Friday, but I think we all realize that the winds have significantly diminished after the PDS was canceled 4 p.m. yesterday. So we're hoping that the weather is going to continue to cooperate so we can get some perimeter line in on the fire. I would now like to invite up the Operations Section Chief for California Interagency Incident Management Team 5, Don Fraguglia.
Okay, good day, everybody. Like Chief said, my name is Don Fraguglia. I represent California Team 5. I'm going to give you an operational update on what's going on the fire right now as we speak. And I'm going to talk a little bit to the map behind me, just so you know, and I'm going to use a pointer since it's kind of a small map. Okay, we're going to start over here on the right flank of the fire. This is Santa Anita Canyon. We're currently actively engaged there with several hotshot crews along the road and along the canyon bottom, and we're being successful. Throughout the day today, we've had rotor wing, the opportunity to fly rotor wing and fixed wing aircraft. The winds are still pretty high up there, so it's kind of a hit or miss deal. We get the aircraft up and we get them flying, and then it's just too dangerous for the pilots and they have to come back down. So it's a constantly evaluation, constant use of that aircraft, and we're being successful when we're able to fly them. As we come along the north end of the fire there, Mount Wilson was mentioned recently in this press conference. I want everybody to know the fire has made it to Mount Wilson. We're actively engaged there, and so far no loss to any values at risk at Mount Wilson, and we're feeling good about what we have to do up there tonight to keep that site secure. As we come across the top of this fire over here towards the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, we're making good progress here as well. Values at risk obviously include the JPL among other things out there, so priority for me as an operations is this side of the fire over here is a high priority. We're concerned about the winds that are potentially coming to outflank us in the coming days. So all hands on deck. We're going to work day and night, and we expect to continue. You'll see some containment in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you from the Operations Section Chief. So next up we'll have the Arcadia Fire Chief, Chen Swin.
Hello, my remarks will be brief. My name is Chen Swen, Fire Chief for the City of Arcadia. I just wanted to express my deepest gratitude and our deepest gratitude to our community, to our public safety partners up here, many who are standing up here just for their work on the East End. I wanted to provide an update, a website for our Arcadia residents and businesses. You can visit www.arcadiaca.gov/2025 windstorm, or visit any of our social media platforms. Thank you.
Now we'll have Pasadena Fire Chief Chad Augustin. Chad?
Good afternoon, Chad Augustine, Pasadena Fire Chief. Thank you so much for being here today. I had the opportunity to fly this fire this morning, and the level of devastation is staggering. We're extremely thankful for all of our partner agencies here, local, state, and federal. We could not get a handle on this fire without them. And for my residents, we're committed to get back to full restoration as long as that takes, and you'll have the continued support of everybody here in order to do that. Thank you.
All right, let's do a news conference, an update on the Eaton fire, which is now up to 13,690 acres. About 4,000 to 5,000 structures have been destroyed or damaged. And more importantly, because of some looting going on, Sheriff Robert Luna says that there is now curfew out the Dean area from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Yes.
But we do have developing news here in the West Hills area.
Let's get straight to Gil Levis. He's up in Sky 5 over West Hills. Hi.
Hi, Lou and Glenn. You're looking at the starting point of this fire near Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle. This started, according to the fire department, LA City Fire got the call just after 2:30 this afternoon of the brush fire breaking out in the hills here. It made rapid growth here, a really quick moving fire in those grasses. It's already pushed into these homes here. This is going to be off of Mountain Gate Road and the 101 freeway. The backyards of these homes. As I zoom in here, you'll see how close the fire is. They didn't have much time to evacuate here to try to get out of harm's way, but you can see how it is wrapped around this community to the north and west side of it, and the fire continues to march towards the 101 freeway at Las Virgenes. There's another little pocket of homes here that are in the path of the fire right here. This is, I believe it's called Hidden Valley area, right off the close to what they're calling Malibu Canyon. But again, as I come out to a wider shot here, you can see the extent of the smoke and the embers being cast in that direction. And the concern is for these homes really close here to. Let me bring in my map and show you the names of the streets here that are impacted. The homes here off of Mountain Gate Road, just north of the 101 freeway, very close to Hidden Hills. So at this point, they're doing all they can. They're sending additional resources from LA City Fire and the Ventura County Fire, as well as LA County Fire, talking about the fire itself. But so far, it does not look like any homes have been burned or damaged at this point. It is just burning around the perimeter, and hopefully there's enough brush clearance or that grass clearance around this community to save it. But it is continuing to march towards the 101 freeway at this point, and for the most part, other than some tankers and some helicopters, it is unchecked, and they're getting those fire structure protection groups inside these communities to do what they can to protect the homes.
Yeah, Glenn alluded, that is the Mountain Gate community. Mm-hmm. It is a gated community. I'm certain, though, there are a few different ways you can exit that community, but again, you make your way into that community right off of the 101, and again, Gil's right, it's just to the east of Malibu Canyon in the Las Virgenes area, and the houses in here, they're all in cul-de-sacs. They're sort of very tightly put together, as you can see, but you can also see as we look live, these folks are getting ready. You can see that truck was just backing into his driveway. Yeah. They know from the smoke and flame that they've got to start to prepare to make their way out of this neighborhood, because things are getting very dangerous right now. We still have winds gusting up to about 20, 25 miles per hour in this area. And as Gil mentioned, it's making its way towards the 101.
It actually looks really quiet. There's not a lot of movement in the neighborhood.
Well, you look at the time right now. School's getting out, kids aren't home. Maybe people are at work. Yeah, they're at work. They're going about their normal day, and they might not be at home right now. But again, this fire is moving pretty quickly, and this is that grass. That grass burns so quickly. It burns really fast, and that's why it went all the way from Victory in the Valley Circle area to this particular neighborhood in no time at all, in about 15 to 20 minutes. And there's a helicopter. Hopefully they're looking towards making a water drop in. But again, there's a lot of homes packed in this little area there in the Mountain Gate community.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps popping up as Mountain Gate on our map, but it's actually called Mountain View.
Mountain View.
Yeah, because Mountain Gate is over
Mountain
by
Gate
the
is
Getty.
off this,
And there's a Mountain Gate Street in there. I know that.
Mountain
I
View.
looked that up too.
Yeah.
But it's Mountain View. But again, there's a good drop.
And the entrance to get in there is on Moreau Road, which kind of runs parallel to the 101.
Yes.
And the concern is if they've had problems in this neighborhood before.
Yep.
And if it goes through this Mountain View community, like I said, Moreau Road runs right just north of the parallel to the 101.
Yeah.
And if it jumps the 101, then we've got this fire down in the Calabasas. Well, this is actually Calabasas.
Yeah, but Agoura.
But you're going to get on the other side, and you've got all kinds of problems.
Right. And that street you're talking about, Moreau, that runs right there along the 101. A lot of people take that when they go east and there's traffic on the 101 off of Malibu Canyon. They'll use that as sort of a frontage road, if you will, to get back on the freeway over there by Valley Circle and then head into Woodland Hills. But you can see the freeway open right now. That is a look at the 101 at the bottom of your screen, and it's open going both east as well as west, so there haven't been any closures yet. But I wouldn't be shocked if the CHP isn't talking about that very shortly, at least going in the westerly direction, a little bit closer to that fire.
And, and this is going to be, like I said, sort of a situation, not as many people, but, like the Palisades Highlands, and Palisades Road, one way in, one way out.
Yeah.
And it's a great example, like you can see those
There's
flames
that
right
flame.
there. Hopefully they're going to jump in there with the air ops and be able to drop some Phos-Chek or water on that. But example for the last few days, on Tuesday morning, we saw on Palisades Drive people trying to get out. It was a mad rush, a traffic jam, and then we saw it again last night in Hollywood when they sent out that evacuation, mad rush for people to leave. Again, it's just, this can pop up anywhere. And for example, like today, because we almost had to evacuate, I told my neighbors I'm going to leave my back door, which is probably not the greatest idea, but I'm going to leave my back door unlocked in case I'm at work. And so communicate with your neighbors in other neighborhoods, right?
Yeah.
Because this can pop up anywhere. We are not out of the woods with this wind event.
And also, it's not just this Mountain View community. There's at the very end up there in East Los Virgenes Road, there's a big community there too. There's lots of homes. There's businesses in that particular area. This is to the north of the 101. A lot of people go south. They go into Malibu, so they're not familiar with this area. But yeah, there's a lot of homes and businesses up in that particular area as well. And the smoke continuing to travel a little bit further towards Canaan. That you can see that at the top of your screen, Canaan Doom Road. So if you're living in those areas, that smoke is definitely headed your way. And that's a scary thing to see. So if you do live near Canaan, if you live up there in the Reyes Adobe community up that street, many of those areas that you're seeing up on our map, this is the time for you to make a plan, get prepared. The winds are still strong, these Santa Ana winds, and this wind event is continuing to stick around. We've got a high wind warning until tomorrow, Friday morning at 6 a.m. So these winds are not laying down. It is 3:26. We will continue to see these winds staying strong. The sun will go down by about 4 or 5 o'clock. I'll look at the exact time, but as that happens, as we start to go from day to night, the winds will most likely begin to pick up a little bit more. And of course, this is a very dangerous area. This is a red flag area, and there's no need to explain that because it's just super bone dry in this area, guys.
All right, let's check in with Samantha Cortese. She's in our newsroom right now. Samantha, do you have information on evacuations?
I do, yes. I have information on mandatory immediate evacuations. Sorry, let me grab my mic here. I've just been sitting up here for a while watching this fire, and LAFD has now ordered the area of Van Owen, Burbank, Valley Circle to evacuate now. That's Van Owen Street to Burbank, and then County Lane to the east to East Valley Circle have been ordered to evacuate immediately. They have just uploaded a map. I don't know if we have that on the tablet here, but you can see its proximity to the evacuation warnings and orders already in place for the Palisades fire. And once you jump over the 101, get into Hidden Hills, as you all have been talking about, that's where we're seeing this Kenneth fire really explode. We got word that it was about 20 acres at 2:45 this afternoon, quickly grew to 50 acres by 3 p.m. And I know there's been discussion of it growing to 1,000 acres. People watching Bell Canyon, we know they've been hit hard in the last 6 years when that city and area, I guess, had to rebuild because of a fire. So now we're hearing Van Owen, Burbank, Valley Circle area needs to evacuate now. That alert should have just gone out on everyone's phone and all the location alerts. Maybe you heard that in in a grocery store nearby, if you're in that area getting supplies ready to go. I know somebody mentioned somebody was turning their car around to face outward. That's the advice we've been hearing over the last 48 hours. If you're in this area, if you see smoke going over your house, I know retired fire captain Bob had talked to us about that, saying get out. If you see the smoke over your house, be prepared to leave. And right now, again, that is in the area of Van Owen, Burbank, and Valley Circle for the Kenneth Fire.
Yeah, you are right. That was Bob Goldman, a former firefighter, I think a captain, and he said if you see the smoke and if it's near your house, you need to evacuate. And he was a firefighter for 3 decades, so he knows what he's talking about. And as we've seen since Tuesday morning, these fires move extremely fast, and then if everyone decides to leave at the same time, you're going to get into a traffic jam, and then we're going to see what happened on Palisades Drive, and you just do not want to be put in a situation like that.
I'm going to zoom in here just to show you where this is on the map. They're still updating this as the evacuation orders and warnings will be built out. We've seen over the last couple of days it happen in real time on our surface here. The Kenneth Fire is right next to Valley, Victory. It looks like it started in a residential neighborhood on what looks like Gilmore Street, if I zoom in that closely. But it looks like there are a couple other spots where this may have started as preliminary information comes in. Valley Circle and Victory is what we initially heard.
Yeah.
And just to zoom out a little bit to show you where this is. And
well,
Kai,
right
you were
off-
talking about the neighborhood itself.
Yeah, right off of there, Sam, is that I believe it's a Kenneth Hahn recreational area.
Good hiking trail.
Yeah, great hiking trails, great wilderness, and it started right in that area. And you know, Sam, you're doing a great job, by the way. Thank you for
Thanks.
giving us all of this.
So maybe this is what you were discussing, if
Yeah,
it's closer to the wilderness area?
Yeah,
Okay.
just a little bit to the left of where you are, right in that.
It's like a
area.
little parking area
yeah,
right
see
there.
that parking area.
And then
Got
people
it.
usually hike through those trails, which is not very hilly.
No, it's a beautiful. It is.
Yeah.
It's not a hard hike. It's a very lovely hike. But these winds, anything happens. And again, this is how fast. A great example. These fires just spark off and they take off. And since Gil showed us the beginning of this fire, we were, I believe, the first to show the viewers at home the beginnings of this fire, the origin. It took about, I'd say, 15 to 18 minutes
That's
until
all.
it got into that Mountain View area. So it was very quick.
And historically, this is that, like with this, almost like a wind tunnel, a corridor where the Santa Ana winds come. This is, it will start up in the north and
The
they'll come
Newhall
ripping
Pass
through
area.
here,
Mhm.
and they'll jump the 101 and it could go all the way to the ocean, as we've seen before.
Yeah.
So there's a good chance that, by sometime tomorrow, these two fires, this fire and the
Well,
Palisades fire, could meet up.
Unfortunately, let's look on the left-hand side of your screen. We're seeing these structures now being compromised. I believe we're seeing
And
some of these backyards.
initially, the report was that this fire could spread to Bell Canyon. I know that was a big concern, but in this mandatory evacuation update, they did clarify that this Kenneth fire is burning south. So just to reiterate and validate what you all were saying, it is burning toward the 101.
Make a right turn in a second.
We will check in with Gil in a moment. It's obviously they're trying to get their bearings here as well up in the sky. Gil, by the way, at about that 7,000 foot level, folks at home watching us. So the winds he has mentioned have been pretty strong in the helicopter, and that's in the mid levels of the atmosphere, but they're stronger into the lower elevations of the atmosphere at the surface. But take a look at the Los Virgenes Road area again, along Parkmore Road, Vera Way, Thousand Oaks Road. Those are communities. Those are other homes that we are unfortunately unable to see. They're obscured by a lot of that smoke right now. But fortunately, in this particular area, this Mountain View neighborhood, we're not seeing any homes that have caught fire as of yet, but certainly there's a great deal of smoke, and that's obscuring that view. Sam?
I just wanted to mention they're updating this map. It looks like there is an evacuation warning for the Oak Park neighborhood that would travel well over the hillside and into Oak Park, but they are preparing now, as you see the yellow on the left side of the right side of your screen, showing Oak Park is now under evacuation warning. So we're just monitoring this with everybody. It's on the other side of Oak Park High School. So if I'm going to zoom in here just to look at that main thoroughfare, it's all the homes on the other side of Canaan Road. It looks like, yes, Canaan Road along the hillside there are under evacuation warning now. That just coming in the last few seconds. And just to show you how far that is from the fire where it is now, they're taking precaution and telling people get ready to go.
Yeah.
Samantha, thank you. You mentioned Bob. We sort of know him by first name now, but Bob Goldman, former captain of the LA County Fire Department. Bob, thank you for joining us again. Unfortunately, we're still talking fires.
Yeah, good afternoon, you folks. You're doing a great job of showing what's going on. Samantha is really killing it with the rap. She's got it going on. I wanted to mention that this is an area that's had a number of fires in the past, and is following the exact same path it always does. Very predictable. As I mentioned before, this is called a historical fire corridor, and the difference between now and the fires I fought there in that area back in 1982 is there's probably 3 times the amount of homes there now. The terrain is the same. The fuel load is still around those homes, but there's way, way more houses. Look at the smoke. It's kind of being laid out. So, like I said before, if you're at your home and you see the smoke coming over the top of your house, this is no time for ready, set. This is time for go. You don't have time to prepare other than grab the most important thing that you have, which is your children, your pets, your medication, your glasses, some documentation, and get out.
Now, Bob, this is Kai Goldberg. Though the winds, obviously, they're not nearly as strong as what we saw earlier in the week, those 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts, and not as widespread. However, you just mentioned that this is a funnel area. So even though we're seeing gusts between 20 to 22 miles per hour, maybe 30 at the most, that's still significant. That's still dangerous, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Looks like Gil just kind of zoomed in there on Colette Way, or Sloan Place, rather. And you can see the palm trees bending. Everything's whipping around down there. There is more than adequate wind velocity right now to move embers a great distance and start igniting these homes. They look to be fairly fire resistant, and I caution that word resistant is not the same as fireproof. So there's a good chance that these people will dodge the bullet, but we have also seen many homes that are built exactly the same way architecturally, same materials, non-combustible roofs, that are being lost to this fire, and that's because of the embers under wind conditions being blown into the attic of these houses and burning these homes down from the inside out.
And you see the fire engine there on the far left side of the screen, parked inside that cul-de-sac, which is
and
great.
also a firefighter. Is he actually going door to door trying to get people out?
Yeah, that's going to be their process. These guys are going to position themselves ideally, as you see pointing out, so they can get out, share a water source, and they're going to start going to door on the homes that they've been charged with protecting. Make sure people are out, and then they're going to quickly do a structure triage, run around the house and see what they can do. Pull plastic chairs away from windows and sliders, move things out of the way that they potentially ignite and be undetected, and then just be vigilant to any spots or embers that drop in. Yeah, that was bumping right up against them now. So this street now is of the greatest danger because the fire is approaching these tennis courts.
They're going to probably be able to sit on those tennis courts probably. Well, there they are right there, and be able to hopefully fight it from that angle right there. And hopefully some air support will be able to come in, Bob.
Yeah, this is going to be the most important thing. We know that between starting at 30 miles per hour to 35 up to 45, that's a restrictive speed on the aircraft. So haven't seen anything yet, but if Gil's up there able to fly, probably likely the Coppers are going to do it also. Again, we've got several fires burning, so there's only so many aircraft. I believe my department has 8 or 9. I'm not sure how many LA City has, and there's other agencies there. But again, we've got a number of fires we're fighting still, and we're stretched out as far as aircraft go. I'll be glad to see something arrive, but yet, it looks like something's coming in there. Maybe it's LA City, but...
Yeah, LA City.
Fire. There we are. Yeah, there's a Hawk. So
good shot.
And that's also more powerful aircraft. So
that's a great drop right there. And Bob, talk about, and I'm guilty of this from the Altadena fire, but staying behind and watering down your house and all that, does that do anything? When the fire's that close?
Watering down your house, that term that's probably not really going to help. It's better to, if you're going to stand there and do something, is be vigilant to what's going on around the house. Don't waste the water just throwing water around, because when it's the low humidity and the wind's blowing, the water evaporates very quickly. What you want to do is be vigilant to an ember that drops someplace and lights off some ornamental vegetation. If you're present and you witness it, you can put a gallon or two of water onto it and put it out. I put out a fire to keep a house from burning down with like 3 cups of water.
Wow.
Wow.
Catch it when it's in a small little ember state. That prevents it from becoming a monster.
Right. And,
throwing all that water around just a waste of time.
right. But when do you say to yourself, and of course you as an expert, when do you say, okay, I got to go, this is getting too dangerous?
If the fire is igniting things around you in your ornamental vegetation and you can't keep up with what's happening, and again, I'm not condoning people to do that, but I understand why they do want to stay and fight. I get it. But if you start having things popping around you and you can't get to every one of them, that's time to put the hose down and get out, because you've been overwhelmed.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that was a very strategic water drop we saw just a minute ago, which is certainly going to buy him some time. The problem is with the wind blowing, the fire's still burning, several feet away, and you got the concern about the embers, which are blowing directly over this neighborhood.
And those flames to the left there, he just panned over to the right, but to the left of the tennis courts, it's sneaking up that hill there. It has a lot of foliage to the far left over there.
Yeah.
It's going to get really close to that house. That terrain is so steep, they're not going to be able to hit that.
No. And, these neighborhoods, and Bob, if you could talk to this as well, we've seen mandatory evacuations being called and then folks trying to get out. It's important that people listen to these evacuation orders, because you need to get in.
That's right. The problem with people waiting to the last minute is that everybody is trying to get out at the same time, and we're trying to get in. And for every second that we're delayed getting there, that could potentially be another home and another life. So it's really important that I understand that people have disaster fatigue. How many times we've told people to be vigilant, to get out. Many people say, oh, I've been down this road so many times, these guys are like Chicken Little. The sky is falling and all that. When it's like this, heed what the orders and the advice of the officials. This is no small thing. And again, I'm looking at smoke that's being laid out flat. And you folks know from all the fire coverage you've done, when the column is going sideways and not vertical, that's a very ominous sign. So I would suggest that people, again, if they're at home right now watching this and they step outside and there's smoke over the top of their home, get out. Don't wait for us to tell them to get out. Get out now.
The flames have gotten even closer to the tennis
they're right up
court.
to the
But there
tennis
are
court.
people on the tennis court. Can we tell if those are
fire?
I think it was a firefighter.
Firefighters,
Hey,
yeah.
Anton, keep
Yeah,
flying
they're
in this
just using it
direction.
as a vantage point to see what's going on and talk back to their division leader.
No, just keep. Yeah.
So he's sort of, if you would, Bob, he's the spotter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that guy's he's just keeping an eye, and he's talking to somebody in the chain of command to let him know what he's seeing, conditions and direction of spread and rate of spread.
All right, once again, if people are a little confused about where this is a housing development called Mountain View. It is in Calabasas. It is on the north side of the 101 freeway. The entrance of this neighborhood is off Moreau Road, which runs parallel with the 101.
Here comes it.
And firefighters, we just saw a water drop a second ago, and here comes hopefully another one. They are furiously trying to save this neighborhood. But again, this is that historical corridor where fires come racing through here and could go all the way to the Pacific Ocean.
Gil is up in Sky 5. Gil, can you give us a bird's eye view of what's going on here?
Yeah, those water dropping helicopters making quick work to turn around and get their water and come back and hit the flames here. The very tense situation here on Colette Way. The truck pulling into that driveway, as he said, backing in there and getting ready to protect those structures. We have the people on the tennis court here that are keeping an eye on the fire. It looks like that initial drop did a great job of suppressing some of that fire, but there's just even more to it. There's more fire coming. You can see that hot spot there, but another spot that has flared up here is right here, just southwest of Colette Way, in the grasses there, just beyond the community here. So that is a definite concern for the firefighters. You see the smoke pulling off away over the 101 freeway, and it's just unbelievable to see how quick this fire has spread. Let me come out to a wider shot and get that perspective for you. But all the way across, you're going to see the 101 freeway there, and then all the way out, heading out towards that Malibu area as well. So as I come back into this community, that's where the firefighters are really focusing their attention on these homes here to make sure that the fire does not get into any of those homes at this point. But still a lot of active flame and a lot of unburned grass and some brush in this area.
Yeah. Thank goodness there's air ops able to fly today.
Yeah, and Gil, Samantha Cortese was talking about the neighborhood just to the west of Canaan Road. So if you were to pan towards the left and go over that little knoll there, there's another neighborhood over there, there on the other side. And there's Les Virginis coming up there, and you can see that smoke continuing to travel towards Canaan Road. And Sam, I'll let you handle this. Sam, why don't you talk to...
No, Kai, I appreciate that. They're updating the map as we speak. That little evacuation order for Oak Park, which was close to the Elgora Hills City Parkland. It looks like they cleared that evacuation warning. They're making different boundaries. This could just be the map that hasn't updated yet. But if you take a look at the evacuation order now and how far it has extended down to the 101, we are hearing the evacuation warning has added, let's see, Ingomar Street and Satakoy Street south to Burbank and Valley Circle Boulevard east to Woodlake Street. Those are the specific streets that have added to the existing mandatory evacuation order, which is reflected on the map there.
Great, thank you for that, Sam. And here comes another drop. Gil, what's going on here?
All right, as we continue to monitor this fire, let's bring in Margaret Stewart, LA Fire Department. Margaret, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
What kind of update can you give us?
So we responded to this fire at about 2:30 this afternoon with our initial size up of 50 acres burning southerly direction. We have not only LAFD resources, we're in unified command with LA County and Ventura County Fire. We do not know the number of homes threatened at this time, but we have issued a mandatory evacuation. Our map is available at lfd.org/news. This is called the Kenneth Fire, but I can provide that verbally. So our mandatory is the northern border is Van Noen Street, south to Burbank Boulevard. On the west side is the County Lane Road, which is the LA City border, east to East Valley Circle Boulevard. And LA County is also issuing evacuation warnings in their land that is west and south in the Hidden Hills.
Can you do a quick verification and clarification, rather, on the name of the fire? Kenneth, we heard Kenneth, but we've also heard another word.
It initially came out as a Kenneth, but it's been updated to Kenneth IC.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you.
So this fire is burning pretty much in a historical corridor where we've seen fires rip through here, jump the 101 freeway, and go all the way to the Pacific Ocean. There's got to be a big concern with this thing actually linking up, with a Palisades fire.
Obviously, our efforts right now are to hit it from the air as fast as we can and stop the progress. And we have 28 LAFD fire companies, and I don't know the number of LA County and Ventura County also. So we are bringing everything we have to it.
So basically, we've seen these helicopters coming in here. Do you happen to know how many air resources you're going to be able to bring to this fire? I know last night for the Sunset Fire, it was just an immediate hit.
Right. Well, just LAFD, we have 4 helicopters flying. You can see them right now. And LA County also has helicopters. I just don't know how many they have there right now.
Great.
Okay. Well, from what we can see, you're doing a pretty good job of hitting this thing pretty hard, because that neighborhood, Mountain View, it looked like it was in big trouble, and you guys have done a good job of snuffing those flames out as it gets close to the back of that community, especially where that one particular tennis court is.
And any advice for residents?
Right now is follow our evacuation order, please. If you go to lafd.org/news and they click on Kenneth Fire, they can see a map, an interactive map that describes not only the evacuation zone that I gave, but the warning area that is in yellow on the map. And we ask, don't stay, have your go bag and exit.
Can you give that address again, please?
The website address?
Yes.
LAFD, so as in Los Angeles Fire Department, lafd.org/news. And when you go to that site, you'll actually see 3 different pages, one for each fire we have. So scroll down to the Kenneth Fire.
All right, Margaret Stewart from LA Fire Department. We certainly appreciate the updated information. Again, mandatory evacuation orders for this brush fire in the West Hills are calling this the Kenneth Fire. The big concern here again is that immediate neighborhood where the smoke is blowing over, called Mountain View. Firefighters doing a good job of those water drops, very strategic. Done a great job there, keeping this fire from getting into this neighborhood, Mountain View, as well as possibly jumping the 101 freeway into the larger Calabasas area.
Yeah. And, you know, we're still, again, monitoring some strong gusty winds in that area. Some of those winds gusting up to about 25, 30 miles per hour. And you could see that in some of the live shots that we've shown you in terms of the palm trees moving back and forth pretty rapidly. So, again, still some bursts of Santa Anas going through there. We do have that red flag warning. It's in place until tomorrow, Friday evening at 6 o'clock, the high wind warning, which includes this particular area here near West Hills, is also in place until tomorrow morning at about 6 o'clock. And as we take a look a little bit earlier on the right-hand side of your screen, that's a little closer to Los Virgenes Road there in Malibu Canyon, where the smoke is definitely moving through there. And that smoke, Glenn and Lou, all the way to Canaan Road.
Kai, what about the Palisades fire? What is the wind direction on that, at least, say, on the northern or western flank at this point?
It's going in a northwesterly direction as we look at that drop, that Foscheck drop. That was, again, a little bit earlier. That's called painting that stripe, and they did that really well with that fixed-wing aircraft. But, yeah, it's coming out of the northeasterly direction. It's moving sort of in a southeasterly direction. But the problem with the Palisades fire, and we saw this happening with the Eaton fire as well, is the fire made its way from a west from the east to the west. So it sort of traversed the mountain, if you will. If you were in Pasadena looking up at the San Gabriel Mountains, the fire, the Eaton fire and the Eaton Canyon area is on the eastern side. And the fire just overnight and throughout the early morning hours traversed in a westerly direction, made its way into Altadena. And with the Palisades fire, we saw the same thing happen. It came out of the Palisades area, it began to traverse towards Malibu, went into all those beach houses along PCH, burned them down completely all the way to Malibu proper, and continued to make its way, and to this moment, it's doing so into Topanga Canyon, a lot of those areas up in the Santa Monica mountain range. So these winds are very erratic, and I continue to say this as well. They create their own weather as well. They create their own winds. So it's easy to say, hey, it's moving in this direction for now, but some of these areas, some of these pockets, and these canyons and passes, well, the smoke and the fire gets down in there and it creates its own weather pattern. And here's a live look into that Topanga Canyon area. And we've been watching this near Topanga Canyon State Park. And unfortunately, this, of course, is an area that it's difficult for residents to do any brush clearing. You just can't do that. You live in these communities, and yes, you can create a clearance around your house in terms of 100 feet or 150 feet, but it's a natural land, and there's so much oak, there's a lot of eucalyptus, there's many trees out there that once they heat up, they sometimes explode. especially those eucalyptus. There's a lot of oils inside of a lot of these trees, and of course at the surface the trees are bone dry. But
That's where you see a lot of the black smoke.
that's why we're seeing the black smoke. That's why we're seeing that. We're seeing a lot of those oils that are burning, and it is just magnificent to live in communities like this, but it's very dangerous, and we're seeing the results of that this afternoon.
And I feel like the resources are spread so thin, because I feel like the Topanga Canyon fire had started to break out and they were able to start focusing on that. And now this West Hills Kenneth fire is breaking out. It's like cat and mouse. They're like chasing fires constantly.
Well, earlier in the show, we heard someone refer to it, and I love this description, as whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're trying to hit that one, and then another one pops up. You're trying to hit that, another trying to hit that, and it's just awful. And firefighters, they're so stretched. They're stretched thin. And President Biden talked about providing more federal help, more assets, more fixed-wing aircraft, more helicopters. And we're seeing strike teams from Arizona. We saw a strike team in the Altadena area yesterday from Kern County. They came down. We're seeing folks from San Diego County coming up to help, San Francisco. So all the assets are trying to get into Southern California, but the fires are happening so quickly, so rapidly, that it's hard to catch up.
All right, let's get back up to Gil Lavis at Sky 5. Gil, what do you have for us here?
Well, Glenn and Lou and Kai, we're between the two fires right now, just south of the one-way.
All right, we've lost our signal there with Gil. We will try to reestablish that.
Here he is.
Gil, you there?
A bit of a turn here, but yeah, the fire has definitely raced toward in the chopper here in the this is the Mountain View community that you were mentioning here. They continue to hit those flame lengths here. You see another fire helicopter here that looks like an LA City fire going to make a drop on one of the lines of fire here. But we've seen LA City fire helicopters, we've seen LA County fire helicopters, Ventura County fire helicopters, and a Colson helicopter that was dropping water right behind that the home on Collette Way that we were looking at with the tennis courts. But it looks like at this point no structures are burning. That's good news. They're really hitting it hard. They're quick.
Yeah.
We are having a lot of technical issues with the helicopter right now. Let's check back in with Samantha Cortese. Hi, Samantha.
Hi, all three of you, and Gil above, looking at what I have on a map here from CAL FIRE. This includes that evacuation warning for Oak Park, as well as the evacuation orders now that extend down to the 101, and the evacuation order for the neighborhood that was immediately under fire that we saw next to the tennis court there. And how incredible to watch those water drops. And I mean, I've been talking with my family and friends today. If only we had had that help a couple nights ago, right? And we just saw how quickly that put out the flames. This is the evacuation order and warning map for the new Kenneth fire, which is 50 acres at last check. We imagine it has grown since then, mostly in the Mountain Gate community. This initially said potential for 1,000 acres, so I know that LA Sheriff's Department has now issued those mandatory evacuation orders. LA Fire Department, CAL FIRE, all working together, as we heard Margaret mention. This is unified to fight the Kenneth fire. And if I just go back to my emails here, this fire is moving quickly, and the evacuation orders include Van Owen south to Burbank, County Lane Road east to Valley Circle, and the warnings are Canaan and Agora, east of Canaan to Deer Hill. And that's the yellow area you're looking at on the left side of your screen. And one thing that Mark, head of our digital here, is mentioning is we're now seeing this merge with the outage or the evacuation orders and warnings from the Palisades fire. And that's concerning. It's concerning for a lot of people. The warnings are butting up against the orders. And basically, as we've heard from Bob, if you see smoke over the house, it's time to get ready to go.
Yeah. And Sam, you're right. It would have been nice to have some water drops over the last few days, but unfortunately the winds have been so strong.
Brutal, yeah.
Yeah, it was so dangerous.
Oh, you can hear it going off in our newsroom now.
Yep, there it is.
Whoa,
there
I
it
just
is.
got it too.
So these are the warnings that we need to adhere to. We need to respect these warnings because, yes, these are very important, and folks all over this area here in the West Hills community are getting the exact warnings that we're getting here on our phones in the studio, so that's what you're hearing at home. But again, back to the fact that it's a lot safer now for pilots to be able to fly in these areas because the winds in the atmosphere, in the mid-levels of the atmosphere where the fixed wing and the helicopters do fly, it's not as dangerous. The wind's a lot stronger down on the surface. But nonetheless, Sam, as you show everybody at home, this area in the West Hills community, yeah, evacuation warnings. And as the good Captain Bob told us earlier, Glenn and Lou, if you see that smoke coming up over your neighborhood, that means you must get out. You have to leave.
And I'm trying to upload the map. You kind of saw it there for a moment. It's okay, we don't have to go back to it. But they're starting to upload the area where the fire is actively burning. And that is up in the hills there. And Kai, I'm just so worried because you keep saying these winds might pick up. But you're looking on the left-hand side of your screen at the 101 at Las Virgenes and Calabasas. Already impacted by traffic because if you were trying to go to the west side, hopefully nobody's been trying to do that in the last couple days. But this is the thoroughfare to get over to Malibu or to travel through the hills. And now that's all on the 101. We've seen traffic impacted on the 101 and the 405, even the 10 over in Santa Monica for the last few days because of these fires. And now the worry is just growing.
Yeah, and it is typical for that area once you're coming out of Malibu, the Las Virgenes Canyon and Canaan areas to come towards the Woodland Hills area. It's typical sort of bottleneck in there as you're going up the hill towards Calabasas, but I'm certain it's going to be more difficult for commuters in that area because they too see the smoke, and you're going to, of course, raise that red flag in everyone's minds going, oh no, what's going on? So you tend to slow down. And of course, people are also, they've heard the warnings. They're probably trying to get to their residences right now as well to get out.
And more evacuation warnings are going off. So I think there might be a clarification coming from Los Angeles and Notify LA because a lot of us in the newsroom live nowhere near where any of these fires are happening now. So we'll see if that was maybe precaution, an accident, or maybe there's a fire near KTLA we're unaware of. But it seems like everyone in the newsroom, no matter where we live, got that alert right now.
Yeah, it's interesting because I have all these days, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today, have not gotten one alert, and randomly I got this alert, and I'm not really near there. So it's fascinating how that works.
Yeah, well, we are lucky though that we're getting the alerts, that the community, the public is getting these alerts. It's keeping everybody on their toes, and that is the name of the game. Everybody needs to have a plan and be alert.
And it's such a, just so sad because this fire that we're looking at here is not the only one. Again, you know, we've been covering all week the Eaton fire and Palisades, but there's a fire actively burning in the Topanga area as well right now, where it's super dense foliage in that area, and you know they need to be able to hit that with water as well. So I'm sure residents are frustrated and scared in that area as well. And again, as we talk about, it's going to be what, dark in an hour?
Yeah, probably around. If the sun is beginning to make its way down, and you know the winds are strong. I've been talking about that. The wind warning, which includes the areas that we're discussing here in Southern California, till tomorrow morning. Red flag warning until Friday evening at 6 o'clock. We will continue to see breezy and erratic winds all the way through Saturday morning. We'll take a break Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, much of Sunday, but then unfortunately, Glenn and Lou, another Santa Ana wind event that'll happen next Monday and Tuesday. I don't see it being as strong as the Santa Ana wind event that we have just experienced, that widespread event. Nonetheless, though, any Santa Ana wind event is cause for concern.
Yeah.
I'm getting texts from people in my family and friends, family in West Hollywood, saying, hey, me and my roommates just got an Amber Alert. I don't think that's what they meant to say.
Yeah.
But I would like a clarification from the city in some way.
All right, the time now is, we're approaching 4:02 in the afternoon. I want to welcome everybody to the KTLA 5 News at 4 o'clock. I'm Glenn Walker.
And I'm Lou Parker. We appreciate you spending your afternoon with us. It's been a very, very difficult 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I think a lot of us have lost track of what day it is. You are currently looking at earlier some shots when this fire just broke out and a FOS check that was dropped. And now on the left-hand side of your screen, those are live images of the fire burning along that ridge there, and it's definitely threatening a huge neighborhood of homes.
Yeah, they're calling this the Kenneth Fire, starting in the West Hills area. In basically a reservation. It's like a little park, good hiking trails. But the smoke and the flames were heading in the direction of a development called Mountain View in Calabasas on the north side of the 101 freeway. And as we have seen, in the last 30, 40 minutes, firefighters from the sky have hit this one really hard because this is, again, one of those traditional corridors. It's like a wind tunnel. And we've seen in the past where fires come ripping through there and will jump the 101 freeway and go all the way to the Pacific Ocean, which of course is where the Palisades fire is burning. So it was important to try to get this one out because, as we were talking to somebody earlier, not a lot of people lived here 30 years ago, but it's become a pretty densely populated area because it used to be the valley ended in Woodland Hills, but Calabasas used to be a sleepy little town. It's gotten a lot bigger with a lot of high-end homes.
Yeah. And it looks great. I mean, the stuff on the right-hand side, obviously, that looks scary. That was a little bit earlier, but at least we're looking at the white smoke here on the left-hand side. That is a great sign that those water drops have helped. Not a lot of dark smoke, and as you know, we've been covering these for so many years. That's a really good sign.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job. I mean, such a rapid response for this fire. Last night, the Sunset Fire, that was a very rapid response. And we have got to send out our huge thanks to firefighters who not only hit those two fires, the one today, Sunset Fire, but they continue to work on the Eaton Fire, which went into Altadena, and of course Pacific Palisades.
And everyone is so exhausted. I can't imagine first responders and firefighters and their families, because you have to expect that a lot of these firefighters who are trying to save our lives and our homes have their own homes and their own families that they're having to leave and go work.
Yeah.
Well, even us, we've been in contact with families ourselves. And during a news conference, we'll get a text message or call from a family member, knowing with another problem. All right, Bob Goldman, a retired firefighter, back on the phone with us. Bob, can you hear us okay? Bob, are you there?
I am.
Okay, so this Kenneth fire, from what we've seen, excellent work by firefighters. Boy.
Yeah, they're making quick work of it, and again, you're seeing the results of having air access available immediately. So I might mention in the picture you're showing, this fire is going to be burning up at the back door of Fire Station 125, which is right there at New and Las Vegas Road.
Bob, we're having a little hard time hearing you. You're sounding a little muffled.
Is that better?
Yep.
Much better.
All right, no hands-free for me.
Okay.
This fire looks like it's going to bump right up against the back door at Fire Station 125. So, and you also mentioned the firefighters and their families. A great deal, a number of firefighters for a number of agencies live in Ventura County, Agoura, Thousand Oaks, these areas. I have many, many colleagues that live in these areas. So they're going to be directly impacted themselves and their families.
And we've seen it in the past where firefighters will be out fighting a fire and at the same time they've lost their own home.
Yeah, it's a sad reality. It's happened quite a few times. Along the lines of the alert that we all just got, I heard you talking about that, and I live in Valley Village. So the alert went off here, and I already had a couple of neighbors that stepped out and said, "What's going on?" And it's not a 100% system yet, I'm sure, so somebody may have pushed the wrong button. But it's good that you're letting people know. And I can tell you that if you live anywhere east of the Valley Circle and that part of the San Fernando Valley, no, that should not be affecting you. Everything to the west of there, though, on its way all the way to Westlake Village, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, this would probably be a relevant warning for people to consider getting out.
Wow.
Yeah. Bob, talk about what you're seeing right now on the screen, you're looking at some of the air assets. They're sort of staking, looking around, hunting and pecking, if you will. Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, they're looking for the best opportunity to limit the growth of this fire. Because of the potential for exposure of fires and structures, they're not really putting a lot of water on the head of the fire. Their biggest concern is going to be kind of painting the edges of it with water. I saw a fixed wing aircraft come in. I'm not sure if they're carrying retardant or water. Imagine it's retardant. But they'll just generally paint the sides of it to try to keep squeezing it, and then they'll go for the head of the fire. But when it's in these conditions, this close to structures, they're going to be putting their greatest efforts into the edges of it that are bumping up against these housing tracts. So they're kind of hunting and seeking the best opportunity to put a stop to something that's approaching homes very rapidly.
Gotcha. And what do you think about how this looks? We're seeing white smoke. We know that means probably getting water on some of this fire. Is this something that concerns you, or you think, what's the posture down there right now?
Well, when you look at these pictures, the less open flame you see, and long lines of open flame, meaning you have a long fire front, it looks pretty good. I'm actually only seeing a couple little spots that are orange, but before there was a lot more open flame. But the more white smoke, you can see it creeping along there. And people understand, too, that, we type fuels, light, medium, heavy. This area, because it's been burned so many times, there's a tendency of the brush to not really grow back before another fire comes along. So what you have are light fuels. We call them light and flashy, and that's the grasses. And fire spreads extremely fast in those flashy fuels. It takes very little for it to ignite further downwind because it just lands in these patches of grass that rapidly burn.
And it's also patches of grass that is dead. It's brown. And
exactly.
It's
at
good
this time of
fuel.
year, that's what you expect, is everything to be dried out. It's the cycle. That stuff won't be green again until May.
Well, it's also the total opposite of what's happening in Topanga Canyon. That is a heavy brush and foliage.
Yeah, the heavy fuels in there have always been a great concern. That's an area of the county where my department has been very aggressive over the years, the 10 years that I was in Malibu. We drilled and talked about it and prepared for it by creating these wildland pre-plans, evacuation plans, because as you know, Lou, the difficulties of access to Topanga, and all those people back there in Fernwood and Topanga proper, if something happens and we need to get people out and equipment in, it's only a one lane on each side with a double yellow line going each way. That's it.
Yeah, extremely dangerous, but extremely beautiful at the same time. Oh.
So
yeah, in those areas too, in the plan that we've developed, we realize that the volume of people and cars is so great that we've established refuge areas, safety areas, where they're community gathering points, where instead of trying to get out of the canyon, based on where you're at and your situation, you're directed to go to your community gathering point, which is just an area that's been cleared out where people can park their cars and congregate together while the fire does its thing.
All right. Well, Bob, appreciate your insights. And again, it looks like the Kenneth fire, it looks like firefighters have don't want to say we're out of the woods yet, but they've certainly, looks like they've got a good handle on this. And that was a textbook fight, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Yeah, it's not over yet, but it looks like at least they're getting a handle on it and putting the effort into it that may prevent this from jumping the 101 and heading to the beach.
Bob, thank you again. Hopefully we won't talk to you tomorrow.
Not that we don't love talking
Not
to
that
you.
we don't want to, but hopefully we won't have to talk to you tomorrow, but we appreciate your time and knowledge.
You bet. You guys are doing a great job. Really appreciate your coverage.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get an update on the Palisades fire. Alina Abovian, I believe. Are you in Malibu or the Palisades? She's in the Palisades. Got it. Alina?
Okay. We have a little delay with
8-second delay. 8-second delay.
Hi there, guys. Well, we are here in the Palisades, and this essentially is part of the Palisades fire, but it's a very different side of it. Now, take a look. You can see the hillside here is burning. We are along Topanga Canyon Boulevard, an old Topanga Canyon Boulevard. This is an area, there are homes up there. We were up there a few hours ago, and the fire, as you can see, it's in a little area, so it's pretty calm. The winds are calm, and fire crews are up there. They certainly are keeping an eye on the situation here. Now, I'd like to bring in Dodds. You're part of the Forest Service. You're also a resident. You've lived here for several years. What has it been like for you today?
Today's been a very interesting experience with no internet, no communication. We have to go to the top of the mountain to get any kind of phone service. Not having the communication is very, very frightening.
And we've seen them doing water drops throughout the day. Do you feel pretty good about firefighters having a handle on the situation here specifically today?
Yes, the big problem was we had massive winds, extreme winds for a few days, the 8th particularly, which was my birthday. And then now the winds have down. I think the aerial assault has been tremendous. I really commend the aerial assault that they're doing now. I feel very safe right now. I feel comfortable, and I'm going to stay in place. I'm on Hillside Drive over here, and I feel comfortable. I think it's good.
Were you told to evacuate?
They came by and 3 different times and told us to be prepared to evacuate. I did. I loaded the cars, got everything ready, and it's pointed in the right direction if we have to leave. So
All right, sir. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us. We hope
Thank
that you're okay, that you don't have to leave. It does look like they have a handle on the situation here. As I mentioned, they've been here for the last few hours. This fire has been burning this way pretty consistently. We've seen some black smoke every now and then, but for the most part, it is white. They are doing water drops out here. There is a presence, and as you can see, residents in this area, they are choosing to stay behind because they do feel confident that there is control of the situation. So for now, we are here. We are keeping an eye on things, so we'll send it back to you in the studio.
It's just amazing to see her, and behind it, those active flames right there on the hill.
Yeah, but fortunately, they're down in that sort of a gully, if you will, and the winds are pretty non-existent. I didn't see Alina's hair moving around or hear it on the microphone, so that means that's a good sign down there, and that's old Topanga.
Yeah. All right, we're back here looking at the Kenneth fire. Again, firefighters doing a pretty good job of getting a handle on that, and still seeing a lot of smoke, but at least it's white smoke, which is a good sign.
You know, we also talked about, and we may hear in a little bit, a lot of us got that alert. May have been a mistake in some areas. And like Bob mentioned, it's a new system, so maybe someone pushed the wrong button or what happened there, but we'll find out more information about that coming soon.
Yeah, Samantha Cortese in the newsroom has something on that. Samantha?
Hi there. Yes, Supervisor Janice Hahn said this was and a mistake. It was a mistake. The evacuation warning that many of us just received on our phone, she said, was mistakenly issued county-wide due to a technical error. She says a correction will be issued shortly. It was meant for the impacted areas of the Kenneth fire in Woodland Hills. So yes, major error. I've heard from people from Long Beach to Palmdale, Burbank. It was an error. It was meant for the people here as these evacuation warnings in the Kenneth fire have expanded. You can see the yellow on your screen, that's the warning, and the order is the red on your screen. So now the evacuation warning has been extended to Bell Canyon. So there's the little block of expanded evacuation warnings now for the Kenneth fire, which started just before about 2:45 this afternoon. The order here is initially where the fire started, and what we're looking at is continued evacuation orders down to the 101 and warnings continuing over into the area on Canaan. This is Canaan Road, expanding all the way down through Agora Hills City Parkland to the 101. So again, that notification was an error. It was an error that went out to the entire county with so many of us already anxious, nervous. It feels like every few hours we're getting alerts of another fire. Probably not a good thing that went out to all of LA County, but they acknowledge it. Supervisor Janice Hahn said a correction is coming soon, but it was intended for some people in the Kenneth fire path, which is what you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen there. New evacuation warnings and orders. Oh, and maybe there's the correction coming in now.
Okay, and with that said, Kai was mentioning this earlier as well, and I agree. Better to get a mistake and it be a mistake as opposed to not getting the warning at all.
Right.
It is a new system. Thank God we have that system. It's technology, and mistakes happen. No one's hurt, and they are going to correct that for us. So some of my friends in Westlake Village got that alert, and they do need to evacuate. We got it. We don't need to evacuate.
Yeah,
so,
it's like, wait a minute, we're here in Hollywood.
Yeah, so we're okay.
You know, was the football field
Yeah.
across the street on fire? Because
Yeah, a lot of people are tired and stretched thin right now.
Yeah. Well, again, Glenn and Lou, you know, we still need to be at the ready. The high wind warning until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Red flag warning for all of Southern California, with the exceptions of the deserts, until we get to tomorrow, Friday evening at 6 o'clock. So it's still extremely dangerous for a little bit more than 24 hours from now. We'll still see windy conditions into Saturday morning. We'll take a break Sunday, and we're going to begin to talk about another Santa Ana wind event that'll happen at the beginning of next week, next Monday and Tuesday.
With that said, though, Kai, you did mention last week that this current storm was one of the worst ones that was coming, and you nailed that 100%. This new one that's coming, at least as of right now, is not as powerful of a windstorm that you know of.
Right, yeah, and again, I'm glad you said the word windstorm. That is rare. It never happens.
Yes.
It rarely happens.
Yes.
It did happen Tuesday into Wednesday morning. I do not forecast a windstorm coming back to Southern California nonetheless. We still have dry conditions. We're not looking at a great deal of moisture in the atmosphere, and more northeasterly winds by the beginning of next week.
All right, let's now get an update on the Eaton fire. I believe Carlos is out there, correct? Carlos Acedo.
No. Hey, Glenn, as we're getting another emergency alert out here, I could tell you we are on Beverly Way here in Altadena, where this entire street, this entire block has simply been decimated as a result of the Eaton fire. Now, shortly ago, we did get an update from fire officials, from county officials, upping the destruction here. They said between 4,000 to 5,000 structures have now been either damaged or destroyed. So, of course, that is up from this morning, where initially they reported about 1,600 structures at that point. Now, as you're seeing video here, just a lot of homes decimated, reduced to rubble. Earlier, I spoke with a resident, his name is Paul, whose home was somehow spared in all of this, all thanks to his neighbor, who is a firefighter. Now, he stayed behind and jumped into action, dousing the flames after a shack in his backyard caught on fire. Thankfully, they had a fire hydrant right in front of the home, so of course they utilized that to their advantage. If it wasn't for that one firefighter, though, 4 more homes on that street, on that block, would have been completely lost. Listen.
We had a shed in the back that caught fire and went up, so he put it out. Otherwise, we would have lost the back house and probably the main house. We're lucky we have a fire hydrant in front of our house. That's what saved us. Our neighbor's a firefighter, so he patched in on Tuesday night, stayed here through the night. He said it was just fire was raining down. It looks like basically something sparked here, caught our neighbor's garage, and even though the house is saved, that garage burned the house next to it, burned the house across the street, and every single house on this street for 3 blocks is gone.
Shortly ago, officials again with the county announcing the arrest of 12 individuals accused of looting. We are seeing or hearing reports of that at least 12 people. Paul, again, who I spoke with, he's back home. He says he's going to stay behind with his son just to make sure to keep his property safe. But again, just the devastating images we're seeing behind me. Things are still smoldering out here. It is still somewhat of a ghost town here, as officials are keeping everyone who shouldn't be here out. Coming into town, just we saw widespread devastation, homes, of course, businesses and schools just wiped out. So a very unfortunate situation that we've been seeing, and we're going to stay on top of it. Glenn and Lou, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Carlos Acedo, thank you. And again, there's a curfew, 6 p.m. tonight It's a little more than an hour and a half from now till 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. And it's all because, people looting, or actually people coming in out of curiosity trying to see what's going on too.
Yeah, and one more very dangerous issue to bring up for people who live in Altadena, Pasadena, North Pasadena, Northeast Pasadena. The water now, we've been told, folks should not drink the water in their homes. The water resource has been compromised as they fought that Eaton fire, and now the water quite dangerous. They're even saying, don't try and boil the water, don't try and treat it yourself, just do not drink it, do not consume that water. And there's more on our website here at KTLA as that addresses that fact as well.
All right, let's check in. We're going to switch fires and talk to Corrine Winter. She is at an evacuation center in Westwood, correct?
Yeah, Lou, we've been here at the Westwood Recreation Center on South Sepulveda Boulevard all day long. Things have calmed down just a bit, but it's been a very, very busy day. In fact, take a look at this video from earlier where we had really a steady stream of people arriving here, those displaced by the Pacific Palisades fire. Some people who lost everything, they literally watched their home burn to the ground. And then you had community members, complete strangers, showing up here out of the goodness of their heart, trying to help, trying to donate whatever items that they could. Even state leaders were here speaking with impacted constituents. And then you had the American Red Cross, the Salvation Army, and they've been doing a tremendous job providing food, water, beds, and emotional assistance to those in need. The Red Cross confirming earlier that they had about 250 people staying here and that they're almost at capacity, not just individuals, but also pets. Dozens of pets are being taken in, they're being cared for here. But it has been an emotional day. Many people here have lost everything, their homes burned. But there is hope. We spoke with the Salvation Army earlier today. Listen to the assistance that they're providing.
Right now, I know you've heard a lot of the stuff we're doing. One of the main things is emotional and spiritual care. I just walked around the inside there and talked and sat and looked at a bunch of people in the eye and had a conversation. One of my friends said, you know what we're doing? We're helping them process what's going on right now, because some of them are just having the worst day of their life. So it's hard.
You have about 250 people inside. You said these are folks having the worst day of their life, something we can't comprehend. No. So how do you help them process what they're feeling right now?
You know, start with looking them in the eye, smiling, asking them how they're, what's going on. A lot of times what I like to ask them is their name, some basic stuff, and then I say, are you okay? And we sit there and just process those things and talk about them. Basically, they ask me, they're happy to see me. They haven't seen me in since yesterday. So they're like, James, come over here, sit down, talk to me. So that's something I don't know, just being present with them is one of the best things you could do.
What do you say to families who've lost everything, their homes, their belongings, memories?
It's not an easy one right there. That's a hard question. I just literally say, we're here with you. We're here with you through this. It's not much else to say at that moment other than we're present, we'll be here, and we'll hold your hand through this moment, Yeah, it's hard.
And Captain, you wanted to speak with us because, people are hearing that the Red Cross is here, the Salvation Army, and they're getting goods and resources, but you're going above and beyond that. You want to know that there is emotional, mental support here for those who choose to come.
Yes, there is. There's emotional, mental support. We also have, obviously we also need financial support. This is going to go way beyond this week. It's going to go on for probably another 2 years. This thing is tragic. At salarmy.us /SoCal, salarmy.us /SoCal. That's the best way. Financial contributions help us a ton because we need our staff, we need our people to be present in helping in all these details that you're talking about.
And there you go. That was from the Salvation Army, a representative there. We thought it was really important to capture that because some families arriving here today, they didn't need food, they didn't need water. They really, literally needed a shoulder to cry on, a hand to hold, someone to look them in the eye and tell them, even in light of this horrific tragedy, that it will be okay. And these are the resources that they're providing at evacuation centers like this across the Southland, again, for those impacted specifically by the Pacific Palisades fire. And in the true spirit of community, Lou and Glenn, all day long we interviewed people here in our reports, business owners, neighbors arriving with food, and just so much generosity and kindness at this time. The American Red Cross and the Salvation Army, they appreciate that, but they say what they need the most right now, because they do have enough donated items. They have enough to feed everyone. They say they need financial donations, and they also need people, volunteers who are willing to step up to literally roll up their sleeves and help. And you can do that by volunteering. And so we have the websites, contact information for the American Red Cross, also the Salvation Army, posted on our website, KTLA.com. They say the need is so great right now, and it's going to grow. Some fires have no containment. There are going to be a lot more families who are desperate for help during this time. And so in light of this whole tragedy, unfortunately, this is just the beginning. We have not scratched the surface. They want to make sure that they have those volunteers in place to provide that assistance to the communities that are impacted. So they're hoping that people will continue coming together. We'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's get up to Gil Lavis again in Sky 5. He's been following this Kenneth fire. Gil, it looks like things might pretty much under control, at least as far as that neighborhood Mountain View, but I actually got a message from somebody that the fire is actually close to Malibu Canyon Apartments off the end of Las Virgenes. Can you see any imminent threat to any structures?
Yes, absolutely. I'm showing you the burn scar here starting over near Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle. It burned this direction. Now, we were calling this the northern flank, but it's actually, we moved to the west side looking back to the east, and this is the that apartment complex you were just mentioning at the end of Las Virgenes. There is a fire that is right up against it. In fact, they came in with a fire retardant drop right across the roof lines there. The good news is there's a fire break there with that wash that's running through there. That's helping to keep the fire away from the apartment complex. We're seeing our first helicopter drop right now on those lines here. They were working on that other end on Mountain View, and now you're seeing that tanker coming in and dropping some water on those hot spots there. So that's a good news. That's a good sign. It hasn't gotten into the apartment complex. There's a lot of resources from Ventura County Fire here that are monitoring the situation and watching that fire, but that unnatural fire break there with that wash that's running through there is definitely helping the situation. And speaking of a fire break, let me come out to a wide shot and show you the path of the smoke, the path of the fire that was blowing out towards the 101 freeway. If you look down here, right below us is a landfill, and it's a large hill that kind of goes up. Very scarce fuel on that side of the hill. You can see very little brush that's there, and it's working as a fire break to keep the fire from going all the way across to the 101 freeway. It seems like that's working as a natural fire break to keep the fire on the north side of the 101 freeway at this point. But yeah, as you're mentioning, that apartment complex has fire right up against it, but they have a lot of crews there that are keeping an eye on it at this hour, and this neighborhood here off of Las Virgenes as well. Looks like it's on in the clear, at least for now, but you see the line of fire coming away from the source of the fire. And Anton, we can make a turn to the left, and you can see the most active side of the fire is going to be this western or northern flank of the fire that has some fire lines on it, and they will be addressing that soon with those water dropping helicopters.
All right, Gil Lavis, good job of giving us an overall view of what's going on with the Kenneth fire. Again, it looks like, as we said, Mountain View looks like it's fine, but now it's threatening that apartment complex on Las Virgenes. But again, they've got a nice break there with a storm channel and also the Foscheck drop. So hopefully they'll be okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like there's a great deal of wind right there behind that apartment complex. Mm-hmm. So hopefully they can get another water drop in there and handle that situation for that particular complex. We've also, again, been looking at the fire in Topanga Canyon, and fortunately they've got a good handle on surrounding that particular fire near Old Topanga. And of course, we're still dealing with the fire up in the San Gabriel Mountains above Pasadena, above Altadena, Duarte, those particular communities. Winds right now for some of the sections, especially through the LA Basin, much of Orange County on the light side, but that does not mean that we need to let our guard down. We still have bursts of Santa Ana winds coming into Southern California for the rest of the day today, much of tonight, tomorrow morning. You can see Van Nuys sustained winds at about 17 miles per hour. Ontario picking up some strong sustained winds right now into the mid and upper 20s. So we haven't spoken a lot today about Riverside, San Bernardino, and Orange County. And fortunately, that's because we haven't seen any fires breaking out in those counties. But again, they are under a high wind warning. So are the mountains of Los Angeles County, the Santa Monica mountain range, also the mountains of Ventura County until we get to tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Still looking at bursts of winds gusting anywhere between 65, 70 miles per hour. But those are the mountain communities. And this is what's really terrible today, and that's the air quality. And you can see the reds, lots of dots through Altadena, Pasadena, Azusa, El Monte, Whittier, Southgate. Those communities are looking at some very hazardous air quality, and that's going to continue for the rest of the day today, tonight, and much of the day tomorrow as we head on into the end of the work week on Friday. So we're still seeing some dangerous air quality here in Southern California, folks. So if you have a respirator, if you have a mask, well, these are the days that you want to continue to use that mask, because again, it's quite dangerous indeed. We will continue to keep our eyes on the red flag warning, which is going to take us through tomorrow night here in Southern California. So the dry air continues to funnel in with those Santa Ana winds. We will see a little bit of a break in the action, if you will, but we've got to wait until we get to about late Saturday and into Sunday to see that break coming to Southern California. That break in the action will, by that time, we'll need that break because we're going to see another Santa Ana wind event, and that's going to come our way once we head into Monday and Tuesday of next week. So I'm going to prepare you for that next Santa Ana wind event as well. Fortunately, though, that Santa Ana wind event not nearly as strong as what we've seen coming through Southern California for Tuesday, Wednesday, today on Thursday. And once again, those winds will slowly evolve into some slower wind speeds once we do make our way into Saturday here in Southern California. But again, up on the screen is that red flag warning. You could see why. Look at the relative humidity values. Van Nuys 6% right now, Chino at 11%, Ontario at 16%, and of course that air quality alert that I showed you extends into the Inland Empire, much of Orange County as well. Let's take a look at the future windcast. Again, we're here in the 4 o'clock hour, and we'll continue to see those target zones, those hot spots, picking up those Santa Ana winds through the rest of the night tonight. Tomorrow morning, early before the sun begins to rise, we'll see a good little burst right there, even Temecula, as well as Agoura Hills, Santa Clarita. But here we go. By the time we make our way from Friday into Saturday, the winds lay down just a little bit, but we see another quick little hit of Santa Ana winds as we head into Saturday morning, another burst on Sunday morning, early in the day. Then we see another little bit of an opportunity to take a pause, and by the time we head into Monday afternoon, here comes another Santa Ana wind event, and you can see it's really focusing this time on the Antelope Valley, the Newhall Pass, the Santa Clarita Valley, the San Fernando Valley, Lake Elsinore, Temecula, some of those inland areas throughout Riverside County, the Santa Ana Mountain Range in Orange County. That takes us into Tuesday night, where we still see those strong Santa Ana winds. So we're going to prepare and continue to deal with fire weather danger through at least tomorrow before the weekend brings us into a little bit of a respite. That Santa Ana wind event, the next one Monday and Tuesday, so you still need to take steps. Take steps to protect your lives, to protect your property. Be ready to go at a moment's notice, because these fires, they just pop up any and everywhere. And you can see that area of low pressure sort of scooting off to the east once we head into the weekend, and that eliminates that compression that we're seeing in the atmosphere. But we've got another area of low pressure that will start to descend into the Great Basin, and that will kick up some of those Santa Ana winds. And again, that'll take place later on Monday afternoon into Monday night and Tuesday of next week. Temperature-wise, well, we're looking at more 70s tomorrow, breezy conditions, smoky air quality for much of the LA Basin, and breezes continue to stick around through Saturday, and then downtown Los Angeles with mid-60s on Monday, as well as Tuesday starts to pick up some of those Santa Ana winds once again. Windy for the San Fernando Valley throughout the day tomorrow, as well as smoky. We'll see breezy conditions lingering into Saturday, 72, Sunday at 70 degrees, and again, Sunday should be quite a nice day here in Southern California, but the Santa Ana winds will come back to the San Fernando Valley for Monday afternoon and into Tuesday. We'll see the Inland Empire picking up the windy conditions that will continue into Friday with low 70s into the weekend. Breezy Saturday, winds quite light and not as dangerous on Sunday, but that next Santa Ana wind event with low to mid 60s hits the Inland Empire by Monday afternoon, Monday night, and into Tuesday. And of course, our mountains will deal with some very windy conditions. Once we make our way into Monday and Tuesday of next week, we could see the return of Santa Ana winds gusting between 35, 45, and 55 miles per hour. So once again, Glenn and Lou, I cannot say it enough. Have a plan, be prepared, and stay safe.
Kai, thank you.
All right, we're going to head up to the San Bernardino Mountains. The problem is not just the fires, also because of the high winds, people are having power problems.
Yes.
Hi, Shelby.
Hi, Glenn and Lou. Yeah, and we wanted to do a quick diversion from our coverage to the from the western side. Wanted to show you what it looks like up here in our San Bernardino Mountains. It has been windy all day, and the reason that we're up here is because they are still under a high wind watch, a red flag warning through tomorrow. And I want to show you one thing. So take a look at this side over here. It's kind of hard to see with this gray SUV, but behind there is a line of vehicles that has basically been like that all day long. And the reason, I'm told, is because power is out right now. It's been out for hours for some of these mountain communities. And this sounds like one of the only gas stations that actually is running off a generator that is allowing people to get gas right now. And that's why so many people we've seen come out here, they've got their gas cans, they've got their containers, they're filling up. I'm trying to find Greg. He is the son of the owner. Greg, you have been out here for hours. You've been helping people out. Tell me what this process has been like, what you guys are doing right now.
It's been hectic. Since 7 in the morning, going still. The lines haven't stopped. We're all the way from Crestline down here in Blue Jay and here in Lake Arrowhead. So we're trying to help as many people as possible. We keep hearing different things, so we don't know what's going on exactly.
And so you guys didn't have power yourselves. You guys are running off a generator, right?
A generator, yeah. We have a diesel generator in the back. My dad here. We're trying our best to keep everybody level-headed.
Keish, come right in over here. So you and your son have this coordinated effort. I've seen you guys literally working since we got here throughout the hours, just helping people, filling up their gas cans, filling up their tanks. I mean, what have people been telling you? What are their reactions?
Reaction is our service has been good and helping out our local community, kicking in, not standing on the side, make sure we help them in and out so they can go and other people can get their gas also.
Yeah, and as I've said, there's been a huge line of people. Do any idea of when you guys will be getting your power back?
No idea. We haven't been told anything from Edison. We're in the dark just like everybody else. So just trying to play it by ear. Yes, you can. Yep, just
a little chaotic out here. People, trying to coordinate where to go. But yes, as you heard from them, Greg and Keish, his dad, it has been such a challenge for them, working to help other people. Now, like I said, this area, our mountain areas, are still under a high wind and red flag warning. And I can tell you where we are, there's a small pocket where it's not as windy, but it has been extremely windy up here, especially on our drive up here. We felt the jolt on our vehicles. And we did speak to a fire official just a second ago, and he tells us what they've been dealing with up here. Take a listen.
We are upstaffed just like every county in SoCal currently, even with everything going on. We've had a large amount of calls, mostly for oxygen-dependent patients, our medical patients that depend on oxygen at their homes, that require electricity. We've done a lot of education over the phone. We've gone out and troubleshooted generators and also provided transport to the patients that we needed to.
All right, and as you heard, they've had some assistance and they've brought in more resources. They also tell me that they have resources to the west that are assisting with fire agencies on that end as well, with the Palisade Fire, the Eaton Fire, the several other fires burning in that section. Now, before we head out, I do want to come to you, sir. I see you're standing by your truck. You're filling up right here. Are you a mountain resident as well?
Yes, I live in Running Springs, and no one's open up there. So just getting off work and coming and getting gas, having to wait 20 minutes to get gas. So.
And do you have power at your home?
I don't. No.
What's the plan tonight? I mean, you know, we're in the mountains. It's going to get colder tonight. Are you used to this? Do you know what to do? Do you have a generator?
Yeah, we're going to have a great time tonight, man. We bundle up. I got 2 kiddos at home, my beautiful wife, and we're going to get next to the fire and hang out. Go old school, mountain living, you know?
Yeah. Sounds like you got a plan. You know what to do.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. You know, it is what it is. So.
Okay. Thank you so much. And what was your name?
Zachary.
Zachary. Thank you, Zachary. All right, we'll let you get your gas. Take care. And lastly, you know, we've been in contact with SoCal Edison. They say that, yes, there are public safety power shutoffs in several areas. We were looking down into the valley. DeVore has a public safety power shutoff. Hemet, I think parts of Rialto, Colton, so many areas, and that's because of the fire danger that persists. And then up here in the mountain communities, they actually say a portion of these communities that don't have power, it's not because of a public safety power shutoff, it's because that there is damage to some of their equipment and they're having to make repairs right now. So that's the very latest from Twin Peaks. I'm Shelby Nelson. Guys, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Shelby, mountain living, as that guy said. Gonna hunker down.
All right. Let's get back up to Gil Lavis in Sky 5. He's over the Kenneth fire, which, you know, there's still some hot spots, but nobody in imminent danger, correct, Gil?
That's right. You're looking at the northern or western flank of the fire that has the most active flame lengths on it. I'll come out wide. We're anticipating a tanker drop on this flank of the fire here in just a moment. We were watching one of the tankers coming around, getting an eye on the line of fire here. But up at the top of the screen, that's where the fire started. That's where the tanker is. So we'll watch that tanker come in. They've been making multiple drops on this flank of the fire here. You'll see the fire retardant lines as it comes into view there at the bottom of your screen. So he's going to paint another line here somewhere along this western or northern flank of this fire, which is the most active line of fire right now. If I come to the right a little bit, you see the eastern or southern flank is really calmed down quite a bit. There goes the drop there. So he's dropping a little bit west of the fire line, but he's making a nice drop right on that hiking trail, and that's going to prevent fire from expanding to the west there. He's dropping it right in the right spot to prevent that fire from moving in any further to the west. So we're seeing active tanker drops. We're seeing helicopters continuing to make their drops over there in the Mountain View community, which is right here in the center of your screen now, and that's looking a whole lot better at this hour here. Yeah, so that's good news for that community. It looks like those homes will definitely be spared. But as I come down and look at that apartment complex at the top of Las Virgenes, that is also looking pretty good at this point. We did see a couple of water dropping helicopters hitting the spots here, and it's looking very, very nice there. And again, that natural fire break, well, it's a fire break nonetheless. That landfill here, it's a large hill that's keeping fire away from the 101 freeway. That's good news as well. So looking like the northern or western flank here is what they're going to focus their attention on in the next hour.
You know, Gil, we just got information that this fire is 791 acres. That happens so quickly because we've only been on this for a little over an hour. So the fire department just did an incredible job, still continuing to do an incredible job of jumping on this fire because there were so many homes affected immediately.
Yeah, it really raced when we first spotted it. It really, I'll actually show you where we first spotted it. It was right in here. It was about that big when we first spotted it. And then within, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes, it had moved from 10 acres to 20 acres. And then, wow, over 700, you're saying. So that's amazing in that short a time.
Yeah, basically 800, 791.
You know, it'll be interesting to see what started that, because right where that started, there's like that little parking area.
Yeah.
And that's where they'll park and they'll go hike, or they'll hike on that road going up there. It's kind of a steep road that you see there.
Yeah.
So,
we don't know, but that's why we always say, you know, please don't flick your cigarettes out of the car. Don't do yard work. The blades on your lawnmower could pop off a spark. There's a lot of things, chains carried on the back of a car. Those things emit sparks. So
you know what's so weird is even last night after covering all these fires, I got home and I just wanted to relax, and I burn candles typically. And I was like, you know, I don't really want to burn a candle tonight.
No.
Like, it just didn't feel right to burn a candle. I'm not a fan of fire right now.
No. I don't think anybody is.
Yeah. Samantha Cortese in our newsroom. What's going on?
Hi there, Glenn, Luke. Hi. 791 acres, as you all just mentioned. This is now burning in 2 counties, Los Angeles and Ventura. And if you look at the map here, this is an astounding amount of people who've been told to get out of their homes. What you're seeing at the bottom of the right-hand side of your screen is actively the Palisades fire. That's kind of the orange shade. Everything in red is a mandatory evacuation order, and everything in yellow is an evacuation warning. I'm hearing, and I know you all have mentioned this as well, family, friends in the Calabasas area who've started grabbing their things and getting ready to go. They said really they've been waiting in the last 2 days, really 2.5 days, for their time to come. And it looks like, thank goodness, the Kenneth fire is under control, but a lot of people on the north end of the 101 and even just south of the 101 were worried that this is what would happen. So let me zoom in here and show you the evacuation warnings that are still in place. Oak Park looks like still under an evacuation warning, as well as Bell Canyon, still an evacuation warning for the Kenneth fire. And if I just zoom down, you'll see where the evacuation warning has now extended into Agora Hills. That's along the 101 that you see there. And as I trace down the 101, south of the 101 directly, evacuation warning, just north, an evacuation order. And that's coming from a unified command between LA County Fire, LA City Fire. This is not a CAL FIRE incident, but they are assisting with putting together map information and sharing that with the public, as this is now burning outside of Hidden Hills is where we saw this fire initially start in the Mountain Gate community. Lou, you were mentioning this just blew up. I have in my notes here 20 acres at 2:45 this afternoon. 20 acres, and now it's just about 800.
Yeah.
Initially, there was concern that this would blow toward the Bell Canyon area. The winds shifted as Kai, by the way, we are getting emails thanking Kai Goldberg for stepping in more than just a weather capacity today, and thanking you for sharing your personal experience having to deal with the Eaton fire in Pasadena. So as you were saying, Kai, the winds shifted a little bit and then the fire burned south rather than flipping and going toward Bell Canyon and moving north. So,
by the way, we're thanking Kai for being here as well.
Oh, no, this is
well, we live here, you know.
We live here, you got to
We're all living this too.
But really remarkable just to look at how many people have been told to get out of their homes and how many people won't be returning, just looking at this one map.
Yeah. I mean, that's from basically the edge of the San Fernando Valley and Calabasas all the way to the ocean.
Yeah, it's incredible.
All right, speaking of the ocean, let's go to Malibu. Chris Wolf standing by, and earlier today we saw all those beach houses along PCH completely gone.
There they are, right there.
They are completely gone. Glenn, Lou, everybody, just a horrible scene of destruction out here along PCH in Malibu. I put my mask on because the air quality is still so bad out here, and if you are going out and about, wear a mask, protect yourself, protect your lungs. There is ash in the air and particulates and smoke and chemicals. It smells putrid out here. It's just heartbreaking and devastating. Look around me. Firefighters are rolling up and down PCH. They're dousing hot spots and flare-ups. Much of the terrain still smoldering, as you can see. We just passed miles and miles of lavish and legendary beachfront property, now reduced to just ash and rubble and steel or concrete beams and posts. Mostly brick fireplaces and chimneys are the only structures still standing. The death toll from this continuing disaster will likely rise as family members of those missing and government officials and public safety personnel search the endless sea of burned property throughout Southern California. Sadly, we are learning authorities discovered human remains. Let's go to that location across the street now, Josh. Look over there across PCH against the hillside. We are learning that authorities discovered human remains at this location along PCH near Duke's Restaurant and Las Flores Canyon Road, apparently late last night. All that's left is the cinder block retaining wall and brick fireplace and chimney, as you can see, and a couple of burned out cars parked out front. According to reports, a missing persons report led authorities to search that location destroyed by the Palisades fire, and they discovered human remains. The coroner's office will be investigating and, of course, trying to identify the victim officially. Circumstances are anyone's guess right now. Was the victim trapped, incapacitated, unable to evacuate or call for help? Or did that individual simply decide not to leave until it was too late? Whatever the case, the outcome is heartbreaking and devastating for family members and loved ones, a story that sadly and likely will be repeated. The LA County Sheriff's Department released a statement earlier today in response to questions about reports of human remains found in both the Palisades and Eaton fires. The Sheriff's Department says, quote, information is still very preliminary, but there have been multiple deaths in the fire areas. Homicide investigators have not had the chance to process any of the scenes due to the dangerous conditions still at each location, such as spot fires, downed power lines, and leaking gas. Once homicide investigators can assess the scenes, more information will be provided, end quote. Josh, let's swing back down south along PCH, down this way. Fire crews are down there, as you can see, again, jumping out, dousing hot spots or flare-ups. Nothing is left of any of these beachfront homes as far as the eye can see. PCH is closed to general traffic, and this is still an evacuation zone. However, we have seen CHP officers allowing some residents access with proper identification to come in and check on their properties. And for many of these people, nothing is left. We did talk to some of them. We'll be hearing from them later on, but now we'll just, I mean, words, you don't need any more words. Just look at what's out here.
Yeah.
Chris, you know, you've lived here for a really long time.
Yeah.
We saw these aerial views
Yeah.
earlier, about 2 hours ago. We saw a lot of this for the first time, and while we were doing an interview, and we were all just, our jaws dropped. As a reporter driving in, and you're right there, you smell the smoke. There's even a little hot spot there.
Yeah.
You said you can't put it into words. It's numbing.
It's numbing. I was at home resting up from a brief illness the last couple days. That's why this is my first time out here seeing this in person. And it is, nothing can compare to being out here in person and seeing this destruction. It is heart-wrenching. It leaves you breathless. I was watching the Sky 5 aerials yesterday, the first time we got to see the scope of the destruction throughout the Palisades, right? Now, I think you guys were on air during that time. Maybe it was Cher and Micah, but they broke down. They broke down seeing this, as many people did for the first time, the scope of it. And it didn't even look like neighborhoods to me. It looked like rows of dirt on a farm, like in rows of crops that had just been planted, rows of dirt. You couldn't even make out homes. You couldn't make out neighborhoods. It did not look like Southern California. It did not look like the Palisades. It's mind-numbing. And the sad part is it's going to take years and years of rebuilding. And this is not going to happen overnight. Yeah.
And you know, those,
go ahead, Lou.
Those stretch of beach houses like the Hollywood Sign, Santa Monica Pier, people the rest of the country, when they think of Los Angeles, those are certain things they think about. And one of them is this iconic row of beach houses on PCH that are right on the beach. And now they're gone.
Well, and that's the whole thing, is they're not our homes. You know, we don't have any connection to them, but we that live here in Los Angeles, we love our city, and we love Malibu, and we love Topanga, and we love the Palisades, and we love the ocean, and it's part of our life. It's our thread. So it's really weird.
I was thinking the same thing. This is our home. This is our community. We are all suffering. Just because we don't live here, just because we may not own beachfront property, doesn't mean this is not our Southern California. This is all of ours. This is our home. This is our community. We work here. We come out here. We eat here. We have friends here who we visit here. And this is devastating to each and every one of us. And look at that beautiful sunset. Josh, can you get that? The dichotomy there. That beautiful, breathtaking sunset juxtaposed to all of this destruction.
And I can't tell you the hundreds of times that I've walked that stretch of beach over and over, and it's not the same without looking up at those balconies.
Yeah.
And a lot of those residents would look over the balcony and they say good morning or good afternoon, or they let their dog play with my dog. So that part of our lifestyle is now going to take a bit of a pause, because as Chris just mentioned, as you said, Chris, you're right, it's going to take years.
Yeah.
Chris, thank you for the
for
insight
sure.
and for bringing us that. Thank you.
All right, from Malibu, let's get up
Thank you.
to.
Thank you very much.
Let's get up to Sky 5. Again, checking on the Kenneth fire.
That's right, Glenn and Lou. We're looking at a different perspective of the fire straight down the burn scar. As I zoom in, you'll see where it started over off of Victory Boulevard. But we were talking about the path of the wind through this area, and as I tilt up away from the burn scar here, you can see in the far distance that's the Newhall Pass. So it looks like that wind just came barreling right through here. When the fire started, it picked it up and it just spread out to the left and to the right to these communities of homes here towards the 101 freeway, and it made its way to that landfill. That there's the 101 freeway on the right-hand side of your screen. But these people are very fortunate that fire didn't take out any of these homes here. We can see some of the hot spots here over here near Las Virgenes. These homes, the fire crept into these little canyon areas right between the homes, and there's some active flame there, but you see the fire trucks that are in that area keeping a watchful eye on that. We'll see that the water dropping helicopters come in there and hit those hot spots. The northern or western flank of the fire is the most active right now, putting up the most smoke, and we'll see if we'll see any more tankers come in before the sun sets at this point, but we'll likely see some more of those helicopters come in and hit it hard on this western or northern flank of the fire. But it's amazing perspective to see how that fire started at this point, spread out, and then it made its way all the way over to the 101 freeway.
And Gil, Micah Ullman here along with Cher Calvin as we pick up coverage at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. You are watching the KTLA 5 News at 5 o'clock, special coverage of this Southern California fire emergency. Gil has been talking about this newest fire to pop up in the West Hills, Calabasas area. This, known as the Kenneth Fire, has exploded in size in a very short amount of time. To roughly 800 acres. But Gil, this was a rapid response by aerial assets, I understand, that included assets out of Ventura County that may have made all the difference here, hitting this quickly.
Absolutely. Ventura County, LA City Fire, LA County Fire assisting there, and then they brought in the tankers right away. We were over the Palisades fire working that fire when my pilot Anton spotted this fire breaking out. We rushed over here real quick. It was about 10 acres and growing, then quickly 20 acres, and now, as you said, almost 800 acres as it started at this point here and worked its way to the south and to the west, all the way towards the 101 freeway and towards this community here. On the right-hand side, that's the Mountain View community that we saw homes being threatened, and then the fire just continued to work through that area. Let me zoom into one of the spots that we initially saw, this tennis court here in the backyard of that home. There was a heavy active fire there. Fire crews came in, were evacuating the people there, and were looking at the fire to do some structure protection. That's when one of the helicopters came in and put a strategic drop right on the hot spot there, killing that active fire. At that point, we're seeing another drop here from LA City Fire, putting a drop on here. Part of this fire is going to be that northern or western flank. As I zoom out here, you'll see that it approached towards the Las Virgenes Road here. That's for the most active fire that's burning at this point. We'll likely see some of those tankers come over, or the water dropping helicopters come over here and make a drop. We did see a tanker just a minute ago coming in. It looks like they're going to make one of the last drops for the night along this fire. But fortunately, no homes that damaged or burned. It looks like the fire crews and especially the aerial assets did a great job of protecting all these homes in this area, hitting it one after the other with multiple helicopters, and of course, the fire retardant drop.
Yeah,
aircraft.
Certainly makes a difference when we can have that aerial assault, and thankfully the conditions right now allow for that and can save all of those homes, unlike what happened on Monday night with the with the other night with the Palisades fire, and we had 100-mile-per-hour winds almost there. So there's some hot spots there that you can see there in the canyons, and they are making their drops. And we understand that there are also some evacuation orders as well for this area. Really is a good idea if you hear the sheriffs or the police go by and telling you to evacuate, that you heed that order and do so just to be safe, you know. And if you're starting to see the smoke, you know, in your neighborhood, it's best if you do not have your go bag to get your go bag ready of your documents, of your medications, get the dogs ready and dog food, and try to figure out where you're going to go next. You know, we know how dangerous this can be, you know, and how fast this is growing is still, you know, alarming, even though that they are able to attack it from the air. To grow from 50 acres, you know, maybe just an hour, 2 hours ago or so, to now 800 is very terrifying.
It is, but again, it was the quick work of the aerial resources and again the conditions that allowed firefighters to jump on this very, very quickly. Rick Chambers is near this fire, live on the ground. Looks like he's got someone to talk to. Hello, Rick.
Yeah, Micah, we're along Malibu Canyon at Marceau. This is a staging ground for the firefighters. Also, a lot of evacuees coming here. This is Mario and Ben. We appreciate you talking to us. How did you find out you had to get out?
So actually, he lives with my mom down the street. They've been without power for about 2 days. So we evacuated my mom, you know, early to get her over Reseda. And then we were just keeping eyes on the fires, and we started getting calls that there was a fire over the hill from them. And so I kind of rushed back here to get him and the cat and some paperwork. Max.
Max,
yeah.
Okay. Ben, tell me a little bit about it. What was it like when you realized that the smoke and the fire was getting pretty close?
I called my brother and my mother to make sure they're on their way because my car didn't have gas. And so he picked me up. I couldn't even see like a mile down there because we got that bad and thick.
I can see you dragging a suitcase. What were you able to put together?
Yeah, so we put together a bunch of paperwork about the house, wills and things like that, and then some photographs and some food for the cat. They weren't letting cars in by the time I got here, so we just went on foot and just did what we could.
We appreciate you stopping. I know you're in a hurry to get by us. I'll step out of the way. Again, we're on Malibu Canyon. This is Max the cat, one of many of the animals that we've been seeing people carrying as they try to get out of here. But Micah and Cher, on the other hand, we've seen a lot of people that are trying to get in to this evacuation area. We've had parents coming by say that they've got kids in there, teenagers. Other people are coming by saying that they've got pets they need to get to. But you can see at Marceau here, the police have blocked off the streets. They're not letting the media through. They're not letting anybody through. They're just allowing residents who are evacuating to come down the hill. On the right side, you can see the fire trucks. They're starting to stage here. Some of them have been going up into the canyon, and just above the intersection, you can see the smoke, the dark smoke there. It's gotten dramatically closer since we arrived on the scene about 15 minutes ago. We've seen a number of helicopters and planes coming in to make their drops, but most of them, we're seeing a lot of ground forces that are moving up Malibu Canyon Road right now. You can smell the smoke. It's sitting heavy in the air right now. We're expecting that smoke is going to start getting a little closer in the next few minutes, but right now the winds are not too bad. They're pretty calm. It's getting a little chilly, but more and more the fire departments are starting to arrive. We'll see what kind of impact they have over the next hour or so. Guys, back to you.
All right, Rick, thank you. We want to continue our coverage to another fire, of course, the Eaton fire, a deadly fire that killed 5 people so far. Carlos Salcedo is there for us live. Carlos?
Here we are standing on Beverly Way here in Altadena, where it's just been heartbreaking to see home after home on this block just entirely lost, decimated here. The latest update we got about an hour ago was about 4,000 to 5,000 structures completely lost or damaged, including this one here. It's hard to believe this was once someone's home here. You still see it smoldering at this late hour as the sun is coming down. Just so much rubble, so much devastation here. You only see a chimney that's left standing here, some charred vehicles. And of course, officials, they're still trying to assess the damage. So those are still early numbers. As we were coming into town, we saw businesses lost, homes, of course, destroyed, as well as schools. In all this, though, there are some homes that were left standing. Now, look at take a look at video from earlier here. I spoke with a resident, David Slater. He's an 81-year-old Navy vet. His home was thankfully saved, but the flames got to the back of his property on Mendocino Street and took out his back house. He was going through the rubble, showing us what was once a mattress. He lost also 2 boats, gym equipment in the back. Now his front home, again, was spared, so he is counting his blessings tonight, but it was frightening as he saw what was unfolding Tuesday night.
Oh, it was awful. It was like unbelievably awful. See, this one started with the fire on the roof. That's where they start. The embers get down in there, and you can see. I was really happy because I saved my house.
Tonight, a big concern has been looters, the looting going on. Sheriff Robert Luna earlier announcing the arrest of at least 12 people accused of looting in the area. As a result, there will be a curfew in place that goes on in about an hour at 6 p.m. through 6 a.m. Also, the National Guard has been called out. They're on their way to assist, to help first responders. Back here live again, 1,500 fire personnel. They're assisting different agencies from everywhere, from all over Southern California, as well as out of state. We were also told that one firefighter out here was injured. He is said to be in stable condition. He is resting at the moment, so a positive update there. But again, I do want to reiterate just the numbers that have gone up in terms of the structures that were lost this morning. We were told about 1,600 structures were either destroyed or damaged. Now that's up between 4,000 to 5,000 structures. At this point, containment remains at 0%, and the cause of the fire is still under investigation. We're live in Altadena. Carlos Salcedo, KTLA 5 News.
Carlos, I know the numbers are staggering and even beyond what we were told yesterday, the initial estimates of 1,000 plus. That number has now gone to 4,000 to 5,000. Talk about your drive into the Altadena area. I know what we've seen a lot of is in the neighborhoods, in the home after home, but there are businesses as well along, Altadena Drive and some of the other major thoroughfares through that area. Talk about it, what it was like for you as you drove into the area and what you saw.
You know, well, it's surreal. It's eerie just coming down through Altadena Drive. You're seeing just people, bystanders taking pictures, just realizing, hey, this is real life. This is our new reality. We drove by the high school that I believe MB was reporting on yesterday before it caught fire. The auditorium was just burned down, so of course it's unsafe to even be inside that property. So many people just wondering, hey, when are we going to be able to be let inside? Of course, there's barriers set in place. CHP officers are not letting residents back in at this moment for obvious reasons, but it's just been frightening, scary to see these images and realizing that it's not over. And then once we got to these homes, again, we're on Beverly Way, this entire block, this entire community just wiped out. So it's just been overwhelming as a reporter just to see all this devastation, all this damage.
Carlos, thank you. And the image behind you of the house that's still smoldering with smoke behind you, it makes you realize that perhaps the air quality isn't so good as well. And, when you get the visual of it, you want to take care of yourself and wear a mask in those areas. And a lot of people, Micah, want to go back to their communities and see if their house made it. They're looking at the aerials that we're providing with Sky 5, and they still can't tell if perhaps their house is still standing. And it's understandable, but it's dangerous. And there's a lot of checkpoints to get through to some of these communities, and you're going to have to prove that you live in this community as well. They're trying to avoid the looters, and it's not going to be easy. It's not contained yet, and so it's quite dangerous for residents to try and go in and check in on their homes.
And the unknown, the unknown, the element of the unknown and where your property stands is a major driver of anxiety in a moment like this. And in this situation, it's being drawn out for days. Carlos, thank you for the images. We'll check back with you. We want to go back live to Sky 5, Gil Davis over the Kenneth fire. Gil, this was an immediate and a very big concern for a whole lot of people when this broke out a short time ago.
Absolutely. It was just after 2:30 this afternoon when it broke out and quickly grew. You're saying almost 800 acres right now, and then we're watching the tankers hitting this line of fire. This is on the western flank of the fire, just at the top of Las Virgenes Road where it dead ends here. As I come down that fire line, that's that apartment complex there at the end of Las Virgenes. They've been keeping an eye on this. In fact, they did do some tanker drops here earlier where the fire was threatening right in this area. They had sent in the helicopters in here, put out some hot spots, but the fire has continued to move towards this area now, and this is the most active part of the fire as we speak. You can see that line of fire. They are really painting that line of fire retardant there before the sun goes down, so those fixed wings are very active right now. And once the fire gets to that area, you'll see the helicopters come in with the water dropping capabilities and knock down the rest of the flames here. But very close to these apartments, very close to the homes that moved very rapidly. Here's another line that moved in between some of the homes and apartments out here in the area. But as I tilt up, the big area that was we were watching earlier in the firefight was the Mountain View community here, where the fire raced right up to the backyards, and fire crews did what they could to prevent the fire from hitting those homes. Fortunately, it looks like no homes were lost here, and that's good news. And also, the fire pretty much has run its course, except for this portion of the fire on the far west, southwest end of the fire itself. So we may see a couple more tanker drops here to paint that line even thicker, but at this point, it's looking pretty good for the majority of the fire.
Ooh. And I'm looking at the column of smoke, and obviously we're not out of the woods by any stretch when it comes to the weather. But looking at that situation in that specific pocket at this moment, it doesn't look to be as bad as what we've seen, Gil.
Yes, absolutely. It was really raging. It made a quick run through those flashy, grassy fields here. There wasn't a whole lot of thick brush here because this area has burned multiple times in the past, so it was mostly the grassy hillsides that caught fire, but it moved very rapidly with the wind that was blowing through here at the time.
All right, well, it's good to see that they're getting a handle on it for that area and all the surrounding neighborhoods, of course, that were put on an evacuation alert or order. Many people in Southern California actually got an alert to evacuate, and then maybe perhaps you got a second message that was just for the Kenneth fire. So we believe that some people were able to heed that and get out of harm's way, and looks like that the firefight, they've got a handle on it at this moment.
Yeah, we're going to take you to a scene that is really hard to believe as well. Along PCH, the remnants of the Palisades fire, a stretch of homes along the beach on PCH, 4 miles gone. Chris Wolf is there to show us the pictures. A tough scene, Chris.
Yeah, it really is. It just takes your breath away. It's heartbreaking. Take a look behind me, Micah and Cher. I saw a headline this morning. It said areas like this can no longer be described as landscapes, but rather hellscapes. And sadly, that is all too appropriate. Places like this, PCH through Malibu. We are just south of Duke's Restaurant, if people know that landmark. Las Flores Canyon Road up the street. Just complete and utter devastation. These beachfront homes, miles of beachfront homes, reduced to rubble and steel beams and concrete posts and brick chimneys and fireplaces, all that's left standing. Still smoldering. We've seen a lot of activity, fire crews going up and down PCH, dousing hot spots and flare-ups. We're hearing that winds may be picking up in this area, Las Flores, East Malibu, Tuna Canyon Park, and we have seen a lot of activity with law enforcement and fire engines and vehicles rolling up and down PCH again, jumping out to extinguish, snuff out any hot spots or flare-ups. we do have some sad news to report. We're going to swing the camera around across PCH to that home where you see a fireplace facing the ocean. We have reports that following up on a missing persons report, authorities discovered human remains in that rubble of that home that you're looking at right now here in Malibu. We don't know the circumstances, what may have happened, if that person was incapacitated, had become trapped, could not escape, couldn't flee, couldn't call for help, or if that individual, maybe that homeowner, decided to stay put until it was too late. But nonetheless, the outcome is devastating for family members and loved ones and friends and neighbors. And it's likely and unfortunate that the death toll will most likely rise as officials and family members and government personnel start to go through all of the burned out neighborhoods, looking through the charred property and potentially discovering human remains of people that for whatever reason just could not get out of harm's way. But moving the camera around, the sun just went down, just set here through the horizon of the Pacific Ocean. It was quite a scene, quite a scene.
All right, Chris, thank you for bringing us those pictures. Now, we want to go to a press conference and an update on the situation of all the fires here in Los Angeles County. Let's take a listen in.
I got you here. Chief McDonald, I got you right here. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. My name is Zach Seidel. I'm Deputy Mayor of Communications for Mayor Bass. We're going to start with a brief update on the Kenneth Fire. We're going to hear from Mayor Bass as well as Chief Crowley of LAFD. Following that, Mayor Bass will come back to the podium and provide remarks. We'll hear from FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, Senator Adam Schiff, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, Sheriff Robert Luna, County Fire Chief Deputy John O'Brien, Fire Chief Crowley, PD Chief Jim McDonnell, followed by Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. As always, we appreciate people signing up for notifications at Notify LA. We are also joined by leaders throughout the state and federal government. We're joined by FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, Congresswoman Luz Rivas, Congressman George Whitesides, Congressman Brad Sherman, Congresswoman Laura Friedman, Congresswoman Judy Chu, Congressman Jimmy Gomez, Congressman Ted Lieu, also Assemblymember Rick Zabur, Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez, Assemblymember Jessica Caloza, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, as well as Assemblymember John Harabian. We're also joined by Mayor of Santa Monica, Lana Negretti. Thank you so much, and Mayor Bass, I'll pass it off to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and let me just thank all of the leaders that are here with us today. I think it is a perfect example of how we are speaking with one voice. We will unify our city, we will get through this crisis, and we will rebuild a better Los Angeles. First and foremost, of course, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos impacted by these continuing fires. There is a new fire, unfortunately, in West Hills, pushing into Ventura County, and we are expecting this fire to rapidly spread due to high winds. This is a reminder that this is a very dynamic situation that can change quickly. The priority for all Angelenos remains stay safe and please follow directions from the public safety officials. When you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. When you don't evacuate, you compromise the abilities of the first responders, one, to address this crisis. You put yourself in danger and you put others in danger. Again, we know that this is an active situation. LAPD will be assisting with evacuations, and I want to thank the firefighters from all over the state and frankly from many other areas who have come to respond to this unprecedented situation. Now, for an update on this most recent fire, I'd like to call Chief Crowley.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Kristen Crowley, Fire Chief of Los Angeles City Fire Department. We are now actively engaged in a new brush fire. We're calling it the Kenneth Fire in the West Hills area of Los Angeles on the border of Ventura County. This fire was over 50 acres upon arrival, with the potential for rapid growth over the next hour. Over 60 fire companies from the Los Angeles City Fire Department, LA County Fire Department, and Ventura County Fire Department were initially dispatched to the specific incident. Additional resources have been requested and are en route. The fire started in the city of Los Angeles and burned rapidly into the county of Ventura. Los Angeles County Fire Department and Ventura County Fire Department are in unified command. The LAFD is now an assisting agency. There are currently immediate evacuation orders in place south of Van Owen, north of Burbank, east of Valley Circle, and west of County Lane Road. An evacuation warning is in place west of Valley Circle, north of Saticoy, east of Woodlake, and south of Burbank. I will now be providing a quick update on the Palisades fire. Current acreage is 19,978. There are currently 5,316 structures that were damaged or destroyed. And unfortunately, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families. We do have a confirmed 2 fatalities that are now due to this incident. In closing, I want to make sure that we thank the residents of Los Angeles for remaining vigilant, and this new fire shows that we are absolutely not out of this extreme weather event. I personally want to take and show, I should say, my thanks and gratitude to all of our firefighters, our first responders, and for their families for all the sacrifices, their relentless efforts in battling this historic fire. And I should make that plural, historic fires. Next up, we're going to bring back the mayor. Mayor?
Thank you, Chief Crowley, for your leadership, and thank you for that update. We'll have critical updates on the state of this emergency broadly, including resources for Angelenos who have been impacted. Again, the priority of all Angelenos remains to stay safe and to follow directions from public safety officials. I was at the command post for the Palisades fire with Governor Newsom and other federal partners earlier today, and we talked about strategies to provide relief. First, I just got off the phone with President Biden, and right before this press conference, I also spoke to Vice President Harris earlier today. Earlier today, the president announced the federal government would pay for 100% of disaster response costs from the wildfires in this area. This is unprecedented because usually it is not 100%. As the FEMA Administrator Chris Wall will discuss, new resources are also available for impacted Angelenos to recover from this emergency. So thank you, FEMA Administrator, for being here today and for your continued partnership on behalf of the White House. Second, as you heard from the update from the county, at the Eaton Fire Post in coordination with the County of LA, we have requested the National Guard, along with the sheriff, and the county has implemented a curfew in all burn areas. And actually, let me correct that and say that the county is looking at a curfew, but has not implemented it yet. In Los Angeles, we have had evacuation orders in place in the Palisades and in Sylmar. Those evacuation orders have the force of a curfew, meaning you must leave and you cannot come back into the area, period, 24 hours a day. We have to protect the area, especially from those properties that remain. I've joined the sheriff in inviting the National Guard to take on non-emergency roles and provide us with resources to keep the burn area secure so that our frontline firefighters and police officers can focus on saving lives. So let me be clear, there's going to be zero tolerance for anybody that would be, I don't even know how to say this, but that would dare to enter houses or loot property or anything from the individuals or from structures that remain standing. I was with DA Hochman this morning, and he made it very clear that if anybody is involved in looting or any property damage, that he is ready to prosecute to the full extent of the law. So my team is in coordination with the Adjutant General who heads the National Guard, and I've spoken with the governor about the National Guard to take on specifically non-emergency roles to free up our firefighters and officers to do the life-saving work that they do in the city so that we are sure to have enough resources to surge our first responders so that they can focus on the life-saving work. Third, we're already looking ahead to aggressively rebuild. The city of Los Angeles will lead in this effort in the areas that are impacted by the city. We are going to clear the red tape and unnecessary delays and cost and headaches that people experience in ordinary times so that we can rebuild your homes quickly. We're going to clear the way to rapidly rebuild our neighborhood infrastructure, which means roads, sidewalks, street lights, and utilities. We will clear the way to rebuild and open our small businesses and provide assistance to make it through these closures. This is a massive effort, but we will be ready, and we will get the job done by turning away from the usual city system and moving forward in a new direction. LA has to be strong, united. We will reject those who seek, in this emergency, when lives are at stake and lives have been lost, we will reject those who seek to divide us and seek to misinform, because as evidenced by the leadership standing here today, we will be united. We will rebuild our city, and we will do whatever is necessary to get us past this crisis, and we can do that by being united. So let me just introduce our FEMA administrator, and I really want to thank her for coming here from Washington, D.C., obviously on very short notice, Deanne Criswell.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. First, I would just like to start by saying on behalf of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the entire Biden-Harris administration, our hearts go out to everybody who has been impacted by this truly tragic event. And I think as you heard Mayor Bass lay out her really aggressive vision for how you're going to rebuild, I just want you to know, Mayor, that we are going to be here with you along the way to help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger and more resilient. As the firefighters continue to bring in resources and support the suppression efforts for these fires, with the major disaster declaration, we now have the ability to begin having those conversations about recovery, as well as help the individuals who have lost everything on jumpstart their road to recovery. If you live in Los Angeles County and you have been impacted by this disaster, you can register for FEMA assistance. You can go to disasterassistance.gov. That's the best way to get into our system and start that process. You should also contact your insurance company because we will need that information as well as we start to work with you on your claim. Some of the things that you're going to be eligible for: if you incurred costs for temporary lodging as you evacuated, if you're going to need longer term lodging because you're displaced from your home for a period of time, if you need repairs to your home, we have some financial assistance that can help there. If you lost other things like a vehicle, we have some financial assistance. We know that everybody's situation is going to be different for each person. It's going to be unique to them. We want to be able to work with each of you individually to help you on that road to recovery, help you get to the right resources, whether it's FEMA resources, complementing what your insurance company may provide, or bringing in our nonprofit partners to help make sure that we have a holistic recovery for everybody that's been impacted. But we'll also work with you, Mayor, for things like temporary schools, temporary road repair if you need that, all these temporary measures that are going to be needed to help stabilize the community as you start to rebuild, and especially with the debris removal. And as President Biden announced, we're going to cover that debris removal and all of your emergency protective measures at 100% for 180 days, because we know it's going to take a long time to get that debris removal out. I think what I'll just say in closing here is we know that recovery is complicated, and for something as catastrophic as what I have seen so far here across Los Angeles, we know that this recovery is going to be complicated. But it is doable when we all come together with the city, the state, the federal government, our nonprofit partners. When we work together, as you can see behind us here, anything is possible, and we will help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger, Mayor.
Let me introduce now, first of all, let me just say that the President Biden and Vice President Harris just could not have been more supportive, and various members of the cabinet. Let me introduce our Senator, Adam Schiff.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you for bringing us all together, and thank you for your leadership. I want to begin also by acknowledging those that have lost their lives and lost their homes. I was on the phone much of the early part of the day talking to people that lost everything, and for so many, because of the nature of these fires, they not only lost their home, they lost their whole neighborhood, they lost their whole community. They lost their school and their place of worship. It's all gone. And I just want to express the heartbreak I know we're all feeling over those massive losses, unprecedented in our state's history. I also want to, as the mayor was alluding to, take this opportunity to thank the Biden administration for what they've done. Senator Padilla and I and the California House delegation, several of my colleagues here today have worked to try to get a quick declaration of a disaster, to try to get the most we could in terms of federal match, and we could not have asked for more from the administration. The declaration was almost immediate. And as the mayor was saying, you're lucky normally to get 75% of a federal match. We learned today from the president, we're getting 100% federal match here. That's extraordinary. I talked to the president and the vice president today about both these issues and more and the needs ahead, and they could not have been more committed to making sure that California and Southern California get the resources and help they need. And I thank our FEMA administrator also for her work on this. Finally, I just want to say candidly, we are not through this by any means. We keep seeing these fires pop up in different places. We may see more before this is over. If you're told to evacuate, then get the hell out. You might think you can outrun a fire. You are not going to outrun these fires. You're just not. The way they are moving, the unpredictability of how they're moving, the swiftness with how they're moving, you are not going to outrun these fires. If you stay, you're going to die in them, and it's not worth it. So if you're told to evacuate, get the hell out. Save yourselves. You can rebuild because we are going to rebuild. We also, I think, have to be mindful of the risks that will follow these fires, and that is when the rains come and the risk of mudslides. So I say that because we need to know what we're looking forward to ahead. But I want to underscore finally what the mayor was saying also. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. We're Californians. We will bounce back from this. We will rebuild from this, rebuild our neighborhoods and our schools and our places of worship. We will come back from this. And once again, I thank all of you that are on the front lines of this, all of the first responders who are out there every day putting their lives on the line, doing heroic work. I'm grateful to all the other jurisdictions that are providing personnel and materiel. Just going through some of the fire areas earlier today, you see one truck from this county, another from that county, from all over the state, the country, and indeed other countries as well. So thank you to the first responders. Thank you, Mayor.
Before I bring up our supervisor, let me just acknowledge City Councilman John Lee. He wanted to be here today, but because of the latest fire, he went to that situation. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our West Hills, Hidden Hills, Calabasas residents are under evacuation order and evacuation warning for the Kenneth fire. As you heard, it just started over 2 hours ago, and at the rate of spread and the density of the communities in this area, it is serious. Please act swiftly, move quickly, evacuate now to protect your life, the lives of your community members, and the lives of our first responders. A shelter has been established at El Camino Real Charter School at 5440 Valley Circle in Woodland Hills. Continue to stay updated at emergency.lacounty.gov to ensure we can protect lives during this critical time. I've been in touch with most of the elected leaders in this area, and we are united in our commitment to keeping people safe. Our independent cities have lived through this before. They are resilient and they are strong, but they must stay informed. Your partnership is critical to our success in keeping you safe. To those impacted by these devastating fires, my heart is with you. The grief that we have witnessed out there is immense as we see homes and neighborhoods changed forever. And as the time goes on, it feels heavier. We are weary, but we will not break. The county is here for you, both in the crisis and on the road ahead. For my 3rd District communities impacted by Palisades, Sunset, and Hearst fires, the Pacific Palisades, due to the President's major disaster declaration, impacted community members can start applying for relief now. As you heard, please visit disasterassistance.gov or call 800-621-FEMA to get started. For my residents in the Topanga Canyon, I've been in contact with Chief Maroney and Captain C2, and Topanga Canyon is the #1 priority for Palisades Fire area today for them. Personnel, both aerial and on the ground, are being deployed to protect our Topanga Canyon communities, and we are here for you, and every resource is committed to you and your safety. To our residents in Malibu, be on alert for additional evacuation instructions due to the Kenneth fire. We know you are already suffering so much, and we are fighting even greater devastation. We are here for you. Santa Monica's curfew remains active from sunset to sunrise, and their evacuation orders are unchanged today. Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negretti is here with us this afternoon, and we stand strong with all Santa Monicans. Hollywood, the Sunset Fire is contained with no structures destroyed. All evacuation orders have been lifted. Please continue to stay alert and move with caution as you return to your homes. Crews are still working, so your safety is their and our priority. I want to especially thank Senator Schiff and FEMA Administrator Criswell for their support. Alongside many present here, I was able to join so many in visiting and learning from our extraordinary firefighters, our law enforcement officials, and first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post earlier today. They are digging even deeper, despite treacherous conditions and long hours. Help is on the way for them, but we know you will have our back until then. Shortly after that, President Biden called me personally to offer his additional support. His compassion knows no bounds, and his deep understanding of our pain means he has our back too. With that, I want to close in talking about the devastation that people are feeling. Mental health supports continue to be available through the county's Department of Mental Health, 800-854-7771. We have sent mental health professionals out to many of the shelter locations to ensure that while people are waiting, they are beginning their healing process and getting the support that they need. The Disaster Distress Helpline is also available for crisis counseling. You can call or text 800-985-5990. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires and to work towards containment. But please continue to follow evacuation orders and stay vigilant. I know it is hard to walk away from everything that you have invested yourself in, but if you don't, it puts us all at risk. Please follow these evacuation orders. Take care of yourselves and each other. The only way we get through this is together. We will protect our communities and come through this stronger. And next, I'd like to introduce LA County Fire Chief, Deputy Chief John O'Brien.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John O'Brien, Chief Deputy of Emergency Operations for the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Tonight, I'll start by giving an update on the Eaton Fire. affecting the communities of Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, and Monrovia. The Los Angeles County Fire Department remains in unified command with Pasadena Fire, Sierra Madre Fire, Arcadia Fire, the United States Forest Service, and CAL FIRE, as well as the Sheriff's Department and our local law enforcement agencies. The Eaton Fire is now over 13,609 acres and still remains 0% contained. We have 1,527 firefighting personnel assigned and mutual aid resources from across the state and nation arriving to assist with this fire. We have had several firefighter injuries reported and estimate that over 5,000 structures have been destroyed. This is based on aerial imagery that's been provided. We expect those numbers can change, either go up or down based on additional mapping of the fire, as well as when our damage inspection teams get out there and complete their thorough damage assessment of the burn area. We also had one firefighter injured today who sustained injuries battling the fire and is currently at a local area hospital. The cause of the fire is unknown and remains under investigation. As soon as the cause is determined, we'll be sure to get that information out to all. As Supervisor Horvath and Chief Crowley mentioned, the Kenneth Fire started just after 2:30 p.m. today in West Hills and has grown over 800 acres in that short period of time. We have a significant augmentation of ground and air resources assigned, with evacuations currently in the communities of West Hills, Hidden Hills, and Calabasas. Additional information will be provided as this incident develops, but I encourage all to be vigilant and visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest incident information. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we are in a much better position than we were earlier in the week. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County, and we are appreciative of our fire partners from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday, with another likely event impacting both counties earlier next week. I encourage all residents and communities to remain vigilant as we weather this fire siege together. And again, visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest information on all incidents. And lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my Los Angeles County Fire Department personnel and all the firefighters who are here assisting, both on the lines and those behind the scenes who continue to place themselves in harm's way to protect the residents and property of this great county. Thank you for always being there and continuing to be a safe and take care of yourself, those around you and the people who need us most. Thank you. And with that, I'll now turn it over to Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Good evening. Los Angeles Police Department extends our deepest sympathy to those who've been affected by the devastating fire. Our community is facing significant challenges, and ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents is our #1 priority. The department is fully committed to protecting lives, property, and critical infrastructure during this crisis. I want to also, as you've heard, I don't know that we can thank enough the members of the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, all of our fire partners, and then others that don't get recognition, the Department of Public Works, Department of Water and Power, so many others that are out there on the front lines and doing the job to try and restore order to everyone. There was a fatality reported earlier today around 10 a.m. Officers were notified of a death investigation in the 15,300 block of Friend Street in the Palisades area. LAPD investigators immediately notified LA Fire Department arson and the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, who responded and determined the death to be fire-related. The LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in areas impacted by the fires. Officers are patrolling these areas to try and deter criminal activity and ensure public safety. Protecting homes and businesses in the evacuated and vulnerable zones is our priority, ensuring no one takes advantage of a difficult situation. As the mayor said earlier, there will be zero tolerance for looting. Looting or exploiting this disaster will not be tolerated. Individuals caught looting or committing crimes in affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. There are no reports of looting at this time tonight. Our people remain vigilant, and patrols in burn areas have been increased to prevent and respond swiftly to such activities. To enhance public safety and allow first responders and recovery teams to work effectively, a countywide hard curfew is in effect or will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the affected burn areas. Anyone violating this curfew order or that will be in effect or the current evacuation order without valid reason may face legal consequences. The measure is essential to protect residents and support recovery efforts. The support of the National Guard is invaluable during this emergency, and we're thankful for that, enabling law enforcement to focus on crime suppression. The National Guard will be assisting in the following areas. Traffic control to maintain roadways and ensuring access to affected areas is restricted only to authorized personnel. Critical infrastructure security and checkpoints verifying credentials and restricting unauthorized entry into those protected zones. These measures may cause inconvenience to many, but they are necessary for public safety and community recovery. Residents are encouraged to report any suspicious activity to their local law enforcement agency. A united effort is key to ensuring a swift and secure recovery process for all. Law enforcement, the National Guard, and other first responders are here to support the community during this difficult time. The commitment remains steadfast in restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as we can. Cooperation and resilience from the community is greatly appreciated, and we're thankful for the cooperation that we've received to this point. Thank you. Let me now introduce, following me is LA Unified School District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. I'm sorry, my mistake. Now my partner, Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna. Thank you.
You forgot about me already. Just a quick overview. We have close to 500 sheriff deputies working throughout the county, working on evacuations, working on traffic control, both ingress and egress, and we are also working what we call looter suppression. It's unfortunate that we have to assign people to do that task, but we have, and we have made arrests behind that. In regards to resources, on the way to this press conference, our Northern Command made a request for 100 more deputies, or roughly 100 more deputies. So we are in the process, from a mutual aid perspective, of sending what we have internally and then requesting resources from counties around us as we are working, as you see and hear, many different priorities. Because this event continues and we continue to get new fires, the mayor mentioned it, Chief McDonald mentioned it. I've been working with the state, the Office of Emergency Services, for the last several days in trying to estimate the California National Guard and how they would be utilized. We made the official request earlier today, and I'm happy to report that they have been staged and ready to go. They're going to get deployed to specific missions. The first missions will be at the Palisades Fire, at the Eaton Fire. They will be supporting the city of Los Angeles as well. Mayor Bass and Chief McDonald made that request to us. There are several other cities that have requested National Guard resources. The city of Santa Monica, the city of Pasadena, the city of Arcadia, and I'm sure as time goes on there will be others. Our Emergency Operations Bureau will distribute not only mutual aid resources throughout the county as needed, and then we may have to redeploy people, whether it is police officers, deputy sheriffs, or National Guardsmen, as we see. And then the state, again, I can't say enough about the Office of Emergency Services and the support of Governor Newsom, who has basically called and said, what do you need? What else can we send you? I also received a call from Commissioner Sean Dury from the California Highway Patrol. We have been utilizing their resources and using them through a mutual aid response throughout the county. I want to switch gears momentarily. You've heard the word curfew come up a couple of times. We as the county are in the process with our attorneys and our Office of Emergency Management of drafting that curfew paperwork. And as we're doing that, I cannot tell you if the curfew will be enacted tonight. The goal is for it to be enacted tonight, but once we get everything done, we may enact it tomorrow night. That being said, I want to make sure, and we've said it a couple of times, in the areas that have been evacuated, do not go in there unless you have specific business. And right now, the only people who have business in there are firefighters and law enforcement, or some kind of worker that's trying to put utilities back together for us. You will be detained. You will be arrested if you're doing there and you're up to no good. And as the mayor said, we've all talked to the district attorney who says that they will prosecute without hesitation. So please make sure everybody understands that. And just going back to the curfew for clarification is not county-wide. The curfew will only take place in the impacted areas, specifically those areas that have had mandated evacuations. So for example, in the city of Los Angeles, as they're requesting those National Guard resources, you're talking about the Palisades area. For us in Los Angeles County, it is also that Palisades, Malibu, Lost Hills area, and then the Altadena area. Pasadena, self-explanatory. Santa Monica, self-explanatory, and the other cities that are requesting the assistance. As you see, with all of our partners, from a mutual aid perspective, we are second to none anywhere in this country. Whether it is fire resources or it is law enforcement resources, we are able to depend on each other to make sure that we provide the best service we can to our community. Just the very last thing, if anyone has any questions about whether it's evacuations, mandatory, or warnings, or any traffic closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. Thank you very much. And with that now, I will bring up the superintendent. We didn't forget about you.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Luna. Madam Mayor, thank you so much for your leadership. I would like to also thank the city leaders, county, state, and federal entities who have been responsive, who have been supportive and collaborative during very trying times. Today, we closed all schools in Los Angeles Unified School District, and we announced earlier today, because of a detailed examination of scientific data, wind trends, and the continuity of these awful fires, that would be prudent to announce early on the closure of all schools going into tomorrow, January 10th. We made this decision after reviewing, first and foremost, air quality data. Fires may be far away from some communities where we have schools. However, winds are transporting particulate matter, smoke, and ashes across the entire district. And yes, we celebrate when the winds subside, because that allows more effective combating of fires. But when the winds subside, often that cloud of smoke lingers over certain communities. When the winds pick up, obviously the fires explode, creating more smoke. Smoke for us is the enemy, as it compromises the air quality around our schools. We opened 8 feeding centers, grab-and-go food distribution centers across our community. We will increase that to 16 centers across Los Angeles Unified. We recognize that when we close schools, there are a lot of parents who depend on our schools not only for nutrition, but also for child supervision. That is why we partner aggressively, and I am indebted to the YMCA for opening 30 sites providing child supervision with enrichment activities at no cost to the residents of our community. So tomorrow, our students will continue in a continuity of learning methodology relying on digital resources available to them. We also recognize that some areas of our community are struggling with power, with electricity, obviously not being able to perhaps have connectivity or electricity for their devices. That is why at our regional centers we have packets of instructional materials for all grade levels and subject areas for those families that may need them. For tomorrow, not only are our schools closed, all extracurricular activities and athletic activities previously scheduled have also been canceled. Reopening the school system is not an easy process, particularly after a crisis like this one. We need to do indoor and outdoor cleaning, the replacement of filters. That's why I want to thank in advance our workforce, particularly SEIU 99, the Teamsters, everyone involved in the replacement of filters and the cleaning process in advance of our students and our staff returning to our schools. We will be examining the data tomorrow and into the weekend before making a decision about conditions as we head into Monday. I don't need to say what has been said. This is a set of unprecedented circumstances. At no point in the history of our community, or perhaps the country, have we had fires simultaneously happening, not one, multiple serious fires simultaneously occurring, wrapped around hurricane-level force winds. I come from a place where hurricanes are a constant, but there's no fire associated. So this is a real threat. I want to thank the first responders that are working tirelessly in our community, and we will be bringing information to our community, which can also be accessed on www.lusd.org. Unas palabras en español. Quiero primeramente agradecer a nuestra alcaldesa, la señora Bass, los líderes locales, estatales y federales que están aquí con nosotros, asistiendo y apoyando a nuestra comunidad. Esos no son días fáciles. Decidimos cerrar todos nuestros planteles escolares hoy debido a las condiciones ambientales en nuestra comunidad, principalmente la calidad del aire en nuestra comunidad. Y es por esa razón que decidimos cerrar todas las escuelas en nuestro condado, en nuestra ciudad, mañana. Quiero agradecer a nuestra fuerza laboral porque decidimos abrir 8 centros de distribución de comida gratis para nuestra comunidad. La mayor parte de nuestros niños son pobres. Ellos dependen del desayuno y almuerzo gratis todos los días. Mañana vamos a tener desde 6 centros de distribución de comida gratis para nuestros niños.
We're listening to LA County, LA Unified School District head Alberto Carvalho. We just heard him a moment ago speak about the closure of schools again tomorrow. So all LAUSD schools will be closed again tomorrow, primarily, as he described, due to the air quality. It's a very big concern going forward, obviously, for not just the students, but the staff as well. So as we know, the schools were closed today. The entire district, LA Unified, will be closed again tomorrow. And as Alberto Carvalho was explaining, they'll examine the data tomorrow and into the weekend before they make a determination about schools and whether they'll be open on Monday. So as it stands now, the district remains closed tomorrow. And he did also mention that the grab-and-go food distribution centers will remain open tomorrow for food assistance to those who need it. So at least through tomorrow, LA Unified schools are closed.
Yeah, at least till through tomorrow. Also, you might want to check your local YMCA. They have been providing some child supervision there as well. So you might want to check online if you can. And we've been listening to this press conference with Mayor Bass and LAPD Chief, as well as the LA County Sheriff's Sheriff Luna, giving us an update really on what's happening with all of the different fires. And you know, it's a staggering numbers. 19,978 acres burned in the Palisades fire, and now 2 deaths to report there as well. The Kenneth fire we are watching very closely. That started today at 2:30 this afternoon, from 50 acres to some 800 acres, affecting the West Hills, Hidden Hills, and Calabasas area. You know, this is this fire, this new fire, as they said, shows that we are not out of this just yet.
So as we gather the information, you heard from city and county leaders there. Obviously, the emergency continues with the winds as they begin to abate, but still not out of the woods yet. It is now the top of the 6 o'clock hour. You're watching the KTLA 5 News. Micah Ullman along with Sheriff Calvin. Our coverage continuing here of a number of fires burning across Southern California. And we want to get first to Rick Chambers, who is near the Kenneth fire. It started this afternoon and threatened the communities in West Hills and Calabasas and Hidden Hills very, very rapidly. Rick Chambers, what do you have?
Yeah, we're here at Malibu Canyon Road at Marceau. This has been a staging area for a lot of the fire trucks, but it's also been a staging area for a lot of the people who are not being allowed to get back into this fire area. We've had a couple of dozen that have been standing here off to the left. You can see the line of sheriff's deputies. They've been holding the ground. They will not allow these people to pass. It's gotten a little nasty at times. We've heard a lot of foul language being thrown at the deputies. They've been holding their ground. They tell people that they can't get back in, that the fire is still active. In fact, we've seen a line of fire on the distant hillside off to the left there. But the people here, they just want to get back in. Some of them have pets. Some of them have medications that they need to get. I want to talk to Yana. She's here. She's been here for a couple of hours. You're here with your little sister. I know that you have a pet. Your mom needs her medication. We saw you run across the street before. You had a look of panic on your face. Why so necessary for you to get back in?
I mean, my biggest priority is to get my cat right now. I've been here on this corner for about an hour and a half now. They told me it would take a few moments and they could escort me in, but it's been almost 2 hours. I mean, it's really just my cat. I don't care about anything else in there. I literally just want my cat.
Your mom needs her medication. She's been very vocal towards the sheriff's deputies for quite a while now. How frustrating is it for you to stand here and know that you need these things, but you just can't reach them?
I mean, it's heartbreaking, honestly, knowing that we're right there too. Like, we're so close, and yet we just can't. There's nothing we can do about it. I just feel.
So what do you do now?
We just wait. That's what we've been doing. I waited to get onto Las Virgenes. It took me like an hour to get onto Las Virgenes, and then I had to walk 30 minutes over here just so I could reach the house. And now they won't even let me go through. And I just.
I know you're watching over your little sister. She's 9 years old. Ava, are you okay? I know earlier today you said you were scared. How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling better, but I really want to get my cat.
Yeah, what's your cat's name?
Toby.
Yeah, and you're worried about your cat?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're hoping you get in pretty soon, okay? But no need to be scared anymore, all right? Okay. We're hoping you get in as fast as you can.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, this is the situation out here. We've got so many fire trucks that are heading into the scene, and people understand that they have to get in there and fight the fire. But the sheriff's deputies here have been keeping everybody back, and for obvious reasons. But there is that level of frustration, like Yana was talking about. She just wants to get her cat. There's nothing else that matters to her right now. Her little sister and her mom needs the medication. She's been getting very frustrated that she can't get in. Just a couple of minutes ago, we had a guy hop off a motorcycle and come running up trying to break through the sheriff's lines. Several deputies grabbed him. They got to the point where they're going to arrest him, and suddenly from the background, we hear his name being yelled, and his sister emerges from the middle of the street. That's all he wanted. He was just going in to help his family. They reunited in front of the deputies. There were some hugs, some tears. The deputies said they understood. They let him go. The sister went off with the deputies. They were taking her someplace, and he walked back to the crowd. We stopped him, asked him if he wanted to talk to us. He said no. He was satisfied at that point that he had got his family members. He knew that they were safe, and there was no need for him to stay anymore, and he left and got on his motorcycle. So it's that type of situation here. You have people coming and going. We saw a number of people early on when we first got here a couple of hours ago just dragging their suitcases down the roadway. Some were carrying cages with their pets in it. It's been a very panicky type of situation early on, and now it's gotten to the point where people are just frustrated and they're ready to go back in. But at this point, we can still see some of the flame on the hill. It may be a while before the sheriff's deputies break down this location and allow these people to start filtering in back to their homes. Mike and Cher?
Yes, Rick, it looks like there's certainly a lot of people out there that are just doing their best to be patient to try and get in. But when we just left that news conference, and even Kristen Crowley said that the potential for rapid growth is in the next hour. And that is something that is of concern, obviously. And so, unfortunately, those people are just going to probably have to wait. And thank you for bringing that story to us. It, breaks your heart when you hear a 9-year-old, just want to be with her little kitty.
Yeah. And Cher, we have seen the fire on the hillside about 3 or 4 blocks from where we're at, but the helicopters are out here. They're flying at night, and they're making pinpoint drops. We've seen several lines of fire suddenly disappear after the drops were made. So they're making headway on this Kenneth fire out here. At this distance, it's hard to tell how much headway, but for what we're seeing in the foreground here, there's an air of optimism, at least at this corner of the fire.
All right, Rick, and to note, there is an evacuation center set up for those folks at El Camino Real Charter School if they need a place to go. We'll see you in a bit, Rick, as well. Meteorologist Vera Jimenez watching these conditions. And Vera, we've been crossing our fingers, waiting for any sliver of good news in terms of the winds.
Any sliver of good news. And this afternoon is pretty much what we had, to be quite frank. We did see the winds diminish. And in fact, as you watched Rick's live shot, you could see that there was a slight breeze. You couldn't tell by Rick or by him, but if you saw in the background, you saw a little bit of a breeze blowing hair around, but it was very slight. But we are looking at the winds near the Kenneth fire. This, by the way, is a complete contrast to this is the Huntington Beach camera. Contrast to what's going on near the fire, where we do have some wind with us, and it is present at the moment. Here's the latest of the wind update. Near Calabasas, we're looking at sustained winds of 9 miles per hour, and we are seeing occasional wind gusts at 18 miles per hour. And because of the wind speed of those gusts, the helicopter resources are able to make those pinpoint precision drops that Rick was just mentioning, and that why they're able to get a handle on that particular fire. But I was looking at the gauges around that area. There's one that's called Chesbrough. That one is looking at sustained winds in the 20s, gusts in the 30s. Malibu Hills, which is one of the areas that we get readings from, and that, of course, is just going to be a little bit to the west. That one is also clocking in with numbers in the 20s and the 30s in terms of sustained winds and gusts. So we're keeping an eye on it, and as the captain mentioned, there is the possibility that we could see those winds increase. We are going to see those winds increase tonight into tomorrow. Exactly when, it's completely up to Mother Nature, unfortunately, but we are expecting some of the winds. And I want to go ahead and take you to some of the strongest winds compared to what we had yesterday. So in the Inland Empire, Arrowhead Springs hit 79 miles per hour. The Santa Ana Mountains hit 67 miles per hour. Myers Canyon, also in the Inland Empire, 65 miles per hour. And at Lower Lytle Creek Ridge, 76. So compared to what we were looking at, compared to the strongest winds, we saw a lot of winds in this range yesterday, but today these are the strongest winds. Yesterday, when we were looking across the region, whether it was LA, Ventura, or Riverside, San Bernardino or Orange County, we were talking about strongest winds in the 80s and even the low 90s. So again, things have definitely taken a bit of a turn. We do have, unfortunately, the extension of the high wind warning. So we are going to see another round of winds. So these damaging winds, again, are going to be widespread. Yesterday, this particular block right here had cleared up. They had been dropped, but today they have been reissued, and that's because those Santa Ana winds are still going to be with us. But compared to, again, what we saw yesterday, the winds are definitely diminishing. And even though they're going to be present, these numbers are going to allow for better ability to fight the fires, which is really, really important. Let's talk about the humidity levels. We are going to see some improvement by the time we get to Saturday, which is great. Still not fantastic because, as I mentioned, at 2 o'clock in the morning, these numbers should be much higher. But again, because those winds are primarily offshore, they're going to dry out the atmosphere for the next 24, 48 hours, perhaps even the next 72 hours, because that's 2:40 in the morning on Saturday, and we're still looking at numbers that are not fantastic. And then we're going to get a slight break on Saturday, but the winds are going to be back briefly on Sunday. They'll slow down Monday, and then after that, we're looking at another possibility of winds on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. At this point, too early to tell if it's going to be weak to moderate or moderate to strong. I also have a look at the smoke and the air quality, so the next time you see me, we'll be talking about that and the future travel of the smoke over the next 48 hours. Back to you guys for now.
All right, Vera, thank you. You're talking about the air quality, of course. That's a lot of the reason why LAUSD has canceled classes again tomorrow. It's just one of many things that are canceled here in the Southland and being moved to other places. So it's a real, it's just an unprecedented situation that we've been in.
Yeah, and it's a day-to-day,
Yeah.
At least as it relates to LAUSD. Sam Cortese is in the newsroom with further information on what you need to know regarding LAUSD. Sam?
Micah, Cher, good evening. 600,000 students impacted by this school closure across Los Angeles Unified School District. We heard Alberto Carvalho talk about that, the superintendent, just moments ago. So that is something to note for tomorrow. But there will be meal distribution for LAUSD students from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. For more information, please visit LAUSD and their website. They have so much information on their social media accounts as well. Now to what you're seeing on the screen, because so many people have wondered, what can I do to help? And our KTLA.com digital team, Iman, has done an incredible job compiling different ways that people can help here in Southern California. I spoke with a firefighter earlier today who said, please call ahead if you're planning to bring anything to, for example, a firehouse. Most of these places now have the needs met as far as food, water, blankets, clothing. They can't take in any more things, but they can take monetary donations. So when the time arises, they have those funds available. Okay, on your screen, Baby to Baby is accepting donations for children impacted by wildfires. GoFundMe also has verified situations. I know in a lot of cases, people are a little hesitant to donate if there's no verification in an online fundraiser, but GoFundMe has verified fundraisers of people impacted. SPCA LA has a disaster animal response team. They are seeking donations such as animal shelters and frontline veterinary care. You can click through on our website to get in contact with them. Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation is accepting donations to support firefighters on the front lines. I'm saying monetary donations, and very specifically, they asked for wildland brush tools, hydration backpacks, and emergency fire shelter for the crew in the field. So please call ahead if you plan on donating to your local firehouse and see their specific needs. Salvation Army is worth mentioning. World Central Kitchen, spearheaded by Chef Jose Andres. They have a relief team here in Southern California ready to assist first responders and families. So many more organizations we could mention here. One of them, Project Angel Food. They're looking for volunteers close to the KTLA family's heart. How to help with animals. Pasadena Humane is looking for those physical donations, crates, food, leashes, blankets, especially looking for foster families for dogs, for cats. I know they have other animals in their care as well. Pasadena Humane was inundated with these animals that had nowhere else to go, that were maybe found wandering during the Eaton fire out in Altadena, San Gabriel Valley. Donations, you can find a place to give financially at give.pasadenahumane.org. So those are some ways to help animals, humans. A lot of people reaching out, Cher and Micah, saying, what can we do? We feel helpless. There's just watching the devastation and not having anywhere to kind of outlay your grief. A lot of people want to do something with that. So I just wanted to mention those ways to help. I wanted to also mention some of the events that have been canceled in the last few hours, closures, cancellations. The Rose Bowl Flea Market has been canceled for the weekend in Pasadena. Universal Studios announced it is watching to see if it will close for a third day. Music venues like the Troubadour, the Wiltern, Walt Disney Concert Hall, so many different areas saying they're going to postpone their shows just out of respect for any family members of those affected. Again, on your screen, you're seeing here Los Angeles Unified School District meal distribution plans. 16 different schools will be providing meals, 2 per student. LAUSD.org for more information. Now, do you want to talk about the LA Zoo? They will be closed for the time being. Lakers Hornets game has been postponed. The West Coast Conference women's basketball Pepperdine has been postponed. That was tonight. Now, I do have to mention, both of our teams are in the playoffs. Chargers have turned their playoff parties into supply drives. What you're looking at here is from that last night in the city of Orange. There are 2 more. I know one of them's coming up on Saturday in Rancho Cucamonga, but the fans came out, brought out water, brought out food, brought out needs for the community. And again, this was in Orange County, so shout out to the Orange County fans who brought out some supplies. And Monday night, supposed to be at SoFi Stadium, that Rams game will now be played at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium in Glendale. They will still be at the same time, 5 o'clock our time, 8 o'clock Eastern. They had to move the game out of an abundance of caution. Guys, I could keep going with updates that we have throughout the day, but just wanted to mention a few quick supply drives, ways to donate, and what you're looking at on the screen here is from the evacuation orders and warnings of the Kenneth fire, now merging with the Palisades fire.
Yeah, there were portions of Calabasas under evacuation warnings initially from the Palisades fire, and then merging into a warning zone with the Kenneth fire. So essentially fire coming at them from 2 directions.
You just think of the hundreds of thousands of people who've been told to get out of their house, and then the tens of thousands who have no house to return to. So we have so much help to do for our neighbors in Los Angeles. I've been seeing on social media all day that even at the grocery store, people are talking to each other. People, I don't know, LA, you can kind of be on your AirPods or whatever, stay into your own. But I'm noticing a lot of people talking to each other in public, saying like, hey, I got some extra pet supplies. Where can I take those? I heard Kai on the phone with his kids today saying, when you have time, go drop off the blankets at Pasadena Humane. People are willing to help. People want to help their neighbors. And it's unfortunate we're in that situation, of course, but it's nice to hear that everyone's willing.
Yeah, it's incredible to see the outpouring of kindness and compassion that we have for our neighbors and strangers. And, you know, I think that a lot of people are wondering now that their house may be gone, what to do next. And we had a visit from the FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell, Yeah, and she gave a website. We also gave this to you yesterday, but just in case you didn't get it this time, you might want to take it down, disasterassistance.gov, where you can start your claim and at least just start putting the information in there, as well as with your insurance. And you know, they're going to help you. They're going to help you with lodging and repairs, and even if you had a vehicle loss. And give you something to get by. You know, this is, we have to restart this community in all of these areas, and it's good to know that there's some help from the government.
And I can't stress this enough. I talked about this at length yesterday. Mental health resources are available 24/7. The number is 800-854-7771. There's someone to talk to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It doesn't matter who you are or where you are or what you need. Maybe you just need someone to talk to. Again, someone is there for you 24/7 at 800-854-7771. The mental health toll this is taking on millions of people, and the level of anxiety and uncertainty is palpable. It's enormous, and it cannot be overlooked.
Yeah. If you are unable to get online and you want to just make the phone call to FEMA, you can do that by dialing 800-621-FEMA. It's that simple, 621-FEMA, 1-800-621-FEMA.
There it is.
Yeah.
All right. To Carlos Saucedo, he's with us in Altadena, covering the remnants of the Eaton fire and the aftermath. It's staggering, Carlos. We talked a few moments ago about your journey into the community, what you saw, and obviously what you're seeing now as you stand in a really difficult picture.
Yeah, Micah, we are on Beverly Way here in Altadena, and it's just been heartbreaking to see home after home on this block just wiped out. As you mentioned, just coming into town, we just saw so much destruction, so much devastation, and it is still ongoing. Earlier, we saw fire crews going door to door here, shutting off gas lines like the one you see behind me. Unfortunately, this one's still active because the line is broken, so we're waiting on the gas company to come out and be able just to shut it off. But other than that, it is pitch black out here. It is dark. As you mentioned earlier, evacuation orders, they're still in place, so things are very much like a ghost town out here. I do want to go over some numbers here, the latest numbers. Eaton Fire, as you know, it started Tuesday evening and just exploded in size. Now they're saying more than 13,000 acres have burned throughout Altadena, and this is just based on aerial mapping. Ground assessment, that's still in the works. It's still underway. 5,000 structures have been either damaged or destroyed. Many of those homes and businesses. I spoke with homeowners who had to evacuate, just grab their belongings and get out as soon as possible. Their home was spared thanks to the help of their plumber. The guest house that was under construction in the back was destroyed, however. Now Jeff and Steve are back home tonight, thankful for the response.
Reading to my kids in their bedroom and looked out the window and the sky was orange, and I thought surely it's not a big deal, but as I started seeing flames on the top of the canyon there, I started gathering my things to evacuate and took our kids out. And we were extremely nervous about our house for that night. We had no idea if it was going to be okay. We started getting emails from our neighbors. We're a very tight-knit street right here, saying one house after the other. If you go up Highland, you'll see that half the street is gone. And we just, devastated and very nervous about our place. And then our plumber called us yesterday morning and said, your house is on fire, and he was able to put it out as I was on the phone with him, and I was in tears. And he's saved our house.
He used the pool water and a manual pump.
He used our pool.
Yeah, because it was our other neighbor thought it was on fire, gone too, because he saw it in his camera, up in flames. But if it wasn't for him using our pool, and he stayed for a long time, then he had help come put out the fire.
There you go. Their house saved tonight because of water from their pool. As you heard earlier in the press conference, a big concern has been looters. Sheriff Robert Luna announcing the arrest of at least 12 people. They're accused of looting in this area. As a result, there will be a curfew in place from 6 p.m. now through 6 a.m. in the affected fire areas, the evacuated areas. So this is not countywide. And they said there's zero tolerance for looting, and law enforcement patrols have increased. Also, the National Guard, they're on their way out here. They've been called out to help with the first responders. But back here live, 1,500 fire personnel, they're helping with this fire. We were told that one of those firefighters today was injured. He was taken to the hospital, said to be in stable condition, so he is recovering tonight. Again, 5,000 structures either damaged or destroyed, 0% containment at this time, and there's no word on the cause of this fire. For now, we're live in Altadena. Carlos Salcedo, KTLA 5 News.
All right, Carlos, thank you for that. And we want to now go over to the other fire, the Palisades fire, and that has increased in acreage to 19,978 acres. Let's go to Alina Abovian. She's there for us live. Alina?
Cher, good evening. This is part of the Palisades fire, but we're here in Topanga, so it's a different stretch of it. But as we pan up to the ridge here, you can see it's been burning like this since this morning. When coming up here along Topanga from PCH, we saw down power lines. This fire very close to homes out here, but thankfully there's a really good presence of firefighters. They are up there. They are monitoring the situation. They are putting out the hot spots, and in a way, because this is a terrain-driven fire, they're allowing it to burn out. But if you can possibly see it or hear it, they are taking full advantage of the weather out here, continuing to make water drops. Now things could change. It's been relatively calm as far as the wind goes, but going into the evening, going into the night, the barometric pressure could change, the dew point can change, and also the wind could change and could shift and change the dynamic out here. Now I want to bring in Bart. Bart, you live here. You're choosing to stay behind. What's the feeling like?
I'm just really grateful for. Is this good?
Go for it.
I'm really grateful for the response and the crews and the number of people that are battling this fire, because in past fires, it's hit and miss, and you really feel the presence today. Came by earlier when I saw you guys earlier covering it, and it was flaring up. It was doing its thing, and to see what it's looking like now, and to see the way they handled it earlier, and consistently, the way the rounds were consistently attacked, and the precision of their drops was huge, and that made me super comfortable, because I came down here to take one last look because I had a notification for evacuation, and I definitely don't want to mess around with any of that. I want to be honorable to the importance of when they want people out, and I don't want to be in the way, but I want to take a look to see what I had seen earlier was progressing into. And fortunately, what I saw was this kind of like Rolodex of just these air crews and helicopters.
They're definitely on it. And Topanga here, this is a very small community. How has the community come together in the last few days?
The community is very troubled. In the past, more people have stayed. This fire specifically, because it's closer to us and so much more unpredictable, and the winds have been drastically just higher and more intense. More have left, and more of the people that usually stay are gone. I'm manning the fort based on what I'm seeing, and also what I'm getting on my phone as far as the SOS, because I don't get any other service besides that. But it's Mother Nature, so I'm just trying to keep in tune with Mother Nature, seeing what the birds are doing, seeing what the wind's doing, seeing what the plumes of smokes are doing. And that's what kind of drove me down here earlier, is it was really clear, it was bright, it was dry, it was cold this morning, but then these plumes of smoke hit the sun, and it got that orange glow. And I know that orange glow because this isn't my first rodeo with this, not living up in Topanga or any of the hills.
Bart, thank you so much, and we hope that you continue to stay safe. Now, as you mentioned, there are homes up there. It's tough to see, but certainly a lot to save up there. God forbid those flames, those embers happen to travel, and if anything should change out here. But we are keeping an eye on the situation, and there's a very good presence out here as far as fire personnel goes. I'm Lena Bourbon here in Topanga. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Alina, thank you. The destruction and damage is vast as it comes to the Palisades fire. Chris Wolf is on another angle here. He's along PCH. The sun has obviously gone down, but what you see as you drive along PCH, Chris, it's hard to process, and it goes on for miles.
Absolutely, Michael. Words simply cannot describe this devastation and destruction. As you mentioned, the sun is long gone, darkness has fallen, and a chill is gripping the air here in Malibu along PCH with scenes, I'll move out of the way for you, scenes of total destruction with miles and miles of beautiful beachfront homes now reduced to this. Wreckage, rubble, ash. Many areas are still smoldering, as you can probably see. Firefighters are rolling up and down PCH, jumping out to crush hot spots as they flare up, jumping back into their trucks and moving on to the next one. It's a constant battle out here. The only things left standing, as you can probably see, are concrete posts and steel beams and brick chimneys and fireplaces. That is it. It looks like a war zone out here. We also have some sad news to report right across the street from us here along PCH, just south of Las Flores Canyon Road and Duke's Restaurant, if people are familiar with that landmark. Recently, authorities discovered human remains in one of the homes, in some wreckage, I should say, the remnants of a home. They had been responding to a missing persons report and sifting through the wreckage. They did find human remains. We don't know the circumstances, if that person had been somehow incapacitated or trapped, unable to leave or call for help. However, that is the case. Human remains were found in the wreckage of a home behind us. And whatever the case, whatever the circumstances, that is certainly devastating for the family members and the loved ones and the friends and neighbors. the LA County Sheriff's Department has released a statement saying, quote, information is still very preliminary, but there have been multiple deaths in the fire areas. Homicide investigators have not had the chance to process any of the scenes due to the dangerous conditions still at each location, such as spot fires, downed power lines, and leaking gas. Once homicide investigators can assess the scenes, more information will be provided, end quote. And we should note, homicide investigators, homicide agents do this kind of work simply as a matter of standard procedure. PCH has been closed to general traffic. CHP officers posted at roadblocks are only allowing, of course, emergency personnel in and members of the media. Earlier during daylight hours, some residents were allowed back in to check on their properties. We did talk to a couple of those people. We'll hear from them later on, but for now, reporting live in Malibu, I'm Chris Wolf. Back to you.
Okay, Chris Wolf, thank you. With the mass evacuation orders prompted by the Palisades fire, concerns are growing over looters.
KTLA's Corrine Winter talked one-on-one with Councilmember Tracy Park on the subject.
That's absolutely outrageous, and I want to be very clear to people who may be considering exploiting this tragedy and committing criminal acts. If you come to the west side of Los Angeles and engage in that behavior, I want to be very clear. You will be arrested and you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And I hope everybody heard our new district attorney loud and clear when he said he was not playing around and he was going to take those kinds of things very, very seriously. In Pacific Palisades, we have a very, very heavy law enforcement presence currently, supplemented by private security, and we have National Guard resources on the way who can take over some of the work that LAPD is doing, manning intersections and things like that, so we can free up our LAPD officers to do more crime suppression and patrols in the impacted areas. We are not going to let that happen, but I am concerned about it, and constituents are right to expect us to not let that happen.
And as it relates to the potential for a curfew, we just heard from LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. City and county leaders, lawyers are drafting the paperwork to institute a curfew in the evacuation zone areas that would be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Ongoing as this disaster unfolds. It has yet to take effect. It might be tomorrow night, from what we understand, as early as tomorrow night.
Yeah, and in the meantime, they are urging you not to, if you are a victim, if you live in one of these neighborhoods and wanted to check in on your house, they're urging you not to enter that area. It could be very dangerous. The only people that really should be in that area at all would be obviously firefighters and law enforcement and media. And one of the people that is in that zone there for the Eaton fire is our John Finolio. And John was there when the fires were raging, and he's back there today. Give us a look at where you are and what it feels like to be back a day later.
Thousands of homes destroyed by this. Hey guys, how are you? As you can see, the devastation from the Eaton fire is becoming more clear. If you take a look behind me, you can see that this is just one of thousands of homes that was destroyed by this awful wildfire. What you're looking at right here is a burning gas line, and there are hundreds of homes throughout this foothill community where you can still see some of those flames. This firefight, though, continues. Let's get you right to some of this video we captured earlier today. This fire has claimed at least 5 lives. 4,000 to 5,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed, according to officials. And tonight, the flames have chewed through almost 14,000 acres as the fire approaches the top of Mount Wilson. There is 0% containment. Among the lives lost, 82-year-old Rodney Nickerson of Altadena, who died at his home on Altapine Drive. His daughter, Kamiko, tells us that he had experienced plenty of fires over the many decades he's lived here and felt that he'd be okay, that he could wait this one out.
He was gathering some things, packing up his car a bit, and he said that he was going to gather up his stuff, but he said he was going to stay here too. He said that he felt this was going to pass over and that he would be here, and he did position himself, but he didn't want to leave.
He's 82 years old. Tell us a little bit about him.
82 years old. He bought this house in 1968, and he put $5 down on the house, is what he told me. And he came right back with his paperwork from Lockheed Martin, which is where he retired from in Palmdale. He'd been there for 45 plus years. And he's been an Altadenian as long as I've been living. My whole life. I came here home as a child. I was born at Kaiser Permanente in Sunset, and they brought me here to this house, and I've been here my whole life with him.
All right, and we do have a little bit of good news to share. The evacuation order for the city of Arcadia has been lifted for homes south of Elkins Avenue. That's zones 2, 3, and 4. Again, the evacuation order for the city of Arcadia for homes south of Elkins Avenue has been lifted tonight. Those north of Elkins Avenue do remain under a mandatory evacuation order, and residents north of the 210 freeway, that's zones 2 and 5, residents north of the 210 freeway, zones 2 and 5, remain under an evacuation warning, meaning be ready to go if necessary. We'll bring you another update soon. For now, reporting live in Altadena, I'm John Finolio, sending it back to you in the studio.
All right, John, thank you. We are joined on the phone by Congressman George Whitesides, who represents California's 27th district, portions that include parts of the Santa Clarita and San Fernando valleys. Congressman, you've been on the job a couple days, and what a start. You've been sworn in. You represent the district. You were at the press conference that we carried live a few moments ago. Thanks for being with us. Your impressions of what you're seeing, and the most important message you have for constituents tonight.
Well, I think, the number one message is for people to, pay attention to what they're hearing on, news stations like yours, to pay attention to the evacuation orders that are coming through, and to work together to maintain, what makes our city great, which is coming together and supporting each other during this very, very difficult moment.
Congressman, what are you doing for your constituents right now, and how can they get assistance?
So there are a variety of supporting centers. The Frankie Ballin Center on the southern part of our district is ready for folks who need to not be with their home. We actually just got a good bit of news that the Hearst fires evacuation orders, as you may have reported, are getting pulled back. So people are going to be able to move back into some of those areas, which is very good. And I want to commend the incredible fire professionals across the county, but particularly on the Hearst fire. They jumped in super fast, jumped on top of that, and at least so far have contained that fire. Obviously, a big threat to the North Granada Hills area, potentially if it crossed over the 5. So we're very grateful to them, as we are to the incredible professionalism of everyone working across the county.
Congressman, we have heard that President Biden has announced that the federal government will cover 100% of the cost for 180 days following these fires in terms of temporary shelters, firefighter salaries, other support services. FEMA also talking about the need for financial assistance, lodging, home repairs, all of those temporary needs. What do you say to the people of Southern California who are facing this disaster and want to know that there's support for them, not just in the immediate moment here as the firefight continues, but in the weeks and months ahead, that they won't be forgotten?
Yeah, I mean, that is the super important point that we need to make to folks. My wife grew up in Santa Rosa and had the Tubbs fire, where they had 5,000 homes and structures destroyed in an evening. And we are going through that now. This is a long journey of recovery that we are going to have to go through, and it's going to take years, not months or days. We're going to need the federal government to step up, and so I'm going to be working very hard with my colleagues in the California caucus, as well as Congress as a whole, to make sure that we get the resources that we need. This could be one of the most expensive natural disasters in American history. People are already talking about numbers over $50 billion. We're going to have to make sure that we get the resources that people need to rebuild and to fix their schools, to fix their roads, to fix their homes. And it's going to take a long time, but that is what I'm absolutely committed to doing. And that is why I ran for Congress, is to help folks, particularly around the issue of wildfires.
Congressman, what do you make of the criticism of the mayor and governor and our general preparedness?
You know, honestly, I have been involved in the wildfire issue for several years, as you know, have started up organizations related to addressing the wildfire crisis. And I think that California has actually done a lot to, prepare for these terrible days. Billions of dollars have been put into CAL FIRE and local readiness. The challenge is that we could always do more. And the challenge is that on these very tough days with high winds, very low humidity, it is very hard to stop a fire in those conditions. I believe that there is no silver bullet to making our communities safer and more resilient. We all need to do the work to keep our houses safe, to make sure that our communities are doing the work to clear brush and to remove high fuel loads surrounding our areas. And we have a long road ahead to do that. We need to increase the rate at which we're doing fuels reduction at a much greater rate. We need to make sure that we're paying our wildfire fighters a living wage, and we need to invest in new technologies that could potentially offer the hope to jump on these fires so fast. I'll give you an example. The Hearst fire, is now under 1,000 acres. It has been contained, at least so far, in a safer area. And that is because we were able to jump on that very quickly because a couple of firefighters just noticed it by chance and were able to throw huge resources at it very quickly. We need to develop technologies to make sure that we can get on those fires very quickly on the toughest days, probably within 5 minutes to 10 minutes, because that's the only way that we can stop these things on the toughest days.
Is the state and government doing everything that can be done in the face of the increased threat? Obviously, we're seeing extremes in terms of the weather, but what more can be done?
Well, look, I think it always starts with people, right? And so we need to make sure that our wildland fire fighting forces, who are also doing fuels reduction, many of them are federally compensated, that they have a future ahead of them that is a positive one. We are actually having a lot of trouble recruiting people for that career path. So that's step one, because we need to increase the rate of our fuels reduction by a factor of potentially 10 times. We also need to make sure that we do a lot more work in terms of protecting our communities at the perimeter of the community. There's some good research that shows that we can increase the safety of our communities by doing that. We all, as homeowners, need to do the work. We talk about keeping our home safe, but have you, as a homeowner, cleared out that vegetation right near your home and put in screens by your vents to the outside. We all need to do that work. And we need to invest in technology, both in California and nationally. I think Congress needs to make a much bigger investment in fire tech, in technologies. Look, we could be spending $50 to $100 billion on these things a year. And so it pays to make the investments to try to reduce those risks.
Can you give us your thoughts on fire insurance? A lot of people obviously, were unable or are unable to get insured properly or are underinsured for their home. And that could be a real problem with these nearly 10,000 structures that have burned both in the Palisades and in Altadena.
This is a huge issue and one that we're just starting to think about the full scope of this, right? The FAIR plan could have huge exposure in some of the fire damage that we're looking at here. Here's what I'll say: 2 things. Number one, we need to reduce the risk of fire itself to work on this problem, right? Because the risk of fire is going up because of global warming, because we have more housing in the wildland-urban interface. These risks and costs are going up. And so that is naturally going to lead to higher insurance prices. The reforms that were announced just recently by the state, the governor, the insurance commissioner, are actually steps in the right direction. And it's ironic and sad in some ways that it's happening just before this terrible incident. I think that what we need to do is also have the federal level step up on this. Senator Schiff has a bill to help in this respect. And I can guarantee you that Congress is going to be spending a lot of time thinking about this, because it's not just California, it's the entire American West. And actually, because of hurricane risk, it's also the American South and East. So this is a national issue, the issue of climate risk, and we need to be engaged in it and really thinking about how do we set up a sustainable system for the long-term future.
Yeah, I would think that with this issue that we're facing now front and center in the national conversation, the time is now to act.
Yeah, I mean, you are exactly right. We need to begin that conversation today. Obviously, the number one priority is to take care of people, defend communities, defend property. But once we get through this, we need to have a serious conversation at the national level about how we are going to keep our communities safe in the American West and across the country for the foreseeable future.
Well, here, we also had an issue with water storage. Can we talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think that anyway. I don't want to get ahead of you. What are your questions?
Well, there were a lot of issues when the firefighters are going in the Palisades and up certain higher elevations where there wasn't any water coming out of the hydrants, and so firefighters on the ground were unable to fight the fire and save some structures. And this was happening, all over the Palisades, and from what I understand, also in Altadena and the Eaton fire.
Yeah, so this is something that I think the appropriate departments are looking into right now. Obviously, I would just make two observations. Number one, the reservoirs are mostly full all over the state, as you know. So there is some misinformation going around that, because of water saving issues or endangered species or something, that had something to do with this issue. It didn't. The reservoirs were full. They were filled up. So it wasn't that. I think what we do need to look at is to do a systems analysis. I come from a technical background as Chief of Staff of NASA. We need to do a systems analysis to make sure that in these moments when there's a huge draw of water across the system, fighting, region-wide fires, do we have the capacity inside those systems to supply all of the places where we're going to be needing that water? And that entails the pumping systems, the storage systems. And so I think we need to do a deep dive into that to make sure that the system has the proper flow capacity at all parts of our system.
Yeah, Congressman George Whitesides, thanks for taking the time, and we'll talk to you down the road.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Time now to check in with the Kenneth fire. We want to go to Rick Chambers. And Rick, when you were talking to us earlier, there were a lot of people that were trying to get into their homes. What is the situation there now?
Yeah, the size of that crowd has diminished dramatically since last time we talked. But what you're looking at is the corner of Malibu Canyon Road and Marceau. This is a staging area for the fire trucks that are getting ready to go up into the Los Virgenes area. But here in this little park where there were a number of people, 2 or 3 dozen earlier on, you can see that there are just a few hanging out at this point. A lot of people have wandered back towards the 101 freeway. There's a gas station down there where they're trying to get something to eat, get in out of the cold. The temperature has dropped dramatically in the last half hour or so, and the breeze is picking up a little. But a lot of these folks were the ones that came rushing back to the scene once they heard about the evacuation order and the fire, and they had family inside or they had pets inside, other personal property that they wanted to get out, but they've been stopped at this point by sheriff's deputies who are telling them that you've just got to wait. We can't let all these people back in while the firefighters are trying to do their thing. Steve is one of those folks. You've been out here for a couple hours now. You're trying to get back in. You have a pet inside.
Yes, I have a small terrier mix, and she's in there probably not even knowing what's going on. And I just want to pick her up and pick my truck up and get a room somewhere.
Yeah, but there's no power up this street.
No power. I haven't had power for 2 straight days. I had to go to Starbucks and charge my phone.
You understand what the sheriff's deputies are talking about?
Absolutely, yes. People don't take this seriously, but this is a very scary situation. I lived through the Woolsey fire here, and thank God didn't
a lot of the folks, there was a little anger being shown earlier on. There were some insults being thrown at the deputies. Yeah. It has to be frustrating knowing that your property is just up the street.
Yeah, it is very frustrating, but I understand there's a protocol that they have to follow, and I'm willing to go along with it, and just hoping that they lift ban soon.
Yeah, what were you doing when you heard about the evacuation order?
Actually, I was over in Malibu, North Malibu, in Trancas, eating at the Trancas Market, and then I got a call from someone in the building, and I rushed home and got pretty close, but the sheriffs have put up a line where they don't want people going in and out due to the emergency vehicles.
Had to be a little frightening when you got the alert.
Oh, it was very frightening. My heart started beating and racing, and I didn't know what to think. But it appears that the fire that was in this area earlier isn't what it was.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we're not seeing any flames in the hillside like we were
Correct.
a while ago.
Yeah.
What's next for you? How long are you going to be here?
Well, I'm going to hang out here for a couple hours. Then I'll call somebody, have them pick me up, and stay with them.
All right, we wish you the best of
Thank
luck.
you, Rick.
Appreciate it. Be safe, huh? All right. Throughout the night, we've been watching people coming and going. A lot of people dragging their suitcases out, having their pets in their arms, just wandering down the street, not exactly sure where they were going, but obviously they were told that they had to evacuate. There wasn't much choice on that. But it's the people that are coming back that are the ones that are showing that frustration, that anger towards the sheriff's deputies, because they just don't know what's happening up the street. Obviously, there's no fire right here, but earlier you could see the flames in the hillside, and that was troubling to a lot of these people, and for good reason. We have some tape that we want to roll right here that shows the burning hillsides. So these people saw these flames earlier, the ones that got scared and panicked to a certain extent. They were the ones that were coming down the hill. But a lot of people, like Steve said, got those emergency notices and started coming back here to the scene. And they've been standing here on this line for a long time as the fire trucks are coming and going up Malibu Canyon Road. Earlier, we saw one gentleman. He was older, probably in his 80s. He was told that he had to park all the way down by the 101 and then walk what has to be close to a half mile to the scene. And we saw him out of the corner of our eye, and he was just kind of shuffling. He was using a cane. He was shuffling across the street, and as he approached, we asked him, "Are you okay?" And he said, yeah, he had to park his car down there, and the sheriff's deputies told him to come up here and wait at the park. Well, we kind of ushered him over to the sheriff's deputies, and they realized right off the bat that this gentleman needed some extra help. So they made some allowances, and they took him on the other side, and we haven't seen him since. So we're hoping that he's been taken care of. But I guess, again, some of the people out here, they were waiting for medication that they had back at their home. They were waiting for brothers and sisters. We had a chance to talk to some of them that were just lining the curb here early on and didn't know what was going to happen next. Take a look.
My biggest priority is to get my cat right now. I've been here on this corner for about an hour and a half now. They told me it would take a few moments and they could escort me in, but it's been almost 2 hours. I mean, it's really just my cat. I don't care about anything else in there. I literally just want my cat.
Your mom needs her medication. She's been very vocal towards the sheriff's deputies for quite a while now. How frustrating is it for you to stand here and know that you need these things, but you just can't reach them?
I mean, it's heartbreaking, honestly, knowing that we're right there too. Like, we're so close, and yet we just can't. There's nothing we can do about it. I just feel.
So what do you do now?
We just wait. That's what we've been doing. I waited to get onto Las Virgenes. It took me like an hour to get onto Las Virgenes, and then I had to walk 30 minutes over here just so I could reach the house, and now they won't even let me go through, and I just, there's nothing we can do.
I know you're watching over your little sister. She's 9 years old. Ava, are you okay? I know earlier today you said you were scared. How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling better, but I really want to get my cat.
Yeah, what's your cat's name?
Toby.
Yeah, and you're worried about your cat?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're hoping you get in pretty soon, okay? But no need to be scared anymore, all right? Okay. Yeah, that was Ava. She was very cute. Her older sister there was Yana, and at times we could see the tears coming down Yana's cheeks. She didn't know what she was going to be doing for the rest of the evening. She was trying to take care of her little sister. Her mom, as I mentioned, is the one that needed medication. They offered her a visit to the paramedics. She said she didn't want to do that, but we haven't seen the mom for some time, and Yana and the little one, Ava, have wandered back down towards the 101 as well. So there's a lot going out here. There's a lot of emotions being shown. The people that are sitting around here, they know what's happening, but they're just trying to get back in, and obviously they're being kept from doing that. Back there in the hills where you see those fire trucks right now, that's where we saw the line of flames earlier. It seemed to be growing and moving in this direction, but then little by little the helicopters were coming in, making airdrop after airdrop, and it was, as we heard earlier, just pinpoint. You would see the flames suddenly die down. There would be no light at all. Occasionally the flames would pop back up, and then the next helicopter would come in. We're guessing anyway from our location here that that's what's been happening all around the area. We've not had any updates here though as to where the Kenneth fire stands at this point. We can only expect that they're still fighting it. We still see fire trucks coming and going, but I think it's that lack of information for a lot of the people that are standing out here in this corner. They just don't know what's happening or how long they're going to be out here with everybody else just wondering what's next. I'm Rick Chambers up here in the Las Virgenes area on Malibu Canyon. Micah and Cher, I'll throw it back to you.
Understandable emotions. Having young daughters that love cats, I can relate. But from what we have seen, firefighters are making progress. Our aerial pictures will resume here shortly as meteorologist Vera Jimenez looks at the weather conditions here approaching the 7 o'clock hour.
Yes, approaching the 7 o'clock hour, and you saw it in Rick's live shot. There was a slight breeze out there. I was looking at the numbers near the Kenneth fire, and right now they're sitting at about 5 and 6 miles per hour. So again, that is definitely good news because it allows the helicopters to be able to make those pinpoint drops that are so needed. But I do want to get to the air quality because, of course, you know, LAUSD is closed because of the air quality, rightly so. A lot of particulates, a lot of pollution in the atmosphere, and this is going to be a widespread air quality alert. Keep in mind that even though we're not seeing a lot of activity, in fact, we've seen no activity in either Ventura, although the Kenneth fire is right on the border of Ventura and LA County, but we haven't seen any fire activity in Riverside, San Bernardino, or Orange County. So that is really good news because we're able to focus all of those resources to LA County. But we are going to see some spread in terms of the smoke, and that, of course, will continue to impact the air quality, an air quality alert that has been in effect for much of the viewing area since last week. So as we look at the colors, you can see that if you're under the red, it's unhealthy air for everybody, not just for the people that have respiratory issues, for asthma, for example, or allergies, for example. It is definitely worrisome for everyone. And so I've created this model so that you can see this is 6:55 tonight. So this is like right now, and this is what's happening. So you can see that the smoke, this is smoke here. The smoke is moving offshore over the Pacific Ocean, and it's going to continue to move in that direction for just a little bit longer. That's Friday, 4:45 a.m., and it kind of slows down a little bit, and perhaps maybe that's because it's spreading and the winds are picking up a little bit because we're expecting the winds to get a little bit stronger, so it's able to push it out, and the colors will diminish as that concentration of smoke lessens. And right now, since the winds aren't very strong, as you saw, the colors were just a little bit more intense. So I'll continue to advance it. I'll stop it at 7:50 tomorrow morning. The winds are still going to be with us, but not quite as strong. So again, the concentration is primarily still over the continent, over the land, and less so over the Pacific Ocean. As we continue to move the clock, you can see that now the wind and the smoke is starting to shift a little bit, and that is going to coincide with the movement of the winds. So that's 12 around lunchtime. Again, much of the concentration is still going to be over the continent. We'll continue to move it, and now we're starting to see it shift. And it's actually intensifying because why? The winds are going to be moving less less, but they're still going to be moving over the Pacific Ocean in a northerly, in a southerly direction. So the winds are coming from the north, so the smoke is going to be moving towards the southwest. So and then as the winds shift a little bit, you'll see the smoke spread towards Orange County and even into the Inland Empire. Yes, we'll still continue to see that spread towards the Pacific Ocean because the winds are still going to be out of the northeast, but they're going to also be shifting out of the north eventually. And that's why now the winds are moving more towards the south, and they'll continue in that pattern, and it'll broaden into the Inland Empire. And so again, that air quality is going to continue to suffer, not just in LA County, but it will spread into to the adjacent communities, because they're all my communities, all of them. I love them all. Okay, so take a look at the winds as we head into the overnight hours. Now remember, yesterday I showed you the winds at the surface versus the winds aloft. The winds aloft are always stronger. Why? Because there isn't any friction. There is nothing to slow them down, nothing to prevent their movement. So these are the winds aloft, much, much brighter. We'll continue through the evening, and I'm just going to stop. I put pauses in there, but I want to get through this so that I can show you what's going to be at the surface. The National Weather Service, I called them up just to confirm, and I said, guys, the winds that you forecast for the wind advisories and the high wind warnings, at what level are you measuring those winds? And they said that they measure those winds 20 feet off the ground. Now that's not at the ground, it's 20 feet off. So you're still going to run into friction. Why? Because think of a two-story building. That's about 20 feet. Think of a tree. That's about 20 feet. So there is still going to be stuff to slow them down. And so this is what the winds will look like by Saturday at 12:45. Yes, we are going to see another round of winds, but Saturday at the surface, we're going to be looking good. I'll show you that next time. I'm going to send it back to you guys.